Hashtag C912 Thunder Dragon. The robbery cloud in the sky quickly condensed and turned into a sea of black clouds nearly 100 miles away. In the sea of clouds, the thick snow-white electric snake rolled, and at the same time as it exploded, a series of terrifying powers of heaven and earth spread between the heaven and the earth, making everyone feel palpitations. Could it be because Empress Yang is the local earth spirit dragon vein? Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a series of thoughts flashed in the sea of consciousness, secretly guessing. In extreme north continent, although the Holy Lord Qinglong is also the spirit of the earth veins, he sacrificed himself, echoed the way of heaven, and was completely voluntary, so he did not attract the thunder and calamity of heaven's punishment. But this time, Chu Yan blasted and killed the dragon vein and earth spirit directly, and then let the Qinglong Wuhun swallow it, so it attracted a catastrophe. After thinking clearly, Chu Yan's face returned to calm, and he slowly raised his hand, pointing the Haotian sword in his hand to the sky. Come on. I want to see if you are qualified to judge me. The shock was like thunder, resounding between the heaven and the earth. When everyone heard the words, their whole bodies trembled. When they looked at Chu Yan again, it was as if they saw an undefeated god of war between the heavens and the earth, holding a long sword, trying to cut the sky and destroy the earth, causing the sky to be damaged. SOSO. Boom. 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 As if hearing Chu Yan's blasphemous words, the thunder clouds in the sky immediately became violent. Hack. 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 The sound of shocking electricity piercing through the sky continued to come out from the robbery. In Chu Yan's cold eyes, a large amount of thunder power frantically condensed and merged into pieces of shining light, shining like scales. The 100-mile thundercloud is constantly rolling, rapidly changing its shape, constantly elongating and thinning. In Chu Yan's astonished gaze, a pair of huge snow-white sharp claws suddenly protruded from the black thunder cloud. At the same time, in the thundercloud, the huge dragon head and the dazzling dragon tail twisted suddenly, rushed out of the thundercloud, and appeared above the sky. This is a giant snow-white dragon that is hundreds of kilometers long. On the body of the dragon, lightning flashes, and thunder and lightning explode. It turns out to be a terrifying thunder and lightning dragon. As soon as the thunder and lightning dragon appeared, between the heaven and the earth, a mighty dragon power gushed out like a tide, sweeping across the sky. Damn it, this is a dragon. It's not an ordinary flood dragon. Seeing this, Chu Yan. Suddenly, my heart trembled, and I took a breath of cold air. Damn, wouldn't you just swallow one of your ley lines? Do you want to play so big? Looking at the giant thunder and lightning dragon nearly 100 miles long rolling in the thunderclouds above the sky, the corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitched violently twice, his face was speechless. My azure dragon martial soul is only 1,000 feet long, but that guy in the sky is a full 100 miles long. It feels like the difference between a 100-meter python and an earthworm. Isn't this too stupid to deceive people? Even the dragon veins and earth spirits are only 100 feet long. Is it necessary to produce such a large thunder and lightning dragon? The people who just woke up from the horror of the killing of the Enyang Empress raised the Bailey Thunder Dragon looking at the sky, and all of them were dumbfounded in shock, and the corners of their eyes twitched. Such a big lightning dragon. Above the sky, the giant thunder and lightning dragon, with its mighty might, overwhelmed the sky and covered the earth, making everyone tremble with fear. With such a powerful dragon, everyone thinks that Chu Yan can get through it safely. I am afraid that the moment when the thunder and lightning dragon shows its power is the time when Chu Yan dies. Roar. The thunder and lightning dragon let out a roar, and the sound of the dragon's phlegm shook the heavens and the earth, making the whole palace tremble. Immediately, the thunder and lightning dragon turned its head suddenly, and the huge dragon head looked at Chu Yan. In the eyes, thunder and lightning resounded, and the terrifying power of heaven and earth poured out. For the suppression of these powers of heaven and earth, Chu Yan has the power of the unicorn to protect his body, so he ignores them at all, and can't shake him at all. Immediately, the thunder and lightning dragon twisted, and the vast and boundless body of the dragon flew through the sky and swam towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan looked at the thunder and lightning dragon rushing in the sky with his eyes. His face was solemn, and then, a mysterious wave of true energy circulated in Chu Yan's body. Last stand. This mysterious fluctuation is precisely because Chu Yan used the backwater Jiu to draw 50% of his blood essence and increase his combat power by a full 5 times. Facing such a terrifying heavenly punishment thunder tribulation, Chu Yan had no choice but to use this whole card. In an instant, the majestic blood essence turned into terrifying power, spreading all over Chu Yan's body, and the 16 inner alchemy instantly increased 5 times in size. Inflammation of the whole body. Buzz buzz. The power of Chu Yan's body soared, making his aura continue to rise, rising into the sky like a flame, and his aura was shocking. Roar. The sound of Long Ling shook the sky and the earth, and the huge thunder and lightning dragon had rushed to Chu Yan. Kill. The eyes were blood red in an instant, and the bright golden pupils shot out dazzling golden light. Chu Yan rushed up, against the sky, and rushed straight towards the thunder and lightning dragon. Swinging the Haotian sword in his hand, the majestic sword energy brings up a large area of colorful brilliance, condensing into a sword light that soars to the sky and strikes the earth. In an instant, the clouds settled, the wind breathed, and the world was silent. It seems that under the sky, there is only this shocking sword light left, shining with multicolored rays of light, slashing at the huge thunder and lightning dragon without fear. In the sky, the thunder and lightning dragon saw the sword light coming, and stretched out its huge dragon claws, grabbing at the colorful sword light. Boom! With a loud bang, the 5-colored sword light burst instantly, and the vast remaining energy of the Gangyuan shook in all directions, causing the surrounding void to continuously shatter. Scoff. A slight sound sounded, and the moment the sword light dissipated, a clearly visible scar suddenly appeared on the huge dragon claw, causing the thunder dragon to roar in pain. Proud. The thunder and lightning dragon roared, and the dragon's claws protruded out again, crushing all the nearby void, and grabbed towards Chu Yan. Break it. Chu Yan is holding a long sword, with long hair flying. The power of the 5th order Haotian sword is aroused to the extreme, and the power of the shocking sword is swaying like a tide. Clang. The 1,000 zhonglong Haotian sword's light is like a sword of a god. The sword body is lingering with rays of light, and the sword's momentum is surging, wrapped in unparalleled sharp power, and slashes fiercely on the huge dragon claw. Boom! The explosion was earth-shattering, and a huge scar appeared on the dragon claw. However, the power of the Bailey Thunder and Lightning Dragon is so powerful, it contains the terrifying thunder power of Bailey Thunder Cloud, rushing towards Chu Yan's body like a sea tide, and the lock sky robe bursts out with dazzling black light, dissolving most of the power, but even that little bit of remaining power will directly send Chu Yan flying out like a meteor. Boom! The huge recoil force made Chu Yan fall straight to the ground, hit the ground, and blasted a huge deep pit, and the whole person was completely immersed in it, making a loud rumbling noise. Boil! Seeing Chu Yan being blasted back, the thunder and lightning dragon immediately uttered a loud and clear sound of dragon's breath, as if to show its dragon power. However, before the sound of Longxing fell, a black film shot out from the deep pit, and landed steadily on the ground. #C913 Shudian won battle. Roar. Seeing that Chu Yan jumped out of the deep pit, not only did he not die, but his entire body was unharmed, the thunder and lightning dragon suddenly became furious, and its dragon claws were raised high, like a mountain top, and it was ruthlessly suppressed towards Chu Yan. Rumble. The dragon claw fell, and all the way, the void exploded layer by layer, the earth cracked, and the power was earth-shattering. Swish swish swish. The Haotian sword swung like flying, Chu Yan cut out a series of colorful sword lights, and frantically strangled towards the dragon claw. Boom! 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 The dragon's claws crushed all the way, smashing all the 5-colored sword lights into pieces, and in the blink of an eye, they fell in front of Chu Yan. Boom! With a bang, Chu Yan's body flew upside down again and fell to the ground. This time, he was directly smashed hundreds of feet deep into the ground, and the sound of rumbling echoed continuously in the deep hole. Swish! In less than half a breath, Chu Yan's figure rushed out of the deep hole again, holding the Haotian sword, pointing directly at the thunder and lightning dragon in the sky, with the momentum of his whole body, heading straight for Jiuxiao. Seeing this scene, all the strong men in all directions were stunned, and even their breathing stopped. This Chu Yan is so strong. Damn, I got 2 dragon claws from that divine dragon head-on, and nothing happened. But, if this goes on, he won't last long. This thunder tribulation, how can it be so terrifying? All kinds of exclamations sounded. At this time everyone's minds were numb. What they saw today is something they will never forget for the rest of their lives. Whoosh! Chu Yan's figure exploded, and he rushed towards the thunder and lightning dragon in the sky. His eyes were piercing, and his fighting spirit was like a tide. The thunder and lightning dragon in front of me is shocking, but after all, it is composed of thunder and robbery. Every time the dragon claws attack, and after being injured by Chu Yan, the huge dragon body will shrink a lot. So, Chu Yan knows very well that as long as he can hold on, this lightning dragon will dissipate soon. Roar! Amidst the sky-shattering roar, the thunder and lightning dragon swept towards Chu Yan with a pair of electric eyes. After seeing Chu Yan's figure, the dragon's tail suddenly pulled out and slammed towards Chu Yan fiercely. Boom! 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 Containing destructive power, the dragon tail brought out an afterimage. Wherever it passed, the void continued to explode, and everything was blasted into dust. The huge dragon tail with monstrous power contains the terrifying power of heaven and earth, invincible. Kill! Chu Yan roared into the sky, the Haotian sword in his hand soared into the sky, and swung a huge 5-colored sword gang, slashing fiercely at the drawn dragon's tail. Boom! The sword glow collided with the dragon's tail, the explosion shook the sky, the void trembled crazily, and the thunder, lightning, energy, and true chi shattered the world. Swish! Chu Yan's body was blown upside down again, and he barely stopped after flying in the air for more than 10 miles. No, it's not an option to fight like this. Standing with a sword in his hand, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the roaring thunder and lightning dragon. His thoughts kept flashing. Damn it, I'll fight with you. After a moment of pondering, Chu Yan gritted his teeth, his face full of determination. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan's body glowed with red and golden light, Shantian fire body and Raksha demon body were running at the same time, and all the original body-protecting energy was taken back into Chu Yan's body. At the same time, in the sea of consciousness, a multicolored air flow surged and poured into the Haotian sword in his hand. Chu Yan prepared to rely only on his physical body and Suatian robe to defend, pouring all other powers into the Haotian sword, and even used a 5-element energy to fuse his 5-element energy to triple the power again. Die to me! Chu Yan yelled violently, the power of his whole body surged like a raging tide. He urged the Haotian sword, and shot out a silver glow surrounded by colorful gangsters, entwined with black and white 2-color true energy. The power of the sword is more than 5 times stronger than before times. Call out! The terrifying sword light cut out, and the whole sky trembled violently. The 2000 zhang long sword light was like a celestial sword, and everything annihilated when the sword edge passed by. Boom! The loud noise shook the sky, and the sword light slashed on the dragon's tail, leaving a huge wound, and endless lightning power gushed out from the wound. Following the position of the wound, the power of thunder and lightning poured out crazily, and the body of the thunder and lightning dragon shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. This sword caused a huge trauma to it. Okay. At most 3 swords, it will die. In Chu Yan's eyes, the fighting spirit was soaring to the sky, holding the Haoyan sword. He suddenly charged up, slashed and fell. Swish swish swish. Boom boom boom. The sword pierced the sky, and the explosion shook the sky. Chu Yan's whole body was full of golden light, and the shadow of Rakshasa floated behind him, like an undefeated demon god, constantly fighting with the thunder and lightning dragon, attacking each other crazily. After nearly 5 moves, although the thunder and lightning dragon flew Chu Yan several times, Chu Yan also left 4 huge wounds on its body. The huge thunder dragon, whose injuries were worse, shrunk rapidly, and its subsequent attacks became weaker and weaker. It should be over. Chu Yan looked at the thunder and lightning dragon, his eyes flashed sharply, and his figure flashed out, rushing towards the thunder and lightning dragon. Die. This time, Chu Yan held the sword in both hands, and poured all the power of the body into the Haoyan sword, and the towering sword light slashed down fiercely. Boom! The sword light swept across everything, cut down suddenly, a bright line streaked across, the sky and the earth were suddenly divided, the huge thunder and lightning dragon was directly cut in half by this sword, and broke in 2. Roar! The giant lightning dragon let out a mournful and unwilling roar, and then continued to disintegrate, turning into countless electric snakes, scattered in all directions, and swept across the sky. Finally gone. Seeing the thunder and lightning dragon dissipate, Chu Yan showed a gleam of joy on his face, turned around slowly, and fell towards the ground. This time it was too thrilling, and it was really close to being cleaned up by this terrifying thunder and lightning dragon. If it hadn't been for the breakthrough in cultivation, and the splitting of 16 inner elixirs, and the soaring combat power, it would be impossible for him to compete with the thunder dragon with his strength a few days ago. I am afraid that the first move will be shot flower. Moreover, the Xuanhuan robe played a key role. Every attack, it counteracted at least 80% of the power, otherwise, even if he was a double body trainer, he would definitely not be able to resist it. In addition, if the Haoyan sword hadn't been raised from the 4th level to the 5th level, it might not be able to break through the lightning dragon's defense at all. Basically, this time, I used all the trump cards I had prepared for the spiritual field of blood, and barely survived this thunder disaster. Stepping in the void, Chu Yan's figure slowly fell from the air, stepped on the ground with both feet, and stood on the ground. At this time, the entire palace has been completely turned into ruins. Countless strong men stood on the ruins, all of them looked dull, staring at Chu Yan with rigid faces, all with their mouths wide open, their eyes protruding, looking at Chu Yan. Xiang Chuyan's eyes seemed to be looking at a god. Above the sky, the hundreds of miles of clouds have all dissipated at this time, the sky is clear, and the whole world has once again returned to calm. Everyone stared at Chu Yan in a daze, completely dumbfounded. #C914 Heavenly God Chu Yan. The entire ruins of the palace were silent, not a single sound could be heard. Nearly 100,000 strong men first witnessed the unprecedented Wuhun, and then watched the astonishingly powerful Yin-Yang Empress, who was beaten to the point of self-destruction, and ended up being swallowed by a Wuhun. And then, Bailey Jiayun evolved into a 100-mile-long thunder and lightning dragon, powerful and powerful, but was still beaten into nothingness by the black-robed boy. For others, Bailey Layun, who never dies more than 1,000 times, was just overcome by him. At this time everyone looked at Chu Yan, who fell on the ground, and the sea of consciousness was blank, and they couldn't recover at all. Oh my god! Bailey Jiayun! He actually survived. The thunder and lightning dragon was chopped to pieces by him. It's terrible. This person is terrible, he is a god at all, and he is definitely not something that mortals can match. Yes, he must be a god, God sent him down to save us. All kinds of discussions sounded quietly, and everyone looked at Chu Yan again, their eyes became brighter and brighter, full of awe and admiration. Hearing the discussions from all directions, Chu Yan shook his head, smiled bitterly, his face was full of helplessness, and his body shook a few times involuntarily. At this time, Chu Yan was extremely weak. Originally, he had not fully recovered from the internal injuries he suffered from swallowing the blood essence of Rakshasa a few days ago. It's just hurting more. Moreover, after a series of battles, Chu Yan's body's true energy was almost exhausted. The battle was fierce just now, and he didn't dare to swallow the golden core, so now, waves of weakness hit him, making him almost unable to stand still. God! There is such a bad god as me. Chu Yan smiled wryly, flipped his hands over, took a bottle of 9 profound golden elixirs, swallowed 3 golden pills, sat cross-legged, and began to recover his true energy. Originally, just to restore true energy, 9 profound golden elixir was enough. However, Chu Yan needs to recover internal injuries and blood essence, so I am afraid that 3 9 profound golden pills are far from enough. This 9 profound golden pill is definitely a good thing. Although it is only the most common existence among first-grade golden pills, it is not difficult to refine and the materials are common, but the effect of the pill is extremely good. Concentrating and calming down, keeping one's breath closed, and slowly running the Rakshasa promise art, Chu Yan began to heal internal injuries while recovering more than half of the lost blood. This kind of injury, the sooner it recovers, the better, so Chu Yan didn't even find a place to rest, and directly practiced sitting cross-legged on the ruins of the palace. In the middle of deep cultivation. This time, the countless powerhouses around them suffered a lot. They didn't expect that the gods would sit down on the ruins and start to practice, which made them a little at a loss. I want to check it out, but I'm afraid it will cause misunderstanding. After all, when a warrior is practicing, his defense is the weakest. If someone approaches, it is easy to be misunderstood as a surprise attack. If you want to turn around and leave, you are afraid that the gods will wake up at any time. As the new master, you don't have the first time to congratulate, so you don't want to mess around? According to the practice of the previous god emperor, this kind of disrespect is enough to exterminate the family 10 times. As a result, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, all silent, staying where they were, not daring to act rashly. Everyone carefully gathered together, not even daring to breathe, stood with their heads bowed, respectfully stood aside, and waited quietly, like waiting for the supreme god, not daring to blaspheme in the slightest. In their opinion, regardless of whether Chu Yan is a god or not, this person is so strong that he can crush the Empress Yang, forcing her to almost self-destruct, and everyone has witnessed that Empress Yang was captured by Chu Yan's martial soul. Devoured. As a warrior who doesn't know that under such circumstances, his strength will definitely skyrocket again. You know, when he didn't devour the Yinyang Empress, he was enough to instantly kill anyone present. Now that he has devoured the Yinyang Empress, it will be even more. No one is Chu Yan's opponent. The 18 dragon guards are powerful fighters with one person under 10,000, and the 18 joined forces to attack together, and they were also cut off by Chu Yan with a backhand sword. This level of strength is by no means theirs. Able to fight. Therefore, everyone is now praying that after the new master of the gods wakes up, he can save his life. In this anxiety, everyone waited patiently, not even daring to breathe, for fear of disturbing Chu Yan's cultivation. Time passed slowly, and after an hour had passed, Chu Yan's body finally trembled slightly. Immediately, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes, breathed out, opened his mouth to spit out a big mouthful of turbid air, and stopped his work to adjust his breath. Originally, his hair was snow white due to the extraction of 50% of the blood essence. At this time, after an hour of cultivation and recovery, the color of his hair has changed to silver gray. In the eyes, a bright light flashed. Chu Yan stood up, his eyes swept across the audience, and finally fell on the group of strong men who stood upright like statues. Meet the gods. Meet the gods. Meet the gods. In an instant, when everyone saw Chu Yan standing up, they all knelt down on the ground and prayed loudly. God. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect these people to really regard himself as a god. He frowned slightly and his face was full of astonishment. After some practice just now, I have only recovered 30% of my body. Although I no longer feel weak, I still need to find a safe place as soon as possible to continue my recovery. As for backwater art, Chu Yan has used it several times, and now he has some experience. As long as you practice it as soon as possible after using backwater art, the recovery speed is the fastest. The longer it is delayed, the longer it will take. Therefore, Chu Yan is eager to recover himself at this time, and does not want to entangle with these people for the time being, but he will not let them go easily. Among you, who is in charge? Come out. Chu Yan pondered for a moment before speaking. As the voice fell, a figure quickly stepped out from the crowd of strong men, stepped forward 10 steps, quickly knelt down on the ground, and said respectfully. Xie Yuan is the first elder, under the leadership of the 18 Dragon Guard elders and the Dragon Guard army. The old man with a goatee was full of fear and anxiety in his heart. He didn't know what Chu Yan was going to do, but what he was most worried about was that Chu Yan, like the Yinyang Empress back then, would take Hongxiu, a veteran of the Kingdom of God, come to a big cleansing. If that happens, I will bear the brunt of it, and I will die. Starting today, restore the title of the Red Snow God Kingdom, and call all the city powerhouses to gather here. All these matters will be left to you, and the time limit is 3 hours. Chu Yan looked at the sheep-bearded old man, said in a cold voice. Now, find me a quiet place, I want to continue practicing. Yes. God Emperor. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the old man with sheep beard was shocked, his body trembled, but he didn't dare to say anything, so he quickly bowed in response. #C915 Rebellion. Chu Yan followed the sheep-bearded old man to a huge courtyard near the imperial palace, went directly into a 5-story attic, found a practice room at random, and started to practice again. The Rakshasa Promise art has a huge effect on the recovery of the physical body and injuries. Moreover, Chu Yan has just broken through the 21st level, and the recovery speed is more than twice as fast as before. In this battle, the most regrettable thing is that the power of the Wuji sword art has not been brought into play. If Chu Yan can practice the sword art to the perfect state of Xiaocheng, then it will be matched with the Raksha Wuji divine art, and the sword power will definitely be stronger. Sword. In any case, Chu Yan is now fully immersed in cultivation, and only hopes to recover as soon as possible. Outside Chu Yan's attic, the old man with a sheep beard arranged a large number of soldiers to surround the attic with 3 outer floors, occupying nearly 1,000 acres of the manor, and was completely under martial law. No one was allowed to approach in order to disturb Chu Yan. Practice. At the same time, the sheep-bearded old man, He Hongcheng, hurriedly dispatched strong men to the 9 great cities and the other 100 cities to report what happened in the imperial palace today, especially the order to restore the kingdom of the Red Snow God and summon all the strong men above the heaven-reaching realm. Passed on. He Hongcheng was extremely anxious, because Chu Yan only gave him an hour to notify the powerful people from all cities to come and gather, but it was extremely complicated to restore the title of the Hongxiu Empire. At the same time, he must contact the old ministers of Hongxiu Divine Kingdom to discuss the rejuvenation of the country. This is not an easy task. Even if He Hongcheng mobilized everyone, he would be sweating profusely in an hour. However, after an hour, all matters were finally basically completed, which made He Hongcheng heave a sigh of relief. The strong men who came from various cities were all waiting outside Chu Yan's attic, waiting carefully for Chu Yan to wake up from his practice. The yard is full of strong men, the yard is full of people, no less than 100,000 people, all of them are cautious, not even daring to breathe. These strong men who came from 9 cities, heard that the Yin-Yang Empress was killed by a black-robed boy named Chu Yan, and that she easily survived the 100 miles thunder tribulation, and their scalps were numb with fright, and their whole bodies were blown out of air. Obviously, this person's strength far exceeds that of the Yin-Yang Empress, and has now replaced her as the master of the new generation. More importantly, thousands of years ago, when the Empress Yin-Yang ruled over the country, she carried out a brutal bloodbath in the entire territory of the Red Snow God, but now, is it going to happen again? Thinking of this, everyone felt apprehensive and cautious, fearing that if one was not careful, they would be directly wiped out by this Chu Yan. The crowd. Hall Master Wu Gui, as the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall of Anhuang City, stood in the first row. At this moment, he frowned and looked at the attic door from time to time. Chu Yan. Could it be him? A few days ago, a man named Chu Yan came to Anhuang City, with terrifying combat power, almost swept across the entire city. Later, he said that he would come to the Yin-Yang God Palace to do something, and he personally arranged for him, but now it seems that the do something he said is to kill the Yin-Yang Empress and overthrow the entire Yin-Yang God Kingdom. Thinking of this, Hall Master Wu Gui couldn't help but the corners of his eyes twitched. However, before meeting Chu Yan, Hall Master Wu Gui couldn't be sure that this Chu Yan was that Chu Yan. And, more importantly, his son Wuhun also disappeared. According to the information he inquired, it was his god Chu Yan who used the space spirit treasure to put it away. Remembering that he entrusted Chu Yan to take care of Wuhun at that time, Wu Gui was basically sure that this god Chu Yan was what he saw at that time, that Chu Yan. However, among nearly 100,000 fighters, not all the strong ones believed in the news from He Hongchang. Standing next to Hall Master Wu Gui was a tall, middle-aged man named Xie La Jiao. He was the leader of the 9 cities, the commander of the largest city, and his status was much higher than that of ordinary foreign affairs hall masters. He Hongchang is an ex-court of the Red Snow Divine Kingdom. He even sent a message that the title of the Red Snow Divine Kingdom will be restored. In my opinion, most of the rumors are false. Everything is a conspiracy of this old man. Xie La Jiao's cold eyes glanced at He Hongchang, who was standing, bowed to one side from time to time. His heart was full of contempt. When he thought of the death of the Empress Yin-Yang, the death of the 18th Dragon Guards, and the death of the commander of the Dragon Guards, even if it is a matter of seniority, he should be the heir to the throne. Of course, the premise is that what Chu Yan was just found by He Hongchang, damn, strength, it's not that great at all. However, after Xie La Jiao came to the palace, he also heard a lot about that Chu Yan, who fought against the 100-mile-long thunder and lightning dragon with a single sword. This kind of combat power made him feel a little palpitating, otherwise, he would have made trouble a long time ago. Up. At this moment, Xie La Jiao was full of hesitation and struggle. Should he take a gamble? If that Chu Yan came out and took control of the situation with the support of He Hongchang, at that time, the chance of turning the game over would be small, but now, it is definitely the only chance. If he succeeds, he can ascend to the heavens and proclaim himself the emperor, and from then on he will stand high and look down on all living beings. If he fails, he will escape to the Red Mist Forest and escape to the outside world. After hesitating for a long time, Xie La Jiao finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Immediately, Xie La Jiao strode out, went directly to the steps in front of the attic, turned to face the crowd, and shouted loudly. Everyone, the Yin-Yang Empress is in decline. My Yin-Yang sect cannot be without a master for a day. I, Duan, have no talent. I wish to lead everyone to revitalize the Yin-Yang sect. When the words fell to the ground, they were like thunder clouds billowing, causing everyone's hearts to tremble, and they all looked up, all with astonishment on their faces. What are you doing? Is Xie La Jiao crazy? The god of heaven, Chu Yan, has made it clear that he wants to restore the title of the Red Snow God Kingdom. Now, who dares to mention the word Yangshanzong? Is he looking for death? However, before everyone could react, Duan Zilei waved his hand. Immediately, no less than 10,000 strong men flashed out from the crowd, flying around and surrounding everyone. These people are all subordinates, brought by Duan Zilei from the first city, and they are all loyal. When they heard Duan Zilei's words, they immediately mobilized. Commander Duan, are you crazy? The gods will come out soon. Seeing this scene, He Hongchang was so frightened that his complexion changed drastically, his face was as pale as ever, and he quickly spoke. He is not afraid of Duan Zilei, as the chief elder, his power is no worse than this Duan Zilei. What he is afraid of is that when Chu Yan comes out and sees someone making trouble, he will directly bloodbath the entire imperial capital in a fit of anger. Humph. Old man, don't think that I don't know what kind of gods. These things are designed and carefully planned by you, just to restore the country. Let me tell you, today you must submit to me or die. He Zilei's words fell to the ground, and the aura from his body surged out, sweeping the audience. What? Heaven-reaching realm, ninth heaven. Oh my God, when did Commander Duan become so strong? However, what he said seems to make sense. The god of heaven, Chu Yan, is what elder he said. We didn't see it. Maybe it's really a game. That's right, it's too exaggerated to say that there are such heaven-defying people. That's right. There seems to be something wrong. The gods that elder he said are too heaven-defying and impossible to exist. For a moment, Duan Zilei's words made the minds of the strong men who came from all the cities shaken, and the eyes of countless pairs of eyes were all shining with strange colors, looking at He Hongchang. #C916 Chu Yan's decision. Duan Zilei's words made the originally silent scene become noisy in an instant. After all, among these people, no more than 10,000 people have seen Chu Yan, and most of them are strong men who have just arrived from various cities. They were originally suspicious, but now they hear Duan Zilei's words, and there are even more discussions. Duan Zilei is very clear that with the power he has now, it is still difficult to control the kingdom of God. If you can get the support of the people present, even half of them, it will be much easier. However, although everyone talked a lot, no one responded. After all, the rumors about the god Chu Yan are really shocking. Moreover, He Hongchang is still here, and his power is no worse than that of Duan Zilei. Seeing that no one opened their mouths, but they glanced at He Hongchang from time to time, Duan Zilei suddenly understood, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and then he opened his mouth and said, Old man, I advise you to surrender to me immediately, otherwise, I will not be polite. Hearing this, He Hongchang was not moved at all, he snorted heavily, and said, Humph. Duan Zilei, stop wishful thinking, I only obey the god, Chu Yan, you'd better restrain yourself quickly, otherwise, you will regret it. Ha ha ha, sorry. Hearing He Hongchang's words, Commander Duan laughed wildly, glanced across the audience, and said with a smile. Right now, in the entire Yin-Yang sect, if there are people who are stronger than me, I will be afraid of one of them. Boom. The next moment, before Duan Zilei could finish speaking, the attic door behind him suddenly exploded, sawdust flying, and a figure strode out from the sky full of debris. In an instant, nearly 100,000 people in the entire courtyard looked up, only to see a gray-haired young man in black robes appearing in front of everyone. This gray-haired boy is exactly Chu Yan. In an hour's time, Chu Yan swallowed a large number of golden elixirs, operated the Raksha Wuji divine art, and recovered 20% of his strength again, and now he has recovered nearly 50% of his strength. Standing in front of everyone, Chu Yan's face was as cold as ice, his eyes swept across the audience. You are Chu Yan. Duan Zilei's voice trembled slightly. Looking at Chu Yan with a solemn face, he asked. When Chu Yan just appeared, his divine sense had already swept over, and he instantly discovered Chu Yan's cultivation, but he was only at the 3rd level of the heavenly ascension realm, and his breath was weak, obviously injured. How could a martial artist with a weak aura in the 3rd level of the heaven-reaching realm be able to kill the Yinyang Empress? For a moment, Duanzili was even more convinced of the initial guess, and suddenly turned his head. His eyes were full of coldness, and he stared fiercely at Elder He Hongchang. Humph! Old man, you really fooled us. Immediately, Duanzili turned his head and looked at Chu Yan. His eyes were full of disdain, and he said coldly, "Boy, if you don't want to die, hurry up." Boom! Suddenly, before Duanzili could finish speaking, a colorful fist suddenly appeared. Commander Duan's body exploded in an instant, countless blood and flesh splashed, and the tall Duanzili directly turned into pieces of meat all over the ground. Disperse the entire courtyard. Hiss! 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 Seeing this scene, everyone gasped at the same time, their eyes trembling crazily. Unexpectedly, Commander Duan didn't finish a sentence, and was directly smashed to pieces by the black-robed boy with a punch. Duanzili is a heavenly warrior of the 9th level of the heavenly realm, and the top 5 beings on the scene were killed by Chu Yan, who was at the 3rd level of the heavenly realm. It seems that the rumors are true. In an instant, everyone was scared out of their wits, and they all knelt down on the ground and said in unison, "God, calm down. God, calm down." Seeing everyone's words, Chu Yan nodded slightly, glanced over, and said loudly, "Surrender, or die. You choose." Hearing this, everyone's complexion changed drastically, and their faces twitched. Is this still a choice? No matter who it is, they don't want to die. Moreover, the 18 dragon guards who were truly loyal to Empress Yinyang, and the commander of the Dragon Guard army, had already become the souls of Chu Yan's sword. None of the people here were truly loyal to Empress Yinyang. Because, not only the hall master Wu Gui, but also the hall masters or bosses in other cities, among their own parents and children, some of them were devoured by the Yinyang Empress to become idiots. In this regard, everyone has always dared to be angry but dare not speak out, so how can we talk about loyalty? Without thinking about it at all, everyone said at the same time, "We are willing to surrender." Including He Hongjing and Wu Gui, everyone expressed their willingness to surrender, and no one objected. In the original rumors, many people still had doubts about Chu Yan's strength, but after Chu Yan punched Commander Duan into scum just now, in the face of absolute strength, if you don't surrender, you will die. They just saw Chu Yan's methods, and knew that Chu Yan was not joking, so of course they didn't dare. Very good. Get up. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan nodded with a light smile, looked at the crowd, pondered for a moment, and said, "Since everyone has surrendered to me, I will give you a task to complete within 1 day." Chu Yan said lightly, "Please order from the gods. Please order from the heavenly trial." Everyone responded. In their view, Chu Yan was preparing to order the country to be changed, to become the emperor. Anyway, this kind of thing happened thousands of years ago. They only hope that Chu Yan will not kill too many people, and not be as cruel as the Yinyang Empress. Then luckily, Chu Yan glanced over everyone. Of course he guessed what they were thinking. However, for Chu Yan, such a small place cannot attract the slightest interest. His goal is the Zhongtian continent, or even the entire Haotian continent. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, and Chu Yan said in a deep voice, "In 1 day, order all the cities, as long as they are willing to leave here, all come to the imperial city to gather. I, Chu Yan, will take you away." Chu Yan's voice was not loud, but it shocked everyone's hearts. What? Everyone, leave. Does this Chu Yan want to move the whole country? Everyone stared at Chu Yan, dumbfounded, and the sea of consciousness buzzed, completely dumbfounded. Wrong. What the god Chu Yan said just now seems to be that he is willing to leave. Could it be that this is voluntary, not forced? Didn't you hear it? Do you want me to repeat it? Chu Yan's face darkened, and he shouted loudly. Hearing Chu Yan shout, everyone trembled, and suddenly they woke up in shock, and hurriedly said, God, you just said that you are willing to leave. Then, if someone is unwilling. Glancing at the anxious He Hongchang in front of him, Chu Yan nodded and said, Those who don't want to leave can stay here, I won't force it. Just to clarify, those who are willing to leave this place with me, and go to the outside world, can all join my Rakshasa soul heavenly sect. All disciples within the sect are treated equally. All kinds of mysterious and earth-level martial arts can be practiced at will. Boom! Chu Yan's words, like a thunderbolt in the clear sky, exploded in everyone's sea of consciousness. #C917 ready to leave. Hearing Chu Yan's words, everyone was completely dumbfounded. What? Earth-level exercises and martial arts, you can practice casually. How can that be? You know, among them, even if it is a middle-grade Xian-level kung fu or martial arts, it is almost a family heirloom of the strong family, not to mention the high-grade Xian-level kung fu that even the commander-in-chief may not be able to learn. Martial arts. However, just now Chu Yan said that as long as you go to the outside world and join some Rakshasa sect, you can practice earth-level exercises. When He Hongchang heard these words, his eyes went dark, and his body shook violently. Originally, when he heard that Chu Yan was leaving, he was ecstatic in his heart. In this way, he could really restore the title of the Red Snow Kingdom, and restore everything to the way it was 1,000 years ago. However, when he heard Chu Yan's decision, he was immediately stunned. He knew very well that with what Chu Yan said, I am afraid that more than 70% of the young warriors in the entire Divine Kingdom will choose to leave. In the future, I will establish a teleportation sect between the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect and the Red Snow Divine Kingdom. From then on, the Red Snow Divine Kingdom will no longer be isolated from the world, and all those who leave can come back at any time. In addition, there is one more thing. Anyone who wants to leave and join the Rakshasa Soul Sky Sect must pay 1 sky-level spirit grass, or 100 ground-level spirit grass as travel expenses. This matter is hereby decided. Anyone who disagrees will be killed without mercy. Chu Yan waved his hand, stopped He Hongchang who was about to continue speaking, and said, One day, at this time tomorrow, I will wait outside the gate of Anhuang City. I will not wait when it is too late. If you want to join the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong in the future, you can only participate in the entrance examination by yourself. Yes, I will obey. Immediately, everyone saw that Chu Yan had made up his mind, and there was no need to discuss this matter at all, so they stopped talking. Moreover, judging from the current situation, it seems that there is no harm to the people in their kingdom of God. You must know that for so many years, foreign races have continuously entered the scope of the kingdom of God. The strength of these foreign races from the outside world is obviously stronger than the warriors here. Regarding this, how can the warriors, who are also cultivators, be unreasonable to the outside world? Tempted. Well, you guys go. Chu Yan waved his hand. Said, I will go to Anhuang City immediately, and when the time comes, everyone will gather in Anhuang City. Yes. Everyone clapped their hands in response, then turned around and walked out of the courtyard. Master Wu Gui, stay here for a while. Chu Yan glanced at Wu Gui who was not far away, and said. Swish. With a wave of his hand, the map of mountains, rivers, and beasts shot out thousands of rays of light, and Wu Hong's figure immediately appeared 10 steps in front of Chu Yan. Father! Wu Hong, who was full of surprise, immediately cried out in surprise when he saw Wu Gui. He was included in the map of mountains, rivers, and beasts by Chu Yan, but he can still hear everything that happened outside. For Chu Yan, he is now completely convinced, because he is different from others, but he has witnessed the whole process. Hunger. Seeing Wuhun appearing, Wu Gui suddenly felt a hunger in his stomach. He quickly turned around and bowed to Chu Yan. Thank you, God. You're welcome. We're leaving now, heading to Anhuang City. Chu Yan waved his hand, pondered for a while, and then said, You are the same. If you want to leave here, prepare as soon as possible. After saying that, Chu Yan, Wu Gui, and Wu Hong flew towards Anhuang City together. After returning to Anhuang City, Chu Yan didn't go to the Hallmaster's mansion again, and flew directly to the North Gate Tower, which is the gate that he entered Anhuang City when he came out of the Red Mist Forest. This is the closest place to the Red Mist Forest, and from here through the Red Mist Forest, Chu Yan will leave road signs all the way. It will be much easier and the time will be faster. Swish. Chu Yan landed on the tower, sat cross-legged directly, swallowed a bottle of Jiuxiao golden pill, and began to practice. After Wu Gui and Wu Hong bid farewell, they returned to the Hallmaster's mansion and began to prepare for their departure. Countless soldiers on the city tower were shocked when they saw Chu Yan sitting cross-legged. Up to now, the death of Empress Yang at the hands of Chu Yan has spread throughout the 9 great cities, horrifying everyone. Seeing Chu Yan practicing on the top of the city gate, the soldiers were taken aback, and quickly closed the entire city gate to prevent anyone from approaching, so as not to disturb Chu Yan. Chu Yan waited while cultivating. The sun rose and the moon set, and the day passed quickly. At dawn the next day, Chu Yan slowly woke up from his practice. At this time, he had recovered nearly 70% of his strength, and the recovery speed was getting faster and faster. Now even the color of his hair has changed back to black. Following Dongfang Daliang, more and more people gathered towards the city gate. Chu Yan stood up and looked towards the empty plain in front of the city gate. It turned out that it was full of people, at least no less than 100 million people. This should be enough. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan nodded with a chuckle. These people were all prepared by him for the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. The mountain gate is about to be rebuilt. With the current reputation of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, it may be extremely difficult to recruit disciples, but with these people, it will not be a problem at all. Most of these people have a solid foundation in cultivation, and what they lack is only high-level exercises and martial arts, and this is exactly what the Rakshasa Soul sect does not lack. Therefore, once these people start to practice high-level exercises, it will not take long for their strength to increase greatly. How could Chu Yan let go of such a good thing? Meet the gods. Meet the gods. Hallmaster Wu Gui and the elders of the Hallmasters of various cities and other strong men gathered in front of Chu Yan and bowed down to pay homage. Chu Yan glanced across, looked at everyone, and nodded slightly. In this kingdom of God, there are about tens of billions of people and 1 billion warriors. Basically, 1/10 of the warriors decide to leave with Chu Yan. This number is basically within the range of Chu Yan's guess. How many people in total? Chu Yan asked lightly. Return to the gods, a total of 130 million warriors. Wu Gui replied. Well, okay, let them get ready, I will immediately open the space channel. Chu Yan nodded, and then with a big wave of his hand, the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts flew out from the Rakshasa space, turning into a colorful streamer, shooting towards the sky not far away. Thousands of rays of light illuminated it, and the picture of mountains, rivers, and myriad beasts hung in the air. The golden scroll slowly opened, and with a sudden shock, it shot a beam of light toward the empty space on the ground, turning into a huge space passageway 3 times the size of a city gate. Facing a total of 130 million people, it is of course impossible for Chu Yan to collect them one by one. That would be too slow, so he can only open the passage in the map of mountains, rivers, and beasts and let them enter by themselves. Moreover, these people have to pay travel expenses, 130 million people, how much spiritual grass is that? In this divine kingdom, there are no yuanjing, high-level martial arts, or high-level spirit treasures. The only thing that is abundant is that it is isolated from the world, and it is rich in various spirit herbs. This point, when Chu Yan arrived in Anhuangcheng on the first day, he had already investigated it clearly. #C918 arrive. In less than a moment, the space channel of the mountains, rivers, and beasts was completely opened, and Chu Yan immediately ordered to start. Wu Gui handed over his command, and immediately took several hall masters and elders, flew to the passage near the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts, and began to give orders to enter one by one from city to city, while collecting tolls and maintaining order. Because they are all warriors, under the unfolding movement, suddenly, hundreds of millions of people, like a rushing river, formed a large black tide, rushing towards the spacetime channel at high speed. That scene was extremely spectacular. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was ecstatic in his heart. This time, not only can he solve the problem of the number of Rakshasa sect disciples, but he can also harvest a lot of spiritual herbs. This trip is definitely a big profit. However, there are 130 million warriors, even if they are all flying fast, but the number is too much, and Chu Yan opened 2 more spacetime channels, and the speed suddenly increased a lot. In the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts, there is a space of hundreds of millions of miles. Although there are no buildings, it is not a big problem to just stay for a while. It took a full 3 hours, and all 130 million warriors entered the map of mountains, rivers, and beasts. Okay. The Red Snow Kingdom will be handed over to you, and I will come back again when I have time. Chu Yan took a few pieces of stored jade talismans from Wu Gui, and after seeing him jumping into the spacetime channel, he nodded in satisfaction, put all the jade talismans and the pictures of mountains, rivers, and beasts into the Rakshasa space, turned around and said to Elder He Hongchang, "God, you must come back." He Hongchang bowed his body and saluted. These were not polite words, they were all his sincere words. As the first elder, many things are seen more thoroughly than others. Therefore, this time, he is very clear that from now on, Hongshua Divine Kingdom may be true to what Chu Yan said, and it is impossible to be isolated from the world. Therefore, Chu Yan, a big backer, is the key to ensuring the safety of their Hongshua Kingdom. Okay. Chu Yan waved his hand, casually, without further words. He jumped up and headed towards the distant red mist forest. After leaving this time, Chu Yan will of course come back again, because he knows that there are still many warriors here who are hesitant. After mastering the earth-level skills, I believe that more than half of the next batch of warriors will leave here. At that time, the number of Rakshasa Soul Sky sect may exceed 500 million. It basically has the foundation of a powerful sect in the Zhongtian continent. After rushing into the boundless red mist forest, Chu Yan's consciousness and vision were instantly suppressed. In the eyes, there is a faint red mist, as if walking in the clouds, without a sense of direction at all. Putting his consciousness out and activating the unicorn pupil at the same time, Chu Yan carefully explored the fluctuations in the surrounding space, and searched for the signpost he left behind at that time. Soon, Chu Yan strode forward according to the frequency of void fluctuations. Chu Yan's route is extremely weird, going left and right for a while, and sometimes jumping a few big steps. If an outsider sees it, they will not understand it at all. But Chu Yan is very clear that walking according to the frequency of void fluctuations is the real way forward. And the speed through the red mist is also the fastest, otherwise even if it is 100 steps away, it may take a day. After walking for an hour, he slowly approached the inner area of the red mist forest. Here, Chu Yan quickly found the signposts left by him. At the same time, the density of the red mist forest also reached its peak. Immediately, Chu Yan's consciousness and vision were compressed to about 200 steps every time, which reduced his action speed by more than 30%. However, compared with the last time I came here, the scope of my spiritual consciousness has doubled now, which has a lot to do with my strength improvement in the past few days. After finding the road sign, it was of great help to Chu Yan. As time passed, Chu Yan hurried on the road with all his strength, hoping to get out of this red mist forest as soon as possible. For those monsters that occasionally rushed out of the fog, Chu Yan basically punched them one by one, not giving them a chance to get close at all, and at the same time not letting them affect his speed. During these 2 days of practice and healing, the power of the hundreds of Tianyang golden pills that I swallowed last time was completely exhausted, and my cultivation base has once again increased by a small realm, reaching the peak of the 3rd heaven of the Tongtian realm, which is far from the 4th heaven. But one step away. After walking through the red mist for 3 hours, Chu Yan felt that he had entered the periphery of the red mist forest, and his confidence suddenly increased, and his speed increased again. Walking in the mist, Chu Yan kept thinking. This time, if he went to the Blood Sea in the spiritual realm, if he could meet the heaven-defying inheritance and raise his cultivation level a few more levels, then he would have the strength to challenge Yifeng. With Tianjia warriors, Yifeng's leaping combat power is not weaker than Chu Yan's. Therefore, with Chu Yan's current cultivation base, he is not Yifeng's opponent for the time being. However, Chu Yan believes that there is still more than half a year, which is definitely enough. There was a faint red mist in front of him. The further Chu Yan walked, the more irritable he felt, as if he would never go to the end. The next moment, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he stepped out, and the sight in his eyes was wide open. Ha ha ha, finally came out. Looking up, there is an endless expanse of land, mountains and mountains, the sky is clear and cloudless. The moment Chu Yan walked out of the red mist forest, the haze in Chu Yan's heart was swept away, and his face was full of joy. This trip to the red mist forest took Chu Yan 7 or 8 days, and it was less than 2 days before the opening of the Blood Sea in the spiritual domain. Time was running out. Chu Yan didn't dare to stay in the slightest, swallowed the next 9 profound golden pill, and rose directly from the ground, his figure straight into the sky. After identifying the direction a little bit, and finding out the direction of the central region, Chu Yan turned into a shocking rainbow, which instantly increased by 100 times, and he was flying fast all the way. Chu Yan must first send everyone in the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts back to the Raksha Soul Tianzong, and then go to the Blood Sea in the spiritual realm, otherwise, if there is any accident, the loss will be great. Fortunately, Chu Yan's cultivation base and strength have soared, and his flying speed has more than doubled than before. Otherwise, the time for this journey is really too late. However, even if it is too late, Chu Yan is not afraid. In the general secret realm of inheritance, during the trial, the entrance of the passage is always open, and the space passage will not be closed until the end of the trial. In that case, Chu Yan would only enter a day or 2 later than others, and would be at a slight disadvantage. However, this time, the journey was extremely smooth. Chu Yan returned to the Black Lake in the central region, opened the space leading to the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, put everyone in the space, and confessed a few words to the bull demon, and immediately rushed to the Valley of the Sky. After Chu Yan hurried all the way and consumed a whole bottle of 9 profound gold pill, he finally arrived at the Vault of Heaven half a day earlier. #C9192 Light Doors. The Vault of God Valley is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and mountains on one side. Looking down from the sky, it looks like huge islands, but one side is closely connected with the mountains of the mainland. Kangqiangshan Valley covers an area of thousands of miles. Standing at the mouth of the valley and looking at it at a glance, except for the towering mountain peaks in the valley, there is almost no edge to be seen. At this time, at the mouth of the valley, on the vast beach near the sea, 2 light gates, like the gates of a city, stood majestically. Huh? Could it be that the Sea of Blood in the spiritual domain has already been opened? Chu Yan descended from the air, landed firmly in front of the 2 huge light gates, and looked around. At this time, many warriors gathered in all directions. Obviously, like Chu Yan, they were warriors who had just arrived here. On the sea in the distance, the sky is full of human figures flying across the sky, like petrels skimming the sea, sometimes rushing up and sometimes sliding down, as if tens of thousands of people are performing a grand flying martial arts performance. What's the situation? What are these people doing? Chu Yan glanced at the sea in the distance, his face turned cold, and he murmured full of doubts. The scene on the sea in the distance is really weird. Tens of thousands of warriors do not enter the passage of light, but fly randomly on the sea not far away. What is the situation? By the way, what about Zhang Tian? He came before me, so he should have arrived long ago. Chu Yan pondered for a while, then thought of Zhang Tian. A few days ago, when he entered the Red Mist Forest, Zhang Tian came to understand the situation of the Blood Sea in the spiritual domain, so he should know what was going on. As a result, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness dispersed, flocked to the messy crowd in all directions, and began to look for traces of Zhang Tian. However, after 3 breaths, Chu Yan withdrew his consciousness full of disappointment, and did not find Zhang Tian at all. Strange, Zhang Tian came several days before me, how could he not be here? After thinking for a while, Chu Yan looked at the 2 huge light gates near the entrance of the valley, and then, with a flash of his figure, he swept towards the light gates. However, when Chu Yan just walked in front of the 2 light gates, he was blocked by a figure. My friend, there is still half a day to open the Blood Sea in the spiritual domain, so we can't pass through it for the time being. A young man in a white robe. Blocking Chu Yan in front of the light gate, he introduced in a very polite tone. That's it. Chu Yan looked around, and sure enough, apart from himself, there were no less than 100,000 warriors in all directions. All of them were waiting patiently in front of Taniguchi, and no one was coming towards the light gate. There is no opening time. Excuse me, what are those people flying around on the sea? Chu Yan pointed to the sea surface, not far away, and asked the white-robed man in front of him. They are collecting spirit water beads. The man in white robe replied. Spiritual water beads. What are they used for? Chu Yan was stunned, and then asked. It seems that this little brother is coming to the spiritual realm of Blood Sea for the first time, so why not, let me introduce you. The white-robed man was obviously a deacon sent to maintain order in the vault of God Valley. Hearing Chu Yan's question, he chuckled, spoke slowly, and introduced it in detail. Every time the Sea of Blood in the spiritual domain opens, if you want to enter this light gate passage, you must hold a spiritual water polo before you can enter, otherwise, you will be attacked by the forbidden in the light gate. Even if you are a strong martial artist, it must be lost. This spirit water polo is on the surface of the sea over there. It was conceived in the endless ocean. It has high spirituality. If ordinary warriors want to obtain it, they must look for talent, martial soul, strength, and other factors. At least one of them is extraordinary. It is only possible to grab the spirit water polo. However, even if you get the spirit water polo, you may not be able to enter this light gate channel, because each session of the light gate channel restricts the number of talented warriors who can enter. The number of spirit water beads bred in the sea does not exceed 100,000. In this way, some people get more, and some people get less. In the end, the 50,000 people who get the most spirit water beads can enter it. Therefore, many warriors will always snatch the spirit water balls on the sea. I hope try to get as many as possible, so as not to be eliminated because the number of spirit water beads is not enough when the light gate channel is opened. After a while, under the detailed introduction of the white-robed man, Chu Yan finally understood the elimination rules of this light gate channel, and could not help but secretly nodded, saying, I see, thank you. After thanking the white-robed man, Chu Yan pondered in his heart. Unexpectedly, the competition in this sea of blood in the spiritual realm was so fierce that even the qualification to enter the light gate passage needed to be snatched and competed for. The point is, you don't know how many spiritual water balls other people have obtained, whether you have entered the quota of 50,000 people, etc. In this way, you have to keep getting spiritual water balls to ensure that you will not be eliminated. As for the way to get the spirit water beads, one is to go to the sea to grab them, and the other, of course, is to snatch or buy them directly. In short, this is also a fierce competition. Thinking of this, Chu Yan couldn't help but smiled slightly, and walked towards the beach, not far away. "Excuse me, are you Chu Yan?" Chu Yan didn't take a few steps. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Suddenly, he froze, stopped, and turned around slowly. This is a young warrior wearing a fiery red robe, looking at Chu Yan questioningly. "Yes, I am Chu Yan, may I ask who you are?" Chu Yan nodded, and replied, he can be sure that he has never seen this young warrior who is wearing a fire-colored robe, and suddenly asked with a puzzled face. "I'm Jingdong, who belongs to the Alchemy League, and was entrusted by someone to bring you a message." "Master Chu, please show your alchemist identity Jade Talisman." "I will verify it and give you the message Jade Talisman." The young man in the fire robe looked at Chu Yan and said. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded, took out the alchemy identity jade charm, and handed it to the other party. Soon, the other party injected a burst of true energy, and after confirming Chu Yan's identity information, he took out a jade talisman, handed it to Chu Yan, and said, "This is a communication jade talisman used inside my Dan League, and there is an identity on it. The jade talisman's confirmation restriction can only be opened by you, but this communication jade talisman is a one-time use and can only be checked once. Please pay attention to it when Master Chu reads it." After the young man in the fire robe finished speaking, he handed the jade talisman in his hand to Chu Yan, heaved a sigh of relief, bowed his hands to Chu Yan, and then turned and left. After taking the communication jade talisman, Chu Yan already guessed that this should be a message Zhang Tian left for himself. Zhang Tian came here nearly 10 days earlier than himself. According to the agreement between the two, they met at Taniguchi. However, now that Chu Yan searched all over Taniguchi, he couldn't find Zhang Tian. Yan is a communication jade talisman. In this case, apart from Zhang Tian, it is absolutely impossible to be the second person. Moreover, Chu Yan is sure that the reason why Zhang Tian didn't wait for him here must be explained in detail in the jade talisman. Immediately, Chu Yan aroused his true energy and poured it into the jade talisman. Immediately, a large piece of text gushed out of the jade talisman and rushed into his sea of consciousness. #C920 Xuanwu Shui Jun. What is recorded in the communication jade talisman is the important information that Zhang Tian left for Chu Yan. Chu Yan, 10 days ago, there was a group of 15 people who had the priority to enter the spiritual realm of Blood Sea. I met Yu Qing of the Emperor Zone and the top 10 of the Emperor list, and found out an important piece of news, which was related to Situ Yang's life and death. The matter is urgent. I can only enter the spiritual realm of blood with Yu Qing and the others first. The spiritual blood sea will open in 10 days. You only need the spiritual water beads on the surface of the sea to enter. I have found out. According to previous information records, as long as you get 5 spiritual water beads to enter the spiritual blood sea, there is basically no problem. I believe you can get it. Those 2 gates of light lead to the 1000 Nether Canyon and Heavenly Sacrifice Altar. The place I went to was exactly the 1000 Nether Canyon. Go to the Heavenly Altar, that's where the inheritance of the Blood Sea in the spiritual realm is. Let's try to meet up there. Finally, be careful of Hong Tianpeng and the top 10 on the imperial list. How many of them did not enter in advance? There must be some conspiracy. Be careful. After Zhang Tian's message, after Chu Yan read it, the jade talisman in his hand split open and turned into star-like spiritual power of heaven and earth, which dissipated in the void. Situ Yang. Chu Yan's face was startled, and his mind tightened suddenly. According to what Zhang Tian said, Situ Yang is in danger. Could it be that they found out about the looting of the emperor's treasury last time and sent someone to deal with Situ Yang? Chu Yan was very clear about Situ Yang's abilities. It was basically impossible for ordinary warriors to deal with Situ Yang, who was carrying countless jade talismans with spiritual patterns, and it was only possible for a giant like the emperor's sect. Although Chu Yan and Situ Yang had been mentally prepared when they ransacked the treasure house of the emperor's own, it was only a matter of time before they found out with the strength and background of the emperor's own. However, it's only been a few days, even the emperor of the 8 ancient sects, it is impossible to find him so quickly. Since Zhang Tian is gone, with Situ Yang and the 2 joining forces, it shouldn't be a big problem. Chu Yan is naturally clear about Situ Yang's ability to escape, and it is the last thing to do. It should be no problem to use the last time's hidden talisman and invisibility talisman to escape from the warriors under the strong Wu Zuanjing. The Sea of Blood in the spiritual domain restricts the entry of warriors below the martial arts realm. Get some spiritual water beads first. Immediately, Chu Yan strode out. Walked towards the sea not far away. After dodging a few times, Chu Yan arrived at the seaside a few miles away, and looked up into the sky. I saw countless silhouettes of warriors flying up, down, left, and right in the air, and in front of them, there was a small black dot like a finger, like a drop of water, walking all over the sky. The speed was extremely fast, lightning flashed and shadows. Most people think it's really not easy to catch. With a sweep of consciousness, there are nearly 30,000 water-drop-shaped spiritual water beads in the air. Presumably some warriors who came earlier have harvested what they think is enough, and returned to Taniguchi to wait. In less than half a day, there are still so many. Chu Yan was startled. Glancing at the countless warriors in the air, all of them were bursting with breath, powerful body skills, spiritual treasures, martial arts, and they were displayed one after another. When the spiritual water beads are used, they will also sneak attack other warriors, triggering battles. On the entire sea, the power is overwhelming. Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and the pupils of the unicorn unfolded. In an instant, all the figures of warriors and the trajectory of the spiritual water beads were taken into his eyes. Swish! Chu Yan's figure flashed, and he flew to a remote corner in the distance. Because there are few spiritual water beads here, there are basically no warriors, so naturally, they will not attract attention. What a strong water breath! Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness locked a few spiritual water beads, and after a little investigation, he found that these spiritual water beads contain strong water essence, which should be the pure water spirit contained in the sea. Try the Xuanhu Wuhun. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness communicates with the Xuanhu soul in the sea of consciousness, and he is planning to use the power of Xuanhu. It must be easier to harvest these spirit water beads. If Suzaku is the flame emperor, then Xuanhu is the ancestor of water and sea, controlling all water spirits in the world, and is the sole master of all oceans, rivers, and other water spirits in the world. Crash! With the movement of Xuanhu Wuhun, a wave of water surged up in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, making the sound of waves breaking the sky. Okay. What? What? In the distance, among the crowd of warriors flying all over the sky, suddenly a few strange eyes cast over. The eyes were full of doubts. Just now they felt an extremely powerful force of water. These warriors are all extremely powerful existences of water attributes and martial arts. Therefore, when the power of Xuanwu's martial soul gushed out of Chu Yan's body, their hearts were all ruthless. Shake it! Damn, so strong! After Chu Yan connected with Xuanwu divine sense, he was shocked. Through the power of Xuanwu's martial soul, Chu Yan's consciousness turned into a giant web, centered on himself, and spread in all directions, like an expanding spider web, and those water spirit beads all were enveloped in it, a total of more than 34,000, without missing a single one. More importantly, Chu Yan can collect all the water spirit orbs into the Rakshasa space with just one thought. Haha, Emperor Xuanhuan is indeed the Emperor of Water, so powerful. Chu Yan was ecstatic in his heart. He didn't expect that the basalt spirit who had just been promoted to 3 stars was so powerful. Maybe, his strength and combat power would be greatly improved on the surface of the sea in the future. However, there are so many people here who want to enter the Sea of Blood in the spiritual domain. I practice martial arts, and I can't cut off the path of other people's cultivation. Most of them should go to the Thousand Nether Canyon to hunt for treasure. Either way. Chu Yan shook his head, suppressing the idea of taking away all the water spirit orbs. After all, these water spirit orbs are like tickets, and they have no other purpose except to obtain the qualification to enter the Blood Sea channel in the spiritual realm. All the water spirit beads were taken away, and after entering the light gate, they all became waste products. Swish! With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, his consciousness trembled, and with the help of Xuanwu's martial soul, he directly attracted 10 spiritual water beads into the Rakshasa space. According to Zhantian's information, 5 can basically qualify to enter the Blood Sea of the spiritual domain, and if you grab 10 by yourself, you should be sure. After collecting the water spirit beads, Chu Yan's figure flickered, ready to return to Taniguchi to refine the Qi of the 5 elements. The Qi of the 5 elements, also known as Xiantian Qi, has infinite uses, and is about to enter the bloody sea of the spiritual realm. Chu Yan plans to prepare more for emergencies. But, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Swish! 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 5 piercing sounds suddenly sounded, rushing directly to the sea, blocking Chu Yan's way. #C921 commit suicide. These 5 figures had a rainbow-like aura, and their whole body was full of true energy. Their powerful cultivation made the warriors around them avoid them one after another. Chu Yan, if you want to get the water spirit beads and enter the Sea of Blood in the spiritual realm, you deserve it too. Under a shout full of disdain, the 5 figures looked at Chu Yan at the same time, all of them sneered. These 5 people were none other than 4 of the top 10 in the 5 imperial list, led by Hong Tianpeng. The sound of shouting was like a thunderclap, which made the originally calm seaside become noisy in an instant. The warriors around stopped their movements one after another, looked sideways, and when they saw who these 5 people were, they all looked surprised. The Emperor's 10 geniuses. They surrounded that black-robed boy. What do they want to do? In the blink of an eye, the figures of the 5 people moved together, divided into 5 directions, and surrounded Chu Yan without leaving a single gap. Hong Tianpeng. Chu Yan looked at the person in front of him, frowned suddenly, and said coldly. I beat you up last time, didn't I beat you enough? Don't think you can stop me because there are so many people this time. With a cold drink, Chu Yan's eyes were like lightning, his body surged with true energy, and he suddenly moved. The next moment, Chu Yan's body, like a swimming dragon and swift snake, turned into a surge of lightning, which brought out after images. Before the 5 people could react, they had already flashed past a few people and escaped from their encirclement. The whole process was like flowing water. Hong Tianpeng and the others didn't even react. What? His strength has improved again. Hong Tianpeng's face changed drastically, and when he looked at Chu Yan again, his eyes were full of horror. Only a few days have passed since the battle in Xuanhuan City. At that time I was able to fight Chu Yan a few times, but now it seems that Chu Yan's strength has already left me far away. In this way, it is extremely difficult to suppress Chu Yan in Jiuxiao. No. Surround him, don't let him escape. Hong Tianpeng reacted instantly. with fiery eyes, he roared loudly. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and stop him." As soon as the words came out, the 4 people behind him all flashed and chased after Chu Yan. However, Chu Yan's figure was as fast as lightning, and under the twists and turns, it was obviously several levels higher than their body skills, and they couldn't stop them at all. "Everyone, I am Huangzong Hong Tianpeng. Please help me intercept Chu Yan. My emperor is willing to give a treasure, to thank you." As soon as the words landed, hundreds of warriors rushed out of the crowd of warriors all around, and they all stood around Hong Tianpeng, looking at Chu Yan, their eyes flickering. Chu Yan. Offended. "Haha, the emperor's promise, then I'm sorry. A boy who reaches the 3rd level of the sky, watch me make a move. Good opportunity, stop him, and you can get the emperor's treasure." These martial artists who heard Hong Tianpeng's voice, all rushed towards Chu Yan with flickering figures. In fact, as early as a few days ago, Hong Tianpeng had already communicated with warriors from all sides in private, asking them to help him before the opening of the spiritual domain Blood Sea. With the face and treasures of Emperor Zong and Hong Tianpeng, the top 10 in the imperial list, these warriors naturally supported, and the number of them was no less than 10,000. However, in their view, so many people are needed to deal with a little Chu Yan, so most of them chose to wait and see. Seeing this scene, Hong Tianpeng sneered, and led a large group of warriors to attack Chu Yan. What a shameless emperor sect, but with just a few water spirit beads, he made such a big deal. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. Chu Yan glanced over with his eyes and consciousness, and found that in addition to the hundreds of warriors attacking him, other warriors also began to move their bodies, gradually forming a huge encirclement circle, obviously wanting to limit themselves to 10,000 steps in a radius. At this moment, Chu Yan was suddenly furious, his eyes were filled with flames, and his face was full of coldness. Unexpectedly, Huangzong actually used the days before the opening of the Blood Sea in the spiritual domain to almost collude with most of the warriors to deal with him. Originally, I didn't want to collect too many spiritual water beads, but the emperor contacted everyone and wanted to deal with him, which made Chu Yan completely angry. "Since you don't want me to get the spiritual water bead, then none of you want to get it. Emperor Xuanhuan." With a low shout from Chu Yan, the entire sea of consciousness exploded, and the Xuanhu soul roared upwards, and the majestic power of the martial soul surged out. Hum. In an instant, the void within a radius of 10 miles trembled slightly, and on the endless sea, there were huge waves and torrents, and the water spirit beads flying all over the sky stagnated for an instant, and all of them stopped, as if being swept away by an invisible force. Strength, grab it directly, and can't move a bit. Quan Nima, come here. With a loud roar, Chu Yan waved his hand, and tens of thousands of water spirit beads turned into flowing rain, and rushed towards Chu Yan in an instant, like thousands of rivers returning to the sea. All of them were collected into the Rakshasa space. The whole world suddenly fell silent. In midair, not a single water spirit orb was left. All of them were swept away. What? How is this possible? Seeing the endless aura surging between the heaven and the earth, the sea surface seemed to be boiling, all the water spirit beads flocked to Chu Yan, and disappeared one after another. When all the warriors woke up, they looked at the sky again, only the clear sky and white clouds were left, and the shadow of the water spirit orb was there. It was cleaner than a washed pocket. In an instant, everyone attacked Chu Yan's figure, stopped suddenly, turned their heads, and swept the sky all around, but they couldn't see anything at all. All the water spirit orbs were collected by Chu Yan, not a single one was left behind. Oh my God! What the hell is going on here? Hong Tianpeng and the tens of thousands of warriors who were stunned all over the sky were all stupid. Even a large number of martial artists at the valley entrance in the distance all turned their heads and looked at this side, all of them stared wide-eyed, stunned. more than 30,000 water spirit orbs, all gone. What method did that Chu Yan use to collect all the water spirit beads in one go? Hee, all the water spirit orbs are here with me, everyone, bye. Chu Yan sneered, and under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, before everyone could react, he rushed to the two light gates in the distance, and landed firmly within the range of the light gates. This place is the place where the light door channel is opened, and there are powerful prohibition guards. No one dares to attack without authorization, otherwise, even if you are a strong martial artist, you will only lose your share. Chu Yan, you are courting death. When Hong Tianpeng heard Chu Yan's words, he woke up instantly, and roared loudly with fury on his face. After he and the 4 top 10 in the imperial list arrived at the entrance of the Blood Sea in the spiritual domain, he has been busy contacting the strong from all sides, designing to round up Chu Yan, and did not spare time to harvest the water spirit beads, so now, they also have not a single water spirit orb. In this way, when the spiritual domain Blood Sea opens, I don't even have the qualification to enter. Thinking of this, Hong Tianping's face completely turned into a pig's liver color. He never thought that his careful layout would end up like this in the end. Everyone, we must not let Chu Yan take away all the water spirit beads. Otherwise, none of us will be able to enter the spiritual realm of blood. Hong Tianpeng looked at the tens of thousands of warriors around and shouted loudly. #C922 Big Deal. Hearing Hong Tianping's words, tens of thousands of warriors in the audience woke up one after another, especially those warriors who didn't even have a water spirit orb on their bodies. All of them had red eyes, panting like a cow, and stared fiercely at Chu Yan in front of the Guanmen. Chu Yan, you can't do this. Hand over the water spirit orb, or you will die. That's right, we haven't got the water spirit orb yet, you can't do that. Under the instigation of Hong Tianpeng, tens of thousands of warriors all surrounded the huge light gate and shouted at Chu Yan. Tens of thousands of warriors surrounded the two huge light gates tightly, all of them were full of anger, as if they were about to erupt like a large volcano, all their consciousness and eyes locked on Chu Yan. Tens of thousands Dao breath gathered together, the momentum was shocking, as if it was going to swallow and drown Chu Yan completely in an instant. Fuck. If you have the guts to attack me, try. Seeing this, Chu Yan was unmoved at all, and immediately uttered a terrifying roar, which sounded like thunder in the sky. There was a roar, and the audience fell silent. The crowd of warriors who were still aggressive and furious just now suddenly woke up like ice and snow under the roar of this voice, and their complexion suddenly changed. Chu Yan, within the range of the light gate. Everyone, I won't accompany you. Chu Yan's face was indifferent, and he sat cross-legged and started to practice. Just now he was only going to collect 10 water spirit orbs, as long as he can guarantee to enter the bloody sea of the spiritual domain, but he did not expect that Emperor Zong and this group of people colluded together and wanted to round him up. Since they committed suicide by themselves, Chu Yan, naturally, they will not be polite to them. As for this outrage. Joke. When has Chu Yan been afraid of such a thing? With his eyes slightly closed, Chu Yan's mind was restrained, and he didn't even need to release his divine sense. Within this gate of light, even if a few big brothers from the Emperor's sect came over, they would not dare to attack without authorization. Not to mention the forbidden attack, they may not be able to resist, even if they resist, if they interfere with the opening of the Blood Sea in the spiritual domain. Even more serious, causing the Blood Sea in the spiritual domain to never open again, the consequences would be serious. Therefore, no one would dare to attack the light gate channel casually. Chu Yan's current position is absolutely extremely safe. After immersing his mind, Chu Yan communicated with the unicorn martial soul, extracted the soul stone in the Rakshasa space, and began to refine the qi of the 5 elements. Because refining the qi of the 5 elements mainly depends on the Qilin Wuhun, and Chu Yan is only responsible for providing soul stones and true qi, so basically there is no need to worry about it, and he will concentrate on restoring the old wounds of the internal organs and restoring blood essence. Chu Yan. Hong Tianpeng saw Chu Yan sitting down and began to practice. When the tens of thousands of warriors in front of him were all empty, his face turned blue with anger, and his eyes were bloodshot, but there was nothing he could do. If there is no spiritual water bead, it is impossible to enter the bloody sea of the spiritual realm. After half a day, when the light door channel opens, the fun will be great. It has never happened before that tens of thousands of blood seas are opened in the spiritual realm. It has never happened that one person packs all the water spirit beads. Of course, no one has this ability at all. Even if there is, no one would dare to do so, let alone being retaliated by other warriors. Even if it is his own sect, it may be subject to the fire of public anger and cause great trouble. But in the face of Chu Yan, Hong Tianpeng couldn't think of any way at all. This Chu Yan, in the Zhongtian continent, does not seem to belong to any sect, and even the two holy places far away in the extreme north continent belong to the territory of the 8 ancient sects. They can be threatening. Spiritual water bead. Chu Yan, hand over the spiritual water bead. Hong Tianpeng, who became more and more angry with his thoughts, could only roar loudly, and roared at Chu Yan. Not bad. Chu Yan, hurry up and hand over the spirit water beads. More than 30,000 spirit water beads. Do you want to swallow all the treasures and inheritances of Jiuxiao Canyon and the heavenly altar by yourself? Chu Yan, if you are like this, all of US will chase you down, leaving you with nowhere to follow and nowhere to go. Good. Hearing Hong Tianpeng's words, the tens of thousands of warriors around shouted one after another, with murderous intent rushing all over their bodies, and their eyes spewing fire. If eyes can kill, Chu Yan, who is in the gate of light, may have turned into flying ash hundreds of times. When Hong Tianpeng saw this scene, a sneer flashed across his angry eyes. If Chu Yan really does not hand over the spirit water beads today, this public outrage will never escape. At that time, no matter where Chu Yan goes in the entire Zhongtian continent, he will definitely be unable to move an inch. Just because of you, you also want to hunt and kill me? Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, with a sneer. I have the secret skill to change my appearance, and I also got the invisibility and invisible spirit patterns from Situ Yang. If I want to chase and kill myself, if I don't have the strength above the middle Wu Zuanjing, I'm afraid I won't even be able to find a single hair of myself. He Dan hunt. However, let's not talk about the future. In front of me, I hold more than 30,000 water spirit beads in my hand. As long as I enter the light gate passage behind me, these water spirit beads will all become waste products. It's better. Thinking of this, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more intense. Everyone, Chu Yan, have always been easy to talk, and naturally I will not let you lose the opportunity to enter the bloody sea of the spiritual domain. Chu Yan smiled lightly, opened his mouth calmly, looked at the tens of thousands of warriors in front of him, and said, The Jiuxiao Canyon in the Sea of Blood and the spiritual domain, I heard that there are countless rare treasures, and any one you get is priceless, and it will greatly benefit everyone's strength. Thinking about it makes me very excited. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the warriors around were stunned for a moment. Isn't this nonsense? If it wasn't for these rare treasures, would it be necessary for him to come to the spiritual realm of Blood Sea every time? Moreover, if one is not careful and obtains the inheritance, it will simply soar into the sky and embark on the road to the pinnacle of martial arts. Thinking of this, the tens of thousands of warriors' eyes all shot out with Dao 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 Dao, and when they looked at Chu Yan again, they were all greedy. However, all of the spirit water beads are in my hands now, and you just helped the emperor besiege and kill me. Now it's not impossible to get the water spirit beads from me, but you have to pay a small price. Chu Yan smiled lightly. Cost? Paying the price, could it be trading water spirit beads? Hearing Chu Yan's words, everyone relaxed at the same time, and let out a long sigh of relief. Regardless of the price Chu Yan proposed, at least, he did not completely refuse to hand over the water Lingzhu. As long as he puts forward the conditions, it will be easy to handle. It is nothing more than paying some yuan jing. Those present are all talented fighters from various sects, all of whom are above the heaven-reaching realm, and there is no shortage of yuan jing in each of them. Soul Stone, 50,000 yuan, for a spirit water bead. For yuan jing, 100,000 yuan will be exchanged for one spirit water bead. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth raised, he smiled lightly, and quoted the price. #C923 Exchange Heads. Chu Yan's quotation was like a thunderbolt, and at the same time as it exploded, there was a large sound of gasping. Hiss. 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 What? Are you crazy? 50,000 soul stones, 100,000 yuan a day for a water spirit pearl, this is a sky-high price, no. It is a ninefold sky-high price. You know, in the past few days, in the Taniguchi trading area, a spirit water bead is only 1,000 yuan crystal. Now, Chu Yan directly increased the price by 100 times. Even if these people are all extremely rich, this 100,000 yuan crystal will almost make them bankrupt. All the people in the audience were shocked, and they almost couldn't stand still, so they just fell down. 100,000 yuan crystal, this is too expensive. Don't be afraid if it's too expensive, you can exchange it with soul stones, 1 yuan jing, but you can buy at least 5 soul stones. Chu Yan looked at the tens of thousands of rigid figures in front of him, and reminded with a light smile. This time, Chu Yan's main goal is the soul stone, because the soul stone is very special and can't be found everywhere. There are a few secret realms and trial places that will produce it, but because it can improve martial arts in the market, is very common. Now, in order to temper the qi of the 5 elements, Chu Yan is extremely short of soul stones, so he gave the soul stones a low price, hoping that they can all use soul stones to trade. In addition, if someone really uses yuan jing to exchange, Chu Yan is not short of money at all now. If there are more yuan jing, Chu Yan will consider using yuan jing to practice. Anyway, if Emperor Suzaku burns yuan jing, believe in the purified world there will be no shortage of spiritual power. The price he offered is of course higher than the trading area over Taniguchi, but Chu Yan has absolute confidence. I'm not afraid that these people won't give in. Now, even the trading area on Taniguchi's side, I believe they are also raising prices. Such a good opportunity, if you don't make a fortune, you will be a fool. Okay. 50,000 soul stones, I'll give them to you. Don't lie to me. A warrior. Walking out of the crowd, he said to Chu Yan. Believe it or not, just try it out and you'll know. Let me explain first, I have a total of more than 30,000 pieces here, first come first served. Wait for a while, maybe the price will increase. Chu Yan said with a casual smile on his face. What? First come first served. As soon as the words landed, everyone's expressions changed again. Correct. If one person uses the relatively safe 5 spirit water beads, that is a maximum of 6,000 places to enter the blood sea of the spirit realm, but they have nearly 100,000 warriors here. Damn. I'll take 5, this is 250,000 soul stones. A martial artist reacted instantly, took out a jade talisman, threw it to Chu Yan, and said anxiously. Chu Yan waved his hand, took the jade talisman, and swept away his consciousness. It was exactly 250,000 soul stones, enough to temper 25 qi of the 5 elements by himself. A gleam of joy appeared on Chu Yan's face, and finally he had a lot of soul stones. Here you are, 5 spirit water beads. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan put the soul stone and the jade talisman into the Rakshasa space, put in 5 spirit water beads, and threw it to the warrior. After receiving the jade talisman thrown by Chu Yan, the warrior inspected it for a while, and suddenly his expression softened, and he let out a long sigh of relief. With the spirit water beads, I can finally enter the spirit realm blood sea. The warrior put away the jade talisman, cupped his hands at Chu Yan, turned around and left. At this moment, the crowd of nearly 100,000 warriors boiled instantly, as if a pot had exploded. Brother Chu Yan, this is 200,000 yuan crystals, give me 2 spirit water beads. Here. I give you the soul stone, and give me the spirit water pearl. Don't grab it, give way, I'll come first, I want 3, and I'll give you yuan jing. Damn it, don't step on my foot, I'll just buy 1. For a while, the scene was almost out of control, and countless people rushed to Chu Yan, took out a lot of yuan jing and soul stones, and started snapping up spirit water beads. Damn it, there are so many rich people in the Zhongtian continent. When Chu Yan saw this scene, the corners of his eyes twitched suddenly. He didn't expect that among the crowd of 100,000 warriors, there were no fewer than a few thousand people with huge wealth. All line up for me, and those who don't line up don't sell. Seeing the figure rushing towards him from all directions, and the spittle stars flying all over the sky, Chu Yan immediately roared. The next moment, the figure flickered like flying, and a long queue of people suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yan. The long queue of thousands of people almost reached the mouth of the valley. As for the remaining tens of thousands of fighters, they didn't have so many yuan jing and soul stones on their bodies, and they were so anxious that some of them went straight to the nearest city. There are more than 30,000 spiritual water beads in total. If you are one step late, you might not be able to enter the spiritual realm of blood. In the hustle and bustle, Chu Yan collected a lot of soul stones and yuan crystals, and sold one by one spirit water beads at the same time, and the business went very smoothly. In less than a stick of incense, Chu Yan sold more than 10,000 spirit water beads. Looking at the mountains of soul stones and crystals in the Rakshasa space, Chu Yan couldn't close his mouth with a smile. Some time ago, Chu Yan was so poor that he didn't even have tens of thousands of yuan crystals to buy pills. Although he got better after looting the emperor's treasure house, there were very few yuan crystals and soul stones in the emperor's treasure house. Well now, the yuan jing and soul stones in the Rakshasa space are basically counted as piles, and they are still a huge pile of more than 10 feet high. It took a full hour to buy all the more than 30,000 spirit water beads, and Chu Yan only kept 500 for emergencies. Next, after Chu Yan announced that there were no spirit water beads, whether it was the seaside or the direction of Taniguchi, shocking battles broke out. You must know that among the nearly 100,000 warriors, there are a large number of yuan jing and soul stones. After all, they are a minority, so robbing is the only way for other warriors. However, the killing of tens of thousands of people has nothing to do with Chu Yan. After arranging the few hills in the Rakshasa space, Chu Yan raised his head, looked not far away, stared at Hong Tianpeng and the other 5 at him, couldn't help but chuckled, and said slowly, "Prince Hong, don't you want spirit water beads?" As soon as these words came out, the 5 of Hong Tianpeng were all startled. What is not wanting? There is nothing I can do now, okay. According to Hong Tianpeng's estimate, given their hostile relationship with Chu Yan would never sell them to them, so Hong Tianpeng didn't even queue up. However, he has already sent people to the direction of Taniguchi. No matter whether it is to buy or grab it, he will always get 25 spirit water beads. You are willing to sell it to us? Hong Tianpeng asked tentatively. Although Hong Tianpeng was full of doubts and felt that Chu Yan would not be so generous, he still wanted to know what kind of medicine Chu Yan was selling in the gourd. Of course, as long as you sell the soul stone and yuan jing. However, the 5 of you want to buy it, and the price has changed. After Chu Yan said that, his figure flashed, and he walked out of the light gate. Clang! There was a loud and clear sound of sword sting, and Chu Yan pulled back his hand, holding the Haoyan sword in his hand, and the sword energy surged out instantly. "This price is to exchange your heads." With a violent shout, the Haoyan sword in Chu Yan's hand shook, and the 5-colored sword light rushed out, slashing out with a wave of his hand. #C924-1 on 5. Chu Yan's sword came out very suddenly, without giving Hong Tianping any time to react. The moment the sword light fell, Hong Tianping was stunned. It was only when the 5-colored sword light had already cut towards them that they realized that Chu Yan's purpose of walking out of the light gate was to kill them. "Chu Yan, you are so courageous. Do you think that if your strength has improved, you will be the opponent of our top 5 opponents in the imperial list?" The 5 of Hong Tianping's faces darkened, and anger burst out from their eyes, and they were about to burst with anger. They never thought that he would dare to take the initiative to deal with him before the others. In this situation, they simply don't pay attention to their top 5 in the imperial list. Boom. 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 In the next breath, Hong Tianping and the other top 5 on the imperial list erupted with true energy in an instant, exploding with the sound of 5 explosions of energy, and under the surge of energy, they shot at the same time, and the 5 attacks blasted out like thunder and lightning, instantly slashing the incoming colorful sword light was smashed to pieces. "Chu Yan, die for me." The top 5 in the imperial list are all arrogant warriors with powerful combat power. After breaking Chu Yan's sword light, they reacted at the same time. In an instant, the 5 attacks, wrapped in sword glow, saber energy, and palm prints, slammed into Chu Yan. The speed was fast and the power was strong, showing the strength of the top 5 in the imperial list. Suddenly, in front of Chu Yan, 5 attacks struck fiercely with overwhelming force. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and he was prepared. Almost at the same time as they shot, Chu Yan's figure flashed, and he directly avoided the 5 attacks. Yulong Zhetian's movement method unfolded, and the 5-element Gangyuan released by the 16 inner alchemy. After fusion, the power increased greatly, making Chu Yan's movement speed as fast as lightning, pulling out after images of Taoism, and in the overwhelming attack in the middle, he kept flashing, and even the corners of his clothes were not wiped. "Call out." When Chu Yan flashed out of the attack range, the Haoyan sword in his hand erupted, and the 5-colored sword light suddenly slashed out. A bright sword light shot out directly, bringing a shocking sword power, and slashed straight at the young man on Hong Tianping's right. Boom. Click. The sword glow collided with the opponent's silver knife. There was a loud noise, and as they advanced together, there was the sound of a golden weapon exploding to death. The silver saber in the young man's hand was cut into 2 pieces by the Haoyan sword. A battle sword of the 5-star Lingbao level is not much harder than the speed in front of the 5th level Haoyan sword. The broken sword fell to the ground and made 2 crisp sounds, causing Hong Tianping and the other 5 people to open their mouths in shock. Their jaws almost dropped. What? What a joke! What kind of sword is this to cut off the 5-layer Lingbao of the heaven-reaching realm with one sword? It's impossible. The long sword in Chu Yan's hand is Wuzun Lingbao. Hong Tianping and the other 5 were stunned. They could only feel the humming in the sea of consciousness, and they were instantly stunned. They have also experienced countless battles, big and small. As the princes of various empires, and they are also the top 10 arrogances in the imperial list, which one of the spiritual weapons they use is not the best spiritual weapon, and they have always been the weapons they cut off others. When was cut off by someone else's sword. Whoosh! Just when Hong Tianping and the others were stunned for a moment, a black shadow charged violently from not far away. With a long sword in his hand, he shot out thousands of colorful sword lights. Cut down. Not good. Don't worry about Chu Yan. Hong Tianping looked up, and immediately shouted loudly. His body surged with qi, and he raised his hand to block the golden sword in his hand. When the other people heard the roar, they also woke up in an instant. Immediately, the real energy surged up on their bodies, and they waved the spirit soldiers in their hands, and directly launched a counterattack. A series of attacks were launched in an instant, and they all counterattacked. The mighty true energy collided with each other, crushed the void, and sent out shocking explosions. The strength was as strong as the raging sea of thousands of rivers. Boom! 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 The 5 attacks collided with 3 colorful swords, and they exploded in mid-air at the same time. Countless remaining energy of true energy scattered and surged in all directions, sweeping a radius of 10,000 steps, creating a wave of air like a tsunami. The top 5 in the imperial list, that's all. Chu Yan frowned, and after 2 moves to test, he kept his opponent's strength in his heart and said with a sneer. These 5 people, regardless of their skills, martial arts, and the strength of their true energy, are all genius-level fighters, but Chu Yan found that their actual fighting methods are extremely rigid. Just like the army fighting, he is very good at head-to-head confrontation, but he doesn't know how to change it at all. Relying on the advantages of cultivation techniques, martial arts, and cultivation bases, it's really arrogant to fight. Chu Yan secretly said in his heart, pondered for a while, and glanced at the top 5 rushing emperors. His heart was clear. Heavenly Sword Art. Ice Fire Demon Palm. Broken Flame Gun. The 5 of Hong Tianping rushed towards Chu Yan at the same time, waving the spirit weapon in their hands, and their true energy was urged to the peak. Immediately, they used all their tricks and attacked Chu Yan without holding back. In an instant, in the sky, sword lights, palm prints, and gun executions brought out colorful rays of light, turning into majestic attacks like the sea, shaking the sky and the earth, and all directions exploded together. Seeing the powerful 5 attacks coming, Chu Yan did not retreat but advanced. The middle door was wide open, and he stood up to meet him directly, with the Haoyan sword in his hand pointing at the ground, but it kept trembling. What? Chu Yan is crazy. He dared to take our attacks with his body. He really wanted to die. When Hong Tianping and the others saw Chu Yan's actions, they were stunned for a moment, and then they were all surprised. The 5 of them are the top 10 existences among the young geniuses of the Emperor's sect, and they blasted out 5 attacks at the same time. Even the arrogant fighters of the 7th level of the heavenly realm would not dare to take it hard. Chu Yan is only a 3rd level of the heavenly realm. Why, accepting such a move is simply courting death. You, Chu Yan, are Tianjiao warriors with leapfrog combat power. We are also Tianjiao warriors, and we can also fight leapfrogly. You alone, no matter how talented you are, can defeat our 5 attacks. Boom. 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 The 5 mighty attacks hit Chu Yan almost at the same time, and they exploded in an instant. The sword light, palm prints, and gun light shattered one after another, turning into a burst of sky, scattered and rushed. This attack was unbiased, all hit, and it hit the vital point head-on, almost all of which hit Chu Yan's chest. Even if Chu Yan's body protection is powerful, it is only the countershock force of these attacks, are not ordinary warriors of the same level, they can bear it. The 5 forces, impacted layer by layer, can absolutely shatter Chu Yan's internal organs into pieces, even including the Sea of Qi, and directly abolish it. Haha, Chu Yan, I didn't expect that I would die in the hands of the 5 of us today. Hong Tianping laughed out loud when he saw the huge air wave rushing away, completely devouring Chu Yan's whole body. To be an enemy of our emperor's sect is to seek death. The other 4 people were also full of smiles, and their hearts were full of refreshment. They just waited for the air waves to dissipate and see Chu Yan's shattered body and bones. However, at the moment when the minds of the few people were relaxed, a brilliant multicolored light suddenly lit up in the center of the sky waves, like a shooting star from outside the sky, bringing out a long multicolored light and shadow, shooting across the sky in an instant. across the 5 people of Han Tianping location. Hashtag C925 sword breaks 5 soldiers. Hurrah! The strong wind howled, the airwaves scattered, and Chu Yan's figure gradually became clear. I saw that with him as the center, within a radius of 1,000 steps, the ground was completely exploded, and the ground was covered with gravel and debris, but Chu Yan's height was like a towering mountain, standing proudly and motionless. It seems that there is no harm at all. What? How can that be? Seeing this scene, Han Tianping and the other 5 were stunned. The 5 pairs of pupils shrank fiercely, and a monstrous storm surged in their hearts. 5 such powerful attacks are basically the strongest blows of the 5 people, but this Chu Yan has nothing to do, even a piece of skin is broken. Could it be that Chu Yan's physical defense is so powerful that he can block 5 such powerful attacks just by relying on his physical defense? Open. What are you kidding? This is absolutely impossible. Even if his physical defense is against the sky, it is impossible for him to have no injuries at all, even. Hey! Wrong. It was the defensive spirit treasure, and the gazes of the 5 fell on Chu Yan's black robe. Under the 5 terrifying attacks just now, the black robe was not damaged in the slightest, not even a wrinkle appeared. If Chu Yan really used his strong physical body to resist these 5 attacks, then his black robe could not be all right. After all, the robe is worn outside the physical body and is attacked before the physical body. Therefore, it must be this black robe, which is an extremely powerful defensive treasure. Clang! The loud and clear sound of the sword resounded through the entire void. Chu Yan held the sword in his right hand and slowly raised it. Huh! The long sword in his hand doesn't seem to be the one just now. Could it be that my eyes are dazzled? Seeing Chu Yan's whole body surging, the 5-colored chi pouring into the long sword in his hand like a tide, a flash of consciousness flashed in Han Tianping's sea of consciousness. Immediately, he stopped thinking about it, and hurriedly mobilized his true energy and raised his sword to meet him. Boom! As before, the 5 of Han Tianping teamed up again, wielding the spirit sword, saber and golden gun in their hands, unleashing an astonishingly powerful attack, blasting towards the 5-colored sword light, and suddenly, there was a shocking explosion, which shook the sky. Boom, boom. The moment the 5-colored sword light collapsed, the true energy scattered and surged in all directions, forming a huge dust mist, which spread in all directions, and within 100 steps, all were covered by the dust mist. Whoosh! At the moment when the dust and mist dissipated, Chu Yan stood with a sword in his hand, a flash of light flashed in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Han Tianping just returned the long sword in his hand, and was about to swing the sword to fight back. Suddenly, with a sweep of the corner of his eyes, he saw the bright light flashing in Chu Yan's eyes and the contemptuous smile on the corner of his mouth. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Han Tianping felt a sudden coldness on his back, numbness in his scalp, and a burst of cold hair all over his body, and a strong sense of danger rose in his heart. Not good. Be careful behind you. The moment Han Tianping's consciousness rushed out of the surrounding area, he found the void behind him, and a ripple suddenly flashed, and then, a colorful cold light shot out, piercing towards the 5 of them. Immediately, he was so frightened that he was out of his wits, and roared loudly. What? What's behind you? In fact, when the 4 of them heard Han Tianping's voice, they were startled for a moment, and then they turned around abruptly, only to see that a flash of colorful light had already arrived in front of them. In the blink of an eye, they didn't have time to react, or even mobilize their true energy. In a hurry, they subconsciously raised their long swords, sabers, and golden guns to block the cold light. Call out. The cold light was like electricity, and the streamer pierced through the air. A small colorful brilliance, in the eyes of the 5 people, first appeared as a small spot, then continued to enlarge, and finally occupied their entire enlarged pupils. Clang. 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 Puff. 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 The sound of 5 swords exploding, and at the same time, the muffled sound of 5 swords piercing into flesh came out. In the next breath, Hong Tianpeng felt all the strength in his body draining rapidly, and his whole body became weak. He couldn't even hold the long sword in his hand, so he could only let go of his hand slowly and let it fall to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the body became softer and weaker, and the world unseen in front of him continued to become dimmer, quickly sinking into the boundless darkness, and finally, even himself was completely swallowed by the darkness. Not even enough to scream, the top 5 on the imperial list died. The Haotian sword hidden in the void pierced through the air, cut off 5 spiritual soldiers with one sword, and slashed across the necks of Hong Tianpeng and the other 5 people. Immediately, 5 good heads were thrown flying, and the corpses fell to the ground. In this battle, possessing the weapon spirit, the Haotian sword, which can hide into the void, and kill people with flying swords, is the key to victory. Of course, Chu Yan's frontal attack attracted all 5 people's attention, which also played an important role. Otherwise, under the full vigilance of the 5 people, they could quickly discover the Haotian sword rushing out of the void, and the effect of surprise attack it is difficult to play a role. Call. Seeing 5 blood arrows spraying out from the severed neck of the headless corpse, Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was extremely difficult. He was only at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Ascension realm. Although his ability to leapfrog battles was far superior to Hong Tianpeng and the others, after all, he had almost reached the limit of Chu Yan's combat power with one enemy 5. Even if Chu Yan uses 16 inner alchemy to burst out all his strength, it can only guarantee that he will not fall into the wind. It is extremely difficult to defeat these 5 people. The effect is amazing. However, this kind of tactic should be used as little as possible in the future. Once it spreads, everyone will know that after you have a sneak attacking spirit sword, the effect of sneak attack will be greatly reduced. At that time it will be difficult to kill people like now. It will be much bigger. Swish. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan put all 5 corpses into the Rakshasa space. Immediately, he took out a bottle of Jiuxiao golden pill and poured it into his mouth. Chu Yan turned back to the light gate, sat cross-legged, and began to recover his true energy. At the same time, he continued to refine the qi of the 5 elements. During this process, Chu Yan didn't notice at all that there was not a single sound at the scene of tens of thousands of warriors in front of Taniguchi, and it was completely deathly silence. One sword breaks 5 soldiers. Flying sword kills. This scene still fell into the eyes of tens of thousands of warriors watching around. At this moment, they stared at Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged within the range of the light gate. Everyone's eyes trembled, and they were completely stunned. Hong Tianpeng was actually dead. The top 5 in the imperial list was beheaded by Chu Yan with a single sword. How is this possible? How could this Chu Yan be so powerful? With 1 against 5, not only did he not lose, he even beheaded 5 of the top 10 young geniuses of the Emperor's sect with 1 sword. With this result, even if they saw it from the beginning to the end, they couldn't believe their eyes. Too frightening. It's simply a monster. This Chu Yan is definitely an existence that defies the sky. #C926 Inheritance of Emperor Wu. I don't know how long it took before some of the warriors around came to their senses slowly, and all of them were horrified, staring at Chu Yan as if they were looking at a monster. Among them, some people quietly withdrew from the crowd, soared into the sky, and quickly disappeared into the sky. With the departure of these people, soon, all the sects in Zhongtian continent will receive news. In front of the vault of heaven, Chu Yan fought against the top 5 on the imperial list headed by Hong Tianpeng, beheading 5 people with 1 sword, and 1. I believe that soon, the entire Zhongtian continent will surely set off another monstrous storm. Chu Yan didn't know anything about these things. At this time, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, immersed in cultivation, and at the same time, his spiritual consciousness penetrated into the Rakshasa space, found the jade charms stored on the 5 corpses, and explored the wealth in them. Last time, in the Ziwei secret realm, Chu Yan beheaded a prince, and the wealth he obtained in his stored jade talisman made Chu Yan quite satisfied. Although now, whether it is Yuanjing, soulstone or exotic treasure spirit grass, Chu Yan is piled up like a mountain, but he still can't help but want to see himself harvesting it himself. This sense of accomplishment is better than that obtained by looting the treasure house and doing business. Many. Haha, good luck. Chu Yan probed for a while, and suddenly a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Looking at the wealth in the 5 stored jade charms, his face was full of joy. Nearly 1,000,000 yuan crystals, hundreds of thousands of soul stones, and various heaven-reaching spiritual treasures. There are as many as 10 pieces. Damn, these princes are really not ordinary rich. Chu Yan withdrew his consciousness, and sighed in his heart. If such a huge wealth was in extreme north continent, even a large sect could be established, and it would be enough to cultivate 10 arrogances. Right now, the Yuanjing can't be used up at all. Even if we save some for the Rakshasa soul Tianzong, the rest can be found a chance to try to burn the Suzaka martial soul. Chu Yan looked at the piles of Yuanjing hills in the Rakshasa space. If they were all incinerated, they should be able to improve his cultivation again. Afterwards, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was introverted, and he slowly operated the Rakshasa promised Ju, began to practice and temper the chi of the 5 elements, and quietly waited for the opening of the spiritual snow sea. Time flies, half a day. If you concentrate on cultivation, it is just a blink of an eye. Just when Chu Yan estimated that the time was about the same. Just when he was about to stand up and receive his breath, the huge light door behind him began to tremble slightly. Boom, boom. Suddenly, above the sky, 2 huge golden lightning bolts flew straight down, slashed fiercely on the 2 tall light gates, and made 2 thunderous explosions. In an instant, in front of the entire vault of heaven, all warriors woke up at the same time, turned their heads and looked towards the 2 light gates. Under this glance, everyone's eyes were shining. Without the slightest hesitation, all of them moved towards the 2 huge light gates. In an instant, shadows were flying all over the sky like locusts. Tens of thousands of warriors, as well as elders and bigwigs from various sects, all gathered in front of the light gate, staring intently at the 2 constantly trembling light gates. Following 2 golden lightning strikes on the light gate, the 2 huge light gates nearly 1,000 feet high suddenly rose, doubled in size in an instant, emitting dazzling light, and ripple-like fluctuations in the void slowly overflowed from the center of the light gate, as if starting to connect to another strange world. At the same time, from the direction of the vault of heaven, the white-robed figures of the brigade flew over, and landed steadily in front of the 2 huge light gates. Posture. Immediately afterwards, in the vault of God Valley, a silver-robed figure shot towards him, and slowly landed in front of the 2 light gates, facing all the warriors, standing proudly. This person is about 70 years old, with a silver robe, bright eyes, a trace of fortitude between his brows, a sallow complexion, and blood-red pupils. With every movement, there are bursts of coldness, dispersing in all directions. This person is the master of the sect of the Sky God Valley, named Jiuxiao. With some kind of special connection, the major sects in Zhongtian continent will basically give them face. Everyone, the passage to the Sea of Blood in the spiritual realm is about to open, but the qualifications for this year's entry have changed a bit. When Jiuxiao's words fell to the ground, everyone was startled at the same time, and they looked over in astonishment. Variety. What's the situation? In the past, didn't 2 gates of light decide how many spirit water beads they had to enter? In the last session, it took 3 spirit water beads to enter the 1,000 Nether Canyon, but 4 spirit water beads were required to enter the heavenly altar. Compared with each previous session, the fluctuation was around 1, which is almost it has become a rule. Why did it suddenly change? According to the will of the spiritual realm blood sea that I just received, this year, no matter if it's the 1000 Nether Canyon or the heavenly altar, you only need 1 water spirit orb to enter. As soon as the words landed, everyone's expressions changed immediately, and the corners of the eyes of nearly 10,000 fighters among them began to twitch. These people, basically, have traded spirit water beads with Chu Yan, and they all spent a lot of money to collect 3 or 5 spirit water beads. A spirit water bead, in this way, the few spirit water beads I have more have completely lost their effect. Immediately, countless pairs of eyes looked towards Chu Yan's position, but what fell into their eyes was Chu Yan's expression of none of my business, and everyone's heart suddenly became cold. The next moment, the 2 light gates were still slowly opening, but the crowd of warriors boiled instantly, and all kinds of cries, like a tsunami, suddenly sounded. Now, even at this point, they can only sell the extra spirit water beads in their hands to those warriors who don't have any spirit water beads, and try to recover some losses. Half an hour later, the hustle and bustle gradually subsided. At this time, the number of warriors holding spirit water beads had reached nearly 70,000. That is to say, the number of warriors who can enter the bloody sea of the spiritual domain this year has reached 70,000, which is even 5 or 6 times as many as before. Just after the surrounding voices gradually subsided, 2 huge light gates trembled at the same time, and 2 dark passages opened at the center of the light gates at the same time. The moment the light gate opened, 2 extremely terrifying Songu coercive auras rushed out from the light gate, sweeping through all the warrior crowd, causing everyone to tremble at the same time, and their expressions changed slightly. This is the aura of strange treasures and inheritances, enough to make people ascend to the sky in one step and step into the peak of martial arts. Everyone's eyes gradually became fiery, staring closely at the passage of the light gate and Jiuxiao, ready to rush into the light gate at any time. Everyone, the space channel of the blood sea in the spiritual domain has been opened. Jiuxiao looked around the audience and announced loudly, "The one on the left leading to the thousands of canyons is a place where tens of thousands of rare treasures are buried. At the same time, there are powerful tests. Only by passing all the assessments can we finally reach the heavenly altar with the inheritance of Emperor Wu. And the one on the right is the altar that leads directly to the sky. There is an extremely difficult test there. Only those who pass the test will have the opportunity to obtain the inheritance of the martial emperor and the most precious inheritance." When the voice fell, the audience fell silent, and everyone nodded their heads. They had already heard about the information Jiuxiao said, but no one had received the inheritance for tens of thousands of years, so everyone has a chance. Now, all warriors holding at least 1 spirit water bead, please enter the passage of Light Gate, and the inheritance trial of the blood sea in the spirit realm will officially begin. Jiuxiao rose from the ground, rose into the air, and announced loudly with surging breath. #C927 Emperors coming. Following the sound of Jiuxiao's voice, the 2 light gates trembled fiercely, the void in all directions hummed together, the sky and earth suddenly appeared, 18 golden thunders fell, and the thunder continued for a long time. Spiritual realm of Blood Sea is officially open. In an instant, the group of warriors boiled instantly, like a black tide. Warriors surged out and rushed towards the 2 huge light gates. Of these 2 light gates, one leads to the 1000 Nether Canyon and the other leads to the heavenly altar. When the group of warriors gathered into a tide and rushed to within 1,000 steps of the Guangmen, they suddenly split into 2. A large wave of the tide rushed to the left side of the Guangmen, while another wave of warriors, which were pitifully small, flocked to the Guangmen. Light door on the right. Obviously, about 99% of the 70,000 fighters chose to enter the 1000 Serenity Canyon, and only a very small number of them chose to enter the heavenly altar. You must know that the Qianyu Canyon is the place where thousands of rare treasures are buried. Each of these rare treasures has reached the rank of 5-star rare treasures of the Tongtian rank. Whether it is used or auctioned off to the Chamber of Commerce, it is definitely a huge fortune. Although Qianyu Canyon covers tens of thousands of miles, rare treasures are hard to find, and each rare treasure may have strong restrictions and tests, so it will not be easily obtained by others, but in the previous spiritual realms of blood, there have always been people who have obtained it in it. 1 or 2 rare treasures. There are even rumors that a warrior got a venerable realm rare treasure from it 100 years ago. Your lord is a rare treasure. Not to mention ordinary warriors, even the big bosses of the major sects in the Zhongtian continent, and even the big bosses of the 8 ancient sects, would be crazy about it, and even trigger a sect war. It is not impossible. Therefore, entering Qianyu Canyon is a chance to obtain top-grade rare treasures, which will make ordinary warriors soar into the sky. On the contrary, there are only 3 treasures in the Tiantai. Although everyone knows that the core inheritance of the Blood Sea in the spiritual domain is among these 3 treasures, no one has ever obtained it for tens of thousands of years, so, not much hope. Not only does the Tiantai have extremely strict test conditions, but even if you pass the test, you still need to be approved by 3 treasures before you can get the treasure. For tens of thousands of years, there have been many people who have passed the test of the Tiantai, but no one has been recognized by the 3 treasures. Therefore, for tens of thousands of years, the core inheritance and treasure of the Blood Sea in the spiritual domain are still stored in the Tiantai. After thousands of years of vicissitudes, no one has obtained it. Chu Yan looked at the 2 huge light gates, frowned slightly, and pondered in his heart. According to his idea, he wanted to go to Qianyu Canyon to try his luck. However, in the message Zhang Tian left him, it was said that they met at the Jiuxiao when the Blood Sea in the spiritual domain opened. Therefore, Chu Yan groaned for a moment, then raised his feet and walked towards the light gate passage of sacrificing to the Tiantai. This time I came to the spiritual realm of Blood Sea for the core inheritance and treasures. Moreover, there has been no news about Situ Yang and Zhang Tian, and Chu Yan was also extremely worried, so he decided to go directly to the Tiantai to find them. Whoosh! With a flash of Chu Yan's figure, he swept towards the huge light gate on the right, and a black afterimage appeared in his figure, and disappeared in the void ripples in the center of the light gate passage in an instant. After a stick of incense, the figures of more than 70,000 warriors in front of the 2 light gate passages all disappeared in the light gate. The originally noisy scene gradually returned to calm. In all directions, the rest are the leading elders of the various sects, or some warriors who did not get the spirit water beads and left unwillingly, waiting to see the result. These tens of thousands of people all gathered at the entrance of the Vault of God Valley and waited patiently. Swish! Ouyang-Chou's figure flew across the air like a ray of silver lightning, and landed steadily on the square in front of the Vault of God Valley. He raised his head and swept across the audience with a solemn expression on his face. Seeing Ouyang-Chou approaching, the big bosses and warriors from various sects scattered around the square were all refreshed and slowly gathered towards his position. After a while, the square was silent, and everyone was watching Ouyang-Chou in front of him closely, and a row of tall blood-red crystal pillars beside him. This row of crystal pillars is very close to each other. There are about a dozen of them, each of which is 100 feet high, almost as high as an ordinary city wall. The surface of the crystal pillars is extremely smooth, like a mirror. However, if you approach the crystal pillars and observe carefully, you will find that the smooth surfaces of these more than 10 crystal pillars are engraved with extremely fine and complex spirit patterns, all over the surface of the crystal pillars. Everyone, just like the previous spiritual domain Blood Seas, the blood spirit pillar will show the scene in the rooftop. If this year's Tianjiao is recognized by the martial emperor's inheritance or treasure, everyone will witness it with their own eyes. When Jiuxiao said this, he turned his big hand and took out a blood-colored jade talisman with a ferocious beast engraved on it. When he poured his true energy into it, a phantom in the shape of a beast suddenly appeared. The whole body was blood red, but it was only the size of a palm. To the row of blood-colored crystal pillars beside Jiuxiao. With a tremor, more than a dozen blood-colored crystal pillars exploded at the same time, overflowing with a large amount of brilliance, and fused together in mid-air, and soon evolved into a huge light curtain. Boom, boom. At this moment, above the entrance of the Valley of the Sky, there was a muffled sound of thunder. The sudden thunder made tens of thousands of martial artists in the audience all look up with a terrified expression at the same time. I saw, in the sky, a huge void crack appeared, and terrifying figures emerged from the void crack. In less than a blink of an eye, half of the sky was densely packed with human figures. These people, all in golden robes, led by more than a dozen people, had a majestic aura. Just standing in the air, the aura overflowing from their bodies caused the void around them to continuously collapse. These dozen or so people turned out to be all Wuzuanjing experts. Huangzong. That's Hong Qiyu. Oh my god, the Emperor's sect is out in force, what happened? Don't you know, half a day ago, there was a warrior named Chu Yan who killed 5 of the top 10 in the imperial list. I am afraid that the Emperor will come to revenge. What? The Emperor's sect has even come to take turns as the suzerain. I'm afraid it's a big deal. That Chu Yan is probably dead. I heard that Yu Qing is also in the Sea of Blood in the spiritual domain, and he entered it 10 days ago. Haha, it's exciting to watch now. Following the uproar of the crowd of warriors in front of the light curtain, in the sky, a large figure in yellow robes, like a sea of golden clouds, slowly fell from the sky, and was instantly occupied by the middle of the square. The Sea of Blood in the spiritual realm, the platform for offering sacrifices to the sky. Passing through the Guangmen passage, Chu Yan only felt his body sink, and it was only a blink of an eye, but it fell on the ground. In the past, when Chu Yan passed through other relics or light gate passages in the small world, most of them would pass through a long void passage, but this time, the Tian Tai that entered the spiritual world and blood sea seemed to pass through a door. Then came to another world. After calming down a little, Chu Yan took a long breath, then slowly raised his head and looked around. #C928 number 2 on the dragon list. Chu Yan's breath circulated slowly, his consciousness spread out, and he was fully alert, looking in all directions. Within the eyes, there are 3 blood-red palaces. The finished fonts are arranged on a huge square, not far away. They seem to be hundreds of feet high and nearly 10 miles in size. Behind the palace in the middle is a piece of the huge blood-red staircase is 1 mile wide, and each step is 10 steps wide. This giant staircase protrudes from the back of the palace in the middle, stretches all the way up towards the sky, inserts straight into the 9th heaven, rushes into the endless sea of spiritual clouds, and disappears. The entire ladder is like a ladder to the sky, as if following this ladder, you can go straight to Qingyun and step into the 9 heavens. This ladder is magnificent, as if it connects heaven and earth, amazing. Chu Yan stared at it from a distance, shocked in his heart, and couldn't help but secretly nodded in praise. His eyes shifted horizontally, and within his eyes, in front of the 3 palaces, the 2 on the left and right were empty and dead silent. Even the gates of the palaces were tightly closed, only the palace in the middle, the gate was wide open, and there were many people. Sitting cross-legged on the square in front of the temple, it seems that they are all practicing breath adjustment. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan stepped out and walked towards the palace in the middle. After a few dodges, I arrived at the square in front of the huge red palace. In my eyes, there were all warriors sitting cross-legged. Okay. As his consciousness swept across, Chu Yan couldn't help but frown slightly, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. Among the thousands of martial souls, the aura of a few people was extremely weak, as if they had just gone through a big battle and all their true energy was consumed. "Didn't you say that fighting is prohibited in this worship platform?" Chu Yan murmured suspiciously. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, and the voice was full of surprise. "Brother!" Chu Yan's face was stunned, his heart trembled slightly, and he quickly turned his head to look. Sure enough, not far away, a figure like a mountain of flesh flew towards him rapidly, and beside him, there was a figure in a grey robe. That's right, it was Xie and Zhang Tian who came here. Xie, Zhang Tian. Chu Yan's face was full of joy. Responded loudly. "Haha, big brother, our three brothers are together again. Now no one dares to mess with me anymore." Rushing to Chu Yan's side, Xie laughed excitedly. "What happened?" Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned and asked. "Brother, you don't know, I almost died." Hearing Chu Yan's question, Xie expression turned from joy to sadness, with heart palpitations all over his face, and his face full of fat was pale. "Chu Yan, let me say it." At this time, Zhang Tian also walked in front of Chu Yan, nodded with a chuckle, glanced at Xie, and there was a trace of anger on his face, and said coldly. "I read your message, what happened to Xie?" Chu Yan asked. "The last time I was in the Red Mist Forest, after I separated from you, I rushed to the vault of God Valley, preparing to practice while waiting for you to come. However, I met many warriors from the Dan League there, and they told me about the Emperor's sect. Some of the movements, I guessed at the time, might have something to do with Xie, so I hurriedly followed the people of Emperor Zone and entered the 1000 Yu Canyon ahead of schedule." Zhang Tian looked at Chu Yan, and slowly said. "People from the Emperor sect recruited a few spirit pattern masters in the Vault of Heaven Valley, and after entering the 1000 Yu Canyon, they created a fake ruins of ancient spirit pattern masters in a small valley, and then all ambushed them all around. I stayed nearby, and within 2 days, Fatty Situ arrived in the valley." "What? People from the Emperor sect actually created fake ruins in Qianyu Canyon, trying to deal with Fatty?" Hearing this, Chu Yan couldn't help but his face darkened, and he said in surprise. "That's right. Fatty Situ was in the sect, and accidentally got an ancient treasure map, saying that it was the inheritance site of a certain ancient spirit pattern master. Fatty saw that it was in the sea of blood in the spiritual realm, so he pressed the treasure map. I found it, but I didn't expect. Fortunately, the fat man is not stupid. He made preparations in advance. When the people from the Emperor Zone rushed out, I blocked it for a while, and then the fat man urged the moving talisman array that had been set up in advance, and the two of us escaped." When Zhang Tian said this, he turned his head and glanced not far away. There were more than a dozen young people in imperial robes, very conspicuous. "The Emperor courting death." Hearing this, Chu Yan basically knew what happened, and suddenly his heart was filled with anger, and his whole body was filled with murderous aura. In addition, Chu Yan, when we escaped, we used invisibility and invisible spirit patterns. People from the Emperor's sect may guess that we are related to the robbery of the treasure house. Zhang Tian looked at Chu Yan, with a deep smile on his face, and said in a low voice. "Humph. So what if you know? When I leave the spiritual domain and the sea of blood, if he doesn't come to me, I will go to them." Chu Yan's voice was cold, and his eyes moved sideways, sweeping to a corner of the square in the distance, where more than a dozen youths in imperial robes were walking towards him slowly. "Chu Yan, be careful, the person in charge is named Yuqing, who ranks second on the Haotian Qianlong list, and the 39th place on the Haotiandi list." Following Chu Yan's gaze, Zhang Tian saw Yuqing striding forward with several of the Emperor's arrogances from the Emperor's sect, all of them with a strong breath and menacing aura, so he quickly reminded Chu Yan in a low voice. Zhang Tian knew in his heart that since these guys set up a game to deal with Chu Yan, they might just let Chu Yan go. Second on the Qianlong list. Who is the first? Chu Yan asked. Number 1 on the Qianlong list is. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Zhang Tian hesitated, but he still spoke softly. Number 1 on the Qianlong list is Yi Feng from the Nine Spirits Shantian sect. Of course, Zhang Tian is clear about Chu Yan's challenge to Yi Feng. In his opinion, it is not so difficult for Chu Yan to reach Yi Feng's strength in a year. He also heard some news about Yi Feng, and for a while, he didn't know how to tell Chu Yan. Okay. The first is Yi Feng, then Lu Qing should not be weak. He. Hearing Zhang Tian's words, Chu Yan's eyes brightened, and his whole body was full of fighting spirit, rising instantly. At this moment, Yu Qing had already walked in front of Chu Yan with 5 of the emperor's arrogances. He looked at Chu Yan with a pair of eyes, just like the first emperor looking down on mortals, all proud and aloof. You are Chu Yan? Yu Qing asked. That's right. I am. Chu Yan nodded, his tone indifferent. Okay. Just admit it, then kneel down, abolish your cultivation, and follow me back to the emperor's sect. Yu Qing nodded, and said softly, then, with a sweep of his eyes, he looked at Zhang Tian and Situ Yang again, and continued. You too. The words fell to the ground, like thunder piercing the sky, and the whole void trembled slightly. Warriors from all directions, hearing the voice, turned their heads to look. #C929 Chu Yan, you can't move. The sea of blood in the spiritual domain, the valley of the sky, in the square. The troops of the emperor's brigade descended from the heavens and landed in the middle of the square. The leader was the current emperor of the Hongyu Empire, and at the same time, the current rotating suzerain of the emperor's emperor, Hong Qiyu. Damn Chu Wei, I must kill you. Just as Hong Qiyu landed, he raised his eyes to look at the light curtain of the crystal pillar in midair, just in time to see Chu Yan's figure. Suddenly, the whole body's aura erupted like a mountain torrent, sweeping the audience, and the warriors within 1,000 steps away from him were shocked like shock waves. Breath, the surging people turned on their backs, their faces full of horror. The next level is the pinnacle of Wu Zuanjing. The strength of the venerable realm is so terrifying. Immediately, in the entire square, the bosses and warriors of other sects all distanced themselves from the emperor's sect, not daring to come within 1,000 steps of them. All the warriors here know about Chu Yan beheading the 5 emperors with one sword in front of Guangmen. Hong Tianpeng is one of Hong Qiyu's most valued successors to the prince, but he never expected that being killed by Chu Yan's sword in front of the sea of blood in the spiritual realm would of course arouse Hong Qiyu's fury. In addition, Huangzong has been fighting against Chu Yan, and this time it is even more exciting, sending Yu Qing and the top 10 of the emperor's list to deal with Chu Yan, but in the end, Chu Yan didn't even hurt a single hair, but let him kill 5 of the top 10 talents in the imperial list with one sword. The top 10 in the imperial list are all the peerless geniuses cultivated by the most powerful empires of the imperial sect. They are basically the heirs to the throne. This is a good thing, let people kill 5 with one sword. As a result, Huangzong's face can't be found even if he loses it. Therefore, not only Hong Qiyu was furious, but now, the entire emperor sect was furious, and all the big bosses of the sect came together. This time, they absolutely want Chu Yan to be crushed in the sea of blood in the spiritual realm, and smash him to ashes. Boom, boom. Suddenly, above the sky, there was another thunderous explosion, which suddenly spread. Everyone in the square trembled, including Hong Qiyu and all the bosses of Huangzong, all raised their heads and looked towards the sky. I saw, above the sky, a thick void crack suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, figures in brown robes. Stepping out of the crack in the void, within the blink of an eye, most of the entire sky was occupied. The leader was dressed in blue robes, with a majestic face, and a pair of star-like eyes, as if he was evolving the mysteries of the sun, moon and stars. This person carried his hands on his back, his face full of contemplation, and he slowly descended from the sky. A pair of eyes like thunder and stars swept across the audience. On the body, his face sank a little, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. If Chu Yan were here, he would be stunned when he saw this person, because this person is none other than Shendang. Among the 8 ancient sects in the Zhongtian continent, the Xuanzong of Jiuxiao, the first deputy suzerain, is in charge of all Tianbao pavilion business in the Haotian continent. Within the D-zone, it can be said that there is an existence below 1 person and above 10,000 people. On the second day after Chu Yan set off for Zhongtian continent, Shendang returned to Zhongtian continent, found Xinxingjie immediately, and brought him back to D-zone. The appearance of the Earth Emperor Jiuxiao Ding Wuhun shocked the entire D-zone. Even the old suzerain, Shendang's father, and Xinxingjie's grandfather, who had been imprisoned for a long time and hit the martial emperor realm, all broke through and descended suddenly. When he saw D-zone's bloodline martial soul that had been lost for thousands of years, Di Huangjia's houting martial soul, he was so excited that tears flowed down his face, and he couldn't help crying. In 11,857 years, the martial soul, the bloodline of Emperor D-zone, finally awakened again. From this moment on, the Dixuanzong of Jiuxiao can truly be called one of the 8 ancient sects. Almost immediately, Xinxingjie was determined to be the successor of the next Renzong of the D-zone, and Shendang's lineage also took advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of the situation and control most of the power in the D-zone. After more than a month, Shendang basically has the final say on the current D-zone, except for the old suzerain who retreated all day to attack the realm of the martial emperor. Just after Shendang landed on the square, on the sky, countless brown-robed powerhouses lowered their figures one after another and landed behind Shendang. Among the crowd, there were as many as 15 Wuzuanjing powerhouses. There are countless strong ones. A mighty aura, like a fierce wind and raging clouds, swept across the entire square. D-zone, one of the 8 ancient sects, is so powerful that it is at the height of the sky. Warriors from all directions, seeing this scene, were all stunned. They didn't even dare to take a breath. Oh my God, why are the bosses of the D-zone here? Look, that's Shendang, a middle-ranked martial artist. It's scary. I heard that he has just succeeded as the first deputy suzerain of the D-zone, basically controlling the entire D-zone. Who said it wasn't? D-zone was originally surnamed Shen. I heard that it was because his only son, Xinxingjie, awakened D-zone's bloodline martial soul, Jiuxiao Daiwangding, so Shendang's bloodline rose in D-zone. Of what? The Emperor's cauldron of Jiuxiao has appeared again. My God, the D-zone is probably about to rise. Not necessarily. The Jiuxiao land Huangding, there are 9 Huangdings in total. I heard that Xinxingjie only found 2. It's too early. But, the bosses of the D-zone, what are you doing in the bloody sea of the spiritual world? Discussions from all directions continued quietly, and in the square, the power of the Emperor's sect and the D-zones erupted at the same time, and there was a sense of tit for tat. Hong Qiyu, Chu Yan, you can't move. Sect Master Xianshi Shendang, who is now the first deputy suzerain of D-zone, turned his head slowly, looked at Hong Qiyu who looked astonished, and said softly. When the voice sounded, the expressions of Hong Qiyu and Huangzong's big bosses all changed. What? What does Shendang mean by this? Could it be? Their D-zone wants to protect this Chu Yan. Hearing Shendang's words, Hong Qiyu's expression darkened immediately, and his brows were tightly wrinkled. He has already found out the details of Chu Yan, and he sent people to the extreme north continent, intending to slaughter the entire Chu Yan family. In Xingdi, in the entire extreme north continent, everyone related to Chu Yan disappeared. According to this news, Hong Qiyu certainly knew that Chu Yan and Shen Dang of the Dizong had known each other for a long time, and they had a close relationship, but he never thought that Shen Dang would suddenly become the first deputy suzerain of the Dizong, and, bringing a large group of people here, it is clear that they want to support Chu Yan. In this way, things become extremely troublesome. If Hong Qiyu acted recklessly and Shen Dang tried his best to protect Chu Yan, it might turn into a war between the two sects. This result cannot be decided by Hong Qiyu, the rotating suzerain. Deputy Sect Master Shen, Chu Yan, killed my son, of course I will not let him go. Hong Qiyu's face was livid, he pondered for a long time, looked up at Shen Dang, and said. Hearing this, Shen Dang sneered, shook his head, and said. If you kill it, kill it. It's the same sentence, Chu Yan. You can't move it. When the sentence fell to the ground, it sounded like thunder, and everyone trembled in unison. #C93010 Great Martial Spirits. Hearing Shen Dang's words, Hong Qiyu's expression changed drastically, the corners of his eyes twitched, and his eyes were full of disbelief. What do you mean, kill it? That is his own son, and he is extremely talented, ranking first among the top 10 in the imperial list, and one of the heirs to the throne. This, Shen Dang said it so casually, as if what Chu Yan killed was not Hong Tianpeng, but a pig and dog. Humph. Sect Master Hong, as far as I know, you have 363 sons, and more than 400 princesses. Many of them, I'm afraid you don't even remember their names. If 1.5 died, it shouldn't be a big deal event. Furthermore, Hong Tianpeng took the 4 emperors, and 5 of them fought together in front of the Guanmen Passage, intending to kill Chu Yan. However, their strength was too poor. I didn't expect that Chu Yan would kill 5 of them by himself. Shen Dang's face was calm, his eyes fixed on Hong Qiyu, and he spoke slowly. In our Haotian continent, the strong are respected. Fighting between warriors is a battle of life and death. It all depends on strength. Hong Tianping's 5 people deal with the Chu Yan, and they lose their strength. What else can we say? Speaking of this, Shen Dang's face suddenly sank, and he continued to say coldly. If your emperor wants to bully others, I'm sorry, I've already told you, Chu Yan. You can't do it. Speaking of this, other sect warriors in all directions nodded in unison. In front of Guanmen, many people saw how Chu Yan beheaded Hong Tianpeng and the 5 people, and even the deacon disciples of Kangqiangshan Valley also witnessed it with their own eyes. Therefore, Shen Dang's words are very reasonable. Convinced everyone, they couldn't help nodding secretly. Hong Qiyu and a group of big bosses of the emperor's sect had burning sensations on their faces, but they knew they were wrong, so they didn't dare to make mistakes. Okay. Vice Sect Master Shen, since you said that, I can tell you that even if our high-ranking emperors don't take action, it is impossible for Chu Yan to walk out of the sea of blood in the spiritual domain alive. Just wait and see, Chu Yan. Dead. Hong Qiyu blushed, and he stopped arguing with Shen Dang, because no matter how much he argued, the one who lost face in the end must be their birth of the emperor. If you think about it, you know that the top 10 geniuses in the imperial list, who are famous in the Zhongtian continent, beat 1 out of 5, and they were even cultivated as Chu Yan, who was only at the 3rd level of the heavenly realm, and killed 5 people with 1 sword. This is no ordinary embarrassment. What's more, the face of the entire emperor's sect was lost. On the other side, the sea of blood in the spiritual domain, the platform for offering sacrifices to the roof, on the Zhonggong Square. Hearing Yu Qing's words, Chu Yan couldn't help but turn cold, his eyes were like lightning, and he looked straight at the other party. Kneel down. Abandon your cultivation. Chu Yan frowned slightly, his consciousness was like a net, and he swept towards the other party in an instant. That's right. In front of me, you don't have any chance, do it yourself, otherwise, you will definitely die. Yu Qing glanced at Chu Yan, his face was full of indifference, and there was a hint of impatience in his eyes. He thought that Chu Yan was still wasting his time if he didn't do anything. Chu Yan's eyes were fixed, and his consciousness swept across Yu Qing and the 5 emperors around him, and he couldn't help being stunned. The 7th heaven of the Tongtian realm. This Yu Qing's cultivation is actually only the 7th level of the heaven-reaching realm, but the few emperors behind him are all the 8th level heaven of the Tongtian realm. But looking at these 5 emperors, in front of Yu Qing, they are really like the eunuchs next to the emperor, they are completely servants. This person must have extremely strong combat power, and I'm afraid he can at least surpass the 4th order battle. Chu Yan couldn't help squinting his eyes slightly, looked at Yu Qing, looked at his proud face, and thought secretly in his heart. The fact is just as Chu Yan expected, this Yu Qing is one of the 3 geniuses of the emperor sect. Although his cultivation base is not high, his actual combat power can compete with ordinary half-step Wuzuanjing powerhouses. Among the young Tianjiao in the mainland, they are also famous. Sorry. The last person who said this to me like you, seems to be Hong Tianpeng. Chu Yan chuckled all over his face, and glanced at Yu Qing and the 5 imperial arrogances. When he said Hong Tianpeng's name, he immediately caught the attention of the 6 of them. Originally, according to the plan, Yu Qing and the top 10 in the imperial list were originally planning to fight against Chu Yan at the Tiantai, but 10 days ago, Hong Tianpeng insisted on inciting all warriors at the entrance of the Guanmen Passage, and some of them besieged and killed Chu Yan, so, the 11 of them will be divided into 2. Now, hearing Chu Yan's words, Yu Qing couldn't help but shudder, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. He is dead now, Chu Yan said. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Yu Qing and the 5 emperors' faces changed drastically, and they looked at Chu Yan in shock. What? This guy actually killed Hong Tianpeng. Boom. Yu Qing only felt a thunderbolt explode in his sea of consciousness, shaking the ground in his sea of consciousness, and then, the anger like a torrent of torrents erupted instantly, flooding his entire sea of consciousness. You know, this time he personally led the team to capture Chu Yan and Situ Yang. Unexpectedly, Chu Yan and Situ Yang stood in front of him intact, but 5 of his men had already been lost. For Yu Qing, who ranked 2nd on the Haoyan Qianlong list, this is tantamount to a great shame. Chu Yan, you are courting death. With a burst of shouting, Yu Qing's whole body exploded with qi, like a volcanic eruption, and he was ready to make a move. Only by you. There was a sneer on the corner of Chu Yan's mouth. No matter how famous the upstream youth in front of him is, let's speak with strength in everything. Swish. Before Yu Qing could make a move, Chu Yan charged violently, like a peerless beast, his Gangyuan exploded, and with a wave of his big hand, the Haoyan sword emitted dazzling multicolored sword light, the 16 inner alchemy circulated rapidly, and the strength of his whole body exploded instantly. Huh. The 3rd level of the heaven-reaching realm. How could you kill Hong Tianpeng? Yu Qing's face froze, and after sensing Chu Yan's cultivation, he was a little dazed. As a proud martial artist, Hong Tianpeng's cultivation has already reached the 8th level of the heavenly reaching realm, which is 5 levels higher than this person's. Moreover, it is 5 people joining forces, this. How can that be? No matter what. Today, you will die. Soon, Yu Qing recovered from the astonishment. His red eyes were full of ferocity and bloodthirsty. Behind him, a huge phantom of gold and silver suddenly soared into the sky, with boundless coercion, sweeping the entire square. The phantom of gold and silver, straight towards Jiuxiao. Like a gold and silver sun, emitting 100,000 rays of incomparably dazzling light, it gradually rises in the astonished eyes of everyone. No one expected that Yu Qing sacrificed his martial soul, just after fighting Chu Yan. And Yu Qing's martial soul, according to the rumors, is one of the top 10 top martial souls among the young generation of Zhongtian continent. And this martial soul is also an important reason why he can stand on the second place on the Qianlong list, but there are not many warriors who have really seen it. This is enough to show that Yu Qing is surprisingly angry at this time. #C931 Crazy Thunder Prison. Yu Qing's martial soul is rumored to be one of the top 10 martial souls of the youth generation in the Haotian continent. This point, in the entire square, I am afraid that except for Chu Yan, including Zhang Tian and Situ Yang, everyone has heard of it. Therefore, when Yu Qing sacrificed his martial soul, without hesitation, everyone in the audience raised their heads to look at the sky, their faces full of horror. Above the sky, the gold and silver light group twisted and changed rapidly, gradually revealing its true body. Yin-Yang Thunder Axe. One is golden, the other is silver, and two short-handled dragon-patterned tomahawks stand crossed, above the endless clouds, showing a monstrous momentum. Two gold and silver dragons are wrapped around the axe body, countless the electric snakes scattered in all directions, like a golden and silver star-scorching sun surrounded by thunder and lightning. The most peculiar thing is that the original Yin and Yang dual axe belongs to the list of weapon spirits, but it has mutated into the thunder and lightning of the natural martial spirit. Even a weapon spirit cannot be regarded as a strictly natural spirit. Damn! There is such a martial spirit. Chu Yan stared wide-eyed, looking at the Yin-Yang Sky Thunder Axe slowly descending from the sky. He couldn't help but secretly exclaimed in his heart. Boom! 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 The next moment, the gold and silver axes separated suddenly in the air, drawing two streamers of light, one gold and one silver, and landed steadily in the air behind Yu Qing. Constantly being bombarded by the power of thunder and lightning. Thunderbolt! Yu Qing let out a loud shout, and the true energy in his whole body was poured into the Yin-Yang Thunder Axe above his head like a waterfall. Immediately, the two axes merged with Yu Qing's majestic true energy, and the thunder and light that lingered all over his body. The snake suddenly soared and turned into a thunder and lightning dragon as thick as a thigh, roaring in the void, overwhelming the sky, and rushing towards Chu Yan. All the warriors in the audience were stunned when they saw this scene. Unexpectedly, this Yin-Yang Thunder Axe martial spirit really lived up to its reputation. Such a powerful martial soul skill cannot be resisted by warriors of the same level. In an instant, everyone had an illusion, as if Chu Yan offended the sky and was punished by the god of thunder and lightning, and the next moment, he would be smashed into powder by hundreds of lightning dragons. With this move, which is as powerful as the wrath of heaven, Chu Yan will die. Chu Yan! Brother! Zhang Tian and Situ Yang's expressions changed drastically. He shouted anxiously. It's okay, don't worry. Chu Yan stared straight at the hundreds of lightning dragons rushing like a frenzy of thunder and lightning. Hearing the urgent voices of Zhang Tian and Situ Yang, he sent a voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. The next moment, Chu Yan's whole body was full of true energy, and the five-color true energy rose into the sky like a five-color fountain. The Xuanhuan robe flew in the wind, making hunting sounds, like black banners waving. Tom. Holding the Haotian sword in his hand, the five-colored sword light, with a length of thousands of feet, soared to the sky and attacked the ground. He stomped out with his right foot and made a loud noise. The long sword in his hand slashed down fiercely. Boom! 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 The sword light soaring into the sky is like a divine sword in the sky. Wherever it passes, hundreds of thunder and lightning dragons are all twisted into powder and turned into countless small electric sparks, which disperse the entire sky, sizzling, and quickly dissipate into the invisible. What? There is such a strong sword power. Seeing that his martial arts skills were broken, Yu Qing suddenly had a strange look in his eyes, and his face became even colder. Crazy Thunder Prison! With a sharp shout, the Thunder Axe martial soul behind Yu Qing suddenly erupted, and the lightning all over his body, like a huge power grid, spread out infinitely. All of Chu Yan's space was ruthlessly covered. Suddenly, between the heavens and the earth, a huge power grid descended from the sky, like the hand of thunder, covering Chu Yan's body within 1,000 steps, without any dead angle at all. Even if your body skills are against the sky, in such under the attack of the lightning net, it is impossible to have any possibility of escape. However, even though warriors are practicing martial arts, they are still mortal bodies. If they resist the power of thunder and lightning with the strength of their bodies, the consequences can be imagined. At this moment, on the square, all warriors saw such a terrifying thunder and lightning giant net, and all of them were so shocked that their scalps went numb. If, at this time, they were the ones covered by the giant net of lightning, I am afraid that without any guesswork, the result would definitely be wiped out. Thunder net. But that's it. Chu Yan was in the center of the giant thunder and lightning net. Seeing the thunder net falling quickly, he sneered and said in disdain. You must know that when Chu Yan was in the Red Snow Kingdom, he faced the real heavenly thunder tribulation, which was the thunder god dragon evolved from Bailey Thunder Cloud. Compared with the power of the thunder and lightning in front of him, it is as high as the sky, but the thunder and lightning driven by Yu Qing, a warrior, cannot be compared at all. Break it! Chu Yan yelled loudly, and the Haotian sword in his hand erupted with a shocking sword light. The 5-color sword light swallowed the sky and the earth. The sword pointed at the sky, went up against the sky, and swung it fiercely towards the falling thunder net. Boom! 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 Thunder and lightning intersected, the sword glowed into the night, and the two intersected. A huge gap was instantly cut through the thunder net like a sky curtain. Then, Chu Yan turned his sword and swept across the sky. The vast thunder and lightning net continued to crack. As the light passed by, the sky was instantly cleared all the way. What? How can that be? Seeing this scene, all warriors in all directions were stunned and their eyes dropped all over the place. This Chu Yan, in the face of such a terrifying power of thunder and lightning, cut them all into powder with just one sword. This level of combat power is really terrifying. When Yu Qing saw that his thunder and lightning giant net was broken, he was stunned for a moment. His face was full of disbelief, the pupils of his eyes shrank sharply, and his eyes were full of shock. Now, he finally knew that the Chu Yan in front of him, the strength is not ordinary. Boom! Give me, boom! Yu Qing, whose face was livid and extremely gloomy, suddenly became furious, waved his hands, and the true energy in his body rose again, and the true energy like a rolling river rushed out and poured into the yin-yang thunder axe above his head in the middle. Endless thunder and lightning exploded from the axe, merged with each other, turned into thick thunder pillars, and blasted straight at Chu Yan. Whoosh! 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 As the thunder pillars continued to bombard down, balls of electric sparks exploded on the ground. Chu Yan turned into a shadow, and kept flying and shuttled among the 10,000 thunder pillars, like a ghost, invisible, and untouched. It doesn't hurt at all. Seeing this scene, not far away, Zhang Tian and Situ Yang raised their throats, and finally completely let go. The originally extremely nervous faces, now, all turned into playful smiles, and they swept towards Yu Qing and Huanbang from time to time. Top 5. Haha, I haven't seen you for a few days. The strength of the big brother is much stronger. What kind of shit? The second place on the Qianlong list is really rubbish. Situ Yang's voice was unusually loud, almost spreading throughout the square. #C932 Yin-Yang Tian Lei Axe. Immediately, the faces of the warriors around showed a hint of surprise at the same time. This Situ Yang just called Yu Qing a trash. In the distance, Yu Qing, whose face was distorted and maddened, heard Situ Yang's words, and was about to explode with anger. With his face flushed, he waved his hand, and the yin-yang sky thunder axe above his head it turned into a gold and silver double-colored lightning, and rushed to the top of Chu Yan's head. Boom! 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 Suspended at a height of thousands of feet above Chu Yan's head, the thunder and lightning exploded all over the body of the Sky Thunder Axe. Thick thunder and lightning, like a thunderbolt, fell straight towards Chu Yan. Around the figure, a forest of thunder and lightning rises like a flat ground, and it is so densely packed that it makes people dazzled. Humph. It's fun. It's my turn. Just when everyone was shocked by the power of thunder and lightning displayed by Yu Qing, their faces turned pale and their bodies went numb, a cold voice sounded in the forest of thunder and lightning. At the same time, in a snow-white forest of thunder and lightning, a strange color like a ray of light soared into the sky. Boom! The five-color sword glow, like a sky-breaking sword, stabs out with one sword, and the five-color sword glow shoots straight to the Yinyang Tianlei martial spirit in midair. What? Not good. Come back. Seeing the five-colored sword glow rushing out of the thousands of thunders and lightning slashing at his martial soul, Yu Qing was so frightened that his face turned pale, the hairs all over his body stood on end, his soul left his body, and he roared loudly, wanting to recall his martial soul. Call out. The five-colored sword light pierced through the air, and when the sword light passed, a huge crack was cut in the void. The sword light was like water, piercing through the body of the Yin-Yang Thunder Axe Wuhun, as if piercing through a cloud of air. Swish! The next moment, the Heavenly Thunder Axe martial soul turned into a flash of lightning, and flew towards Yu Qing. The light flashed, penetrated directly through the body, and disappeared into Yu Qing's body. At this moment, everyone was stunned and stood on the spot one after another, looking at Yu Qing together, but everyone's eyes were extremely strange, as if they were a little dumbfounded. Call. Yu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. With a relaxed expression, he suddenly reacted. It seems that martial artists cannot directly attack martial souls. With a sweeping gaze, Yu Qing saw the joking eyes glaring at him from all directions, and his face turned red like a monkey's ass. A martial artist who wants to harm the opponent's martial soul can only rely on his own martial artist to attack the opponent's martial soul. This is a basic knowledge that the entire continent, even warriors in the first layer of the body-tempering realm, know, but just now, I was so frightened by Chu Yan that I directly withdrew my martial soul. This time I was really ashamed. Huh. No. Suddenly, Yu Qing's flushed face changed drastically again. Since it is impossible for Chu Yan not to know something that all warriors know, then why did he attack his Wuhun? A flash of lightning suddenly flashed in the sea of consciousness, and deep in his heart, a terrifying sense of danger rushed out like a tide. In an instant, Yu Qing only felt that his whole body was icy cold, like falling into an ice cellar. The feeling of death. Looking up suddenly, in Yu Qing's pupils, a point of multicolored light kept enlarging, rapidly occupying the entire area of his pupils. At this moment, he finally saw clearly, this is a sword light like a sky-shattering rainbow. The five-colored sword light was extremely fast, and at the moment when his mind changed, he had already rushed in front of him, and just as he withdrew his martial soul, the true energy in his whole body fell back. It was when the old power was gone and the new power was not born, so it was too late to resist. What? Not good. Yu Qing was so frightened that his face was as white as paper, his eyes were bulging, and in a flash, he flipped his hands, and a silver spear appeared, firmly blocking his chest. Boom! The sword light struck, and slashed fiercely on the silver spear, and the violent power rushed into Yu Qing's body like the Yangtze River. Puff! Yu Qing only felt the qi and blood in his body boil instantly, and under the frantic tumbling, he rushed up with a mouthful of blood, opened his mouth wide, sprayed out a big mouthful of blood arrows, and swayed the blood mist all over the sky. The whole body flew upside down like a shooting star, and flew 1,000 steps before landing on the ground with a bang. Still like a gourd, it rolled a long way before it came to a halt. At this moment, the entire square fell into a deathly silence, even the sound of breathing stopped. Chu Yan, unexpectedly defeated. Yu Qing. How is this possible? Everyone looked at Yu Qing, who was struggling to get up from the ground in the distance, and then looked at Chu Yan, who was wearing a black robe, standing with a sword, and his face was cold. Suddenly, they felt that the sea of consciousness was in chaos, completely. Silly. You know, Chu Yan is only at the 3rd level of the heavenly realm, while Yu Qing is at the 7th level of the heavenly realm. Everyone is a proud warrior, and they also have the ability to leapfrog fighting, but isn't this Chu Yan's leapfrog fighting power too heaven-defying? According to everyone's thinking, the battle between the two should be the same as it was at the beginning. Yu Qing suppressed Chu Yan overwhelmingly, making him unable to fight back at all. However, it took only a blink of an eye for Chu Yan to strike with a sword, and Yu Qing was directly blown away, spraying blood mist all over the sky, obviously injured. In an instant, the battle turned around. Chu Yan had nothing to do, but Yu Qing spurted blood and turned into a gourd at the same time. Could it be that this Chu Yan is actually more powerful than Yu Qing? For a moment, everyone was stunned, unable to believe the scene they saw, and they all stood there in a daze, as if petrified. However, at the next moment, Chu Yan's figure flickered, holding the Haotian sword in his hand, urging a bright sword light, the whole figure, like a peerless beast, towards the distance. Yu Qing, who had just got up from the ground, violently rushed away. Die to me. With a yell, Chu Yan stood up straight from the ground, holding a sword in both hands, and his whole body's true energy erupted. On the sword in his hand, colorful auras lingered. The sprint burst open. For Chu Yan, for this Yu Qing, there is no need to have a trace of pity, just cut the weeds and kill them, there is no need to think about it. Yu Qing, who just got up from the ground, lost his eyes at this moment. Compared with other people, the horror in his heart was like a huge wave, which completely stunned him. I actually lost. Lost to an ant who only had the 3rd level of heaven-reaching realm. No, it's impossible. How could I lose? Wrong. The move just now was obviously a trick by Chu Yan. Under the guise of attacking his martial soul, he took advantage of the opportunity of his true energy to fall, and suddenly attacked him, so he lost. Therefore, this is not the real strength of that Chu Yan at all, it is just a trick. Right. That's it. Damn Chu Yan, I want you to die. The next moment, Yu Qing suddenly woke up from the shock and absent-mindedness, turned around, and saw Chu Yan holding a long sword, piercing through the air, and suddenly the whole body's true energy erupted like a volcano. It was like a thunder and lightning gun, raised horizontally above the top, and stabbed fiercely at Chu Yan in midair. #C933 3 Great Inheritance. In midair, the sword light shook the sky, and the thunder gun shot into the clouds. The two got closer and closer, and they seemed to be colliding with each other. This attack, whether it is Chu Yan or Yu Qing, all burst out with the strongest combat power, hoping to kill the opponent with one move. At this moment, between life and death, it's either you die or I die. Everyone in the audience, including Zhang Tian and Situ Yang, all raised their hearts to Noi's eyes, watching the two mighty attacks in astonishment, and they kept approaching each other. I believe that the next moment, it will be earth-shattering explosion. However, at this moment, in the central palace in the distance, behind the double-open palace doors, a stream of black light burst out suddenly, like a black cloud, instantly shuttled through the void, and appeared in front of Chu Yan and Yu Qing. Between people. The black cloud distorted, and quickly evolved into a human figure. With two hands, one on the left and one on the other, they swung out at the same time. Suddenly, a huge force swept across, sending Chu Yan and Yu Qing flying backwards, like the two of them collided into a 10,000 zhang peak at the same time, and they were directly bounced back. Puff. Puff. No matter if it was Yu Qing, who was at the 8th level of heaven-reaching realm, or Chu Yan, who was wearing a lock-to-the-sky robe. When they were hit by this force, they all opened their mouths and sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist, and flew backwards at the same time, drawing a parabola and falling towards the square in the distance ground. Brother! Chu Yan! When Zhang Tian and Situ Yang saw this shocking scene, their complexions changed drastically, and they rushed out, flashing towards Chu Yanwei, who fell on the ground at the same time. However, when the two of them just arrived, Chu Yan had already stood up from the ground, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and a pair of icy eyes, staring straight at the black figure that suddenly appeared in the middle of the distance. At this time, the black figure had evolved into an old man in a black robe. His eyes were like knives, sharp and cold, sweeping across the square like a cold wave. At this moment, everyone in the audience looked at the black old man in unison. "See Hai Lao! See Hai Lao!" All warriors from all directions bowed to the black old man and spoke in unison. "Old Hai!" Chu Yan frowned. His face was full of doubts. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Zhang Tian leaned close to his ear and said softly, "Chu Yan, this old man, the supervisor of the entire spiritual realm of Blood Sea, is almost a master-like existence in the spiritual realm of Blood Sea. He presides over every assessment of the spiritual platform for offering sacrifices to the spiritual realm of Blood Sea. This person, the strength is astonishing. I am afraid it is beyond the existence of Wu Zuanjing. Don't offend him." After Zhang Tian carefully explained, "I don't forget to remind that this kind of existence beyond the Wu Zuanjing is by no means something they can afford to offend now. Moreover, if they want to get the 3 major inheritances of Jiuxiao, this old Hai is the key." Zhang Tian already knows Chu Yan's character very well. He is afraid that Chu Yan will retaliate against the other party, so let him be patient for a while. Fighting is prohibited in the altar. Violators will be permanently disqualified from the assessment. Hai Lao, whose whole body was dark, swept his eyes across the audience, and said loudly. As soon as the words landed, all warriors responded with hands clapping. "Yes, Old C. Yes, Old C." Regarding this rule, most people, including Yu Qing, just now, he suddenly heard the news that Hong Tianpeng was beheaded by Chu Yan, and he acted rashly in a fit of rage. Now, since Elder Hai has come forward to stop it, he naturally dare not disobey it again. 3 days later, after the warriors who have passed the assessment of Qianyu Canyon arrive, the assessment of the Tian Tai will begin. Now, everyone, wait. After saying a word, Hai Lao's figure quickly faded away, and unexpectedly slowly merged with the void, and finally disappeared completely. After Hai Lao's figure completely disappeared, the square regained its calm. Yu Qing stared at Chu Yan with red eyes, murderous intent surged in both eyes, and after a heavy snort, he waved his hands, took the top 5 in the imperial list, walked to the side of the palace gate, sat cross-legged directly, and began to resume breathing. Chu Yan ignored them, took Zhang Tian and Situ Yang to a corner of the square, took out the elixir, swallowed it, and began to heal and recover. Zhang Tian and Situ Yang, one left and one right, helped Chu Yan protect the law. The power of the elixir melted in the body, and in less than half an hour, all of Chu Yan's injuries and true energy recovered. Afterwards, Chu Yan chatted with Zhang Tian and Situ Yang, and after briefly asking some information about the altar, the 3 of them also sat cross-legged and began to prepare separately. No need to think about it, it is definitely not that easy to pass this assessment of offering sacrifices to the rooftops, otherwise, for thousands of years, none of the 3 major inheritances have been obtained. Chu Yan sat cross-legged, while practicing Raksha Wuji Ju, at the same time, communicated with the unicorn martial soul, and began to continue to refine the qi of the 5 elements. The last time in the Red Snow Kingdom, the last battle was because of the qi of the 5 elements. The miraculous effect made Chu Yan win by luck. Just after the battle with Yu Qing, Chu Yan was about to use the Qi of the Five Elements, but it was a pity that he was stopped by Hai Lao. However, Chu Yan is sure that it is inevitable for him to fight Yu Qing in this sea of blood and the spiritual domain, and he does not know how difficult it is to have a sacrifice to the roof, so prepare more Qi of the Five Elements, absolutely nothing wrong. The three of them sank into cultivation, and time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. When Chu Yan opened his eyes again, the Zhonggong square in front of him was filled with warriors, obviously all warriors who came from Qianyu Canyon within these 3 days. Each of them came here for the 3 major inheritances. Exhaling slowly, Chu Yan exhaled a long breath of foul air, and immediately got up. In 3 days, my state has been adjusted to the peak state. At the same time, the Qi of the 5 elements in my body has reached 130, consuming a small half of the soul stone, which can be said to be a huge gain. As Chu Yan got up, Zhang Tian and Situ Yang, beside him, also woke up from their cultivation and stood up. Brother! It looks like the platform for offering sacrifices to the sky is about to open. Situ Yang looked around, but saw not far away in front of the palace gate. Hai Lao's figure had already walked out of the palace gate, and walked slowly to the front steps of the palace. Go. Go and have a look. Chu Yan nodded, and immediately, together with Zhang Tian and Situ Yang, walked towards the main entrance of the central palace. Like Chu Yan and the others, there were no less than 10,000 warriors in the square at this time. All of them stood up and gathered towards the main entrance of the central palace. Everyone tensed up, and they all knew in their hearts that the core of the blood sea in the spiritual domain, the 3 major inheritance trials, were finally about to begin. Every one of the juniors in Zhongtian. Seeing all the warriors gathered, Hai Lao raised the corners of his mouth, smiled playfully, and said loudly, I will only introduce the information about the 3 major inheritances once, so listen carefully. #C934 Mystery Gold Chest. Hai Lao's voice contained an invisible and terrifying power. When it oscillated, there seemed to be a faint sound of thunder in the void. It felt like Hai Lao's voice would arouse the void, as if he was the void. And the void is him. Of the 3 major inheritances, the worst is the inheritance of the blood-mad martial emperor. All of his skills, martial arts, secrets, and wealth are all buried here, and this is also the origin of the original spiritual blood sea. Speaking of this, Hai Lao paused for a moment, his eyes swept across, and seeing everyone's stunned expressions, he couldn't help showing a smug look on his face, and continued. No matter who it is, as long as they can pass the test of offering sacrifices to the sky and finally get the approval of the blood-mad martial emperor, they can get his inheritance, and at that time, there will be a big surprise. With the blood-mad martial emperor, together with the inheritance, I believe you will not be disappointed. As soon as this statement came out, everyone in the audience was stunned, and suddenly many warriors spoke one after another, and discussions arose everywhere. Fuck. The inheritance of the crazy blood martial emperor is actually the worst. What do you mean? My God, the middle martial emperor realm, as long as you get his inheritance, you can at least achieve the lower martial emperor realm. By then, the entire Zhongtian continent will definitely be the overlord. What? There is a big surprise. It is worthy of being the martial emperor's inheritance, that's great. One step away, you will be the pinnacle of martial arts in the Haotian continent. Ha ha ha. I have a chance. It's been 5 years. This time, I must get it. Following the excitement of all the warriors around, there was an uproar, and Hai Lao's expression sank in an instant. Shut up. With a loud shout, the sky of the entire altar sank violently, nearly 100 thunderbolts exploded suddenly, everyone's minds trembled fiercely, and their bodies shook slightly. While I'm talking, any of you who dare to talk nonsense will be permanently disqualified from participating in the spiritual realm of Blood Sea. As soon as the words fell to the ground, everyone's face turned serious, and no one dared to say a word, and they all stared blankly at Hai Lao. Hee, that's right. Hai Lao, who was full of pride, frowned, obviously satisfied with the effect in front of him. After pondering for a while, he introduced. The second inheritance, as many people know, is the Tianlian token. I believe you will all like it. As Hai Lao said, he waved his big hand, and an invisible force rushed out. Suddenly, the void in front of him twisted and turned into a light curtain. I saw, in the light curtain, a lavender token in the shape of a lotus appeared in front of everyone. This lotus-shaped token is the size of 2 palms. There are 9 lotus petals in different colors. They are separated in 9 directions. The lotus seeds exude a faint 9-color strange light, which makes people feel the evolution of heaven and the mysterious movement of all things at a glance, which is extremely strange. This is the Tianlian token. Whoever can get the Tianlian token will have the opportunity to enter the legendary Tianlian Mountain of the First Jedi. In the tens of thousands of years of Haotian continent's history, all warriors who entered the Tianlian Mountain have all gained the opportunity to change their fate against the sky, improve themselves, and integrate the way of heaven. Their future achievements can even surpass Emperor Wu, and their achievements can reach unmatched heights. In an instant, the eyes of everyone in the audience became fiery, staring closely at the Tianlian token. The inheritance of the crazy blood martial emperor is of course extremely precious, but it reaches the sky, that is, the martial arts achievement of the middle martial emperor. However, the Tianlian token in front of him has the opportunity to become the martial emperor, and even surpass the martial emperor exist. Comparing the two, the judgment is judged. Martial Emperor Ling Tian, that is so strong. According to the legend, the one who can control the sun and the moon with one hand, and the world with the other, is the real pinnacle of the world of martial arts. Such a powerful existence, just imagining it, makes people's blood boil, and their minds go crazy. Okay. That's all for this Tianlian token. It's just an ordinary treasure. Even if you are allowed to enter Tianlian Mountain, if you don't get a chance, it will be like a drop in the sky. Next, introduce the last one. When Hai Lao saw everyone, his eyes were red, his mind was completely immersed in it, and he immediately reminded. The voice rang, everyone's eyes trembled, and they woke up one after another. Last same. That one, no one has even seen it. According to the legend, it is the true treasure of the core inheritance of the entire spiritual domain and blood sea. Hearing Hai Lao's words, everyone's minds froze immediately, and they stared straight at Hai Lao. They just hoped to hear more information about that legendary treasure, and maybe they would have a chance to get it. This time, the same, with a wave of Hai Ba's big hand, the void in front of him trembled slightly, and it quickly evolved. In the light curtain, a golden box suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This golden box is as tall as a person, and its 4 corners are made of silver. The box body is made of pure gold-like material. On the box body, there are densely packed, all of which are extremely complicated spirit patterns, forming a very mysterious array of spirit patterns. It actually completely cut off the breath in the gold box, without any leakage. This third treasure inheritance was entrusted by an old friend of the old man back then. What exactly is it? To be honest, I don't know, but what is certain is that the old friend of the old man surpassed Emperor Wu. Therefore, this treasure should be the best among the 3 inheritances. It depends on who has such a chance. Hearing Hai Lao's words, every martial artist present was trembling, and under the excitement, they even became short of breath, especially in the crowd of warriors, Yu Qing and the top 5 in the imperial list. All of them had bloodshot faces and eyes. The color is full of greed. These people are of noble status. After listening to Hai Lao's introduction, they naturally focused all their eyes on the golden box's inheritance, but it has already faded into obscurity. In their view, they are the pride of heaven, even if they are competing for the 3 major inheritances. Of course they should fight for the best one. After a short pause, Boss Hai waved his hand, and all the images in the void disappeared. Okay, that's all for the introduction of the three major inheritances. For you juniors, each of them is like a life-defying existence. I hope that some of you will have such a great opportunity. Speaking of this, Hai Lao's face sank slightly, and his face became solemn. After looking around the audience, he announced loudly. Spiritual Realm of Blood Sea, the three major inheritance assessments have officially begun. #C935 Change the rules? The Sea of Blood in the spiritual domain, the assessment of the rooftop, begins. Boss Hai waved his hand, and behind him, the gate of the blood-red palace and the black forbidden defense disappeared instantly. Everyone stared wide-eyed and looked towards the palace. I saw that the palace door was wide open. After removing the shady prohibition blocking the door, the scene inside the palace was clear at a glance. The red marble floor and rows of golden palace pillars looked magnificent and majestic. But these did not attract the attention of tens of thousands of fighters. All of them looked straight into the deepest part of the hall, and saw the row of huge steps behind the huge door that was also opened in the apse. These stairs are the ladders at the back of the palace, leading directly to the sky and rushing into the sea of spiritual clouds. As long as you step on these ladders, you can directly reach the sacrificing heaven terrace. And on the platform, for offering sacrifices to the sky, there are three major inheritance treasures. Everyone, there are 3 stages in the assessment of the Tian Tai, and the white jade ladder in front of you is the first stage. As for the next 2 stages, I will tell you after you pass the first stage. Hai Lao's voice sounded again, attracting all eyes. On the white jade ladder, there are only 2 rules. First, from the first step of the ladder to the end of the 3rd stage, you cannot use pills to restore your true energy. Second, he. Having said that, Hai Lao had a teasing smile on his face, glanced at everyone, and finally said slowly. Secondly, on the white jade ladder, you can fight freely. Whoever defeats the most people, I will consider giving some convenience and rewards. This level is limited to 1 hour. From now on, if you can't get on the ladder, you can figure it out. As soon as the words fell to the ground, everyone was startled at the same time, especially the warriors who had participated in the assessment of the Tian Tai before. Their faces were full of astonishment. You must know that in the previous assessments of the Tian Tai, on the white jade ladder, it is forbidden to fight. They are gold, wood, water, wood and soil, and the 5 attributes are suppressed in turn. Those who can reach the top of the ladder can reach the Tian Tai and participate in the next level assessment. But this time, according to what Hai Lao said, it seems that the content of the assessment has changed, and it is a big change. At this moment, tens of thousands of warriors were in an uproar, and there was a lot of discussion. Could it be that there is no suppression of the 5 elements attribute? It has changed to a melee. It's over now. If this is a melee, they have a lot of people in the sect, so it's not a big advantage. Strange, how could the assessment rules be changed suddenly? It has never happened before. What's wrong with this year? Many things are different from before. Quickly recover your true energy, swallow the elixir, and then go up the ladder. It's not fair, it's not fair. In the crowd of warriors, various voices and exclamations came and went, and there was a sudden commotion. However, Hai Lao's figure was not moved at all. Amidst the noise, Hai Lao's figure quickly faded, and finally disappeared completely, turning into nothingness, without leaving a trace. Just after Hai Lao disappeared completely, the sky ladder behind the palace suddenly burst into light. The snow-white brilliance started from the first step of the back door of the main hall, and the bright and dazzling light lit up step by step, all the way to the sky. The sky ladder really connects the sky. As long as you step on it, you can reach the sky in 1 step. Seeing the sudden change, the crowd of warriors, who were originally noisy, became quiet in an instant. Everyone was staring at the ladder, their eyes were fiery red. At this moment, regardless of whether the cultivation level is high or low, the eyes of every martial artist present are shining brightly. I want to get the 3 inheritances. I want to change my life against the sky. It's time to step on the ladder. Call. 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 All warriors and everyone in the arena erupted with aura, and the violent fighting intent, like a galloping frenzy, merged together and rushed straight into the sky. Come on. I want to go to the rooftop. The 3 major inheritances must be mine. Go away. Those who stand in my way will die. Rush, hurry. The next moment, tens of thousands of warriors broke out at the same time, as if a pile of dry firewood was suddenly ignited, and flames burst into the sky in an instant. Everyone roared, and their bodies turned into sharp arrows, shooting directly into the palace. On the other side, the vault of heaven, in front of the light curtain of the square. At this time, the entire square was like a double sky of ice and fire, and the atmosphere became extremely depressing and weird. On the side of Huangzong, Hong Qiyu's face was livid, so dark that ink dripped from his face, and behind him, all the big bosses and strong men of Huangzong were also full of cold faces, with murderous intent. On the other side of the D-zone, the sun was shining brightly on his heavy face, with a faint smile blooming. The other big bosses and powerhouses of the D-zone, like him, were all full of smiles, filled with indescribable excitement. Easy. The battle between Chu Yan and Yu Qing just now, through the crystal pillar light curtain, was all clearly seen by the big bosses of the sect. Chu Yan slashed out with a sword, and sent Yu Qing flying upside down. Everyone was horrified by this scene, except for the calm and breezy expression on his face, who didn't care at all. He has long been used to Chu Yan's enchanting level. If Chu Yan behaves mediocrely, it will surprise him instead. Chu Yan, I didn't expect that. I haven't seen you for more than a month. Your cultivation base and combat power have improved faster than Xingjia. This time, whether you can get the 3 major inheritances depends on yourself. Shindang looked at Chu Yan and murmured. Hearing his words, the bosses and powerhouses of the D-zone nodded their heads one after another. Now, they finally believed a little bit about how evil and heaven-defying Chu Yan introduced to them by Shindang. The suzerain expected that Chu Yan could really obtain the 3 major inheritances, but he still had some doubts. After all, for tens of thousands of years, there have been tens of thousands of Tianjiao who have entered the blood sea of the spiritual domain, and there are some peerless Tianjiao among them, but there is no one who can get the 3 major inheritances. On the other side, in the emperor's camp, the atmosphere was extremely dignified, and everyone glared fiercely at the black figure in the crystal pillar light curtain. Sect Master Hong Yu Qing seems to be. A big brother of the emperor's sect looked at Hong Qiyu and said. Because the emperor's sect is an alliance sect, even if Hong Qiyu is the rotating suzerain, his status is not much higher than that of other big bosses. Therefore, for the questions in his mind, a big boss of the emperor asked directly. Humph. Don't worry, it was just Chu Yan who used despicable and deceitful tactics to succeed in the sneak attack. Now that Yu Qing is prepared, with his cultivation base and strength, he has climbed the ladder, and that Chu Yan has no chance. Yes, not bad. Several emperors nodded at the same time, especially the empires of the 5 emperors who were killed by Chu Yan with a sword. Their eyes were cold. They didn't believe that Chu Yan could defeat Yu Qing, and they didn't care about Yu Qing. He is very familiar with his strength. Of course he knows that the battle just now is not Yu Qing's strongest combat power at all. Furthermore, Yu Qing has a great chance of obtaining one of the 3 major inheritances in this session of Spiritual Realm Blood Sea. By that time, our Emperor sect will become the leader of the 8 ancient sects, including the Sword sect, in just a few years. Invincible Hand. A bright light flashed in Hong Qiyu's eyes, and he said with great confidence. For this sea of blood in the spiritual domain, Hong Qiyu has taken great pains and made many arrangements, not only for Chu Yan and Situ Yang, but also for the 3 major inheritances. He is determined to win. #C936, the second unicorn horn? The sea of blood in the spiritual realm, offering sacrifices to the roof. Seeing tens of thousands of warriors rushing towards the hall like a wave of monsters running wildly, none of them stopped at all, and rushed straight to the white jade ladder. Chu Yan stood where he was, turned his hands over, took out a jade bottle, poured out 3 9-profound golden pills, and the 3 of them swallowed them respectively. Although the medicinal power of the Jiuxiao golden elixir will be suppressed after stepping on the white jade ladder, but on the way the 3 of them pass through the palace, the medicinal power of the Jiuxiao golden elixir is enough to make the 3 of them's true qi go strong. Elevate to peak condition. Walk. Chu Yan let out a low shout, and strode out with great momentum. Glancing at Zhang Tian and Situ Yang, who also looked excited, the 3 of them looked at each other and smiled, walked side by side, and headed towards the hall. In the huge palace, after the 3 of Chu Yan walked 10,000 steps, they finally came to the white jade ladder. At this time, the other warriors who rushed out first had already rushed far away. Looking up, Chu Yan only saw a large black area, and they were still climbing towards the top of the ladder. Climbing the ladder. Okay, let me try. Chu Yan looked at the white jade stairs in front of him, narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his right foot, and landed on the first step. Boom. The moment Chu Yan's right foot landed on the white jade steps, Chu Yan's whole body tightened suddenly, his mind trembled violently, and in his eyes, the colorful unicorn pupils burst out with dazzling light, like 2 haze-colored stars. Huh. This is... On the white jade stairs, a vast aura, like water falling from 9 heavens, poured into Chu Yan's body crazily. This majestic aura made Chu Yan feel very familiar. This is the Qilin Tianwei's breath. In the next breath, Chu Yan's face changed drastically, his face was full of horror, and his heart trembled uncontrollably. Roar. In the sea of consciousness, at the moment when the breath swept across, the Qilin martial soul suddenly woke up from a deep sleep, rushed straight into the sky of the sea of consciousness, and erupted with a roar that shook the sky. How is it possible? On this white jade ladder. How could there be Qilin Tianwei's breath? Chu Yan stared wide-eyed, his whole body was as stiff as a stone, and instantly solidified. In the sea of consciousness, the Qilin Wuhun continued to convey strong consciousness to Chu Yan. That feeling made Chu Yan's whole body boil with enthusiasm. No. It's not the white jade staircase, it's the end of the staircase. That's the platform for offering sacrifices to the sky. Chu Yan raised his eyes, looked at the top of the white jade ladder, and went straight to Yuanshao, and the other side of the white jade ladder hidden in the sea of spiritual clouds was the place of offering sacrifices to the sky. Could it be, among the 3 major inheritances, there are items related to the Qilin Wuhun? Quick! Let's go! Zhang Tian and Situ Yang naturally discovered Chu Yan's abnormal state, and they all looked at Chu Yan in amazement. Only when Chu Yan gradually recovered, he turned his head with red eyes and glanced at Zhang Tian and Situ Yang. Shaped like electricity, it charged towards the white jade ladder. Seeing Chu Yan rushing up the ladder like a black lightning, Zhang Tian and Situ Yang no longer hesitated, and followed closely, chasing after Chu Yan. The 3 of them have already discussed this trip to the ladder. The 3 of them will act together to prevent Yu Qing and Huangzong's people from messing around. Chu Yan was on the ladder, galloping at a high speed, without stopping at all, at full speed, almost reaching the limit of his figure. To Chu Yan's surprise, there was no suppression, no trace of pressure or restraint on this white jade ladder. Except for the solidification of the medicinal power of the 9 profound golden pill in the body, this white jade ladder was completely indistinguishable from ordinary ladders. In this way, the speed of the 3 of Chu Yan rose to the limit, quickly catching up with the tens of thousands of warriors ahead. Originally, before going up the ladder, the three of Chu Yan discussed the action plan to hang behind all the warriors, and when they reached the last step of the white jade stairway, the scuffle between Yu Qing and other warriors should have ended. At that time, Yu Qing, it might not be so easy for Qing and the others to deal with the three of them. However, after the strange situation just now, Chu Yan suddenly changed his mind. He wanted to rush to the rooftop as quickly as possible, and take a look, what exactly were the three major inheritance objects, and what was the Qilin Wuhun related. According to Chu Yan's guess, it is very likely that it is another unicorn horn. The Qilin Wuhun is different from the other four gods and beasts. Strictly speaking, as the head of the five gods and beasts, the Qilin Wuhun needs to find all three items related to the Qilin Wuhun to be devoured if it wants to be promoted to 10 stars. When he was in extreme north continent, Chu Yan found the first one in the Black Yinsha Palace. Now, the unicorn Tianwei that appeared on the platform is very likely to be the second one. Chu Yan, this white jade ladder has 9.99 million steps, and it takes an hour to deal with melee. We have to save our true energy, don't rush too fast. Zhang Tian saw Chu Yan rushing up like a berserk beast, his eyes twitched, and he reminded him aloud. Brother, I can't run anymore. You wait. Situ Yang just threw 10 speed spirit patterns on himself, but even so, it was extremely difficult for him to chase after Chu Yan in his fat body. He was as tired as a cow, panting heavily. Hearing what Zhang Tian and Situ Yang said, Chu Yan finally slowed down and started climbing at an even speed. In any case, Chu Yan must reach the sacrifice platform as soon as possible, otherwise, if other warriors go up first and get the inheritance treasure related to the Qilin Wuhun, it will be a big loss. Boom. 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 The three figures, flying like flying, pulled out 3 long after images on the ladder, and quickly rushed up to the first 1,000,000 steps. However, when they stepped on the 1,000,000th step, the sky on the ground, an incomparably violent force ruthlessly suppressed and landed on the three of them. Not good. 5-element attribute suppression. Chu Yan's face froze, his body suddenly became extremely heavy, and he looked up into the distance. I saw that tens of thousands of warriors, almost all of them were on this section of the stairs, and were tightly suppressed. From just now, they were running like lightning, and now they can't run much faster than ordinary people, and their speed has dropped drastically. The next moment, the warriors who were crushed and breathless all cursed, and there was a huge sound on the stairs. Damn it! Didn't you mean change the rules? Damn it, I was tricked by Hai Lao, what a bitch, you changed the rules, it didn't change at all. Damn, and compared to the previous session, the suppression of the 5 elements this time is twice as strong. Mrs. Hai is so shameless that she lied to us. All kinds of cursing sounds kept ringing out, and everyone was surprisingly angry, roaring again and again. At this moment, in the void above the ladder, Hai Lao's figure slowly emerged from the void. Just now, who scolded me? A stern voice sounded, immediately shutting up all warriors at the same time. All pupils shrank sharply, their minds trembled fiercely, and they looked at Hai Lao in the air with horror on their faces. When they saw Hai Lao appearing, they woke up instantly. This Elder Hai is the master of the Blood Sea in the spiritual realm. #C937 5 lines of suppression. The appearance of Hai Lao made all the warriors who were still full of anger and cursed all the time faint, and no one dared to say anything. I only said 2 rules just now, but I didn't say that the rules of the previous session will be cancelled. Hai Lao glanced over tens of thousands of warriors. Although his face was sullen, he couldn't hide the teasing smile in his eyes. Hearing this sentence, all warriors in the audience were stunned. It was really like Hai Lao said, when he announced the rules, he really didn't say that the original rules were cancelled. The next moment, all warriors' minds sank, and they looked at Hai Lao with apprehension. Don't guess. Since they scolded Mr. Hai just now, they would not think that Mr. Hai just came out to explain this matter. I am afraid that they will immediately take revenge on these warriors who scolded him just now. Sure enough, in the next breath, Hai Lao's voice resounded faintly, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. Since you still have the strength to scold, it means that the suppression of the 5 elements is not enough, so let's increase it 5 times. As soon as the words landed, everyone's faces were ashen, and the corners of their eyes twitched instantly. You know, the pressure is only doubled now. Without using their true qi, they can run not much faster than ordinary people with their physical strength alone. If they increase it to 5 times, they can only use their true qi. However, the scuffle has not yet started, and there must be a big battle on the altar. If you use your true energy to climb the white jade ladder now, and wait until you reach the altar, your true energy will be exhausted, so you can grab the inheritance and the treasure. Without giving the fighters a chance to resist, Boss Hai waved his hand, and the entire white jade ladder trembled suddenly. Everyone felt that the 5 elements' attributes on their bodies were suppressed, growing wildly like a mountain torrent. Among the tens of thousands of fighters, at least 1/5 of them suddenly shook their bodies, and were almost crushed to the ground by the sudden explosion of pressure. Their faces were full of struggle. The next moment, groups of true qi of various colors continued to erupt. Among the suppressed warriors, some people continued to use their true qi to resist the suppression of these 5 elements' attributes. The so-called 5-element attribute suppression means that the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth exert pressure in turn. At present, the ladder from 1 million to 2 million steps. It is the suppression of the gold attribute. According to the law of heaven that the 5 elements generate and restrain each other, all warriors who practice the wood attribute skills will all be under the weight of the majestic golden 5 elements. However, not everyone belongs to the 5 elements. For example, Zhang Tian has an extremely rare Yin attribute physique, and he also practices Yin Sha attribute skills. In terms of attribute characteristics, strictly speaking, it belongs to the category of magic skills, so Zhang Tian will not be affected by the suppression of the 5 elements on the ladder at all. The same is true for Situyang. The spirit pattern he cultivated has the attributes of the spirit pattern all over his body, and he is also not included in the 5 elements. Not to mention Chu Yan, he has all the attributes of the 5 elements. In this case, the 5 elements generate and restrain each other perfectly, and he will not be suppressed by any single 5 elements at all. Call. Not far away, among the top 5 on the imperial list, next to Yu Qing, a thin young man's expression darkened. He didn't wait for Yu Qing to act, but turned around suddenly and rushed up the ladder. Wearing a golden dragon robe, one of the top 5 in the imperial list, he practiced the wood attribute technique. After feeling the pressure of the 5 elements, he didn't dare to stay longer, and his body turned into a golden lightning, flying away superior. Seeing this scene, the remaining top 4 on the imperial list around Yu Qing also rushed out one after another, and flew towards the ladder. Now, the rules of the ladder have become extremely terrifying, so they naturally dare not waste any more time and speed up one after another, hoping to reach the ladder with the least cost. Hee, I'm so impatient. Seeing this, Hai Lao smiled slightly, glanced at Chu Yan, a strange color flashed in his eyes, he pondered for a while, and slowly announced. If there is punishment, there will be rewards. I like the juniors who didn't scold me just now. Therefore, I will give you some benefits, which will greatly increase your chances of getting the 3 major inheritances on the altar. Swish. 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 After the words fell, Boss Hai waved his hand, and 2 blood-colored streamers flew out at an astonishingly fast speed. Before Chu Yan and Yu Qing could react, they had already entered the position between their eyebrows. Okay. Chu Yan's body trembled, and he felt a very weak shinchi, some of which were thicker than a finger, entered his body, and after swimming, he rushed directly into Chu Yan's sea of qi, and merged into an inner alchemy. Then disappeared without a trace. What kind of dog, fart reward, just a faint trace of true energy, it's not enough to squeeze between the teeth. After being stunned for a while, Chu Yan felt it carefully for a while, and after confirming that it was really a small wisp of ordinary true energy, he cursed secretly in his heart. This old Hai obviously did it on purpose. This other way of doing things will make himself and Yuqing a target of public criticism, and the target of all warriors at once. Sure enough, when Chu Yan glanced at the surrounding crowd of warriors, all of the tens of thousands of warriors stared at him with red eyes, like a group of hungry wolves seeing food. Fuck. Let's go. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan didn't dare to stay any longer, and quickly greeted Zhang Tian and Situ Yang, and rushed towards the latter. Compared with Yuqing, who has Emperor Zong as the backstage, Chu Yan, a third-level heavenly martial artist without any fame or background, is more likely to become the target of everyone. Tianjiao, these people have seen it with their own eyes. I am afraid that everyone has rushed forward and besieged. Haha, Chu Yan, let's see how you die this time. Seeing this scene, Yuqing couldn't help laughing wildly with surprise on his face. On the other side, the vault of heaven, on the square. It is good. Great, that Chu Yan is dead. Ha ha ha, now, you don't even need to make a move, Chu Yan is finished. In the emperor's camp, Han Qiu and other bigwigs laughed out loud when they saw the scene in the light curtain of the crystal pillar, staring at Chu Yan, who was running away all the way, full of teasing expressions. They did not expect that such a change would occur on this white jade ladder. Under such circumstances, it is almost impossible for Chu Yan to obtain the 3 major inheritances under the prying eyes of tens of thousands of warriors. You don't need to guess, you know, when the melee breaks out, all warriors, I am afraid that the first target of attack will be Chu Yan and the 3 of them. In the direction of D-Zone, all the bigwigs cursed in a low voice, shouting that Mr. Hai is unfair. They are all big bosses of the land sect, and they are good at calculating. As soon as Hai Lao's reward appeared, they immediately saw that it was not a reward at all, but rather a reminder. The Shindang in front of everyone in the D-Zone frowned slightly, his eyes swept across the light curtain of the crystal pillar, and there was a hint of thought in his eyes. #C938, come on, hurt each other. Sacrifice to the roof, on the white jade ladder. Chu Yan rushed all the way, and in less than a stick of incense, he rushed to the position of 2 million steps. After arriving here, the 3 of Chu Yan could perceive the original coercion of the gold line, which directly became the coercion of the wood line. In this way, when the tens of thousands of warriors behind rushed here, all the earth cultivation warriors with attribute skills will all be under 5 times the pressure. At that time, at least 1/5 of the people will mobilize their true energy to resist the coercion of the wood element. Because on the white jade ladder, you can't use pills to restore your true energy, and the time is limited. In this case, even if you practice to restore your true energy, the time is not enough. In this way, those who can really pass through the white jade ladder all the way to the Tiantai, probably less than 1 out of 10. However, the faster you pass the ladder, you may use the time gained to recover a part of your cultivation, even if it is a very small part of your true energy. You may be able to take advantage of the next level, which is the assessment of the sacrificing platform. Because all warriors who pass the white jade ladder will consume a lot of true energy. On the altar of offering sacrifices, on the one hand, the competition is about strength, and at the same time, it is also about who has more true energy left. The 3 of Chu Yan were not affected by the suppression of the 5 elements at all, so they didn't stop all the way, rushing towards the white jade stairs. However, when he had just crossed the 4 million steps of the ladder, Chu Yan suddenly stopped, his eyes shimmering. Big brother. What are you doing? While gasping for breath, Xie La Jiao looked at Chu Yan, who had stopped suddenly, and asked. You two go first and wait for me at the 6 millionth step. From there, the coercion of the 5 elements should disappear. Chu Yan looked at Zhang Tian and Xie La Jiao, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and slowly turned his head to take a look. The large group of warriors who were chasing him said with a light smile. Every million steps of the ladder is a kind of 5-element suppression, which is within the range of 5 million ladders, plus the first million steps of the ladder are not suppressed by the 5 elements, so according to Chu Yan's estimation, it is the first one. At the beginning of the 6 million ladder, all the 5 elements will be suppressed, and they will all disappear. At the same time, the 6th millionth step of the ladder begins, the suppression of the 5 elements is lost, and everyone's skills are restored. I'm afraid it's time for the melee to begin. And before that, Chu Yan still has a lot of things to do. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Xie La Jiao and Zhang Tian looked at each other, and at the same time, the corners of their eyes twitched. Based on their understanding of Chu Yan, whenever this expression appeared on Chu Yan's face, someone would be in trouble. Immediately, Zhang Tian and Xie La Jiao nodded, and said be careful to Chu Yan, but turned around and continued to rush towards the white jade ladder. Call. As soon as the two of them left, Chu Yan looked back and saw the group of warriors who were getting closer. Then, the true energy in Chu Yan's body slowly overflowed, and it turned out that he used the inner alchemy in the sea of energy. In my sea of qi, there are 16 inner alchemy, he. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth raised an arc, and with a heavy step on his right foot, the true energy in his body exploded. Boom, boom. Amidst a terrible explosion, there was a loud explosion on the entire white jade ladder, startling the large group of warriors who were about to catch up with Chu Yan behind them, and they all looked up. I saw Chu Yan's whole body, the light yellow earth element, burning like a flame, and his body was heavy. Every step he took, there would be a heavy sound. Obviously, this was the expression of being suppressed by the 5 elements. Haha, the 400 millionth ladder is suppressed by water. It seems that Chu Yan is an earth attribute technique. What's the point of letting you run so fast? Use it, and you'll be suppressed in the same way. Everyone, hurry up, rush up, surpass him, and when he reaches the 6 million ladder, Chu Yan's true energy will be almost gone. Rush. Rush over. After chasing a large group of warriors, seeing Chu Yan being suppressed by the 5 elements, they were ecstatic in their hearts. They rushed forward one by one, wanting to rush to the front of Chu Yan, and when they reached a place where there was no suppression of the 5 elements, they would directly kill Chu Yan, who had consumed a lot of true energy. Get rid of it. Not only the other warriors, but also Yu Qing, who rushed up, and several powerful men on the imperial list, all had joy on their faces. Go, surround him, and stop him in the wood attribute suppression area, so that he can continue to consume his true energy. A savage look flashed across Yu Qing's eyes, and a wicked smile curled up at the corner of his mouth, and he said to the top 5 in the imperial list beside him. Yes. Let's go up and block him. The few of us have passed the 5 elements to suppress the difference, and consumed 30% of our true energy. This time, we must let that Chu Yan consume the least amount of true energy. When we reach the 6 million ladder, we will kill him directly. Good idea. Let's go together. After being reminded by Yu Qing, the eyes of several of the top talents suddenly brightened. In their view, as long as Chu Yan is killed, other warriors are nothing to worry about, and they have no strength to compete with them for the 3 major inheritances. Whoosh! 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 The figures of the 6 paths flew over, rushed directly to Chu Yan's surroundings, and surrounded it completely. Seeing this scene, the warriors around all turned their heads to look at it, and when they saw Yan's situation clearly, they couldn't help but smile playfully on their faces. In one's own 5-element suppression zone, being stopped by other warriors who do not have 5-element suppression, this is simply a dead end. Knowing that, under the condition of being suppressed by the 5 elements on the ladder, I am afraid that even 50% of the usual combat power will not be able to be used, and the true energy consumed will be much greater than usual. Chu Yan suddenly stopped moving, his eyes swept across, looking at Yu Qing and the 5 emperors. The smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more intense. I have 16 inner alchemy, and every time I break through, it is 16 times more difficult than a martial artist of the same level, but there is a huge benefit, that is. The amount of true energy of Chu Yan is also 16 times that of a martial artist of the same level. Okay. Seeing Chu Yan's expression and the strange color flashing in his eyes, Yu Qing's face, which was still full of smiles just now, froze instantly, and a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Chu Yan, what are you doing? Hearing this, Chu Yan grinned, shrugged, and said with a helpless smile. Ask me. Now, it seems that you are surrounding me and trying to deal with me. When the words landed, Yu Qing's face suddenly changed, and his eyes full of doubts kept looking at Chu Yan. His spiritual consciousness was like a net, and he was firmly locked on Chu Yan. Wrong. Certainly not. This Chu Yan is very wrong. Hearing Chu Yan's words, looking at his calm and clear expression, this time, not to mention Yu Qing, even the other top 5 in the imperial list, they all noticed something strange. At this moment, including the top 5 in the imperial list, the 6 people surrounding Chu Yan frowned at the same time, their faces full of solemnity and suspicion. It was as if, instead of them surrounding Chu Yan now, it was Chu Yan who surrounded the 6 of them by himself. #C9391 Kick. Vault of God Valley, in front of the square crystal screen. On the white jade ladder, Chu Yan's strange behavior not only made Yu Qing and the 5 emperors on the list suspicious, but even Han Qiyu and all the big bosses of the emperor's sect were all at a loss, and they couldn't figure it out at all. What is Yan doing? Humph. When death is imminent, you are still so arrogant. In my opinion, it's just a bluff. A big boss of the imperial sect said. That's right. Don't talk about 6 people. When the 5 elements are suppressed, even one person is dead. What are Yu Qing doing? Why haven't you made a move yet? Yu Qing is practicing the earth attribute technique, and he is also being suppressed, but it is enough for a few other people to take action. What are you afraid of? Chu Yan is also suppressed. He can't be Yu Qing's opponent. In the Huangzong camp, several bigwigs spoke one after another. Only Han Qiyu stared at the crystal screen in the sky with a gloomy face. Just like Yu Qing, he also had a bad feeling in his heart. Because, up to now, he suddenly remembered that not long ago, he checked Chu Yan's details upside down, but he didn't seem to find out. What is the attribute of Chu Yan's practice? Thinking of this, Han Qiyu slowly turned his head and looked in the direction of Dizong in the distance. Among all the people present, if anyone knew the attributes of Chu Yan's skills, it could only be Shendang. But at this time, there was no expression on Shendang's face, he just quietly watched the crystal screen in the air. From his face, there was no clue at all. It seems that from Shendang to here, there seems to be no expression fluctuations in any of Chu Yan's performances. Could it be that this Shendang has so much confidence in Chu Yan? Sacrifice to the roof, on the white jade ladder. Yu Qing's face was solemn, and he stared straight at Chu Yan. In order to resist the suppression of the 5 elements, the true energy in his body was constantly passing away. He knows. Can't wait any longer, it must be resolved as soon as possible. Do it. With a loud shout, Yu Qing's true energy surged up, directly using 20% of the true energy, condensed into a huge fist mark, and blasted straight towards Chu Yan. The other 5 imperial arrogances, when they heard Yu Qing's shout, were no longer faint, and burst out with Xinqi, mobilizing 20 to 30% of their Xinqi, and went straight to attack Chu Yan. Immediately, on the latter, all kinds of fist marks, palm qi, and leg strength formed a torrent of attacks. Although it was far less powerful than usual, in a special place like the latter, these 6 attacks were already extremely terrifying. Seeing the 6 attacks coming, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, a playful smile flashed in his eyes, raised his right fist, and the 5-colored energy condensed and turned into a silver fist, constantly merging and condensing in front of him. In less than a blink of an eye, the fist light on Chu Yan's right hand has grown to a height of 100 feet, and the majestic true energy is surging, bringing bursts of fierce wind howling, sweeping 100 steps around. What? How can that be? How could there be so much of Chu Yan's true energy? Boom! The huge Yinmong fist seal is 5 times larger than the 6 attacks of Yu Qing and the 5 Huangbang Tianjiao. When it exploded suddenly, it smashed all the 6 attacks into pieces, and then straight, crashing into the 5 emperors' arrogance. When the fist light was about to hit the top 5 in the imperial list, the colorful fist light swept across suddenly, bringing out a trajectory like a crescent moon, and directly knocked the 5 arrogances of the imperial list, throwing their bodies flying. What? 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 5 pitiful screams sounded, and the 5 imperial arrogances flew upside down and fell towards the bottom of the ladder. What? You. Seeing this scene, Yu Qing's complexion changed drastically. Looking at the 5 figures flying down the ladder like meteors, his entire face turned green. You are not suppressed by the 5 elements. Yu Qing's voice trembled, and he looked at Chu Yan with a chill in his heart. Now, he finally knew what that bad premonition was just now. This time, he was fooled by Chu Yan again. However, who can blame this? They obviously delivered it to the door by themselves. Hee, clever. Chu Yan chuckled, then raised his right foot, and the infuriating energy gathered on the foot like a tide, and then stepped out hard, directly on Yu Qing's face. The majestic infuriating energy yuan exploded in an instant, kicking Yu Qing's body and flying away, flying far down the ladder like the top 5 in the previous imperial list. Chu Yan. No. Will let pass you. With a huge footprint on his face, Yu Qing's body flew across the air, and a shrill roar resounded throughout the sky above the white jade ladder. This kick did not cause too much damage to Yu Qing. After all, when fighting on the ladder, few people use martial arts, because in that case, the consumption of true energy is too great, and it is not worthwhile at all. Okay. Chu Yan, who had just turned around and was about to continue climbing the ladder, heard Yu Qing's roar, raised his brows immediately, turned his body lightly, and slowly turned back again, facing the bottom of the ladder. The corners of his mouth suddenly raised slightly, and his figure flashed, flying towards the bottom of the ladder. In an instant, a very strange scene appeared on the Tiantai, the white jade ladder. It was the first time in tens of thousands of years that someone walked down the ladder. The emergence of this scene made the warriors who climbed up the ladder with difficulty and went against Chu Yan all stunned. Whoosh! Chu Yan's figure is as fast as lightning. After all, walking from top to bottom on the ladder is much faster. In less than 100 breaths, Chu Yan rushed to the place where Yu Qing fell, and here, it was very close to the position of the 3 million steps of the ladder. Ugh! What are you doing? After being kicked down by Chu Yan from the top of the ladder, Yu Qing just got up and was about to climb again, but when he looked up, he saw Chu Yan's figure in a black dress descending from the sky and landed in front of him. Twitched. Boom. Without a word of nonsense, Chu Yan stepped out directly, and kicked the huge footprints hard towards Yu Qing's face. Get off. In Chu Yan's body, the second inner alchemy was circulating, and the true energy burst out, turning into a monstrous force, kicking Yu Qing's face. You. At this moment, When Yuqing saw Chu Yan's big foot and kicked it again, his expression changed drastically, his face turned from white to green, and he was completely dumbfounded. I had kicked just now, but it wasn't enough, and even chased me over to kick myself. Immediately, Yuqing gritted his teeth, and sensed that less than 70% of the true energy in his body had been mobilized again, and turned into a fist. Mang, blast towards the oncoming Gangyuan footprints. Boom. Yuqing only felt that this kick was as heavy as a mountain, and it directly crushed his infuriating fist, and then kicked him hard in the face. The violent force came, and his whole body was directly blasted back. However, this time Yuqing was prepared, and this kick only made him fall back thousands of steps before he stood still. However, before Yuqing could stand still, Chu Yan flashed down again and rushed towards Yuqing. #C940 Angry Martial Arts. Vault of God Valley, in front of the square crystal screen. At this moment, the entire square was silent. Everyone, all the sect bosses and fighters, including those from the Emperor sect and the Dizong sect, stared at the scene in the crystal screen in a daze. All of them were stupefied and stood on the spot. What the hell is this Chu Yan doing? Instead of rushing up to the altar to snatch the 3 treasures of inheritance, instead of chasing Yuqing and kicking him, don't you know that such a waste of true energy will make it more and more difficult to pass the subsequent assessment? Also, that Yuqing, why is he so bad? Facing Chu Yan's kick, he seems completely powerless to fight back. You know, he is at the 7th level of the heaven-reaching realm. In terms of the amount of true energy, he is definitely a lot more than Chu Yan. However, in the face of Chu Yan's attack, his counterattack is so vulnerable. It's too weird. However, no matter how the bigwigs and powerhouses in the square guessed, in the crystal screen in midair, Chu Yan's big foot attack never stopped at all. Sacrifice to the Tian Tai, on the white jade ladder. Yuqing could only feel the qi and blood in his body churning continuously, and his eyes were full of horror. Kicking him in the face twice in a row finally made him understand. This Chu Yan has never been suppressed by the 5 elements on the ladder at all. His true energy is as strong as before he climbed the ladder, and it has not been reduced or consumed at all. Boom. Before Yuqing could stand completely, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and then, a huge footprint full of true energy lingered, and kicked towards him fiercely again. You. When Yuqing saw this kick, his whole face turned green, and his heart was so bitter that he could bleed out bile. However, what can be done? Yuqing could only mobilize his true energy again, condense into a fist print, and blast towards the oncoming footprints. At the same time, his figure flickered, trying to avoid the kick. Just when the footprints were about to collide with his own fist prints, Yuqing glanced at Chu Yan's face from the corner of his eyes. Seeing the indifferent smile on his face, Yuqing finally realized. This Chu Yan. Basically, he made up his mind to kick himself off the ladder, so as to consume his little true energy. If he was knocked back another 1,000,000 steps, then he would have to resist the suppression of the 5 elements again, and he would have to consume at least 30% more energy. Boom. Boom. There was a bang, and the fist light, composed of poor true energy, could not stop Chu Yan's footprints at all. The moment he touched it, he was trampled to pieces. With too much true energy, the speed couldn't be compared with Chu Yan's foot, and he was trampled on the face again. Whoosh! Yuqing's figure, like a kite with a broken string, flew up in the air, and flew towards the bottom of the ladder, flying far away. In all directions, all the martial artists who climbed the ladder raised their heads one after another, looking up at the figure passing by in the air. Their originally astonished eyes fled, and gradually a look of surprise rose. In their view, now, Chu Yan and Yuqing have been rewarded by Hai Lao, and according to Hai Lao, they can also greatly increase the chances of obtaining the 3 major inheritances. Therefore, no matter whether it is Chu Yan or Yuqing, as long as either of the two of them has consumed a lot of true energy before going up to the Tian Tai, then even if they go up to the Tian Tai, I am afraid that there will be no one to compete with them for the three major inheritances. Opportunities. In this way, their chances of obtaining inheritance and treasures will definitely increase greatly. Haha, Yu Qing has fallen into his 5-element suppression zone again, this time. Great. I didn't expect Chu Yan and Yu Qing to fight. Both of them are constantly consuming their true energy. We have a chance. If you have a chance, hurry up and rush up to the sacrifice platform. The three major inheritances and treasures are ours. Go. Go. The battle between Chu Yan and Yu Qing made all the warriors around look happy, their eyes were burning, and the hope of getting inheritance and treasures rose again in their hearts. The next moment, these warriors all gritted their teeth, their speed increased sharply again, and they quickly climbed towards the ladder. Haha, big brother. It turns out that he went to clean up Yu Qing. Xie Yang stood at the place where the ladder was approaching 6 million steps, looked back and saw the scene of Chu Yan kicking Yu Qing. He couldn't help laughing and said, "Dog, Fard Huangzong, let you set up a trap again, son. Hey, big brother did a good job, really relieved." When Zhang Tian heard what Xie Yang said next to him, his eyes flashed. Relatively speaking, compared with Xie Yang, he had a shorter time with Chu Yan. He just thought that Chu Yan was taking the opportunity to attack his opponent. But I didn't expect. It turned out that Chu Yan also went to avenge Fatty Situ at the same time. At this time, below the ladder, Chu Yan watched helplessly as Yu Qing fell into his 5-element suppression area, but this time, Chu Yan did not continue to catch up, because the goal had been achieved, and he had more important things to do. Yu Qing, I won't play with you anymore. Climb slowly. Chu Yan chuckled, turned around directly, and his figure flashed, turning into a black lightning bolt, flying towards the top of the ladder. In just a few blinks of an eye, Chu Yan quickly rushed through the nearly 100,000 steps of the ladder, and his whole body was full of true energy, as if the true energy in the sea of energy was endless like a surging river. Chu Yan, just wait, I will definitely kill you. The moment Yu Qing landed on the ground, he felt a big mountain crashing down, causing his whole body's qi and blood to stagnate severely. As a last resort, he could only stimulate another layer of Xinqi to resist the suppression of the 5 elements. He didn't dare to waste a moment of time, so hurry up, climb towards the ladder. At this time, Yu Qing's eyes were bloodshot, his face was ashen, black enough to drip ink, and his steel teeth were clenched tightly, making a creaking sound. I don't know if it was because of the suppression of the 5 elements, or anger towards Chu Yan. You want to defeat me like this, Chu Wei, you are dreaming. Yu Qing's figure was like lightning, his face was full of anger, and his heart roared again, and then, behind him, a group of gold and silver phantoms suddenly appeared. Yin Yang Thunder Axe. Hack. 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 The moment his heavenly thunder axe martial soul appeared, thick lightning bolts suddenly fell on the gold and silver axe and hit Yu Qing fiercely. The Xinqi in his body continued to rise, and there was only 50% of the Xinqi left in his body, which quickly returned to its peak state. The Yin Yang Thunder Axe actually has such a weird martial soul skill. Feeling the complete recovery of the true energy in his body, Yu Qing waved his big hand and took back the slightly dimmed Sky Thunder Axe martial spirit. With a grim face, he looked at the top of the ladder, and immediately, he rushed out again. He must catch up with Chu Yan as soon as possible, otherwise, it will not be easy for him to get back the inheritance and the treasure when Chu Yan goes to the altar. After all, his martial soul skill can only be used once, it is not unlimited. 2 million ladders are nothing to Yu Qing, who is full of qi. In less than a stick of incense, he rushed back to the place where he collided with Chu Yan for the first time. However, when he just took a breath and was about to restrain some of his true energy, suddenly, his eyes suddenly went dark, and a black figure suddenly descended. Come, it is Chu Yan. Hashtag C941 waiting for you in front. Get off. Chu Yan directly raised his big foot, stepped on it fiercely, and the majestic true energy surged out, as if he didn't want Yuan Jing. What? Chu Yan, you. At this moment, seeing Chu Yan's big feet attack again, Yu Qing only felt that he was about to explode, and his face completely turned green. This Chu Yan didn't leave at all, and has been waiting here for him. Boom. No matter how angry Yu Qing was in his heart, even if he urged his true energy to resist, but Chu Yan's kick was too fast. Why didn't he expect that Chu Yan didn't leave, waiting for him here? So, with this kick, Yu Qing got another solid blow. Whoosh! With the overwhelming anger and grievance in his heart, Yu Qing's body flew upside down again like a shooting star, and fell far down the ladder. At this moment, Yu Qing is almost on the verge of collapse. If he is not on the ladder, if he is not fighting for inheritance and treasures, he will definitely fight with Chu Yan. However, now he understands that Chu Yan has more true qi than himself, and that he has not been suppressed by the 5 elements. Chu Yan is relying on this to make himself lose the opportunity to compete for inheritance and treasures. Therefore, Yu Qing tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart and forced himself to remain calm. As long as you get to the Tiantai and get the 3 major inheritances and treasures, at that time, with your own strength, you will definitely kill this Chu Yan. Just when Yu Qing passed through the air and fell to the bottom of the ladder, a faint voice sounded in the air. Yu Qing, climb slowly, I'll wait for you at the 6 millionth step. As soon as these words came out, Yu Qing, who fell heavily on the ladder, suddenly twitched his eyes. This Chu Yan really won't let him go easily. On the other side, the vault of God Valley, in front of the crystal screen in the square. Emperor Huangzong's rotation seat suzerain. Hong Qiyu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and his face was full of haze, which made people feel chills. Seeing Chu Yan kicking Yu Qing away again and again in the crystal screen in midair, Hong Qiyu never thought that this Chu Yan would come up with such a method. If Chu Yan comes a few more times, Yu Qing may not be able to go to the Tiantai in this life, and he will still compete for the 3 great inheritances and treasures of the fart. Not to mention, taking Chu Yan and Situ Yang down and taking them back to the Emperor's sect is simply wishful thinking. Behind him, all the high-ranking officials and powerhouses of the Emperor's sect were so angry that they couldn't say a word. They just kept panting, and couldn't bear to rush into the sacrificial platform by themselves and directly blasted Chu Yan. Scum. This kid, really. Shindang looked at everything that happened in the crystal screen, but he smiled wryly and shook his head helplessly. According to the news received by their D-Zone, the Emperor set up a bureau to deal with Situ Yang, and he knew it too, but he didn't expect that Chu Yan would take revenge on Yu Qing in this way. However, this kind of temperament was also the reason why Shindang let Shen Xingjie follow Chu Yan at ease. Sacrifice to the roof, on the white jade ladder. Zhang Tian and Situ Yang, apart from occasionally looking back at Chu Yan's movements, they are all working hard to climb up the rest of the time. They know that the sooner they arrive at the Jiuxiantai, the more beneficial it will be for the next level of assessment. However, in order to save their true energy, the 2 of them basically relied on their physical strength to occasionally use a few speed spirit patterns, not daring to waste a trace of true energy. After all, there was still a melee waiting for them. The speed of the 2 is not too fast. During the time when Chu Yan went to attack Yu Qing, they climbed hundreds of thousands of ladders again, and began to approach the position of 5 million ladders. Because of the rapid loss of physical strength, their speed became slower and slower. Compared with the beginning, the speed was more than half slower. Whoosh! Chu Yan's figure was like lightning, and turned into a black lightning on the ladder, quickly surpassing each warrior, and quickly rushed towards Zhang Tian and Situ Yang. In less than a stick of incense, Chu Yan returned to the position of the 4 million steps of the ladder. However, his figure suddenly stopped, and he sat cross-legged directly, and he started to recover his true energy. Damn it! Recover your chi on the ladder. Is he crazy? What a waste of time, I think he just doesn't want inheritance and treasures. Great, let him practice, let's rush. Come on, overtake it, grab the inheritance and the treasure first. At this time among the warriors in the brigade, they were running fast, and they had begun to approach Chu Yan's position. Seeing Chu Yan sitting cross-legged and practicing directly, all of them were excited, their momentum exploded, and their eyes were bloodshot, constantly sprinting towards the top of the ladder. Now, no time is wasted. Zhang Tian and Situyang were stunned when they saw Chu Yan's behavior. However, when they saw the group of warriors below approaching quickly, they looked at each other, then gritted their teeth again and accelerated, rushing towards the top of the ladder. Among the tens of thousands of warriors, there were no more than 5 who had not been suppressed by the 5 elements. Zhang Tian and Situyang, because of their speed spirit patterns, had always maintained their leading position, and naturally they did not want others to surpass them. As for Chu Yan, they all believed in Chu Yan's strength, and they didn't bother to care about his fight with Yu Qing. Shang Chu Yan is busy. Sitting cross-legged on the ladder, Chu Yan was running Raksha Wuji, divine art. On the ladder, the spiritual power of heaven and earth in the surrounding void slowly gathered towards Chu Yan, and began to consume the true energy in the 3 inner alchemy, recovering quickly. At the same time, Chu Yan swept out his consciousness, and kept scanning the situation on the ladder. According to the current situation, Zhang Tian and Situyang still have at least 90% of their true energy, so maintaining the leading position should not be a problem. At the bottom of the ladder, Yu Qing was like a furious beast, crazily flying towards the top of the ladder, constantly flying towards it. He was beaten by Chu Yan twice in a row. Now, even if he stimulates 30% of his true energy, and keeps increasing his speed, he has only just rushed to the middle of the warrior group. At this time, he was full of thoughts: hurry up to the position of the 6 million ladder, and then join hands with the top 5 in the imperial list to kill Chu Yan directly. Even if he can't kill people, he must abolish Chu Yan's cultivation base, let him completely become a useless person. When the time comes, capture the emperor back and torture him until his life is worse than death, so that he can vent his hatred. Especially when he saw the ordinary warriors who were usually regarded as ants around him, he never expected that he would fall with them on the white jade ladder, as if they were on an equal footing. Chu Yan, I will never let you go. With his eyes completely red, Yu Qing clenched his teeth, his eyes fixed on the position of the 6 million ladder, rushing up crazily. Now, he is full of thoughts, rushing to the 6 millionth step, starting a scuffle, abolishing Chu Yan, and then rushing to the Tiantai to seize the inheritance and the treasure. There is nothing else in his eyes. Yu Qing, who broke out, was getting faster and faster, even 3 points faster than Chu Yan's previous speed. 100,000 steps. 500,000 steps. 1.2 million steps. After a stick of incense, Yu Qing actually broke through the 1.6 million steps of the ladder, and has rushed to the middle and front position of the brigade of warriors, only a short distance away from the position of 5 million steps. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. #C942 Emperor's Fury. The moment Yu Qing had just stepped onto the 5 million step ladder, when he looked up, his eyes suddenly flicked, and his entire face was full of astonishment. There was a figure in a black robe sitting cross-legged. It was Chu Yan. Hiss. Subconsciously, Yu Qing gasped suddenly, his pupils shrank suddenly, and there was a buzzing sound in the sea of consciousness, and he was a little dazed for a moment. Damn. Didn't you say you were waiting on the 6 million ladder? What are you doing here? Yu Qing's mind was shocked, and he roared in shock. At this time, Yu Qing's heart had basically collapsed. He felt that this Chu Yan was sent by heaven to deal with him. Good ladder, you are climbing, rushing up to snatch inheritance and treasures, why are you always blocking me? Boom. Almost at the moment when Yu Qing roared in anger, Chu Yan slowly withdrew his power, stood up from the ground, slowly turned around, looked at Yu Qing, and then, under the flash of his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, opened a strange arc. This smile fell into Yu Qing's eyes, and suddenly, his body trembled, and the hairs all over his body exploded instantly. Heavenly strength, earthly strength. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan raised his hand and punched out. The silver-glowed fist print wrapped in golden gang yuan roared and rushed straight towards Yu Qing. He was attacked by Chu Yan twice. This time, because Yu Qing saw Chu Yan first, he was naturally prepared. Immediately, the true energy surged in his body, and 40% of the true energy burst out directly. The silver fist print that came. Break it! Yu Qing yelled loudly. The Yin-Yang Tian Thunder Axe martial spirit behind him appeared in a flash, and after throwing an attack boost, it quickly disappeared behind Lu Qing. At this moment, Yu Qing was always thinking about saving his true energy, even the time to release the martial soul does not exceed one breath. Boom! The fists collided, and they exploded immediately. The violent energy scattered and rushed, and the two fists shattered at the same time. Yu Qing's body retreated hundreds of ladders, while Chu Yan was condescending, and he only retreated 3 steps. Stabilize your figure. Heavenly strength, earthly strength. Tian Gang Jin. The evil spirit of the earth. Heavenly strength, earthly strength. Before Yu Qing could fully stand still, Chu Yan erupted in an instant, like a raging and peerless beast. The true energy in his body surged out like a tide, and the silver fists wrapped in golden gang, like crazy pouring out like a rainstorm pear blossom. Fuck. You. Seeing the overwhelming fist attacks coming, Yu Qing's face turned pale, and the corners of his eyes twitched wildly. I'm fighting with you. The next moment, Yu Qing, who could no longer bear it, erupted completely, and the true energy in his whole body rose crazily. In an instant, Yu Qing's combat power soared to its peak state. Boom! 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 The sound of continuous air explosions reverberated over the entire sky ladder, and the remaining energy of the violently exploding fists scattered and surged in all directions, making the void tremble continuously. This time, the two sides were also evenly matched. With each punch, Chu Yan retreated 3 or 5 steps, while Yu Qing retreated thousands of steps. After all, on the ladder, the condescending advantage is really beneficial. At this time on the ladder, a shocking battle suddenly broke out. Chu Yan and Yu Qing, like 2 roaring beasts, kept bombarding each other. Even if the two sides kept retreating violently, they had no intention of stopping at all. Chu Yan, I will fight with you. Yu Qing blasted wildly, and at the same time bloodshot eyes burst out, roaring again and again, already extremely angry. Okay. I don't know how many punches have been punched. Chu Yan swept his eyes and saw a few figures in golden robes flying towards the bottom of the ladder. His face froze immediately, he sneered, and said, Yu Qing, you want to fight with me, are you qualified? Let's meet at the Tiantai. After saying that, Chu Yan punched out, turned around directly, and flew towards the top of the ladder. There is no benefit in fighting Yu Qing now, because there is a time limit on the white jade ladder, and now, the time has passed halfway, and the ladder is still half the distance. The most important thing is that the figures in golden robes flying over from a distance are the top 5 in the imperial list. Although Chu Yan is full of true energy, there is no need to fight the 6 of them here at the same time. See you. I hope you still have the strength to go up to the rooftop, hee. Chu Yan's figure flashed, and he chased Zhang Tian Situyang, and the laughter was still echoing in place. Bastard. Damn it. Don't run away. Chu Yan's sudden departure made Yu Qing, who was holding back his strength, suddenly lose his target, and rushed up with an extremely aggrieved air, almost spurting out a mouthful of old blood. Under the anger, his whole body couldn't help trembling. At this time, Yu Qing's eyes had already turned into blood red, shining with an extremely bloodthirsty bloody red light. He stared at the figure of Chu Yan, who was going away, and wanted to catch up, but the true energy in his body was less than 30%. The feeling of weakness and powerlessness hit him, making him dare not rush forward at all. Chu Yan, you, wait. Every word, like the low growl of a ferocious beast, contains a monstrous anger. Vault of God Valley, in front of the square crystal screen. Hong Qiyu stood in the middle of the square, looking up at everything that happened in the crystal screen. The faint killing intent all over his body made the surrounding air continuously turn into ice crystals and fall to the ground. The throbbing veins on his forehead wriggled like earthworms. Not only Yu Qing on the ladder, but also the big bosses of the Emperor sect are all on the verge of fury. What a shame! It was an extreme embarrassment. As the Emperor of the 8 ancient sects, the sphere of influence spreads all over the Haotian continent. When did he suffer such a great humiliation? If it wasn't in the sea of blood in the spiritual domain, they, the big bosses of the Emperor sect, couldn't get in, but in front of their eyes, in this square, if Chu Yan dared to hang Yu Qing like this, I'm afraid the big bosses of the Emperor sect would have already killed you directly. It has been smashed into powder hundreds of times. As for the rumors that the Emperor bullied the small with the big, and the weak with the strong, even if that was the case, it would be 10,000 times more comfortable to be criticized by the whole continent than to be aggrieved by the big man in front of him. Especially Hong Qiyu, as the rotating suzerain of the current Emperor's sect, during the period when he was in charge of the Emperor's sect, he was the second genius in the sect. To be treated like this, by an unknown boy, is a great shame for the Emperor's sect. This made him Hong Qiyu how to develop in the Emperor's sect and carry out his secret plan in the future. Chu Yan. Hong Qiyu clenched his teeth tightly, making a heart-piercing creaking sound. Sacrifice to the roof, on the white jade ladder. Chu Yan flew over, and quickly caught up with Zhang Tian and Situ Yang. The three of them discussed briefly for a while, and then they were full of energy, and flew towards the end of the ladder, towards the worship platform. The three of them discussed to give up the melee at the 6 millionth rank and let other fighters fight. After all, Chu Yan's main opponent, Yu Qing, had almost been consumed by Chu Yan's continuous blows. At present, the most important thing is the 3 inheritances and treasures. You have to get them all, that's the key. #C943 set foot on the altar. 9.9 million steps to the sky. It sounds far, but in fact it is less than 1,000 miles away. The three of Chu Yan were fully motivated, and in less than half an hour, they finished the whole journey. With a leap, the three of them landed directly on the altar at the end of the ladder. Seeing Chu Yan and the others go up to the rooftop, all warriors on the entire ladder changed their expressions at the same time. Going up to the Tiantai means that you can grab the 3 major inheritances and treasures, because the 3 treasures mentioned by Hai Lao are all placed on the Tiantai. However, they can also understand that even if they go to the Tiantai, the 3 major inheritance treasures are not so easy to get. The next moment, on the ladder, warriors who had not exhausted their true qi burst out one after another, and rushed towards the sacrifice platform at a constant speed. On the altar, Chu Yan swept his eyes and looked around. Okay. He frowned slightly. The entire altar was only 10 miles in size, and all the sights could be seen with just one glance. In the middle of the altar, 3 tall altars stand. The altars are as high as 10 feet, like a small building. On the top of the altar, from left to right, are a token, a gold box, and a blood bead, suspended above the altar, floating and sinking slowly, trembling with the rhythm of the surrounding space. Obviously, these 3 things are exactly the 3 most important inheritance treasures introduced by Hai Lao. However, when Chu Yan's consciousness swept over and wanted to find out which one was related to the Qilin Wuhun, as soon as his consciousness touched the three treasures, he was immediately restricted by the three treasures, and he was directly twisted into powder. Sweeping his gaze, Chu Yan strode towards the altar in the middle without hesitation. According to Chu Yan's intuition, whether it is the blood-bead inheritance of the crazy blood martial emperor or the Tianlian token of Tianlian Mountain, it is more important than Tianlian token. Speaking of this gold box that does not know what it contains, the chance of it being related to the Qilin Wuhun is not high. Therefore, Chu Yan directly chose the golden box in the middle, preparing to use the Holy Spirit pattern, trying to break the restriction of the outer spirit pattern. Chu Yan's behavior fell into the eyes of all the sect bosses on the Sky God Valley Square, but they were all startled, and they all looked astonished. You know, among the three treasures, in terms of probability, it should be the inheritance of the crazy blood martial emperor, which has the best chance of getting. Even the inheritance of the crazy blood martial emperor. For tens of thousands of years, no Tianjiao has obtained it. The probability of this kind of 1 in 1,000 is extremely low. Compared with the inheritance of the crazy blood martial emperor, the difficulty of obtaining the Tianlian token may be increased by 10,000 times, and this gold box, even Hai Lao did not introduce what it is, maybe it is more difficult. Taking a step back, even if you got the inheritance in the golden box, but if it is an inheritance that is not in line with yourself, you will be at a loss. Therefore, in the eyes of others, Chu Yan's act of directly snatching the gold box is obviously an unwise move. If it is another warrior, or Yu Qing, he must choose one of the inheritance of the crazy blood martial emperor and the Tianlian token. This is the correct choice. Vault of God Valley, in front of the square crystal screen. Okay. Good choice. Ha ha ha. When Hong Qiyu saw Chu Yan walking towards the gold box in the middle of the three altars, he was stunned for a moment, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. He laughed out loud and praised repeatedly. Even the deaf can hear that what Hong Qiyu said obviously means that Chu Yan made the wrong choice. In this way, before Chu Yan breaks the restriction on the golden box, I am afraid that Yu Qing and other warriors will have rushed to the sacrifice platform. At that time, they can snatch the Mad Blood Martial Emperor or Heavenly Lotus token. What surprised them even more was that the other two people who followed Chu Yan to the Tiantai did not try to snatch the other two treasure inheritances at all. Instead, they just sat down and began to practice to restore their true energy. In this way, the treasure inheritance, which has a much higher success rate, is very likely to be obtained by the next warrior who rushes to the altar. It is impossible for Chu Yan to detect the thoughts and expressions of the big bosses in the Sky God Valley Square. At this time, he is fully concentrating, and the true energy in his body is constantly circulating, constantly urging the Holy Spirit pattern in the sea of consciousness, which is located between his eyebrows, showing a golden mark. The next moment, a golden light shot out from the center of Chu Yan's eyebrows, and shot straight at the forbidden spirit pattern on the treasure of the golden box. The moment the golden light touched the forbidden spirit pattern, the void trembled slightly, and there was a trembling sound, and the light of the Holy Spirit pattern was instantly smashed into pieces. Damn! So strong! Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was stunned. Unexpectedly, the Holy Spirit pattern, which has been used to break the restrictions of various spirit patterns, would miss it for the first time. This makes Chu Yan somewhat unexpected. After taking a long breath, Chu Yan didn't give up, and urged his true energy again, attracting 5 elements of energy to inject into the Holy Spirit pattern. Suddenly, in the sea of consciousness, the Holy Spirit pattern was full of light, and the body of the spirit pattern skyrocketed. Immediately afterwards, an even sharper golden light shot out from the center of Chu Yan's eyebrows again, and hit the restriction outside the golden box, bursting out a small group of golden light, which collided fiercely with the restriction. This time, the light of the Holy Spirit pattern did not disappear, but strangled with the forbidden spirit pattern. Although the holy spirit pattern did not dissipate immediately, it seems that between the two, it may be difficult to tell the winner in a short time. The spiritual pattern restriction of the three most inherited treasures of the Tiantai is naturally not ordinary, so it will be so easy to break. Vault of God Valley, in front of the square crystal screen. Seeing this scene, the big bosses of the Emperor's sect, the smiles on their faces, became even more intense. You know, their emperor had prepared high-level spirit patterns for Yu Qing in advance to break the prohibition of these treasures. The time is much shorter. This is the benefit of being supported by a powerful sect. Time passed slowly. On the white jade ladder, as long as the martial artist's true energy is exhausted, he will be sent out of the sacrifice platform by a strange force immediately, rushing directly to the Thousand Serenity Canyon, and losing the opportunity to obtain the three major inheritances. And those warriors who still had true energy in their bodies gritted their teeth tightly, while controlling the use of true energy, while constantly increasing their speed, they rushed towards the sacrifice platform. On the Sky God Valley Square outside the spiritual realm of Blood Sea, the expressions of all the bosses and powerhouses of the sects gradually turned solemn. They saw in the light curtain that a group of warriors were already approaching the end of the ladder. It's only a few breaths away from the Tiantai. Up to now, the competition for the three major inheritances of Jiuxiao has finally reached the most critical time. As the atmosphere continued to become tense and depressing, time seemed to pass slower, and everyone's pupils were shrinking rapidly. Following the ladder, the first batch of fighters rushed through the last ladder and jumped onto the platform. A great battle for the world will soon begin. However, what surprised everyone was that Yu Qing led the top 5 on the imperial list, but suddenly slowed down on the last 500,000 steps of the ladder, and was constantly overtaken by sporadic warriors rushing up. Could it be that Yu Qing thought of some new method? Following the first batch, the 4 warriors stepped onto the platform, and Zhang Tian and Situ Yang, who had been sitting cross-legged in front of Chu Yan, slowly gathered their strength and stood up. #C944 Time Up. After the 3 of Chu Yan, the 4 warriors who boarded the altar almost set their sights on Chu Yan immediately. However, when they saw Chu Yan cracking the gold box restriction, they couldn't help but relax. Their eyes shifted sideways, and fell on Zhang Tian and Situ Yang again. Hey, let them fight first, look at my super invincible 9-layer spirit pattern defense cover. Situ Yang looked at the 4 of them, and with a big wave of his hand, 9 spirit patterns soared into the sky, flew into the air, scattered in all directions, and separated into 9 directions. The light shines, and connects quickly to each other. For example, the 9 spirit patterns, 9 different lights, and the power of the spirit patterns released in the blink of an eye are connected together to form a huge defensive formation of the spirit patterns, like a transparent crystal cover, falling from mid-air, covering yourself. Zhang Tian and Chu Yan, including the golden box of the middle altar, are covered in it. This 9-pattern defensive spirit array was specially prepared by Situ Yang before he came to the Blood Sea in the spiritual domain. It has extremely strong defense power, and it is definitely not something that ordinary warriors in the sky-reaching realm can break through. After the 3 of Chu Yan looted the Emperor's treasure house last time, Situ Yang, who had become rich and powerful, began to purchase materials and spirit patterns, and continued to refine and purchase some powerful spirit patterns, and even a large formation of spirit patterns. Compared with Situ Fatty half a month ago, the current Situ Yang has a huge change in both the quantity and quality of the spirit patterns on his body. What? Spirit Pattern Master. Oh my God, what are the Spirit Pattern Masters doing in the Blood Sea of the spirit world? Martial arts inheritance is useless to them. Whatever, as long as they don't move the other 2 treasures, don't bother. That's right, hurry up and snatch the inheritance of the crazy blood martial emperor and the Tianlian token. The people behind will be coming up soon. When the four warriors saw Situ Yang's wave of his hand, there was a large array of spirit patterns, their expressions changed drastically, the corners of their eyes twitched wildly, and they all spoke. You know, even if it is the lowest level of a spirit pattern defense array, it cannot be broken by the four of them. Swish! Swish! At the next moment, the four warriors were divided into two, and the two of them rushed towards the other two treasure inheritances. For Situ Yang and Chu Yan, who have a large defensive array of spirit patterns, directly chose to ignore. However, before these four people rushed to the two treasures, several figures rushed up on the white jade ladder and landed directly on the sacrificial platform. This time, it was the three warriors again. The moment they landed on the altar, their eyes swept away, and they had a panoramic view of the situation on the altar. The same choice as the previous four warriors. As a result, a scuffle broke out among the seven warriors. All of a sudden, there was a burst of explosions on the altar. Fists, palm prints, sword lights, and saber chi shot up in all directions. The battle between the seven heaven-reaching warriors caused the entire altar to tremble slightly. Soon, warriors continued to rush up to the platform from the white jade ladder. After seeing the situation on the platform for the first time, they all chose to ignore the three of Chu Yan, turned around and joined the melee. I don't know how long it took, the golden box in front of Chu Yan finally let out a tremor. Under the continuous attack of the golden light of the Holy Spirit pattern, it was dismantled, turned into countless spirit pattern fluctuations, and dissipated in the air. Okay, finally broke. Seeing that the restriction outside the gold box was broken, Chu Yan immediately became happy, reached out to grab the gold box, and copied it in his hand. Boom! At the same time, at the position where the sky ladder in the distance is facing the sky platform, a huge explosion sounded suddenly, and then 6 figures in golden robes, like 6 golden rainbows, swept across the last few steps of the sky ladder, across the air, and landed heavily on the ground. On the altar. These 6 figures in golden robes are exactly Yu Qing and the top 5 in the imperial list. The moment the 6 of them stomped on the ground, the terrifying group battle on the rooftop suddenly froze, and hundreds of warriors turned their heads to look at the same time. Seeing that it was Huangzong Yu Qing and the top 5 in the imperial list, hundreds of people immediately frowned and their hearts tightened. Boom, boom. At this moment, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from the entire altar, rolling down towards the white jade ladder below the altar like a flood. Boom. 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 Where the terrifying power rolled over the ladder, those warriors who were still on the ladder gritting their teeth and trying to rush to the altar were knocked into the air by this force, covered by streamers of light, and directly sent out of the altar. In less than 3 breaths, there was no one on the entire ladder. The sudden emergence of an abnormal phenomenon represented the end of the first stage of the assessment of the Tian Tai, which was stipulated by Hai Lao. An hour passed too quickly. Countless figures that were knocked into the air were all disappointed and sighed, full of unwillingness, but helpless. From the moment their bodies left the white jade ladder, it meant that they had no hope of obtaining the 3 great inheritance treasures. Then at this time on the altar of offering sacrifices. Okay. Chu Yan frowned, staring at the gold box in front of him with a look of astonishment on his face. Just now, I used the Rakshasa space to collect the gold box, but unexpectedly, it failed. Can't collect it. It's not that simple. Chu Yan shook his head and gave a wry smile. As he guessed, the inheritance of the 3 great treasures is of course not so easy for people to get. Although he broke the restriction outside the golden box, his spiritual sense scanned the golden box, and he could clearly perceive that the golden box was still controlled by an invisible powerful force. However, Chu Yan was not in a hurry. He was in Situ Yang's spirit pattern array, turned around slowly, scanned the situation on the sacrificial platform, saw Yu Qing and the others, looked at him angrily, and couldn't help chuckling, opened the mouth. As expected of the peerless arrogance of the emperor's sect, he was able to go up to the altar. In the distance, upon hearing Chu Yan's words, the corners of Yu Qing's mouth twitched fiercely, and the anger in his heart suddenly rose, almost breaking out immediately. Peerless heavenly pride, your uncle. Because of the attack on Chu Yan, Yu Qing had a psychological shadow, so he didn't dare to sprint at full speed on the last stage of the ladder. Instead, he let most of the warriors rush to the rooftop first. A melee broke out, and then counted the time by himself. At the last moment, he rushed to the rooftop in one fell swoop, just to prevent Chu Yan from kicking himself. This plan is what Yu Qing can come up with, the only way to safely rush to the rooftop. However, because of this, the 6 of them, the emperor's sect, were the last ones to rush to the rooftop. No matter what, it was a bit embarrassing for the emperor's sect, one of the 8 ancient sects. Moreover, for a long time, he, Yu Qing, and the other 5 Huangbang Tianjiao have always held themselves to be superior, but they did not expect that they fell far behind in the first test of the Tiantai, which made them extremely aggrieved and angry. And all of this is because of this, Chu Yan. Just wait, the next time is the time for our emperor to show his power. Yu Qing's face was full of anger, his face was distorted, and when he turned around, he rushed into the competition for the other 2 inherited treasures with the emperor's pride. #C945 Do not make me angry. On the rooftop, following the actions of the 6 members of the emperor's sect, the flames of the group battle were ignited again. All kinds of true qi, energy, martial skills, and martial souls exploded over the entire rooftop, bursting out with all kinds of spiritual brilliance, and even countless strange treasures, roaring through the air, constantly bombarding their respective opponents. A world-shattering battle, fierce confrontation, the sound of explosions is endless. At this time, the warriors who went up to the Tiantai within the specified time, plus Chu Yan and 3 people, totaled 93 people. These 90 people are among the more than 10,000 martial artists, the group with the strongest cultivation and strength. Each of them has a strong aura, and their strength is shocking. Compared with the shocking battle scene in the center of the Tiantai, the place where Chu Yan and the 3 are located is really quiet, except for Situ Yang's excited face and applause from time to time. Fatty Situ just had the look of watching the excitement, watching a group of people beating each other to the death, and he would comment a few words from time to time. The look of a senior boss caused Zhang Tian and Chu Yan to roll their eyes wildly. The abnormality of the 3 of Chu Yan caused all the bosses in the Sky God Valley Square to look sideways. The gold box is already in hand, why don't you go snatch the Quanxue Martial Emperor and Tianlian token? Shindang and the other bigwigs of the land sect speculated in their hearts. Hong Qiu and other big bosses of the emperor's sect had serious expressions on their faces. In his opinion, Chu Yan had already obtained the gold box, and he was very likely to snatch the remaining 2 inherited treasures. However, Yu Qing and the others had consumed too much of their true energy. The 3 of Chu Yan joining the group battle will definitely incite the remaining dozens of warriors to deal with their emperor's arrogance first. If this is the case, it will be very disadvantageous. However, Chu Yan's next move made all the bosses startled and stunned. I saw that Chu Yan sat cross-legged directly, closed his eyes, and started to practice. What? He. Shindang and the other bosses stared at the eyes as big as bull monsters, and they were all dumbfounded. Even all the bosses and powerhouses of the emperor's sect were dumbfounded. What a joke. At this time, practice. Cultivating now, how much true energy can he recover? When he recovers 10% of his true energy, I'm afraid other people's treasures will be in their hands. A big boss of Dizong. He shook his head and said regretfully. As soon as these words came out, a group of bigwigs from Dizong and Huangzhou all nodded fiercely. The Quanxue Martial Emperor and Tianlian token are right in front of your eyes. If you don't snatch them at this time, it will be too late if you try to snatch them in someone else's hands. You must know that at least half of the more than 90 martial artists on the rooftop are all in small groups and belong to the same sect, which is similar to the situation of the Huangzong sect. There are only 1 or 2 casual cultivators or sect members. Less than 30% of the people who went to the rooftop sacrifice platform. Moreover, everyone knows that compared to the gold box, the chances of obtaining the inheritance of the Guangxue martial emperor and Tianlian token are much greater. What kind of gold box? Other people are really not interested in it. This Chu Yan, what do you think? He didn't even go to snatch it. At this time, Chu Yan's thoughts were exactly as these bigwigs had guessed. He never thought of snatching the other 2 treasures at all, because until now, he was almost 100% sure that the treasure related to the Qilin Wuhun was in this golden box. As for Zhang Tian and Situ Yang, they came to help Chu Yan on purpose, and never thought of grabbing any inheritance in the past. Like Situ Yang, a spirit pattern master, even if he snatched these 2 treasure inheritances, he would not be able to practice. As for Zhang Tian, after getting the Raksha Wuji divine art from Chu Yan, he was extremely heavenly. In order to make great progress, he is basically sure that there is no cultivation method more suitable for him in Haotian continent than Raksha Wuji divine art, so he doesn't disdain these 2 inheritances at all. Chu Yan closed his eyes and focused his attention, his spiritual consciousness came out, and he moved towards the golden box in front of him, carefully testing the invisible restriction outside the golden box. What a strange restriction, completely invisible, but there is a real existence. Chu Yan probed for a while, full of doubts, and had absolutely no way of restricting the gold box. If it is a tangible restriction, Chu Yan will try to continue using the Holy Spirit pattern, even if it takes more 5 elements and time to break the restriction, but the invisible restriction in front of him is a bit helpless. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness cannot be said to be weak, but as long as it touches an inch away from the golden box, it will completely dissipate, and it is impossible to touch the box of the golden box, and naturally it is impossible to explore the true mystery of the golden box. Okay. The next moment, Chu Yan's face turned cold, and a sense of vigilance suddenly rose in his heart. Murderous look. In danger. Chu Yan withdrew the divine sense surrounding the golden box, released it instantly, and opened his eyes to look in all directions at the same time. At this time, the group battle on the rooftop has passed the most intense process. Some warriors who have the advantage compete for the tokens of the crazy blood martial emperor and Tianlian side. Obviously, up to now, for them, the 3 of Chu Yan, who have been practicing and have no consumption, have become their biggest threat. Listen to me, I don't want those 2 treasures. If you fight for yours, whoever dares to provoke me, don't blame me for being rude. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze was like ice, and he shouted to the large group of warriors in a deep voice. Now, Chu Yan is thinking of a way to break the restriction on the gold box, and has no interest in grabbing the other 2 treasures at all. The words exploded, and the faces of all the warriors in the audience were stunned, but soon, they looked at Chu Yan again, all in disbelief. Who are you kidding? You don't want the crazy blood martial emperor and Tianlian token. Moreover, this Chu Yan is so arrogant that he doesn't pay attention to them who have passed the first test at all. Boom. 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 The next moment, a few sharp piercing sounds and ear-piercing whistling sounds flew from a distance and smashed hard on Situ Yang's spiritual shield. Immediately, the defensive spirit array trembled violently. No, it's a spiritual system that specifically restrains the defensive spiritual array. Seeing his spirit pattern shaking violently, as if falling apart in an instant, Situ Yang's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed. Yu Qing. You are courting death. Hearing Situ Yang's words, Chu Yan glanced away, and saw Yu Qing took out a few more spirit patterns from his hand, ready to attack Chu Yan's spiritual power defense shield again. Fatty, take away the defensive spirit array. Chu Yan stood up and said in a deep voice. The spirit pattern defense formation is not like the ordinary spirit pattern Jade Talisman. Although this kind of spirit formation refined from multiple spirit patterns is not comparable to the sect formation set up by the spirit formation master, it is also extremely precious, nor consumables, can be used for a long time. However, if the attacked object is directly cracked, it will be completely destroyed, and it is impossible to repair it, and the loss will be huge. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Situ Yang, with a painful face, quickly put away the defensive spirit pattern array, without hesitation. Immediately, as soon as the spirit array was closed, the three of Chu Yan also directly faced the other warriors in Jiuxiao. #C948 All in the Bag. Chapter 946. The scuffle on the rooftop, because of the joining of the three of Chu Yan, became more and more intense. Originally, before the three of Chu Yan joined the melee, several powerful sects Tianjiao had already taken the initiative in the melee, cleared out some weak warriors, and began to repeatedly compete for the right to occupy the two altars. However, with the addition of the three of Chu Yan, the balance of these major sects was instantly broken. Because the three of Chu Yan and the others did not come to fight for the treasure, so they didn't care about the ownership of the two altars at all. Anyway, whoever dared to attack the three of them, Chu Yan and the others would beat up. This kind of chaotic beating directly made the other parties a little dizzy. As a last resort, they could only change their tactics and allocate part of their strength to deal with Chu Yan and the others. In an instant, the battle on the Jiuxiao became more and more intense. Zhang Tian and Situ Yang, the two of them are one, attacking and defending. Zhang Tian's attack blasted in all directions, blasting all the warriors who tried to be unfavorable to him, flying all over the sky. Zhang Tian unsealed his martial soul, and got Chu Yan's Tianyang golden pill. In addition, the Raksha Wuji divine art perfectly matched his innate physique. The explosive combat power can only be described as terrifying. In particular, Situ Yang continued to bless Zhang Tian with various attacks, critical strikes, speed and other spirit patterns. In this case, Zhang Tian was like a god of war who broke the sky. Damn! Who's idle? Go and provoke these three monsters. That's right, who is this guy and why is he so strong? Everyone be careful. No, Flash, he is rushing over. On the increasingly chaotic altar, there were explosions of anger, screams, and the sound of bodies falling to the ground, one after another. The warriors in the audience were horrified, fighting for the inheritance of the treasure, and at the same time guarding against Zhang Tian rushing over. Suddenly, everyone was in pain. Unspeakable. At this time, Chu Yan was darting among the warriors while avoiding attacks from all sides. Unless necessary, he would never take the initiative to attack other warriors. It's not that Chu Yan is afraid of them. First, Chu Yan is still thinking about how to break the restriction on the gold box. At the same time, he knows very well that there is no benefit at all to fighting with these warriors, and it is a waste of true energy. The restriction that was just broken. It should be a part of the assessment on the altar, that is, the sea of blood in the spiritual realm. The altar was made on the golden box, but this layer of restriction seems to be built in the golden box. If you can't open the gold box, you will have no way of knowing whether the contents of the gold box are related to the Qilin Wuhun. Impossible, since the Qilin martial soul has a sense, it can't be wrong. Chu Yan's figure flickered, and he flickered to the edge of the melee from time to time. As long as no one attacked, he would stop and think for a while constantly observing the situation on the altar. But, how can this thing be opened? Chu Yan's brows became tighter and tighter, his thoughts flew like flying. The last unicorn horn was sealed in a crystal wall, so you can still see it, but this time, you can't even see it. No, the unicorn spirit was not awakened last time, but now, the unicorn spirit has reached 6 stars. If there is a unicorn horn in the gold box, I believe the unicorn spirit should have a solution. Suddenly, a spiritual light flashed in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, and Chu Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. I can't help it, but it doesn't mean that the Qilin Wuhuan can't help it. After all, the unicorn horn is the lifeblood of the Qilin Wuhuan. Qilin Wuhuan should have a way. Try it. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was introverted, poured into the sea of consciousness, and instantly got in touch with the Qilin Wuhuan. Roar. After receiving Chu Yan's consciousness, the Qilin Wuhuan rushed out of the sea of consciousness instantly, turned into a ball of golden beast soul, and appeared behind Chu Yan. At this time, the battle on the rooftop was extremely fierce, and most of the people who released the martial soul accounted for more than half of them. Therefore, Chu Yan's behavior of releasing the unicorn martial soul has not attracted too much attention for the time being. In addition, Chu Yan is also extremely careful. The unicorn martial spirit is suppressed, trying not to reveal his true body. After all, his whole cards cannot be exposed as much as possible. Almost at the moment when the Qilin Wuhuan appeared, the golden box in his hand immediately trembled violently, as if there was something inside that wanted to break out of the box. The tremor was extremely severe. Haha, sure enough. A look of ecstasy appeared on Chu Yan's face. Although he couldn't see the invisible restriction outside the golden box, he could clearly sense that the invisible restriction had loosened a lot. The whole body of the Qilin Wuhuan was full of golden light. As a golden streamer, it directly covered the golden box, enveloping it completely. The power of the Wuhuan poured out like a torrential flood, continuously rushing towards the golden box, making the golden box tremble more and more intense. Not good. However, as the power of the martial soul surged out, the original huge beast body of the unicorn martial soul continued to shrink, and the golden light on his body also became dim. Chu Yan's face changed, and he was suddenly stunned. He never expected that this golden box would be so powerful that it would consume such a large amount of Qilin martial soul. You can only use the energy of the 5 elements. Chu Yan frowned lightly, and his consciousness swept across the side of the sea of consciousness. There were more than 100 auras of the 5 elements, all of which were tempered by Chu Yan recently, but it was really because too many soul stones were tempered that the Qilin Wuhuan has not fully recovered. However, the qi of the 5 elements is a good thing, and it is a great tonic for Wuhuan. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan turned his back, and above his palm, 3 qi of the 5 elements shone with multicolored light, like clusters of tiny clouds, emerging in Chu Yan's palm. Swallow. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, 3 qi of the 5 elements flew out, and instantly sank into the body of the Qilin Wuhuan in midair. Roar. The unicorn martial soul roared into the void, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed the energy of the 3 elements and the 5 elements. Immediately, the body of the martial soul exploded, and its whole body glowed with golden light, as if reborn from the fire, turning into a round of golden sun. The next moment, the erupting unicorn martial soul frantically attacked the golden box, and the power of the martial soul surged out like a mighty river. Come again. Chu Yan's eyes shone brightly, and he flipped his big hand, and 3 qi of the 5 elements appeared again, and threw them out with his hands, directly sinking into the body of the Qilin Wuhuan, keeping the Qilin Wuhuan in its peak state. However, at this moment, on the platform for offering sacrifices, a sudden change occurred. In the distance, on the 2 altars, the blood bead and the Tianlian token of the crazy blood martial emperor suddenly trembled, as if they felt something extraordinary. They broke free from the restraint on the altar, and suddenly burst out 2 incomparable the terrifying aura, like a shock wave, exploded and swept across the audience. These 2 terrifying forces exploded, and all the warriors who were frantically fighting around them were thrown away by the collision. With horror on their faces, they all avoided. However, the blood bead of the crazy blood martial emperor and the Tianlian token suddenly rushed towards Chu Yan as if they had gained spiritual wisdom in an instant. Hashtag C947 do not come. Seeing the two great inheritance treasures suddenly rioting, the martial artists who were thrown upside down on the sacrificial platform were all stunned. What's the situation? The inherited treasure flew away by itself. The change in this scene was so sudden that all the warriors at the scene couldn't react at all. They all stood there frozen, and the sea of consciousness was blank. Chu Yan, who was concentrating on inputting the qi of the five elements into the qilin Wuhun, felt the sudden silence around him, and suddenly his mind tightened, and he suddenly turned his head to look. Fuck, what's going on? At a glance, Chu Yan's eyes widened instantly, and he stared blankly at the two great inheritance treasures, flying towards him. Seeing this scene, the same expression was startled, a little dazed. I didn't provoke them, these two treasures of inheritance are doing well, why are they flying towards me? Not. Chu Yan glanced at the corner of his eyes and looked at his palm. Just as he took out 3 qi of the 5 elements, the corners of his eyes twitched. When I looked up at the two great inheritance treasures flying in the distance, I finally saw clearly that the two great inheritance treasures were not rushing towards me, but they were obviously flying towards the 3-5 elements of energy in my hand. That way, Chu Yan had the illusion that a strong man saw a big beauty without clothes. Damn. This is all going to be robbed. Chu Yan, who was speechless, remembered that the qi of the 5 elements in his hand seemed to be very sought after no matter where he went. Recently, Venerable Ziwei also fell in love with the qi of the 5 elements in his hand, so he had the cheek to find him. Ask for. Unexpectedly, on this sacrifice platform, 2 inherited treasures could still be frenzied. The magical effect of the qi of the 5 elements seems to be far beyond Chu Yan's imagination. Chu Yan is not interested in these 2 inheritance treasures at all. The crazy blood martial emperor, but the achievement of a martial emperor, of course Chu Yan doesn't pay attention to it, and Chu Yan has never even heard of Tianlian Mountain, let alone heard of it. Interest. Of course, it is also a treasure inheritance. If it is a normal day, it will be accepted. But now, in all directions, there are nearly 100 warriors, eyeing them like tigers, and don't even think about it, there are a bunch of big bosses from various sects in the Vault of God Valley outside the Sea of Blood in the spiritual realm. The treasure that is of no use to him is still being chased and killed. Thinking about the loss of this business, and looking at the madness of the 2 inherited treasures, it is obvious that he has to consume a lot of 5 elements, which makes Chu Yan even more not interested in. Whoosh! Thinking of this, Chu Yan didn't hesitate at all, his body energy surged, his body skills unfolded, and he flew directly into the distance. In any case, if you can avoid it, try to avoid it, otherwise Chu Yan may not be able to bear the consequences. The next moment, an extremely strange scene appeared on the sacrifice platform. A group of Tianjiao warriors fought to the death, fighting for the 2 treasures of inheritance, like 2 sharp arrows, shooting directly at Chu Yan, but what about Chu Yan? However, as if he had encountered some terrible thing, he kept urging his body skills and dodging continuously, and he wanted to get rid of the 2 great inheritance treasures. Puff. Seeing this scene in the Sky God Valley Square, Shindang spurted out a mouthful of old blood, the corners of his eyes twitched wildly, and his face was sluggish. This Chu Yan? What the hell are you doing? Countless geniuses in the entire Zhongtian continent competed for the 3 major inheritance treasures for tens of thousands of years. Now that they are delivered to their door, he is like a plague god, and he doesn't want them at all. Not only Shindang, but also all the big bosses of the Emperor sect, all the big bosses and strong men in the entire square were all stunned, with their mouths wide open and their jaws dropped all over the ground. The corners of his eyes twitched. Looking at the scene in the crystal screen, he was all dumbfounded. Impossible. What the hell is going on? The 2 inherited treasures, why have you been chasing Chu Yan? Who knows, but this Chu Yan is really a monster, and he is hiding. To know. The people in the Sky God Valley Square are all the big bosses of the various sects and the powerhouses of one party. They are all the existence of the peak powerhouses of the mainland who have lived for thousands of years. When did they ever see such a weird thing? All of them were stunned. Not to mention them, even if all the bigwigs from the 8 ancient sects were invited, they would still be dumbfounded by terror. Therefore, all the bosses in the Vault of God Valley reacted like this, not to mention the young Tianjiao warriors on the rooftop. They stared blankly at Chu Yan flashing around, desperately avoiding the 2 great inheritance treasures. They were completely messed up, and felt that their entire sea of consciousness was collapsing. All of a sudden, hundreds of Tianjiao warriors stood there stupidly. On the entire altar, there was only Chu Yan alone, who was flying like flying, and there were 2 great inheritance treasures. They would not give up until they caught up with Chu Yan. Look. Damn. It's not over. Chu Yan ran for almost 100 breaths, and was forced to jump up and down by the 2 great inheritance treasures, and suddenly became angry. If you still chase after me, then give it to me. Take it. With a soft shout, Chu Yan pondered for a while, and grabbed the blood bead of the bloody martial emperor who was chasing the most closely behind him, and held it in his hand. Caught by Chu Yan, the blood bead of the mad blood martial emperor trembled violently, but Chu Yan could clearly feel that the will of the martial emperor overflowing from this blood bead was obviously an emotion of incomparable excitement and joy. However, at the next moment, something that Chu Yan could not have imagined happened directly. Swish! After the blood bead of the crazy blood martial emperor came into contact with Chu Yan's breath and divine consciousness, it suddenly glowed red and turned into a bloody streamer, which directly shot into Chu Yan's brow and disappeared. What? I rely on it. Chu Yan was stunned, his consciousness swept through his body, and suddenly found that the blood beads of Emperor Wu rushed straight to his sea of consciousness, like crazy, and rushed directly to the hundreds of 5 elements floating in the sky on the side of the sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, there was a great red light, and in an instant, dozens of qi of the 5 elements were sucked into the bead by the blood strain. This move immediately made Chu Yan curse, and immediately urged the Holy Spirit pattern to wipe out all the remaining ones. The qi of the 5 elements is fully wrapped, preventing the blood bead from getting any closer. Boom! Boom! In the sea of consciousness, the blood bead inherited from the crazy blood martial emperor tried to hit the Holy Spirit pattern a few times, but found that it could not be shaken at all, and was hit by the Holy Spirit pattern and flew all over the sky. No more moving. Call. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was finally relieved. If it weren't for the Holy Spirit pattern, I'm afraid this time, my 5 elements will be swallowed and swept away by this blood bead. However, at this moment, Chu Yan's heart froze suddenly, and his whole body tensed up suddenly. Turning his head suddenly, he saw the Tianlian token turned into a beam of colorful light in the air not far away, rushing towards Chu Yan. Fuck, get the hell out of here. Chu Yan's face changed drastically, his figure flashed sharply, and he quickly avoided it. #C948 Spark Outrage. Chapter 948. Chu Yan, who was speechless, saw the Tianlian token also rushing towards him, and quickly dodged and flew to distance himself. Zhang Tian, fatty, why are you standing still? Help me block it. Chu Yan flew past Zhang Tian and Situ Yang, who also had dull faces, and shouted loudly. After drinking, Zhang Tian and Situ Yang woke up instantly. However, both of them had strange expressions on their faces. They stared at Chu Yan with a look on their faces. Did I hear you wrong? This is the Tianlian token, the 3 most important treasures of inheritance, but they really don't want it. For a while, the 2 couldn't react at all, and they still stood there blankly, but their eyes followed Chu Yan's figure and kept moving. Fatty, Zhang Tian, hurry up, why are you in a daze? Help me block it. Seeing the expressions of the 2, Chu Yan shouted anxiously again. After shouting twice in a row, all the Tianjiao warriors on the platform finally woke up with a start. Damn, this Chu Yan actually gave away the most treasured inheritance. Could it be? I really didn't hear it wrong. Just when everyone was gradually waking up and preparing to activate at the same time, the mutation regenerated. Suddenly, that heavenly lotus token, which had been chasing Chu Yan for a long time, suddenly burst out with an incomparably powerful force. The 9-colored light burst out, and the 9 lotus petals emitted dazzling 9-colored light. In an instant, the speed increased sharply. It was 5 times faster than before, rushing straight to Chu Yan. Not good. Seeing the Tianlian token go crazy, Chu Yan's face changed drastically, and his whole body exploded with qi, increasing his speed to the extreme, wanting to dodge at full speed. Chu Yan is very clear that he has already received 2 inheritance treasures, and if he takes this last inheritance treasure too, then all the Tianjiao warriors on the Tianjiao platform today have no hope. Don't think about it, the anger of hundreds of Tianjiao warriors will definitely be poured on him at the same time. No matter how powerful I am, I can't fight against hundreds of Tianjiao warriors at the same time. And even if I escaped from the sea of blood in the spiritual domain by chance, I am afraid that the sect bosses behind Tianjiao will never let me leave easily. A boss of this level is definitely not something he can handle. Therefore, Chu Yan didn't dare to collect the last Tianlian token at all, and had to leave it to other warriors. In this way, there might be a chance to leave safely. Swish. However, the madness of the Tianlian token was far beyond Chu Yan's imagination. The moment Chu Yan just broke out in speed, the Tianlian token had turned into a black light, which shot straight into the center of Chu Yan's eyebrows. It's gone in a flash. It's over. Chu Yan's face was stunned, he only felt his eyes go dark, his feet slipped, and he almost couldn't stand still. The Tianlian token that rushed into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, like the blood beads of the previous Mad Blood Martial Emperor, continuously conveyed the breath of joy. After circling in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness for a week, he rushed towards Chu Yan without hesitation. The qi of the 5 elements wrapped in the pattern of the Holy Spirit. Bang bang bang. Not surprisingly, just like the blood beads of the previous Quanxue martial emperor, the Tianlian token and the Holy Spirit pattern had a fierce collision, but they were also not opponents, and they were subdued by the Holy Spirit pattern after a few strokes. He stayed in midair in the sea of consciousness honestly, not daring to make any changes. Huh. It's okay. It's okay. Seeing that the Tianlian token was also cleaned up by the Holy Spirit pattern, Chu Yan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these 2 ghosts can't deal with the Holy Spirit pattern, or they will be in big trouble. Chu Yan is really afraid of the hidden powerful power of these 2 treasure inheritances. If that is the case, I really don't know in the future in my Sea of Consciousness world. Who is in charge? At that time, there will be 2 big troubles. However, now, after seeing the 2 treasure inheritances, honestly, Chu Yan finally felt relieved. Think about it, what to do next? Chu Yan swept his eyes and saw the Tianjiao warriors around him, but he still couldn't react, so he couldn't help thinking. However, on the altar, this weird atmosphere and silence did not last for too long. In the next breath, almost all the Tianjiao warriors woke up at the same time, and powerful breaths rose to the sky. Chu Yan. He unexpectedly obtained 3 inheritance treasures all by himself. Court death. On the Tianqiangshan Valley Square, Huangzong Hongqiu and a group of Huangzong bosses turned pale in an instant, and endless murderous intent rolled out from their bloodshot eyes. In their opinion, no matter what method Chu Yan used, anyway, Chu Yan received 3 treasure inheritances by himself. And this result is absolutely impossible for them to accept. Ha ha ha, not bad, Chu Yan, well done. In the direction of the D-Zone, Shindang and a group of D-Zone bigwigs and strongmen were all excited and laughed out loud. Chu Yan got 3 treasure inheritances. Needless to say, Chu Yan, who has a great relationship with D-Zone, will definitely become an extremely terrifying existence. In this way, the status of D-Zone will become more stable in Zhongtian continent. After all, D-Zone is the overlord force that is best at chambers of commerce among the 8 ancient sections. Although there are no less powerful than any sect, what is most lacking is the terrifying existence that surpasses the peak of the mainland. Only a strong man with such peak combat power can truly represent the ultimate strength of a sect. At this time on the altar of worship, all the Tianjiao warriors stared at Chu Yan together. Their aura continued to rise, and their eyes became more and more red. Chu Yan, are you courting death? How dare you swallow 3 inheritance treasures by yourself? Do you think we don't exist? You'd better hand it over, otherwise, you won't even be able to get out of the rooftop today. That's right. Hand over the treasure, or die. In an instant, hundreds of gods covered the sky and covered the earth, covering Chu Yan, locking him firmly, and the endless murderous aura condensed together, making the entire altar as cold as the sky. This time, without Yu Qing's incitement at all the Tianjiao warriors pointed their finger at Chu Yan. Humph. Chu Yan, you are dead. With a grin on his face, Yu Qing strode out towards Chu Yan. As Yu Qing moved, in all directions, all the Tianjiao warriors moved at the same time, step by step, from all directions, turning to Chu Yan. Soon, hundreds of warriors surrounded Chu Yan, including the surrounding area, regardless of front, back, left, and right, in the sky and on the ground, leaving no room for Chu Yan to escape. Looking at Chu Yan in the encirclement, all the Tianjiao warriors are running their true energy, ready to strike at any time. If Chu Yan dares to say no, what awaits him is probably a volcanic attack. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his whole face became extremely cold, and the breath on his body also kept surging. Boom, boom. At this moment, a black figure suddenly emerged from midair on the platform for offering sacrifices. This black figure is none other than the controller of the Blood Sea in the spiritual realm, Elder Hai. #C949 Fair Rules. The atmosphere on the altar was extremely tense, and everyone was like a volcano poised for battle, and a war was about to break out. At this time Elder Hai, the controller of the Blood Sea in the spiritual realm, suddenly appeared, and the tense atmosphere of the scene suddenly stopped. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Elder Hai in midair. In midair, Hai Lao had a strange smile on his face, his eyes were like a black curtain in the sea. He looked around the audience, and landed on Chu Yan, who was completely surrounded. With just one glance, the upward arc of the corner of his mouth became bigger and bigger. With a strange gaze, he looked at Chu Yan for a long time before Hai Lao looked away, but the smile on his face became more intense. After scanning the hundreds of angry Tianjiao warriors, Hai Lao smiled and said slowly, Jiuxiao, the first level, the assessment is over. The second level assessment will start immediately. As soon as the words fell to the ground, all the warriors were stunned, and looked at Hai Lao in midair with puzzled faces. Examine your uncle. What's the point of the assessment? The 3 inheritance treasures were all swallowed up by Chu Yan alone. What's the point of this second level assessment? Could it be that we are going to practice with Chu Yan? Depend on. This Chu Yan not only swallowed the treasure of inheritance, but also wanted us to accompany him to test and dream. Go to your uncle's assessment. Even if you don't get the inheritance treasure today, you will abolish this Chu Yan. After everyone was stunned for a moment, the anger on their faces instantly turned into fury, like monsters that were about to explode. Hai Lao glanced over and took everyone's expressions into his eyes, so he naturally knew what they were thinking. Immediately, the strange gaze swept towards Chu Yan again. Hai Lao grinned slightly, and smiled. That smile was extremely weird. Okay. Seeing Hilo's cold smile, Chu Yan suddenly felt an ominous feeling in his heart. This elder Hai, it seems, wants to do something. Just like the previous test, on the platform for offering sacrifices, there was no suppression of the 5 elements, but in the end, Hai Lao said. Changing the rules directly, it can be seen from this that, compared to the rules of the spiritual blood sea, the lands of Hai Lao are obviously above them, completely ignoring any rules of the spiritual blood sea. What's more, this old Hai's behavior seems to be as weird as the smile on his face now. In the first level of assessment, the 3 major inheritance treasures were snatched by Chu Yan. Now the second level of assessment begins. If anyone defeats Chu Yan within half an hour, then I will get back the 3 major inheritance treasures and reward the second one. Guan Victor, if Chu Yan is not defeated after half an hour, then the 3 great inheritance treasures will belong to Chu Yan. Hai Lao's voice sounded, it was so soft, but it seemed to have incomparable magical power. There were nearly 100 arrogants in the audience, and all the faces that were furious like volcanoes calmed down in an instant, and fell into a sluggish state again. What? Defeat Chu Yan? Grab back the inheritance treasure. The 3 major inheritance treasures were taken by Chu Yan, and they can be taken back. For a moment, everyone was a little overwhelmed, and looked at old Hai in a daze. Just now, after Chu Yan collected the 3 major inheritance treasures, they all thought that the ownership of the inheritance treasures had been determined, and they just wanted to beat Chu Yan violently and vent their anger. But now, judging from the second assessment rules announced by Hai Lao, it is obvious that there is still hope. As long as Chu Yan is defeated, the 3 major inheritance treasures can be recovered and rewarded again. The next moment, everyone's absent-minded eyes suddenly exploded at the same time, and everyone's faces turned into ecstasy. The ownership of the 3 great treasures has not yet been determined, we still have a chance. Also, add a new rule. Seeing all the Tianjiao warriors, they were all excited. Hai Lao laughed a few times, and said softly. The second test is still a melee. Hey. After Hai Lao said a word, amidst the sinister laughter, his figure slowly blurred, and the moment he finally disappeared, his eyes, with a playful look, kept looking at Chu Yan. Damn! What a melee! Seeing Hai Lao's figure disappear, Chu Yan was startled for a moment, then, his face was full of anger, and he cursed. What the fuck, the newly added rule is melee, old monster, you just want to play me to death. At this time, Chu Yan was speechless. He didn't expect that Hai Lao would suddenly set such a rule. It was all because he wanted to die. Compared with Chu Yan's expressionless expression, all the warriors around him looked happy. Their gazes towards Chu Yan were full of teasing and excitement at this moment. Originally, they just wanted to beat Chu Yan to vent their anger, but now, the situation is completely different. Now, according to the new rules set by Hai Lao, not only can they beat Chu Yan to vent their anger, but they can also snatch back the 3 most important inheritance treasures. This is really great news. For the hundreds of ready-made martial artists, I am afraid that there is nothing in this world that surprises them more than this. Ha, Chu Yan, I asked you to hand over the inheritance treasure just now, but if you don't hand it in, now, hee. Great, offering sacrifices to the rooftops is indeed fair. The rules for the second round of assessment are really fair. That's right, Chu Yan, this time, let's see you flee there. Hey, there's no need to hand it over. I'll beat you down later, and the inheritance treasure will be ours. Haha, yes, this rule is really fair and fair. In all directions, hundreds of warriors were all grinning, and at the same time, they kept approaching Chu Yan. They are clear about Chu Yan's combat power. In the first stage, on the platform of offering sacrifices, he alone completely suppressed Yu Qing of the Emperor's Zone, making him helpless to fight back. Although, it may also be the reason for Yu Qing to preserve his strength, but they know that Chu Yan's combat power is amazing. Therefore, if the second level is a one-on-one competition assessment, they may not have much hope, but now it is different. In fact, everyone knows that the scuffle Hai Lao mentioned is that Chu Yan is alone, and he treats them 100 times. People. Oh, by the way, Chu Yan still has 2 friends, so it's 3 pairs of 100. Hey, is there a difference between 1 against 100 and 3 against 100? Damn, it's fair to you, uncle. Seeing all the warriors, Chu Yan had already started to act, and immediately shouted loudly, if Mr. Hai didn't come out to announce the rules just now. Call. 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 The next moment, on the altar, hundreds of true chi and murderous aura shot up into the sky and merged into one place in midair, causing the entire altar to change color, and the sky trembled. You must know that these hundreds of warriors are elites who have one out of more than 10,000 young arrogances, and none of them are inferior in combat power, and they are by no means comparable to ordinary warriors. With so many people fighting together, Chu Yan has no chance of winning. Hold on for an hour. Even with Situ Yang's help, the chances are slim. Vault of God Valley, in front of the square crystal screen. Not good. Including Shindang, all the bigwigs and powerhouses of the D-Zone changed their faces and became rigid. Chu Yan is only at the 3rd level of the heaven-reaching realm, and among the hundreds of warriors he has to deal with, none of them has a cultivation level lower than the 5th level of the sky-reaching realm. Now, trouble. #C950 brother, don't say anything. On the rooftop of the sacrificial ceremony, the situation is changing, and the murderous aura is soaring. Among the hundreds of fighters, although there is only one top talent like Yu Qing, there are a lot of fighters who are one level lower than the top 5 on the imperial list. If they fight together and deal with Chu Yan alone, I am afraid that Chu Yan will not be able to defeat him at all. In the square of the Sky God Valley, all the bosses of the Emperor's sect looked ecstatic, as if at the beginning, the aggrievedness that Chu Yan brought to them was swept away like a strong wind at this moment. They never expected that old Hai would set such a rule. Even if Chu Yan got the 3 major inheritances, he still had to persist for half an hour under the siege of 100 top Tianjiao martial souls. In this way, the final result. At this time on the altar of worship. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, I didn't expect that you will have today. Yu Qing's face was full of teasing smiles. With one step, the true energy in his body shot up into the sky like a flame. He endured the humiliation and waited for this moment. This time, he would never let Chu Yan go easily. On the white jade ladder, the humiliation that Chu Yan gave himself, this time, must be returned to him 100 times, 1,000 times. Chu Yan, weren't you very arrogant just now? You are awesome, continue to be awesome, everyone, let's go together and kill him. Kill. Yu Qing let out a violent roar, the words fell to the ground, and the Jinqi in his body burst out instantly, and the Jinqi was like a raging river tsunami, with monstrous power, as if it wanted to destroy the sky and the earth. Fuck. Who dares to touch my elder brother? Not far away, Situ Yang yelled and rushed directly to Chu Yan's side. His face was full of fat and flesh, and he was extremely furious. This loud shout was extremely domineering, as if Situ Yang was a peerless powerhouse who could conquer all directions by himself. Fight, how could I be missing? Immediately afterwards, a gray figure flashed past, and beside Chu Yan, Zhang Tian fell down, with the corners of his mouth raised lightly, a pair of incomparably stern eyes, looking around the audience. The cold murderous aura from his whole body, like freezing air, swept the audience. You. Chu Yan frowned slightly. Looking around, Situ Yang and Zhang Tian, who were tall and straight with firm faces, felt warm in their hearts. In such a losing situation, the two of them did not hesitate at all and supported them unconditionally, which made Chu Yan feel more moved. Chu Yan, don't need to say much, it's just fighting. Zhang Tian sneered and said lightly. That's right, big brother. Just relying on this group of salted fish, they want to deal with our three brothers. In their dreams, if I don't beat them until their ass blooms, they won't know what an ancient spirit pattern master is. Xie Yang smiled at the corner of his mouth, showing his white teeth, gleaming with cold light, and his face was ferocious. It is good. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan seemed hypocritical when he said anything else. At that moment, his heart was full of fighting spirit, his eyes were full of blood, and the golden pupil light, like two dazzling golden stars, illuminated the sky. Boom! 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 The next moment, the hundreds of warriors all around attacked at the same time. On the altar, all kinds of sword lights, sword chi, fist prints, and palm lights formed a flood of attacks, and they rushed towards Chu Yan and the three of them overwhelmingly. It can only be turned into powder. Break it. Battle Dragon breaks heaven. 18 promises. Chu Yan, Zhang Tian, and Xie Yang saw the flood of attacks from the sky, and they immediately made moves one after another. They used all their tricks, such as the bright five-color sword light, and the roaring fist light of the black dragon, plus Xie Yang threw out his hands. With a total of 18 pieces of attacking spirit patterns, 3 attacks, with a desperate momentum, brazenly facing the flood of attacks in the sky. Flash! Chu Yan shouted loudly, and the moment Hao Yan's sword was retracted, his figure was like lightning, bringing out a black afterimage, and flew towards the gap in the crowd. He wasn't so arrogant yet, thinking that 3 attacks could block hundreds of attacks, so the moment he shot, he greeted Zhang Tian and Xie and dodged quickly. Zhang Tian and Xie Yang didn't hesitate when they heard the words, and they acted almost at the same time as Chu Yan, finding the gap between them, and dodging out of the crowd. Boom! 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 In mid-air, the flood-like wave of attacks collided with the 3 relatively thin attacks, and immediately crushed the 3 attacks into powder like a thundercloud passing through. The flood of attacks only paused for a moment before continuing rushing to the place where Chu Yan and the other 3 had just stood. They hit the ground and made a loud noise that shook the sky. Call! The violent air wave, like a shock wave, scattered and rushed in all directions, sweeping across the entire altar in an instant. As soon as they fought, the 3 of Chu Yan were at an absolute disadvantage. Facing such a powerful 100 arrogances, they were in an unusually dangerous situation. If these 100 Tianjiao warriors are just ordinary warriors, even if they are warriors of the same level, the 3 of Chu Yan can handle it. However, among the hundreds of warriors facing him now, they are all tens of thousands of warriors with leapfrog combat power. It is not so easy to deal with any one of the elite warriors who are eliminated. Therefore, Chu Yan and the 3 are now facing an extremely dangerous battle situation. On the Sky God Valley Square, Hong Qiyu laughed wildly when he saw Chu Yan and the 3 flying away. Ha ha ha, good. Good fight. All the bosses of the Emperor's sect are all smiling, and they are in an extremely comfortable mood now. However, not far away, in the direction of D-Zone, a group of bigwigs and strong men were all frowning and full of anger. They are all strong in martial arts, and they have experienced thousands of battles. Seeing the current situation of Chu Yan and the 3 of them, they only need to glance at them to know that the result of this battle may be. On the other side, on the sacrifice platform, there was a sudden change. Boom! 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 There were several explosions in a row, and suddenly, it turned out to be the place where Zhang Tian and Xie Yang were. Chu Yan's face changed drastically, and he suddenly turned his head to look, but at a glance, his face was stunned. I saw that Xie Yang, who was surrounded by more than a dozen people, hid behind Zhang Tian, first throwing out spirit patterns one after another, hitting Zhang Tian continuously. In an instant, there were more than 30 defensive spirit patterns. Zhang Tian's whole body is full of colors, like a shining golden god of war, completely ignoring the attacks coming from all directions. "This is not over yet," Xuanhuan, with a grinning face, flipped his big hand, and directly shook out 3 purple-red jade charms, flipped his handprints, and threw the purple-red jade charms around. Boom! 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 3 more loud bangs exploded, and in the 3 bursts of air that soared into the sky, the figures of 7 or 8 warriors were thrown flying out of the air in an instant. They flew directly tens of thousands of steps away, then tumbled to the ground, struggling to get up. His face was full of horror. At this time, around Zhang Tian and Xuanhuan, the other warriors looked back at the ground warrior who was 10,000 steps away, and when they turned their heads again, their faces changed drastically, the corners of their eyes twitched, and they dodged back without a trace of hesitation. Suddenly, a blank area appeared within 1,000 steps around Zhang Tian and Xuanhuan, and the pressure on the 2 of them was greatly relieved. And Xuanhuan slipped out from behind Zhang Tian, flipped his hands over, and held 3 more purple-red jade talismans in his hands, and looked at the Tianjiao warriors all around with a grin on his face. #C951 Terrifying Personalized Netherprint. With Xuanhuan's move, the chaotic altar suddenly fell silent. All Tianjiao warriors knew that spirit pattern masters were powerful, but they never expected that they would be so powerful. Especially a spirit pattern master, with a combination of powerful warriors, is definitely a terrifying weapon on the battlefield. However, these Tianjiao warriors are also well informed, but they have never heard that the spirit pattern master can knock back dozens of elite Tianjiao warriors with a single spirit pattern, which is too powerful. "Hey, I've carefully prepared the bombing heaven and earth booming invincible spirit pattern. Who wants to try it? Come up." When Xuanhuan saw the Tianjiao warriors around him, they all looked terrified, and suddenly, he became even more proud, holding the purple-red jade talisman with spiritual patterns, with an unscrupulous expression on his face. "What?" All the Tianjiao warriors in the audience heard Xuanhuan's words, looked at his incomparably frightened face, and then looked at the purple-red magic talisman in his hand, and suddenly, the corners of their eyes twitched. "What kind of shit? You've heard of the bombing sky and earth, the invincible spirit pattern, you're bluffing a fool." However, the power of the purple-red jade talisman in his hand is really powerful, it is not fake. The next moment, Xuanhuan raised his right hand and made a gesture to throw it. Seeing this scene, all the warriors around him retreated violently. They didn't dare to approach Xuanhuan and Zhang Tian at all. In the Tianqiangshan Valley Square, all the bosses in the audience, seeing this scene, all looked dull and stood on the spot. Don't talk about the young Tianjiao on the platform, they are the big bosses of the sect, the old monsters who have lived for thousands of years. No one has seen or heard of this bombing sky and earth, invincible spirit pattern, but the power of the spirit pattern, it also shocked them. Especially the big bosses of the D-Zone, all of them were shocked. Their eyes were full of light, looking at the purple-red jade talisman in Xuanhuan's hand. Their pupils were all in the shape of Yuanjing. If such a powerful spirit pattern jade talisman can be sold in D-Zone's Wanbao building, it will definitely attract the attention of warriors from the mainland and make D-Zone a fortune. It turned out that they just listened to the deputy suzerain Shindang, saying, "What about Chu Yan?" Looking at it now, even the people around Chu Yan are so terrifying. "Fatty, it's time for us to fight back." Zhang Tian shouted loudly. The whole body was full of fighting spirit, and the huge black battle dragon broke through the air, and the sound of the dragon's gun was shaking the sky and the earth, roaring the entire void of the rooftop. Boom! Boom! Almost the moment Zhang Tian's voice fell, Xuanhuan, Zhang Tian and Chu Yan shot at the same time. Wuji Sword Art, Innate Wuji. Black Dragon Breaks Heaven. The invincible spirit pattern that bombards the sky and the earth. Amidst the 3 screams, the bright 5-colored sword light, the mighty black dragon fist light, and the power of the purple-red spirit pattern erupted at the same time, blasting towards the surrounding Tianjiao warriors. Boom! 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 Immediately, under the three attacks, dozens of warriors were caught off guard, sprayed out blood mist, and flew thousands of steps. On the altar, pills cannot be used. These 10 warriors have been so severely injured that they have almost no hope of participating in the battle again. Everyone listen to me, everyone is divided into 3 groups, and the 3 of them are separated and killed. Don't let them be together. Yuqing saw that Chu Yan and the other 3 crippled 10 fighters with 1 move. If this continues, without 10 moves, all the arrogances in the audience will be cleaned up by them. Immediately, he was furious and yelled loudly road. In his view, more than 100 people are currently besieging Chu Yan and the 3 of them, and they are under an absolute advantage. It's just that Xie Yang has such a terrifying jade talisman with spiritual patterns on him, so he was attacked by them. Therefore, as long as Xie Yang is separated from Zhang Tian and Chu Yan, even if he is a powerful spirit pattern master, without the cooperation of warriors, he is useless. Hearing Yuqing's roar, more than 80 Tianjiao immediately dispersed into 3 teams and rushed towards Chu Yan, Zhang Tian and Xie Yang. Call. 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 3 waves of attacks blasted out, all attacking between the 3 of them. If the 3 of them dodged, they would be separated. If the 3 of them were separated and then surrounded by 3 teams of Tianjiao warriors, the situation would immediately take a turn for the worse. Seeing this scene, the faces of Chu Yan and the others froze. They managed to kill more than a dozen Tianjiao warriors just now. Now, if they are divided and surrounded by them, it may be difficult to find a chance to fight back. Go away. Chu Yan yelled violently, his whole body exploded with Xinqi, red light and golden light shone on his body at the same time, the double body refining physical body was activated, and at the same time the bodyguard grew to a thickness of 10 feet, without dodging or avoiding, he slammed into the attack head-on more than 30 attacks of his own. Chu Yan did this, for no other reason than to break through the tide attacking him and rush to Xie Yang's side. Even if he resisted these 30-odd attacks, he would never retreat. Brother! Xie Yang's eyes turned red at this scene, of course he knew that Chu Yan was protecting him. Under the division and siege, Zhang Tian and Chu Yan can still support it for a while, but as a spirit pattern master, I am afraid that he will be blasted to pieces by 30 Tianjiao warriors in less than 10 breaths. Swish! 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 Without a trace of hesitation, Xie Yang erupted in an instant, turned his hands together, and flung out one after another spirit patterns, hitting Chu Yan's body straightly. Suddenly, thick defensive spirit patterns bloomed on Chu Yan's body. Come on. Boom. 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 More than 30 attacks, powerful and powerful, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Chu Yan was instantly submerged by the burst of energy. Chu Yan! Brother! Seeing this scene, Zhang Tian and Xie Yang's expression changed drastically, and they shouted anxiously. Swish! Before their voices fell to the ground, a black shadow rushed out from the center of the explosion all over the sky, and landed beside Xie Yang in the blink of an eye. Okay. Even with the double body training, body protection, defensive spirit patterns, and the fourfold defense of the Lock Heaven robe, Chu Yan still felt a violent surge of blood in his body at this time, and a mouthful of reverse blood almost reached the eyes of the noise. Pushed back by him. Fortunately, Chu Yan has enough true energy in his body, and the 10 inner alchemy are running at the same time, releasing the majestic true energy, suppressing the blood to death. Kill. Seeing this scene, Yuqing was furious. According to his plan, Xie Yang and Chu Yan could never get together again. In the next moment, Yuqing rushed out with the top 5 on the imperial list, his whole body was full of energy, and his power was soaring to the sky. Seeing this, the other Tianjiao warriors immediately activated at the same time, and all kinds of palm prints and fist lights condensed one after another, gaining momentum to explode. Boom, boom. The torrential flood-like attack surged out. Yu Qing and the top 5 in the imperial list, 6 of them can equal the combat power of at least 15 Tianjiao warriors, plus the attacks of more than 20 other Tianjiao warriors in the rear. This a flood of attacks, more than doubled in power than before. Not good. Seeing this scene, Situ Yang's pupil shrank violently, and his expression changed drastically. Chu Yan has just resisted more than 13 attacks. At this time, the old power is gone and the new power is not born. If this wave of attacks hits, it will be over. At this moment, Chu Yan and Situ Yang were once again in danger. #C952 Stuart's outbreak. Seeing the overwhelming attack, Situ Yang's face turned ashen instantly. Blue sky white eyes martial soul, come out. Following Fatty Situ's loud shout, behind him, a large ball of blue light burst out of the air, and a black crack slowly opened, as if in the sky, a sleepy eye of Su was waking up. The next moment, behind Situ Yang, a cyan light group suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance. The huge eye slowly opened, and a purple-gold pupil shot out a palpitating brilliance, covering the entire altar. Blood sacrifice, to the eyes of the sky, my way returns to the sect. Puff. He sang loudly word by word, made his handprints, and pressed hard on his chest. In an instant, Situ Yang opened his mouth wide and spewed out a big mouthful of blood mist, which merged into the purple-gold brilliance that filled the sky, and melted continuously. Immediately, the huge pupils of the blue sky wide-eyed martial soul behind Situ Yang shrank fiercely, showing a faint blood-red color. Moreover, as Situ Yang sprayed out more and more blood mist, the blood-red pupils became more and more blood-red. It turned bright red. Explode. Suddenly, Situ Yang roared loudly, and the little Jinqi in his body erupted in an instant. The blue sky and wide-eyed martial soul behind him burst out with dazzling light. Okay. What? Not good. The next moment, within the area covered by the pupils of the blue sky and white eyes, all the martial souls of Tianjiao trembled fiercely, and the various martial souls behind them trembled violently, and soon, they turned into streamers of various colors, directly submerged into the body of the Tianjiao warrior. In all directions, on the platform for offering sacrifices, the spiritual consciousness that was originally like an invisible tide, all turned into powder in an instant, and the spiritual consciousness of everyone disappeared. At the same time, all the Tianjiao martial souls shrouded in the pupils of the blue sky and white eyes turned pale, their whole bodies trembled violently, their pupils shrank rapidly, and the look of horror in their eyes. Make them cold. At this time, their sea of consciousness seemed to be sealed. Even if they tried their best to destroy their consciousness, they would not be able to break out of the world of the sea of consciousness, including their martial souls, which were all sealed in the sea of consciousness. Can't get out. This time everyone was so frightened that their faces turned green, their scalps were numb, their eyes were round, and they were frightened out of their wits, and they froze on the spot. Fatty. In the next breath, Situ Yang's body, like a mountain of meat toppled over, fell straight backwards, and his whole face was pale. Mountains, rivers, and beasts, except. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan waved his big hand, and the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts rushed out instantly, waving a colorful glow, and Situ Yang's body was involved in the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts before he fell to the ground. Court death. Turning his head suddenly, the bloody golden pupils shot out 2 bloody red rays of light. Chu Yan's whole body was as cold as ice, and as his eyes passed, nearly 50 Tianjiao warriors trembled in unison. Go to hell. At this moment, Chu Yan had no reservations anymore. The 16 inner alchemy in the Sea of Qi were running wildly, and the 5-color true Qi surged out like a flood, and the Haotian sword trembled violently. In less than a blink of an eye, Chu Yan's combat power improving directly to the peak state. Wuji sword art, innate Wuji. Heavenly strength, 5 elements, and thunder. The sword light in the right hand, the fist light in the left hand, the colorful sword light rises into the night, and the silver fist print is like a star outside the sky, piercing through the sky. At this moment, the entire sky of the worship platform sank violently, as if in an instant, the heaven, earth, and sky were shaken by it. Boom! Boom! Where the sword light passed, a large number of heads were thrown away. The fist light charged, and the flesh and blood exploded directly. Standing with a sword, long hair flying, black robe hunting, around him, headless corpses fell down, a storm of flesh and blood swayed. Chu Yan was soaked in blood, his eyes were blood red, like a demon god of heaven and earth, making the sky change color. On the entire sacrifice platform, the wind breathes, the clouds stay, and the sky is quiet. Xie used his body's essence and blood to activate the blood martial soul, and without the second awakening of the martial soul, he forcibly used the martial soul's natal martial soul skills, causing Xie Sea of consciousness to be seriously injured. However, the powerful spiritual power of the spirit pattern master, coupled with the natal martial arts skills, the effect produced is also amazing. 47 warriors, except Yu Qing and the 3 Huangbang Tianjiao, who used life-saving high-level spirit patterns to block Chu Yan's blow, the rest all died. Apart from Chu Yan and Zhang Tian, there are only 37 warriors who can stand on the platform. This time, the situation is completely reversed. All the Tianjiao warriors in the audience, with trembling eyes, looked at the space around Chu Yan, blood rained, all of them were pale, stunned, the sea of consciousness was blank, completely stupid. This is a fart. One move, killed more than 40 elite heavenly fighters. This guy is a god. On the other side, on the Sky God Valley Square, Hong Qiyu's eyes were round and protruding, his lips were trembling constantly, and his eyes with pupils shrunk to the extreme were full of disbelief. Not only him, but hundreds of big bosses, and nearly 1,000 powerhouses in the entire Emperor's sect all stood there with horrified faces and absent-minded eyes, completely dumbfounded. More importantly, until now, they have not figured out how these 47 people were killed by Chu Yan. At that moment, it was as if these people stood there motionless, letting Chu Yan slaughter at will. This is really weird. Hong Qiyu gradually recovered from his astonishment, and looked at Chu Yan with cold eyes. Although he was very certain in his heart that Chu Yan would definitely not be able to win as long as Yu Qing was still there, but, for no reason, in the deepest part of his heart, there was an ominous premonition again. Just as Hong Qiyu was thinking, 2 figures flew over from outside the square and landed directly beside Hong Qiyu. Sovereign, it has been confirmed that the purple spirit pattern that Xie Yang threw just now is an attack spirit pattern refined from the thunder spirit pattern. An elder of the Emperor's sect bowed his hands to salute Hong Qiyu, and whispered at the same time. After speaking, he turned his head slowly and looked at the old man who came with him. That's right, with my 300 years of experience as a spirit pattern master, and after reading the light and shadow records in the crystal screen, I can be sure that the wild thunder spirit pattern must be used to refine that spirit pattern, otherwise, it would be impossible to have such a great power. The old man with a short beard was enshrined by the spirit pattern master of the Emperor's sect, and he said to Hong Qiyu in a very firm tone, "Crazy thunder spirit pattern." Hearing what the two said, Hong Qiyu's face suddenly changed, his eyes turned cold for an instant, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the crystal screen. The figure of Chu Yan burst out with murderous aura all over his body, making the surrounding air suddenly cold. Sure enough, they are the only ones in my Huangzong's treasury that have mad thunder spirit patterns, and they are extremely rare in the market. And that boss, Xie Yang, threw at least 6 pieces of purple-red spirit pattern jade charms at one time. Then, looting my Emperor's sect, it must be them who belong to the treasure house, huh? Courting death. Hong Qiyu's face turned into a haze, and his eyes kept flickering. #C953, The Changing Situation. When Xie La Jiao used the purple spirit pattern jade talisman to blow away nearly 10 warriors at once, an elder beside Hong Qiyu became suspicious. So, use the spirit pattern of the picture to record the crystal screen, send it back to the Emperor's sect, and find the enshrined spirit pattern master in the sect for appraisal. Now the result came out. The spirit pattern material used by Xie La Jiao was indeed the thunder spirit pattern in the Emperor's treasure house. The typesetting in the treasure house. It really is Chu Yan. Hong Qiyu remembered that when he saw the words on the pillars of the treasure house, he still didn't believe that Chu Yan was so bold. After looting the Emperor's treasure house, he dared to leave a message. Originally, one of the objectives of Yu Qing's mission to capture Chu Yan this time was to torture Chu Yan. Did he steal the treasure house? Now it seems that everything is clear. Damn Chu Yan! Hong Qiyu felt a chill in his heart. He felt that he was played by Chu Yan. In an instant, a terrifying coldness swept across the entire Tianqiang Shengu Square, and the anger in Hong Qiyu's heart ignited to the sky. Chu Yan, today, you are doomed. Hong Qiyu roared in his heart. At this time, on the altar of offering sacrifices. Chu Yan, you dare to kill a member of my emperor's family, you are courting death. Yu Qing roared loudly, his eyes flashed brightly, his true energy surged, and he directly attacked Chu Yan. He knew very well that he couldn't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, if the remaining 30 or so Tianjiao warriors lose all their will to fight, the great advantage of the second stage of offering sacrifices to the rooftops will be completely lost. Seeing Yu Qing making a move, the two powerful men beside him looked at each other, gritted their teeth, followed Yu Qing, and shot at the same time. Seeing this scene, the 30 Tianjiao warriors around him hesitated a little, but the temptation of the 3 great inheritance treasures was too great. In addition, they judged that Chu Yan's true energy in his body should be almost, maybe, the next breath, will lose. Therefore, led by Yu Qing, more than 30 Tianjiao joined forces again to attack Chu Yan. Battle days. Stay with me, the time is coming. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, swung the Haoyan sword in his hand, and the 5-colored energy surged all over his body, and he stepped out, rushing straight to the group of warriors. Zhang Tian had a cold face, holding a black spiritual gun with a black light flowing on it, followed closely behind Chu Yan, emitting black dragon-like gun lights, and attacked the Tianjiao warriors around him. Up to now, the battle situation on the Jiuxiantai has changed dramatically. Although Chu Yan and Zhang Tian are at a numerical disadvantage, they become more and more courageous as they fight. With Chu Yan in front, relying on the strong defense of the flesh body and the Suatian robe, they are not afraid of the joint attack of 3 or 4 warriors. And those Tianjiao warriors dared to attack Chu Yan at this time, but in terms of momentum, they no longer had the momentum that they had at the beginning, when there were so many people, and when everyone was saving their lives. They were restrained when they attacked. For a moment, there was a brief stalemate in the battle situation on the Jiuxiantai. There were more than 30 people, and Chu Yan used the Vientianju to separate out 10 clones. In the case of one blocking 3, he could also delay 2 or 3 breaths of time. With this time, he and Zhang Tian joined forces to defeat them one by one. Therefore, when Chu Yan continued to have Wanxiangju clones to hold back most of the Tianjiao warriors and beheaded 5 Tianjiao warriors in a row, among the remaining warriors, except Yu Qing and the 2 powerful fighters from the imperial list, all quietly withdrew from the battle circle. Up to now, they have completely given up the siege of Chu Yan. Compared with the 3 major inheritances, one's own life is of course more important, there is no doubt about this. Chu Yan, with me here today, I will never let you get the 3 inheritances. Yu Qing's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot, with blue veins throbbing on his forehead, his eyes were bloodshot, and his face was full of ferocious and twisted faces. The yin and yang thunder axe pierced through the air, above the gold and silver axes, thunder and lightning lingered, and the monstrous power of the martial soul stirred the entire sky. Okay. Chu Yan's face froze, and he looked at the Yinyang Tianlei axe behind Yu Qing, and suddenly frowned. In the world of martial arts, warriors are closely connected with their own martial souls. Generally speaking, martial souls are driven by true energy. Therefore, the less true energy in a martial artist's body, the darker the martial soul will be. In the end, it will be less than 10% at this time. It is basically impossible to induce the martial soul to appear. But now, as soon as Yu Qing's Yinyang Tianlei axe appeared, the majestic power of the martial soul made the surrounding void tremble. This shows that the true energy in Yu Qing's body is still very abundant. However, after fighting for such a long time, no one had time to recover their true qi. Of course, Yu Qing's true qi was consumed a lot, but judging from his martial spirit, something was wrong. It seems that this Yu Qing still has a whole card. Chu Yan's heart sank slightly, and suddenly his spiritual consciousness sent a voice, reminding Zhang Tian, be careful of Yu Qing. On the Sky God Valley Square, Hong Qiyu and a group of big bosses of the Emperor's sect all had black faces, so gloomy that they could almost bleed. This battle, the more they fought, the more they felt aggrieved. What the hell is Yu Qing doing? Hundreds of Tianjia warriors besieged the three of Chu Yan, and until now, only one Situ Yang was injured, and he even injured himself. On their side, 3 strong men on the imperial list and nearly 60 Tianjia warriors died directly. Even now, they are completely suppressed by Chu Yan and Zhang Tian. Even if Hong Qiyu was standing here, staring at the crystal screen and seeing it with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe that with so many people, he still couldn't handle Chu Yan. What the hell is this fucker beating? Now Hong Qiyu not only wants Chu Yan to die, but even has the urge to slap Yu Qing to death. On the rooftop. Chu Yan, you forced me. Yu Qing's eyes were red, his teeth were gritted, and he was completely insane. Just now, seeing Chu Yan cut the last strong man in the imperial list in half with a sword, Yu Qing couldn't stand it anymore. At this time on the altar, apart from more than 20 Tianjia warriors who had withdrawn from the battle, only he, Chu Yan and Zhang Tian were still fighting. Xuanhuan, Yu Qing consumed a lot of qi in his body, he couldn't last long, and the game was almost a foregone conclusion. At this moment, Yu Qing's sea of consciousness is completely occupied by anger, and there is only one voice left in his heart, that is, Chu Yan must be killed. Suddenly, Yu Qing punched out, and with the force of the punch's counter-shock, he suddenly distanced himself from Chu Yan. The next moment, Yu Qing urged the last sliver of true energy and energy on his body to pour it into the Yin-Yang Thunder Axe behind him without reservation. Immediately, the Sky Thunder Axe, Thunder Light, Golden Light and Silver Light intersected, shining the whole sky. Click! A palpitating sound suddenly sounded, and in mid-air, the cloudy Sky Thunder Axe martial soul suddenly split into 2, and the silver Sky Thunder Axe turned into a shocking thunder light, which exploded towards Chu Yan. Rush away. #C954 Level 3. The silver Thunder Axe martial soul, like a world-shattering meteor, descends from the sky with shocking power. On the soul body, the power of the martial soul was reversed, triggering the rumbling sound of the silver Thunder Axe, as if it would explode directly in the next moment. Fuck, Wuhun blew himself up. Yu Qing is crazy. Zhang Tian saw this scene, even if he never scolded anyone, at this moment, with his round eyes staring at the silver Sky Thunder Axe falling straight from the sky, he couldn't help but curse directly. In the world of warriors, the martial soul is the foundation of every martial soul. If the martial soul is abolished, the martial arts will be abolished. Although the power of the martial soul is powerful, if the power of the martial soul is reversed, it will lead to riots, explosions, and power. It's monstrous, but in this way, the warrior loses his martial soul and basically becomes a useless person. All warriors in the entire Haotian continent are probably dead, and no one is willing to use this method. However, there are also some special existences, such as some talented warriors who have twin martial souls. When life and death are at stake, they will sacrifice one martial soul and severely injure their opponents in order to protect themselves. Yu Qing's martial souls are not twin martial souls at all, but no one thought that his Yin-Yang Thunder Axe martial soul could be forcibly split. However, if he did this, from now on, he might not be able to keep even 50% of his martial spirit and talent, and he might not even be able to maintain his reputation as a genius. Most likely, he would become an ordinary warrior directly. Now, Yu Qing is like a lunatic, destroying the silver martial soul and exploding himself, wanting to kill Chu Yan directly with one blow. Humph. Courting death. Chu Yan's eyes turned cold, and the true energy in his body surged, and he directly communicated with the white tiger martial soul, ready to fight back. Among the 5 gods and beast spirits, the white tiger spirit of the gold system also has a strong ability to coerce weapon spirits, especially weapon spirits. Therefore, Chu Yan planned to use the white tiger martial soul to directly break Yu Qing's desperate attack. Chu Yan was never afraid of Wuhun attack. On Chu Yan's body, a bright white light suddenly shone, the void behind him began to fluctuate, and the white beast shadow slowly condensed. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. On the altar, in the vast void, a voice suddenly resounded. The time is up. All attacks. End. The word is like a command. The moment the voice sounded, in the void, endless terrifying power poured down. Including the white tiger martial soul that did not fully emerge behind Chu Yan, the martial souls of all the warriors turned into streamers and returned to the warrior's body, and the entire sacrificing platform suddenly fell silent. Whether it is Chu Yan or Yu Qing, at this moment, shrouded by the invisible terrifying force in the void, everyone's body instantly stiffened, as if petrified, unable to move at all, and even the true Qi in the Sea of Qi was completely suppressed. The battle of offering sacrifices to the roof came to an end in astonishment. The end of time means that Chu Yan has kept the 3 inheritances. Sky God Valley, on the square. Chu Yan. In an instant, Hongqi Universe, Venerable Longji, and all the big bosses and powerhouses of the Emperor's sect were furious, and all kinds of cold killings swept across the entire square like a cold wind. The 3 major inheritances fell directly into Chu Yan's hands. Okay. That's great, Chu Yan did a great job. Shen Dang's face was full of joy, and he couldn't help clenching his fists and waving in the air. All the big bosses of the Land clan cheered again and again, and they were all extremely excited. One person has won the 3 major inheritances. This Chu Yan is really not ordinary. This kind of Chu Yan is the Chu Yan that their Dizong valued, and it is not in vain that the Dizong sent a large number of strong people to support him. On the altar, there was a dead silence. Yu Qing's eyes widened, and he stared blankly at Hai Lao in mid-air. His whole body seemed to lose his soul in an instant, and he was stunned. How is this possible? This is simply impossible. Hundreds of elite talents, the top 5 in the imperial list, plus myself, let Chu Yan and the 3 of them persist until the end of time. If someone had told Yu Qing the same result before offering sacrifices to the Tian Tai, he would have laughed his ass off. But now, under the siege of so many powerful people, Chu Yan has persisted until now, and even won the final victory. Shame. What a shame. Originally on the white jade ladder, Yu Qing was kicked several times by Chu Yan with his big foot, and was kicked down the ladder. Compared with the present, such humiliation is insignificant at all. This time, under absolute disadvantage, Chu Yan defeated the hundreds of elites led by him. For the defeat of Tianti, Yu Qing can also say that in order to preserve his strength, but this time for the defeat of Tian Tai, Yu Qing can't find any reason or excuse at all. You must know that Yu Qing not only represents himself, he also represents one of the 8 ancient sects. The Emperor's sect. Old Hai, what are you doing? Can't you come out later? Chu Yan's face was dark, and he looked at Hai Lao speechlessly. As long as he was given another 10 breaths, he might be able to kill Yu Qing. But now, Hai Lao suddenly appeared, preventing Chu Yan and Yu Qing's desperate attack, which made Chu Yan very upset. Hai Lao's figure stood in the air, his face was full of smiles, but now he had a solemn expression, staring straight at Chu Yan, his eyes were piercing, thoughtful. Sacrifice to the Tian Tai, the second test is over, and the third test will begin immediately. Hai Lao pondered for a long time, finally retracted his gaze, and said in a deep voice. The third level is also the most difficult in the Tian Tai Tianguan assessment. For tens of thousands of years, there are tens of thousands of Tianjiao who have snatched the 3 major inheritance treasures on the Tian Tai and supported the melee in the second level. Failed on the third level. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Yu Qing's absent-minded eyes quickly recovered, and suddenly shone brightly. Correct. There is a third level. Even if Chu Yan snatched the 3 major inheritance treasures, if he didn't complete the 3-pass examination of the Tian Tai, he would not be able to get the inheritance of the treasures. Moreover, as Hai Lao said, Yu Qing also found it from the historical materials of the Emperor's clan. In the sea of blood in the spiritual domain, since the birth of tens of thousands of years ago, almost every 100 years, there will be a stunning warrior who passed the first 2 levels, but without exception, they all failed in the third level. Therefore, for tens of thousands of years, the 3 most inherited treasures on the roof of the spiritual realm Blood Sea Festival have been covered in dust. Humph. Chu Yan, you are dreaming to get the treasure inheritance. Yu Qing's face completely returned to normal, and the eyes that looked up at Chu Yan were full of jokes. Based on your performance in the second test, I announce that the candidates who are qualified to participate in the third test are as follows. Chu Yan, Yu Qing, Zhang Tian and Situ Yang. Everyone else, go out. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Boss Hai waved his hand, and dozens of invisible forces swayed out. The more than 20 Tianjiao warriors who had been sitting cross-legged in the corner of the altar were sent out of the altar one after another. What? Yu Qing also got the qualification for the third test. Damn. Whoever grabs the treasure is not eligible to participate in the third level. Chu Yan looked at Hai Lao and asked directly. Just now in the second level, the 3 of us fought against hundreds of Tianjiao, and finally survived the time. Unexpectedly, with Hai Lao's words, Yu Qing was also qualified to participate in the third level. As for Zhang Tian and Situ Yang, Chu Yan certainly doesn't mind their qualifications. Without their desperate help just now, he wouldn't be able to survive the second test. Boy. Remember, I have the final say on offering sacrifices to the roof. Facing Chu Yan's questioning, although Hai Lao didn't lose his temper on the spot, he still hummed coldly. Also, at the beginning of the third level, I have to designate an inheritor of a treasure. When the words landed, everyone in the audience was stunned at the same time. #C955 Mystery Change. Hai Lao's words made Chu Yan and the others unable to react, and were stunned for a moment. Specify. Inheritance of the treasure, you can still designate it. Who the hell is Old Hai? There is so much power. Just when Chu Yan was stunned, Hai Lao's gaze had already looked over, and he said softly to Chu Yan. Release Situ Yang from your space spirit treasure. Good. Chu Yan was stunned, and quickly waved his hand, calling out the mountains, rivers, and 10,000 beasts picture, and moved Situ Yang out. When he was fighting just now, the situation was too critical. Seeing that Situ Yang had self-mutilated and seriously injured in order to save himself, Chu Yan was also anxious, and was going to take a closer look at Situ Yang's injuries. However, to Chu Yan's great surprise, his divine consciousness could not penetrate into Situ Yang's body at all. At this time, Situ Yang's true qi, spiritual consciousness and martial soul power were in chaos, intertwined with each other, fused into one ball in his body, rushing in all directions, completely out of control. This is the first time Chu Yan has encountered this situation, and he doesn't know where to start. I declare that Situ Yang is the successor of the crazy blood martial emperor. At this moment, Hai Lao's voice suddenly sounded, echoing throughout the entire sacrificial platform. Swish! Hai Lao in midair raised his hand and pointed. Chu Yan only felt the sea of consciousness tremble, and the blood bead of the mad blood martial emperor suddenly flew out. The scarlet blood bead circled around the altar without any hesitation, like a bloody streamer. It rushed directly into the center of Situ Yang's eyebrows and disappeared. The next moment, Hai Lao's face was solemn, his handprints flipped, and he pressed on Situ Yang's body. A vast and majestic force continuously overflowed from Situ Yang's body. The surge of this force made Chu Yan's mind tighten, and his whole body like falling into an ice cellar. Unexpectedly, the blood bead entered Situ Yang's body and fused directly, and the breath that overflowed was exactly the coercion of the emperor. What? How can that be? On the Sky God Valley Square. Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed greatly, their eyes trembled, and their faces were full of disbelief. The appearance of the coercion of the martial emperor realm represents that the inheritance of the crazy blood martial emperor has begun to merge with Situ Yang. As a result, one of the three most important treasures of the inheritance on the platform, the inheritance of the crazy blood martial emperor, has been obtained. For tens of thousands of years, in the Tiantai, among the three major inheritances, the first treasure inheritance was obtained by people. This is nothing. What shocked the leaders of the various sects even more was that a spirit pattern master had inherited the inheritance of the martial emperor. If this Situ Yang really integrated and inherited the martial emperor's inheritance, then things would be a big deal. You must know that the cultivation method of spirit pattern masters is completely different from that of ordinary warriors. They don't even have kung fu and martial skills, and they specialize in spiritual consciousness and handprints. The true energy in their bodies may not even be 1/3 of that of high-level warriors. Therefore, if a spirit pattern master does not have a spirit pattern jade talisman, it is basically normal to be killed by a martial artist of the same level in one move. In most cases, the battle of the spirit pattern master needs to cooperate with powerful warriors, so as to truly reflect the horror of the spirit pattern master. Because of this, everyone knows that spirit pattern masters and warriors cannot be trained at the same time. But now, this Situ Yang actually inherited the inheritance of a martial emperor realm martial artist. That doesn't mean that Situ Yang will become a strong martial emperor in a short time. In the Hautian continent, in the tens of thousands of years of historical records, there has never been heard of a spirit pattern master with the cultivation level of the martial emperor. Not bad, as expected. In the midair of the Jiuxiao, Hai Lao saw the aura of the martial emperor gushing out of Situ Yang's body. His originally solemn face suddenly relaxed, nodded with a smile on his face, and muttered to himself. So it is. What is it so? Chu Yan's face was startled, he didn't understand what Hai Lao said at all. However, in front of him, the chaotic situation in Situ Yang's body began to slowly recover under the powerful power inherited from the martial emperor realm, which made Chu Yan heave a long sigh of relief. Anyway, the current situation is definitely a good thing for Situ Yang, as for the others, it doesn't matter. Boom, boom. At this moment, above the sky, suddenly, a muffled thunderous sound resounded through the entire sky. At the same time, the altar trembled suddenly and began to slowly crack. The 9,000,000-step white jade ladder connected to the worshipping platform also appeared densely packed with cracks like jade crystals that had been blasted to death. The rooftop is being damaged. When Chu Yan and the others saw this scene, they immediately looked around in surprise. Not only the Tiantai and Baiyu ladder where Chu Yan and the others are located, but also the sky and the earth, the entire small world of the Blood Sea secret realm in the spiritual domain, is constantly collapsing, as if the world is about to be destroyed. Hai Lao was in midair, looked up at the surrounding world, sighed faintly, his eyes shifted sideways, and finally landed on Chu Wei. His eyes flickered with strange colors, and his eyes were extremely deep. The majestic power came, Chu Yan and the others were surrounded by Hai Lao, and they floated up into the air, watching the entire secret world continue to decline and turn into nothingness. After a full 100 breaths, everything in front of them returned to calm. But kelp brought Chu Yan and the others to a valley. This valley is the largest valley located within the Vault of Heaven, and it was originally the secret place of the spiritual Blood Sea. But now, the small world of the Blood Sea secret realm and the spiritual realm has completely disappeared, and this valley has been revealed. However, this valley, which covers an area of hundreds of miles, is surrounded by mountains towering into the sky. On the tops of the highest peaks, huge altars stand, and the continuous power of spirit patterns spreads throughout the entire world, covering the entire valley. Chu Yan and the others looked up and looked around, observing this situation in the valley, but found that with the disappearance of the Sea of Blood in the spiritual domain, all kinds of restrictions that were originally imposed on Chu Yan and the others also disappeared. After taking out a few bottles of pills, Chu Yan distributed them to Zhang Tian, and stuffed a few into Situ Yang's mouth, and began to recover his true energy. After the elixir passed into Situ Yang's body, the martial emperor realm aura gushing out of his body became more and more intense, like the Yangtze River, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Boom, boom. Suddenly, above the sky, a thunderbolt suddenly exploded, and the vast and boundless colorful thunderclouds, like thousands of seas rushing, continued to gather towards the sky of the valley. At this moment, the expressions of Chu Yan and Zhang Tian suddenly changed, and they looked up at the sky in astonishment. Both Chu Yan and Zhang Tian had experienced the thunderclouds, so they were naturally very familiar with them. Therefore, when the colorful thunderclouds just started to gather, they recognized them at first sight. What? Heavenly punishment thunder tribulation. Seeing this change, Chu Yan and Zhang Tian's expression suddenly changed. Looking at the thunder clouds in the sky, they were a little dazed. #C956 Situ Yang's tribulation. It is reasonable and expected that Situ Yang received the inheritance of the martial emperor realm and suffered a catastrophe, but this heavenly tribulation is too timely. Now, Fatty Situ is still in a coma and has not woken up at all. How does this make him deal with heavenly tribulation? Originally, with the means of Situ Yang's spirit pattern master, as long as Tianjia is not too perverted, the number of defensive spirit patterns on his body should be enough to deal with it. But now, the fat man hasn't woken up at all, and it's impossible to cast the spirit pattern Jade Talisman. In this way, when the thunder calamity falls, Fatty Situ will probably be in a coma and be blasted into scum by the thunder calamity. This is troublesome. Quick, find a way to wake up the fat man. Chu Yan looked at the continuously gathering thunder clouds in the sky, and hurriedly said to Zhang Tian. However, when the two of them frantically tried to push, pinch, pat, and whip Situ Yang to wake him up, the fat man didn't react at all, and he didn't intend to wake up at all. As for Chu Yan and Zhang Tian's spiritual consciousness, as soon as they touched Situ Yang's body, they would be directly smashed into powder by the martial emperor realm breath in his body. Situ Yang's physical body and sea of consciousness had already been severely injured. In addition, his body and sea of consciousness were constantly fused with the inheritance of the mad blood martial emperor. It was impossible for him to wake up in a short time. Damn. This time I'm in big trouble. Chu Yan and Zhang Tian both looked solemn and frowned. Sky God Valley, on the square. Heavenly tribulation is coming now, Situ Yang is dead. Hong Chiyu's eyes were cold, looking at Situ Yang, who was completely unconscious in the crystal screen. His eyes flickered coldly. Immediately, he turned around slowly, and said to Venerable Longji and several big bosses of the Emperor's sect beside him. Everyone, when the thunder disaster falls, Situ Yang will die. Let's take another shot and capture Chu Yan and Zhang Tian. Hearing this, Venerable Longji and several big brothers all had their eyes flickering and nodded one after another. How precious are the three inheritances! Now, the collapse of the Blood Sea in the spiritual domain shows that the three major inheritances may all be born today. Situ Yang has already obtained the inheritance of the crazy blood martial emperor, so the Tianlian token and the gold box will surely fall into the hands of two of Chu Yan, Zhang Tian and Yu Qing. Therefore, as long as Chu Yan and Zhang Tian are taken down, it is equivalent to taking back two of the three major inheritances to the emperor sect. Moreover, it is definitely a good thing to kill two birds with one stone to recover the loss of Huangzong's treasury, so this time, Huangzong will never let Chu Yan go. As long as we make a move together, even if Dizong intervenes, don't try to stop us. Moreover, I can promise everyone that the benefits we get from Chu Yan will be shared equally among our empires. Hong Qiyu sneered and said. So good. Okay. Let's do it. I agree. Without any hesitation at all, the big bosses and venerables of the emperor's sect nodded in agreement. With the benefits of the three major inheritances, even if they are Zongmen bosses and Wu Zuanjing powerhouses, they cannot be indifferent. Afterwards, Hong Qiyu and the big bosses of the Huangzong discussed in a low voice how to deal with the D-Zone to succeed in one fell swoop. In the direction of the D-Zone, Shindang and all the bigwigs of the D-Zone had serious expressions on their faces, and they were also talking in low voices. Depending on the situation, Emperor Zong will not let Chu Yan go easily, especially since he got two inheritance treasures and passed on my Zongling. Do whatever it takes to keep the three of them safe. Shindang said softly to the big bosses around him. Yes, Deputy Suzerain. A group of bigwigs and powerhouses of the land sect surrendered their hands and answered their orders one after another. As Dizong and Huangzong made their plans, a dignified and tense atmosphere continued to spread in the entire Sky Valley Square, just like the depression before the storm. In any case, when Chu Yan and the others leave the Vault of Heaven, a big battle may be unavoidable. On the other side, in the Vault of God Valley, in the valley where the Blood Sea in the spiritual realm was lost. Boom, boom. Above the sky, thousands of hectares of thunderclouds merged rapidly, and in less than half an hour, a 10-mile-long sea of thunderclouds was formed. Different from the thundercloud that Chu Yan encountered before, Situ Yang, the martial emperor inheriting heavenly tribulation, is completely colorful. Even the thunder and lightning in the clouds are also colorful, like thick colorful electric pythons in the sea of clouds. Constantly flipping. The momentum of thunder calamity has become a general trend, and the majestic power of thunder, like the wrath of the sky that has been stored for a long time, can erupt at any time and destroy the mortal world. Although this martial emperor thunder tribulation was not as good as the one that Chu Yan met in the Red Snow Divine Kingdom, the thunder was far stronger than the ordinary heaven's punishment thunder tribulation. Chu Yan glanced at the thundercloud sky that was getting lower and lower above the sky, and then looked at Situ Yang who was sleeping with his eyes closed on the ground, and his whole heart sank to the bottom of the valley instantly. No, Situ Yang must not be let down here. Chu Yan frowned deeply, narrowed his eyes slightly, thoughts kept flashing in his mind, thinking about the countermeasures. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, once the Situ Yang dies, it will be your turn next. Yu Qing looked up at the thunderclouds that had formed in the sky, and glanced at Situ Yang on the ground with his eyes closed, with a grin on his face. If Situ Yang hadn't tried his best to protect Chu Yan, how could he have lost if he led hundreds of Tianjiao on the platform of offering sacrifices to the sky? Therefore, this fat man should have died if he opposed him. this is exactly what Jiuxiao wants to see. Chu Yan, don't think that if you get the inheritance treasure, you will win. Let me tell you, today, you will never leave alive. This fat man is going to die, that Zhang Tian is going to die, and you are going to die too. Seeing Chu Yan's gloomy face, Jiuxiao felt extremely happy, laughed loudly, and roared wildly with all kinds of curse words. No matter what kind of humiliation he suffered in the sea of blood and the spiritual domain today, as long as this Chu Yan died, then everything would be no problem, and he would still be number 2 on the Haotian Qianlong list, the supreme arrogance of the emperor's sect. Close your eyes, or I'll kill you right now. Chu Yan stared fiercely at Jiuxiao with ice blade-like eyes, his eyes were blood-red and murderous. Suddenly, being impacted by Chu Yan's killing intent, Jiuxiao's face full of smiles froze instantly, and his whole body froze on the spot as if being shocked by an electric shock. Chu Yan, this won't work, fatty, can't deal with the robbery at all now. You have to find a way. Zhang Tian also had a serious face. After glaring at Jiuxiao, he looked at Chu Yan, holding the black dragon spear in his hand, and made a rattling sound because of excessive force. Well, I know, don't worry, I won't let the fat man have trouble. Chu Yan looked at Zhang Tian, nodded, then flipped his hands, took out 2 jade bottles, and poured all the Xuanhuan golden pills into his mouth. At the entrance of the elixir, the majestic medicinal power quickly integrated into Chu Yan's whole body, and the 16 inner elixirs that had been restored, the true energy and the energy reached their peak state in an instant. Boom! Suddenly, in the sky, there was a column-like thick colorful thunderbolt, like a celestial sword, with boundless might, piercing through the sky and smashing into the sky. #C957 defying the sky, so what? This 7-colored thunderbolt, carrying endless power, merged with one another. When it rushed out of the sea of colorful thunderclouds, it had already converged into the size of a river. Flower. Even when Xuanhuan was awake, he might not be able to easily pass through this thunder tribulation. Now that he is still in a coma, the result is self-evident when he can't resist the thunder tribulation. Moreover, all warriors will cultivate their bodies to improve their martial arts, but spirit pattern masters never cultivate their bodies. Although they are nourished by the power of spirit patterns, they are just as strong as ordinary people. What a heavenly punishment thunder tribulation, it's all about Fatty's life. Humph. With me here, what about heavenly tribulation? If you want to kill Fatty, you have to see me first, agree or disagree. Seeing the astonishing thunder calamity fall, Chu Yan strode forward without any hesitation, and rushed directly to Xuanhuan. What? Chu Yan, no. Jiuxiao and Zhang Tian's expressions changed drastically, they looked at Chu Yan, their pupils shrank sharply in astonishment. They never imagined that Chu Yan would actually make a move to help Xuanhuan resist the thunder calamity. This is simply courting death. Boom! Chu Yan's whole body surged with qi, and the 5-color silver fist imprint condensed. He raised his hand and punched, and directly blasted the colorful thunder waterfall, falling in the air into pieces. In an instant, it turned into nothingness. Chu Yan's strength is much stronger than Xuanhuan, so it is relatively easy to deal with his thunder disaster. However, the next moment, as the first thunderbolt exploded, the 7-colored thunderclouds directly boiled in the sky. Boom, boom. Rumble. Originally, there were only 10 miles of colorful thunderclouds, and they were tumbling wildly. The entire sea of colorful thunderclouds, like boiling water, crazily skyrocketed. Between the sky and the earth, there was thunder and lightning, as if the entire sky would be destroyed in the next moment. At this time, anyone who saw this scene would take a deep breath. Because, this is a sign of heaven's wrath. To know. Heaven punishes thunder calamity, born in response to people, and it is most taboo to have other people help. If they all do it like Chu Yan, then as long as tens of thousands of people are recruited and shot at the same time, anyone can survive the catastrophe. In this way, the heavens' punishment thunder tribulation is still an ass. Where is the majesty of heaven? Where is the majesty of heaven? Because of this, Tian Dao Lei Jia directly judged Chu Yan's behavior as an act of disobedience. Disrespectful to heaven. This is not a matter of heaven's punishment of thunder calamity at all, but against the sky, provoking the majesty of the heaven. This kind of person, heavenly Tao will kill him directly. Therefore, if someone interferes with the martial artist Jia, what he has to bear is the wrath of heaven. Like Chu Yan, if he takes action to help Situ Yang respond to the robbery, what he will have to bear will be the wrath of the entire heaven and the sky, and the heavenly punishment and thunder disaster will soon become the judgment of the heavenly robbery. Under the ruling of heaven, no one can live against the sky. Boom. 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 Above the sky, the colorful thunderclouds let out bursts of thunderous roars, and the violent power of heaven, like the flood of the Milky Way, poured out endless anger into the entire world. The colorful thunderclouds that were originally only 10 miles away, after the wrath of the heavens, began to skyrocket crazily. 10 miles. 20 miles. 30 miles. The endless sea of thunder clouds seems to have the tendency to swallow the entire sky. The edge of the sea of clouds is expanding in all directions. Thousands of thunders are rushing, making the roar of thunder and thunder in the sky. Clang! A loud and clear sound of sword gunning, like a cry, echoed across the world. Holding the Haoyan sword, Chu Yan looked up at the sky, his whole body was filled with true energy, and the five-color Gang Yuan turned into a sky-like force, heading straight for Tianshao. The strong wind howls, the black robe hunts, and the long sword sings. One person with one sword, directly angering the sky, defying the heaven and the earth. With this sword, I will defy the sky, so what? Good boy. In midair, Hai Lao's figure trembled violently, looking at Chu Yan's eyes, the original deep eyes became shining like stars. In the Sky Valley Square, fell into deathly silence. The bosses of the various sects stared at Chu Yan in a daze, all dumbfounded, the corners of their eyes twitched, everyone's sea of consciousness became like a thundercloud descending into the world, and under the rumble, it was like an explosion. WH. What? This Chu Yan, is he crazy? One person with one sword, dare to disobey the way of heaven, this is courting death. Judging the catastrophe, can people resist it? I'm afraid that even the strongest in the martial emperor realm would not dare to provoke him, and he would end up dead at any moment. Hong Qiu and all the bosses of the Huangzong stared at each other, their eyeballs fell all over the floor, and their mouths were open to the limit, and they couldn't be closed at all. They couldn't imagine how courageous this Chu Yan was, to dare to fight against the Tao of heaven. Crazy, crazy demon Chu Yan. I don't know who it is, suddenly shouted in a low voice, and suddenly, with one sentence, all the sect leaders in the audience trembled and woke up suddenly. Mad demon Chu Yan. This is exactly what countless sects and powerhouses commented on Chu Yan when Chu Yan was in extreme North Continent. Ha ha ha. A burst of crazy laughter instantly broke the silence in the square. Hong Qiu's face was full of wild laughter, and his whole face was like a big flower blooming. I didn't expect it, we don't need to take action, this Chu Yan actually courted death by himself. Good. 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 3 good words in succession caused the crowd of the emperor's sect to burst into laughter at the same time. All the bosses of the emperor's sect had planned and used countless powers, and even took out their whole cards, but they couldn't do anything about Chu Yan. Instead, he was allowed to obtain 3 treasures of inheritance alone in the Tiantai, and even the top 10 of the emperor's sect killed them all. Even Yu Qing, who had been placed with high hopes, has become like a waste, so that all the big bosses of the imperial clan can't wait to slap him to death. Because they knew in their hearts, what kind of lineup is this with Yu Qing and the top 10 in the imperial list? This represents the most talented group of Tianjiao among the younger generation of the emperor sect. However, just now, on the platform for offering sacrifices to the sky, Chu Yan killed and defeated the young generation of the emperor's sons. One person destroyed the entire younger generation of the emperor's sect, and it was still absolutely suppressed. This made Huangzong later, how could he even hang around in the Zhongtian continent? Therefore, the current big bosses of the emperor's sect only think in their hearts that they want Chu Yan to die. Even if you take a step back, it doesn't matter if you don't get the 3 major inheritance treasures, but Chu Yan must die. On the other side, in the valley where the sea of blood and the spiritual domain fell. Boom. 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 In the entire sky, countless thunderbolts exploded crazily. In the sea of thunder clouds, thick thunder snakes and lightning dragons continuously shuttled among the clouds, colliding with each other, devouring and merging with each other. The crazily rising sea of thunder clouds has now reached the range of 50 miles, and it is still expanding. Chu Yan, dressed in a long robe and holding a long sword, stood quietly on the ground, looking up at the sky, his face as calm as water. #C958 Rakshasa Demon, Suzaku Emperor. Facing the monstrous thunderstorm, Chu Yan showed no trace of fear on his face. No matter what, it was impossible for him to watch Fatty Situ die in front of him. Boom. The next moment, the thundercloud sea, which was nearly 60 miles away, uttered an earth-shattering loud noise, and at the edge of the thundercloud sea in 8 directions, an incomparably huge thunderbolt exploded at the same time. The lightning from these 8 directions struck towards the center of the thundercloud sea at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they collided together and merged into a huge ball of lightning. The huge lightning ball crashed down and rushed straight towards Chu Yan. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's expression froze immediately, and the whole body's true energy poured out like a flood, and the 5-colored energy also surged wildly, quickly fused, and turned into a thick 5-color air flow, which was continuously poured into the Haotian sword. Heaven's ruling, if others know it, he naturally knows it too. Therefore, the power of the next thunder tribulation will definitely be more than 100 times that of the previous one. In this regard, Chu Yan exercised all his strength, ready to resist. Judgment Heaven Tribulation is different from ordinary Heaven Punishment Thunder Tribulation. One Heaven Punishment Thunder Tribulation is stronger than the other. The most terrifying is the last Thunder Tribulation. And the Judgment of Heavenly Tribulation is the strongest in the first line, and it weakens successively. It can be regarded as a trace of life beyond the way of heaven. However, this kind of vitality far surpasses a life of 10 deaths, even if it is a life of 10,000 deaths, it is not an exaggeration. Call out. The black and white 2-color sword lights of the 5-color gangster soared into the sky, like a sword and spear light that could destroy the sky and destroy the earth. It was about to destroy the sky and break open the sky. Rumble. The giant lightning ball fell and hit the 5-colored sword light. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the 5-colored sword light shattered instantly. Above the 9 heavens, the thunder ball that shattered the sword light did not stop at all, and continued to fall wildly upwards, blasting towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan holds a sword to the sky, with long hair flying and black robe fluttering, like a god of war who kills the sky, ready to welcome the moment of death. Yingjia failed. In an instant, all the big bosses and strong men of the sect flashed this thought in their sea of consciousness at the same time. The current situation is very obvious. Chu Yan's sword light can't stop the judgment thunder at all. In the face of such a terrifying thunder calamity, Chu Yan will undoubtedly die. This is totally expected. In the square of the Sky God Valley, all the big bosses and strong men of the sects were full of horror, and all the people of the D-Zone were all pale and peaceful. Only those who belonged to the emperor sect had the expression. There was a sneer. Ruling Tianlei. How can ordinary people be able to resist? Chu Yan is courting death. Although there is no way to capture Chu Yan and return to the emperor's sect, Hong Qiyu is a little disappointed to torture Chu Yan in every possible way, but seeing Chu Yan with his own eyes and being blasted into scum by the ruling thunder makes him extremely comfortable. At this moment, in the valley where the sea of blood and the spiritual domain fell, a large piece of void exploded. Boom, boom. The huge ball of thunder and lightning is extremely powerful, and the power of heaven that erupts makes the entire sky be occupied by lightning snakes, as if the ball of thunder and lightning falls, the whole world will be destroyed. Depend on. Chu Yan cursed secretly in his heart. He was mentally prepared very early, but the monstrous power of this lightning giant ball far exceeded his expectations. However, compared with the hundreds of miles of thunder that Chu Yan encountered in the Red Snow God Valley, there is still a gap. In Hongshui God's country, Chu Yan devoured the dragon veins of the earth. This kind of behavior of plundering the spirit of the heavenly Tao made the heavenly Tao even more angry than the act of meddling in the martial artist's robbery. Moreover, the judgment against the sky thunder in the Red Snow Divine Kingdom was an act of plundering the dragon veins of the earth specially for Chu Yan, and it came into being. I was born against the sky and lived against the trend. In this life, I am destined to go against the sky. The mere thunder and punishment also want to hurt me. At this moment, Chu Yan roared angrily, and from his body, 2 balls of brilliance spewed out into the sky, condensing into 2 huge phantoms, standing between the sky and the earth. The Lord of Rakshasa, the demon god of Rakshasa. Lord of Emperor Fire, Suzaku Vulcan. At this moment, Chu Yan had no reservations, and directly urged Rakshasa demon god and Suzaku Fire Emperor to fight against Tianwei. Roar. Rakshasa demon god, most of the demon body has been solidified, especially the golden fork in his hand, raised high, thousands of golden lights, setting off a monstrous bloody killing atmosphere, like thousands of golden lights, shining between the heavens and the earth. Without a trace of hesitation, the golden fork exploded, stabbing fiercely, and smashing towards the falling lightning giant ball. Chirp. Suzaku martial soul, soaring into the sky, emperor of the sky, supreme fire element, endless power of fire, sweeping across the whole world, even the colorful thunderclouds that have swelled to 80 miles, under the power of fire swayed by Suzaku, also ruthlessly after a moment of stagnation, he was directly suppressed and trembled crazily. The power of thunder and lightning belongs to the fire element, even if it is the thunder of the god of heaven, it is impossible to ignore the suppression of the fire emperor Suzaku. Hurrah! The monstrous fire wave set off a 1,000-foot-high fire-collecting pillar, like a winding roaring fire dragon. When it roared the world, it rushed towards the giant ball of thunder and lightning in mid-air. The golden fork kills the power, the fire dragon fills the sky. 1 gold and 1 red, 2 extremely terrifying forces directly collided with the lightning giant. Boom! Boom! Boom, boom! First, the violent power of Jiuxiao smashed the giant ball of thunder and lightning, like a watermelon hit by a stick. It exploded directly, turning into a large wave of thunder and lightning, scattered and rushed, and still fell with the trend, like countless lightning meteors, heading towards watching Chu Yan overwhelming. Then, the roaring flames of the Suzaku Fire Emperor rushed towards him, opening his mouth and spraying out a large piece of purple flame, burning all the remaining power of thunder and lightning into nothingness. At this moment, on the sky where Lei Wei was still towering just now, there was the hovering Suzaku Vulcan, and the Rakshasa demon god lingering in the black air, and the entire sky was completely cleared. The huge ball of lightning turned into nothingness and dissipated invisible. What? How can that be? In the Sky God Valley Square, all the big bosses of the Emperor sect were stunned, their tongues were agape, their pupils trembling crazily, they couldn't believe it at all, what they saw before them. The ruling Tianlei was blocked by Chu Yan. For a moment, in the entire square of the Vault of God Valley, the Zhongtian continent, the big bosses of the various sects and the powerhouses of the prestige realm, all of them were horrified, staring blankly at the black-robed figure under the sky, as if looking up. An undefeated god of war. Judgment Tianlei, this is not a catastrophe that mortals can contend with. Even those who have cultivated to the realm of the venerable will be scared to death when facing this Judgment Tianlei. However, this Chu Yan, relying on only one person's power, with a wave of golden light and a sea of fire, he completely destroyed the terrifying thunder penalty. This level of strength, looking at the entire Haotian continent, that young Tianjiao can do it. Even if it is the big sects in this square, and the venerable powerhouses, if they are allowed to face the ruling thunder, tens of thousands of people may go up, and it would be good if they can leave some scum. Of course, the power of Judgment Sky Thunder of a strong Wu Zuanjing is hundreds of times stronger than that of Chu Yan's current cultivation level, but this is corresponding. Then he can fight at any level of cultivation. In other words, from now on, the heavenly Dao Thunder Tribulation can almost be regarded as nothing to him. #C959 If you want to judge me, the way of heaven is not worthy. If there is no God and heavenly Dao, thunder and punishment, doesn't that mean that heavenly Dao has nothing to do with him? When did this Chu Yan have such strength? My son, this is going against the sky. Everyone looked at Chu Yan in a daze, everyone's sea of consciousness set off a stormy sea at the same time, and they were completely dumbfounded. A person who can't even deal with the way of heaven really exists. At this moment, whether it is Shindang, the Shanshur sect master who is as strong as the middle Wu Zuanjing, or the Longji Venerable, the three major enshrined by the Emperor sect, the horror in the eyes cannot be concealed at all. It's amazing. This son's talent has far exceeded their imagination. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes today, even if I beat them to death, I wouldn't believe that there are such arrogant people on Haotian continent. Okay. Well done. As long as you can block the first lightning strike, the rest will be easy. A look of ecstasy finally appeared on Shindang's face. Just now, he thought that Chu Yan might not survive. In a blink of an eye, the terrifying ball of thunder and lightning made him blow away. In this way, even if the first thunder tribulation that is the most powerful among the ruling thunders is blocked, according to the rules of judging the sky thunder, the power of the later thunder tribulations is not as powerful as the first one. Since Chu Yan can, if you block the most powerful first attack, the rest will naturally not be a problem. Ha ha ha, this kid's talent is astounding. My Dizong will train it with all our strength. Even if we use all the strength of the whole sect, we will spare no effort. A strong man in the martial arts state of Dizong, stroking his long beard, looked at Chu Yan with excitement. For strong men like them guarding one side, they are most concerned about this amazing junior Tianjiao. The strength of a young Tianjiao who is a powerful sect truly represents the future of this sect. Therefore, within the Dizong, after learning that Shin Xingjia had awakened the Earth Emperor Jiuxiao Cauldron martial spirit, he strongly recommended Shindang to be in charge of the Dizong. No one objected, and it was the same reason. Damn Chu Yan, we must never let him live again. Hong Chiyu's face was full of ferocity, the killing intent in his eyes. Almost solidified, he stared at Chu Yan viciously, as if he was going to bite him raw. Yes. We must not keep it any longer. The 10-star fire martial spirit, and the body-refining technique that can evolve visions, this kind of talent, when he grows up in the future, he will definitely become the enemy of my emperor. Venerable Longji's eyes flashed with brilliance, and streams of violent rays of light shot out continuously, and he said solemnly. Furthermore, according to news from extreme North Continent, this person also has a martial soul. He is a twin martial soul. What? Twin martial souls? Yes, he seemed to have a yellow beast martial soul on the rooftop just now. Not good. Twin martial souls. Heaven-defying posture. This child must not be kept. No matter what, when he walks out of the vault of heaven, my emperor must kill him at all costs. That's right, this time, we have 7 Wuzuanjing powerhouses here, even if the D-zone blocks it, we must forcibly kill this son. Okay. Everyone get ready, as long as Chu Yan leaves the vault of heaven, he will attack with all his might. All the bosses and powerhouses of the emperor's sect kept transmitting voices from their spiritual senses, and soon, they discussed and decided that when Chu Yan walked out of the vault of God Valley, he must be killed, otherwise, once such a terrifyingly gifted arrogance grows up, it must be a disaster for the emperor's family. However, at the next moment, a shocking roar resounded in the vault of heaven, like a thunderous explosion, which made everyone startled. Heavenly! If you have the guts, you want to judge me. I, Chu Yan, tell you that you are not worthy. Every single word, like thunder, reverberated in Ling Tian, and lasted for a long time. Every time a word lands, the corners of the eyes of all the big bosses and powerhouses will twitch violently. What? What is he doing in? This Chu Yan is really crazy. He is really provoking the sky, provoking the power of heaven. When everyone heard Chu Yan's words, it seemed as if they had been struck by a thunderbolt from the sky. They were all frightened, their livers and gallbladders were torn apart, and their scalps were numb. Tens of thousands of people froze on the spot, completely stupid. Looking at all the warriors in the world, no matter how arrogant they are, no matter how powerful they are, no one dares to challenge the power of heaven in such a way in response to the catastrophe. What's the difference between this and committing suicide? The next moment, in the entire square, all the sect bosses and powerhouses were in an uproar and exclaimed in surprise. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Could it be that he was stunned by the thunder robbery just now? Oh my God, he is actually under the thunder calamity, and dares to challenge the power of heaven. What is he going to do? It's such a pity. I didn't expect such a heaven-defying Tianjiao to be a lunatic. What a pity, what a pity. It's over. This Chu Yan is dead. Just watch, the ruling Tianlei will probably evolve again. Dead. Dead. Even the big bosses and powerhouses who were unanimously optimistic about Chu Yan just now shook their heads in unison at this moment, their faces full of regret. Such a proud man, if he can survive, will definitely benefit the D-Zone in the future. Originally, when the Emperor Zone was discussing to kill Chu Yan with all his strength, the bosses of the D-Zone also discussed it. Even if half of the ready-made strong D-Zone were lost, they should try their best to protect Chu Yan's life. But now, this Chu Yan might not even be able to get out of the vault of heaven. Even if they wanted to help him, they were just powerless. To challenge the way of heaven is to die. All warriors practice martial arts, and they are convinced of this. You must know that after reaching the heaven-reaching realm, martial arts cultivation is to sense the power of the heavens and the earth, integrate the mysteries of the heavens and the Tao, and exert more powerful combat power. Awesome! Because, no matter how they practice, even if they reach the realm of martial emperor, they are only relying on the power of heaven. Under such circumstances, that martial artist dared to speak such provocative words to Tian Dao. Except for Chu Yan in front of me. Vault of God Valley, in the valley of the place where the blood of the spiritual realm fell. Facing Chu Yan's provocative words, Yu Qing and Zhang Tian were both dumbfounded. They stood there sluggishly, looking at Chu Yan with disbelief. In midair, Hai Lao's figure trembled violently, staring straight at Chu Yan with a pair of star-bright eyes. The aura like the abyss and the sea suddenly overflowed uncontrollably, and the bright eyes shot out, turning the void in front of me into dust. 89,000 years? Finally, it's here. In Hai Lao's eyes, a touch of moisture appeared inadvertently, and the trembling of his lips represented the incomparable excitement in his heart at this moment. Boom. 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 Above the sky, thunder and robbery clouds erupted completely. #C960 You dare to try it. Facing Chu Yan's provocative words, in the colorful thunderclouds, 10,000 thunders exploded continuously, and the endless sky trembled crazily, as if the sky would be destroyed in the next breath. Unforgivable. How dare a mortal warrior dare to challenge the power of heaven? Even under the suppression of Suzaku's martial spirit, the crazy surge of the colorful thundercloud quickly expanded to 100 miles. What's more, the sea of thunder clouds, where thousands of thunderbolts are constantly flashing, is still expanding rapidly, and there is no intention of stopping at all. At this moment, the original ruling Tianlai has completely changed. The original Situ Yang's martial emperor thunder tribulation is less than 1/10, and it is indistinguishable from the Judgment Sky Thunderbolt. The current ruling, Tianlai, is condensing crazily, and once, only for Chu Yan, it came into being. On the ground, Chu Yan held Haoyan's sword in his hand, and stared at the sky indifferently. The large sea of colorful thunder clouds had already occupied most of the entire sky. Looking around, wherever he looked, there were riots of sea of thunder clouds. Thunderclouds rolled, electric snakes jumped, and above the sky, layers of monstrous clouds and waves rose to a height of 10,000 feet, covering the sky and covering the sun, swallowing the entire sky. Flipping his hands, Chu Yan took out a jade bottle, poured out a golden elixir, and gently put it in his mouth. Violent Yuan Pill. In the Mitian Pagoda, in the ancient city of Mitian, Chu Yan got an ancient pill. There were originally 3 pills in total, but now, this is the last one. There is only one function of the Violent Yuan pill, which is to keep the Jinqi in the warrior's body at its peak state within half an hour. No matter how much it is continuously consumed, there will be no loss. Of course, this time also depends on the amount of true qi the warrior has. After all, the medicinal power is fixed. Therefore, like Chu Yan, who is 16 inner alchemy for a powerhouse in the sky-reaching realm, this Violent Yuan pill can only guarantee a maximum of 100 breaths of time. Judgment Tianlai, it seems that he is about to go crazy. You are waiting. Chu Yan felt the medicinal power in his body dissipate, and the extremely violent medicinal power rushed into his sea of qi like a river of Nujiang, and instantly expanded the 16 inner alchemy by more than double. 100 interest time. It is enough to deal with Judgment Thunder. Everyone would think that Chu Yan was crazy, but Chu Yan knew exactly what he was going to do. After this trip to the Sea of Blood in the spiritual domain, Chu Yan is going to concentrate on practicing for a period of time, and then go to Jiuling Zuantianzong to find Yifeng. Now that he is only at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Ascension realm, he still lacks the confidence to fight Yifeng. Therefore, Chu Yan must improve his cultivation as soon as possible, and he must improve a lot in a short period of time before he can defeat Yifeng. Now, although the ruling thunder in front of him is extremely terrifying, it is enough to damage any powerful warrior. However, no matter what the nature of the catastrophe is, there is one thing in common. That is, as long as you can resist the catastrophe, you will be rewarded accordingly. When he was in the Red Snow Kingdom, because Chu Yan devoured the dragon veins of the earth, he was not rewarded for the terrifying catastrophe. But the ruling in front of Tianlai is different. As long as Chu Yan can block it, then the corresponding heavenly Dao rewards are also at the same level. This is also the reason why Chu Yan angered it. The more terrifying the ruling sky thunder, the richer the reward. The premise is that you can resist it. Boom, boom. The berserk 7-colored sea of thunder clouds spread to a full 120 kilometers before slowly stopping. If it wasn't for the suppression of Suzaku's martial soul, I'm afraid that the Judgment Thunder would have spread to at least 105 miles. However, even if it is a 120-kilometer verdict thunder, it is already extremely terrifying. When a single thunderbolt explodes, it will trigger tens of thousands of thunderbolts to explode at the same time. Collapse. Straight above Chu Yan's head, in the middle of the sea of colorful thunder clouds, a colorful thunderbolt is gaining momentum. Every time 10,000 thunders explode, there will be at least 1,000 thunderbolts pouring into this colorful thunderbolt. Soon, the colorful thunder and lightning became more and more solid, and began to evolve into the shape of a colorful sword. Damn it, the vision of thunder calamity. A big sword made of heavenly thunder. At this moment, even Chu Yan, who had always been indifferent, had a serious face, and the corners of his eyes twitched. The most powerful of the heavenly punishment thunder calamity is the vision of thunder calamity. Just like last time, in the red snow divine kingdom, there were hundreds of miles of thunder clouds, and the entire vision became 100 miles long lightning dragon. That time, if it wasn't for Chu Yan's desperate efforts, I'm afraid it might really be lost in the hands of the thunder and lightning dragon. But now, the judgment sky thunder in front of him has also begun to appear thunder tribulation vision, and is gathering momentum to condense a thunder and lightning sword. Ha ha ha, old man Tiandao, if you want to play, I will play with you, don't let me down, otherwise, I will look down on you. There was no fear on Chu Yan's face, but he laughed wildly, shaking the sky. The domineering and unparalleled aura, like a continuous river, spreads out in all directions, sweeping the world. Even all the bosses and strong men in the Sky God Valley Square were stunned by Chu Yan's arrogant words. This Chu Yan is really arrogant to the sky. Now at this time, he can still laugh like this, arrogantly, without the slightest fear. On this continent, I am afraid that no one can do it. Boom. Boom. Above the sky, the thunder and lightning broadsword that Bailey Lehi had held for a long time finally slashed down. However, the thunderbolt saber did not slash at Chu Yan directly. Instead, the saber turned around, bypassed Chu Yan, and slashed straight at Situ Yang, who was lying on the ground behind him. Damn. God damn it, how dare you? Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the whole body's true energy burst out like a raging tide, and his figure burst out. It never occurred to him that this thief, God, would still play tricks. Instead of attacking himself, he would attack Situ Yang. This time, it was beyond Chu Yan's expectation. At the same time, Chu Yan's own countermeasures that he was preparing to deal with suddenly stagnated and were greatly affected. However, Situ Yang is in danger, and it is impossible for Chu Yan not to save him. Whoosh! The body turned into electricity, and pulled out 1,000-foot-long black afterimage. Chu Yan instantly appeared in front of Situ Yang, holding a long sword, pointing at the thunder and lightning sword falling in the air. If it hadn't been for the fact that Situ Yang's martial emperor Thunder Tribulation would also be rewarded by heaven after the heavenly tribulation, Chu Yan would have directly included him in the mountains, rivers, and 10,000 beasts map, which is the safest way. Zhang Tian stood aside, so anxious that he could only watch helplessly, not daring to make a move. If he also made a move, at that time, two people intervened in Situ Yang's martial emperor's Thunder Tribulation, and the three ruled that the Thunder Tribulation would be superimposed. Boom, boom. The huge thunder and lightning saber carried a majestic aura that would destroy the sky and destroy the earth. When the thunder saber moved, it triggered thousands of thunderclaps. It was so powerful that the whole world trembled. Holding the sword in his right hand, Chu Yan stared angrily, blood boiling all over his body, murderous aura all over his body, soaring into the sky. A large black air current, like endless dark clouds, was instantly swept away. #C9619 Color Thundercloud. The evolution of the thunder tribulation phenomenon in the sky formed a huge long sword of lightning, cutting through layers of void, and falling straight down with an unparalleled momentum to destroy everything. At this moment, everything in the sky and the earth suddenly fell silent, and everything returned to silence, leaving only the earth-shattering weeping god and ghost, the blade of judgment. The power of this knife is enough to kill all mortals. Thunder and lightning are overflowing, and electric snakes are lingering. The long knife completely condensed by the sky thunder contains endless power of heaven and earth. No matter who sees this knife, no one can resist it. All this is too strong. It has far exceeded the limit that the warrior's psychology can bear, and there is nothing to do except the trembling of the soul. However, for Chu Yan, that's all. The power of heaven and earth may directly suppress spiritual consciousness and soul for other people, but for Chu Yan, it is nothing more than that. The unicorn martial soul, like a golden sun, slowly rises from behind Chu Yan. Thousands of golden lights illuminated the entire sky, and even the 100 miles of thunderclouds suddenly sank under the irradiated power of the Qilin Wuhun. From the original violent state of shaking the sky, it became much calmer. The monstrous power of the sky, soaring into the sky and attacking the earth, the endless unicorn's power of the sky, permeating the world. Facing the judgment thunder saber falling towards him, the Qilin Wuhun, a pair of colorful unicorn pupils, suddenly shot out. Two colorful pupils, like two colorful sharp guns, under the sprint, the judgment thunder knife suddenly froze and trembled violently. The majesty of heaven and earth contained in the mere heavenly punishment thunder calamity is only 9,010 cents. How could it be possible to compete with the spirit of heavenly power, the Qilin Wuhun, who acted on behalf of heavenly punishment? In an instant, all the power of heaven and earth contained in the judgment thunder knife was completely dissipated by the impact of the Qilin Wuhun, leaving not even a trace. The judgment thunder knife, which has lost the prestige of heaven and earth, has greatly reduced its power, even less than 30% of its original power. Wuji swordsmanship, innate Wuji. Without the slightest hesitation, Haotian burst out in Chu Yan's hands instantly. The 1,000-foot-long multicolored sword light, like the sword of the sky, the violent sword power, combined with the power of Rakshasa, Qilin, and Suzaku, plus 16 pieces of inner alchemy all Gangyuan. Cut out with a sword. The world suddenly divides. In an instant, the sky sank, the ground sank, the sky trembled, and the unparalleled sword light became the only one in the world. The mighty sword power brought forth a terrifying sword power that would destroy the world and destroy everything. This sword contained all of Chu Yan's power, without a trace of reservation, poured out with all his strength. Boom! Boom, boom! The five-color sword light, like a shocking rainbow that cuts the sky and destroys the earth, slammed into the judgment thunder knife, and exploded directly, turning into endless energy and tiny electric snakes, sweeping half of the sky. In an instant, the big bosses and powerhouses of all the sects all stared wide-eyed, and even their breathing stopped in horror. Judgment thunder knife, block it. Chu Yan. Zhang Tian stared blankly at the central area of the explosive explosion. For some reason, Zhang Tian didn't have a trace of worry in his heart, but had great expectations, because he believed. Chu Yan. The vigor was scattered, the electric snake was annihilated, and the whole sky gradually returned to calm. Chu Yan's figure slowly emerged from the endless burst of anger. There was no trace of scars all over his body. He stood with a sword and looked down upon the sky. The judgment thunder knife evolved from the thunder tribulation phenomenon was actually blocked by him. Everyone in the audience, seeing this scene, were all stunned, their faces full of horror. Such a terrifying heaven and earth thunder calamity did not even kill Chu Yan. This Chu Yan, can he really live against the sky? Boom, boom. Above the sky, the 100-mile thundercloud surged wildly, and began to shrink violently. In less than a blink of an eye, the 100-mile thundercloud shrank to 50 miles, but the 7-colored thundercloud, which had shrunk in size twice, had 5 colors and 10 lights. Different colors rushed into the night, and the light was so brilliant that it changed from a 7-colored thundercloud to a 9-colored thundercloud. 9 colors of light flowed and flashed in the sea of thunder clouds, like countless air currents of various colors, shuttling through the sea of clouds. It looked like a large cloud of auspicious clouds. Damn! This thunder tribulation can still be upgraded. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's eyes twitched suddenly, his face was speechless. Judgment Tianlei, instead of falling, it will increase. What? All the sect bosses and powerhouses in the audience were all shocked. They never expected that this ruling sky thunder not only did not weaken its descending path, but it seemed to have become stronger. Clouds, 9-colored thunderclouds that have risen to the top. You know, this is the highest level of heavenly tribulation thunder cloud. Good. Good promotion. Hong Chiyu's face was full of joy, his expression was joyful, and his eyes were shining. He didn't care why the thunder disaster changed. He only knew that Chu Yan must die. In the vault of heaven, Chu Yan was completely angry. It stands to reason that the ruling sky thunder changes from strong to weak. After the first one is blocked, the subsequent ones will become weaker and weaker. But in front of you, the 7-colored thundercloud has upgraded to a 9-colored thundercloud. At least double it. I am afraid that there is only one explanation for the sudden promotion of Tianlei's ruling, that is, the heavenly thunder robbery has already moved to kill Chu Yan, so even the only little chance of ruling Tianlei's every death is a lifetime, must be erased, that is, Chu Yan is not allowed to survive this catastrophe, and Chu Yan is to die. It is good. What a verdict for thunder tribulation. Give you face. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the murderous aura surged out of his whole body like a tide. The way of killing in his heart was like spring grass breaking through the ground, growing crazily. Regardless of whether it was aimed at himself or the 5 gods and beasts in his body, this ruling against Lei Jie even abandoned the rules, and he only wanted to kill himself, which made Chu Yan furious. Boom, boom. In the sea of 9-color thunder clouds, a 7-color thunder knife lingering in 7-color thunder and lightning came out through the clouds, carrying endless power of heaven and earth, exuding thunderous thunder and destruction, descended from the sky, and slashed fiercely towards Chu Yan. The endless 9-color thunder light filled the entire world. This knife is much more terrifying than any previous lightning tribulation. If it is cut on Chu Yan's body, even if all the defenses of Chu Yan's body are fully deployed, the terror will be lost instantly. The 9-colored lightning saber, splitting the sky and cutting the moon, condenses the endless power of heaven. The more it cuts down, the stronger the power of the sword and the power of heaven will be. When it reached Chu Yan's head, even Chu Yan felt a chill in his heart. Roar. The unicorn martial soul let out a sky-shattering roar, and the resplendent power of the 5-color martial soul, like ripples in water, turned into a streak of 5-color water light, slamming fiercely at the 9-color thunder knife falling from high in the sky. However, this time it didn't even have a blocking effect. The power of Qilan's colorful martial soul was instantly chopped into pieces by the 9-color thunder knife. The knife continued to cut down like the sky, and fell straight to Chu Yan. Rakshasa Phantom and Suzaku Martial Soul released Golden Fork and Emperor Fire to attack. One after another golden light and pillars of fire continuously bombarded the 9-color thunder knife, exploding a large explosion of air, which weakened the power of 9-color thunder knife. However, the 9-color thunder saber, whose power was constantly weakening, faced the violent waterfall attack of Rakshasa Phantom and Suzaku Martial Soul, and still crazily fell straight down, slashing towards Chu Yan fiercely. Fuck. Not good. Chu Yan's face froze, the chill in his heart kept rising, and the blood in his whole body felt like freezing. This 9-color thunder knife has reached the strongest power of heaven's punishment thunder tribulation, and its power is far beyond everyone's imagination. Could it be that I really can't stop it? #C962 back me off. Not only Chu Yan, but everyone in the audience, when they saw this scene, they all held their breath and concentrated, their whole heart raised to the eyes of the noise. Their eyes were round and protruding, staring straight, waiting for the 9-color thunder knife to fall and annihilate everything. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A cracking sound seemed to come from the ancient heavens, and it seemed to sound from the abyss underground. Suddenly, it rang in everyone's ears, like a muffled thunder, shaking the whole world. In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, a golden light flashed without warning. A golden light, like the light of the sky, rushed out of Chu Yan's body, like a Venus breaking through the world, and flew towards the Qilin Wuhuan in midair. That golden light almost just brought out a golden trajectory, then rushed into the body of the Qilin Wuhuan, and disappeared in front of everyone. The next moment, the body of the Qilin Wuhuan was glowing with golden light, like a golden sun about to erupt. The endless golden radiance completely illuminated the entire world. Under the sky, there was a golden ocean. In the body of the Qilin Wuhuan, there are 5 colors of light, like 5 dragons of different colors. As the body of the Qilin Wuhuan expands rapidly, it continues to swim in its body. When the Qilin Wuhuan grows to a height of 900 feet, then 5 divine dragons of different colors burst out of their bodies, making earth-shattering roars. Ow! 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 5 divine dragons, surrounded by the Qilin Wuhuan, roamed the void, swaying the dragon's power all over the sky, white, green, black, red, yellow, and 5 colors of brilliance, like the water of a waterfall, continuously escape from the Shenlong's body and merge into the Qilin Wuhuan's body. As the size of the 5 different colored dragons became smaller and smaller, the beast body of the Qilin Wuhuan became extremely solid, fully revealing the body of the deity. A large piece of multicolored auspicious clouds gushes out from the body of the Qilin Wuhuan, lingers and diffuses, and falls under the 4 legs of the Qilin Wuhuan. It looks majestic and extraordinary, like a fairy beast. Shengyun Qilin, born. On top of its head, the originally 6 shining gold stars suddenly trembled and turned into 6 5-colored martial soul stars, neatly arranged one by one, and the large expanse of starlight surged, making the originally dim first star. The 7th and 8th stars suddenly lit up. Ascending order. 8-star martial soul. 8-star auspicious cloud unicorn martial soul. At this time in the sky, with a height of 900 feet, the unicorn martial spirit, with its feet on auspicious clouds, on the huge dragon's head, the dragon's whiskers are flying, and the colorful pupils emit 2 shining stars. It spread out like ripples, and in an instant, it filled the entire sky, making the world quiet. The next moment, a terrifying majestic voice seemed to come from the heavens, resounding through the entire void, the entire vault of God Valley, and the entire world. The way of heaven is endless, the great way is vicissitudes of life, the sky is profound and the earth is connected, and it is immortal. In just one sentence, it seemed to have terrifying power, and even all the sect bosses and powerhouses in the Sky God Valley Square, their seas of consciousness and souls trembled together, as if the Lord of heaven and earth, the venerable body of heaven, was about to come down in person. Chu Yan's face was startled, and his consciousness swept over him. At this time, in his sea of consciousness, the golden box had been blown into fragments all over the ground. These fragments continued to melt and turned into little golden stars, slowly blending into his sea of consciousness in the world. When he was fighting against the heavenly tribulation just now, Chu Yan didn't stop for a moment. He had been using the 5 elements qi in the sea of knowledge to break the restriction on the gold box. Unexpectedly, the moment the 9-color thunder knife appeared, the invisible body on the gold box, the prohibition actually disappeared by itself, so. A golden light rushed out of the broken box, as fast as lightning, so fast that Chu Yan didn't even see it clearly, and it directly merged into the body of the Qilin Wuhuan. Although the speed of the golden streamer is very fast, Chu Yan's eyes can still get a general idea at the first glance, and he can basically be sure. The golden streamer is very small, it cannot be a unicorn horn at all, but it is in the shape of a round bead the size of a pill. However, judging from the shocking changes of the Qilin Wuhuan and the result of being directly promoted to 2 stars, such things are also extremely important to the Qilin Wuhuan. Could it be? Chu Yan was stunned, and a flash of light flashed in the sea of consciousness. Boom! The next moment, in the void where the Qilan Wuhun was, countless colorful brilliance rose up, converging into a large glow, and rushed towards the position thousands of feet above Chu Yan's head. Tom! The nine-colored lightning saber slashed down from the air, slashing fiercely on the layer of multicolored sunlight, but it rebounded suddenly, unable to shake it at all. With me here, how dare you be presumptuous? Step back. The mighty words shook the sky, and the sky trembled. Boom, boom. Qilan martial soul raised his right foot, and stomped heavily. Large void ripples spread out like ripples. Where the ripples passed, the void exploded layer by layer, hitting the nine-color thunder knife, and there was an explosion. The mighty nine-color thunder knife instantly shattered, turning into stars all over the sky, and disappeared without a trace. Humph! After the nine-color thunder knife collapsed, the unicorn martial soul stepped on the auspicious cloud, towards the sky, and soared into the sky, but in the blink of an eye, it reached the same height as the nine-color thunder cloud, and the multicolored pupils blazed brightly, and let out a heavy snort. The sound swayed, the sea of nine-colored thunder clouds trembled crazily, and the huge waves smashed into the sky, like boiling sea water, began to melt continuously. Boom! Another heavy step fell into the air, and the endless void ripples swept towards the nine-colored thundercloud, like hot water pouring into the snowy field. A large strand of nine-colored spiritual mist rose into the sky, spreading across the sky and the earth. Within less than 10 breaths, nearly 50 miles away, the nine-colored thundercloud dissipated. Boom, boom. A sharp thunder sounded inexplicably from the depths of the nine heavens. The thunder contained endless mysterious meanings, which made it incomprehensible. Besides, there is no trace of thunder calamity anymore. At this moment, the originally frozen sky finally regained its vitality, the clouds moved and the wind was light, and the sun shone. The sun, like the sun after the rain, spread to the endless world. Judgment thundercloud disappeared. Hum. Hum. The sea of nine-colored spiritual clouds, fluttering with the wind, with colorful and rich spiritual power of heaven and earth, flew with the wind, swam to the top of Chu Yan's head, trembled slightly, and cast two colorful beams of nine-colored light, gently covering Chu Yan and Situ Yang, completely enveloped their bodies. A divine and supreme breath pervades the world. At this moment, the faces of all the sect bosses and powerhouses in the audience changed drastically, their eyes showed shock, and their minds were shaken. What's going on? What kind of spirit is that? It turned out that it was just a heavy stomp and a heavy hum, which caused the nine-color thunder cloud to recede abruptly without leaving a trace of power, allowing Chu Yan and Situ Yang to directly cross the tribulation successfully. What is happening? The change in this scene has completely exceeded the common sense of all martial arts experts, making them completely dumbfounded. In Haotian continent's hundreds of millions of years of history, it has never been heard of that martial Dao expert with such a terrifying martial spirit. Moreover, it's just an 8-star martial soul. #C963 9-Color Spirit Cloud Rewards. At the Sky Valley of God Square, no matter if it was the bosses of the Emperor sect, the bosses of the Earth sect, or even the bosses and experts of hundreds of powerful sects in the audience, at this moment, they were all stupid. What the hell is going on here? On Hong Chiyu's face, various emotions such as horror, shock, fear, doubt, and worry were mixed together, making his face instantly turn green, extremely ugly. As a strong man in the martial venerable realm, he can also be regarded as an existence of the overlord level of a strong man in the Zhongtian continent, but the moment the Qilan Wuhun shot back the 9-color thunder cloud just now, his mind trembled, his consciousness trembled, and a trace of his heart trembled. Fear. To make a martial venerable realm expert feel this way, it means that the other party is either a martial emperor realm expert, or an existence 10 times more powerful than himself. This is still secondary, and what shocked him even more was that Chu Yan succeeded in crossing the tribulation. Damn Chu Yan, didn't he say that he would be smashed into scum by the 9-colored thunder cloud? But now, in front of all the powerhouses in the mainland, he actually drank the thunder calamity and succeeded in crossing the tribulation directly. But in front of him, he and Xie are accepting the reward from the 9-color Lingyun. I am afraid that the cultivation base will improve by leaps and bounds in the next moment. Inside the vault of God Valley, Chu Yan and Xie were enveloped by 9-color spiritual clouds, and felt as if their whole bodies were immersed in hot springs, with indescribable comfort and enjoyment. The majestic and gentle spiritual power of heaven and earth, like a waterfall pouring down from the sky, poured into their bodies quickly, allowing them to quickly recover the large amount of true energy they had consumed. And Xie hummed comfortably, and slowly opened his eyes. What's going on? Xie squinted his eyes, looked around, his face was full of bewildered circles. Wasn't it on the altar just now? Wasn't it being besieged by people? Why is it now in the valley, and is shrouded in a cloud of 9-colored aura? Damn, what happened? Xie jumped up from the ground, swept around, looked at Chu Yan and Zhang Tian, his face relaxed a little, and asked with a puzzled face. Huh? No, why did the cyclone in my body become an inner alchemy? Or a golden alchemy? Almost instantly. Xie felt the changes in his body, and the expression of doubt on his face instantly turned into horror. Fatty, sleeping like a pig, just now Chu Yan helped you block the Emperor Wu's thunder calamity. Zhang Tian was speechless, rolled his eyes wildly, shook his head, and said loudly. What? Could it be the martial Emperor Thunder Tribulation? Xie was startled, blinked his eyes, and reacted instantly, looking at Chu Yan, his eyes were full of shock. That's right. Mr. Hai appointed you as the successor of the crazy blood martial emperor. When you were in a coma, you merged with the martial emperor's inheritance and attracted the martial emperor's thunder tribulation. Chu Yan was afraid that you would die, so he blocked it for you just now. Thunderstorm. Zhang Tian explained softly. Hiss. When Xie heard the words, his whole body trembled violently, and he gasped in horror. Help people block the thunder disaster. Chu Yan actually helped him block the Emperor Wu's thunder calamity. That would call for an even more terrifying verdict of catastrophe. Is Chu Yan crazy? The next moment, Xie looked at Chu Yan's face full of indifferent smiles, his eyes turned red, and the thick mist made his vision instantly blurred. His lips were trembling constantly. Xie opened his mouth hard, wanted to say something, but found that no matter what he said, he couldn't express his current mood. The warrior who crosses the catastrophe blocks the catastrophe, that is the result of 10,000 deaths for a lifetime, almost no different from suicide. And Chu Yan, for his own sake. Seeing Xie expression, Chu Yan smiled lightly, nodded, and said softly. Brother, don't talk too much. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Xie couldn't bear it anymore, 2 streams of heat rolled down his face, and he nodded heavily. The inheritance of the crazy blood martial emperor was originally obtained by Chu Yan, but was pointed out to him by Hai Lao. Not only did Chu Yan have no grievances, but he helped himself resist the sky thunder regardless of his own safety. Xie knew very well that he was in a coma just now. If Chu Yan hadn't shot him, he would have been blasted to pieces long ago. This kind of love is as big as the sky, so big that this world cannot bear it. Everyone, successors have been found for both the Golden Box inheritance and the Mad Blood Martial Emperor's inheritance, and the Tianlian token is still left. At this moment, in midair, Hai Lao's voice suddenly sounded. Swish. Raising his hand a little, a black light flew out from Chu Yan's body, suspended in front of Hai Lao's body, a faint powerful aura scattered in the void. The token of Tianlian is related to the inheritance of Tianlian Mountain, the #1 hermit sect in Zhongtian continent. Hai Lao's eyes swept across, looking at Lu Qing and Zhang Tian, and finally fell on Chu Yan, who was bathed in the nine-colored aura. However, this heavenly lotus token is by no means an ordinary jade talisman token, it is a spirit treasure with a spirit. Among the three major inheritances, the golden box was acquired by Chu Yan with his strength, and the inheritance of the crazy blood martial emperor was personally designated by me. The last Tianlian Mountain inheritance, let everything follow the fate, accept it and decide for yourself. With a soft drink, Hai Lao flipped his hands up and made handprints. Immediately afterwards, his figure began to blur and dissipate, and a powerful aura continued to pour into the black token in front of him. Hum. 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 The Tianlian token trembled violently, and the black light was like a round of black moon, and the evil spirit soared into the sky. Suddenly, half of the sky turned into a cloud-covered appearance. In the endless black light, a figure rose from the Tianlian token like light smoke, swaying, as if it would be blown away by a gust of wind at any time. This is a tool spirit. Chu Yan's face was stunned, and his eyes were fixed on the phantom of the human figure. He didn't expect that this jade talisman was also a spiritual treasure, and it was also a spiritual treasure with a spirit weapon. On the Haotian continent, there are tens of thousands of spirit treasures, but spirit treasures with weapons and spirits are as rare as stars and moons. Since Chu Yan practiced martial arts, he has only seen two of them. The only item is his Haotian sword. However, his Haotian sword spirit was a gift from Zhong Junli Wutian, and it can be regarded as the profound background of Rakshasa's soul. And in front of him, this Tianlian token is also a strange treasure with a spirit of weaponry. In this way, this Tianlian token may be extremely powerful. Hum. The phantom of the human body, with just a slight sway, submerged into the Tianlian token again, and then, it turned into a black light, above the heads of Chu Yan, Zhang Tian, Situ Yang and Yu Qing up, hovering. Boom. 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 Just when the Tianlian token was choosing the master, on the ground, in Chu Yan's body, a wave of terrifying power exploded. Above the sky, the accumulation of 9-color spiritual clouds was finally completed, and began to crazily infuse the spiritual power of heaven and earth into Chu Yan's body. In an instant, Chu Yan's face changed drastically, and he felt as if a flood peak dam had been opened in his body, and the spiritual power of heaven and earth bursting out of the embankment, pouring into his whole body in an instant, like a torrential Milky Way, poured into his aura crazily. In the sea. #C964 Cultivation Source. The majestic and powerful spiritual power of heaven and earth is quite different from ordinary spiritual power of heaven and earth. It is colorful and bright and gorgeous. In terms of purity, it far exceeds ordinary spiritual power of heaven and earth. Therefore, when the 9-color heaven and earth spiritual power like a waterfall of heaven rushed into the sea of Chu Yan Qi, the 16 inner alchemy are running crazily. Devour. Endless devouring, devouring all the powers of the 9-color heaven and earth coming in, turning them into true qi, and pouring them into the 18 inner alchemy. Not only the 16 inner elixirs, but Chu Yan's flesh and blood and meridians are all frantically devouring these extremely rare 9-colored spirits of heaven and earth. 4. Devour. At this moment, Chu Yan's Shinchi cultivation base, physical blood, are all soaring crazily. In less than a moment, the 16 inner elixirs were filled with true energy, and all the inner elixirs were swelling crazily. Hum. Hum. In the sea of qi, the 16 inner alchemy trembled, and their volume was getting bigger and bigger. When they doubled in size, they finally stagnated slowly. Therefore, the majestic tide of true energy began to grow from the 16. The inner alchemy surged out, setting off a monstrous wave in the sea of qi, gathering continuously, rushing towards the bottleneck of cultivation. Only a few days ago, Chu Yan's cultivation had just broken through, so the bottleneck of his cultivation was extremely strong. It can be said to be an iron wall, but under the impact of such terrifying nine-color heaven and earth spiritual power, it still appeared quickly huge rift, ready to crack any time. No. You must improve your physical body first. With such a huge amount of spiritual power, if your physical body breaks through another layer, you can break through even more with your true energy. Chu Yan sat cross-legged, frowned slightly, and a thought flashed in the sea of consciousness. Immediately, Chu Yan restrained his consciousness, slowly probed into the sea of qi, and guided the sea of qi that had been condensed into a majestic torrent of true qi to disperse towards the flesh and blood of his whole body. The Rakshasa promise art is in motion, and the tall Rakshasa demon god, roaring into the void, holding a golden fork, appears behind Chu Yan. The faint black Rakshasa true energy overflowed from Chu Yan's body, floated up continuously, and merged into the body of the Rakshasa demon god behind him. Immediately, Rakshasa demon god's blood eyes brightened instantly, and shot out two dazzling red lights. With the golden fork in his hand, thousands of golden lights shot out, illuminating the entire sky. The next moment, Rakshasa demon god, with shining eyes, exhaled a long breath. The body of the demon god, which was already extremely solid, became more and more clear, and even the complex spirit patterns on his body could be clearly seen. At the position between the brows of Rakshasa demon god's body, a nine-color spiritual seal flashed like a heartbeat, emitting a faint light. I saw its pair of pale red blood eyes, sweeping across Chu Yan in front of it, and then formed a seal with both hands, and sat cross-legged directly, as if a warrior was practicing, and quickly settled down. Nourish! 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 Ribbons of black light flowed out from Chu Yan's body surface, like water ripples, swimming back and forth across Chu Yan's body. At the same time, Chu Yan's Rakshasa demon body rapidly improved. A moment later, when Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes, two golden lights shot out from his blood eyes, the corners of his mouth raised, and a faint smile emerged. In less than 100 breaths, Chu Yan's Rakshasa promise Ju was raised by one level again, reaching the 28th heaven. At the same time, his physical cultivation base also advanced by leaps and bounds, and the Rakshasa demon body behind him had already entered the stage of Xiaoqing territory. Okay. The physical body is perfect. Start to break through the cultivation base. There was a hint of joy on Chu Yan's face, and then he slowly closed his eyes again, restrained his consciousness, and plunged into the sea of qi. Gather all the true qi and energy once again, suppress the spiritual consciousness, make it continue to condense, and gather momentum. The 16 inner elixirs are moving like flying, and the stream-like infuriating energy fused with the spiritual power of the nine-color heaven and earth gradually gathers into a vast ocean, raging and surging, with overwhelming power. I don't care anymore. This time I still can't break through the bottleneck of my cultivation. Chu Yan let out a cold snort, then frowned, and gritted his teeth fiercely. Driven by his divine sense, the endless tide of true energy, like 1,000 troops, charged madly towards the bottleneck of his cultivation. Boom! Rumble! The violent tide of true energy, like a huge flood peak, slammed into the bottleneck of the cultivation base, resounding through the entire sea of qi, and the bottleneck of the cultivation base collapsed in an instant. Hum. Hum. The next moment, Chu Yan's cultivation soared into the sky. The peak of the third heaven of the Tongtian realm. The early stage of the fourth heaven of Tongtian realm. In the mid-stage of the 4 heavenly layers of the Tongtian realm. The late stage of the 4th heavenly layer of the Tongtian realm. The early stage of the 5th heavenly layer of the Tongtian realm. The peak of the 5th heaven of the Tongtian realm. The early stage of the 6th heavenly layer of the Tongtian realm. Rumble. The true qi energy like the flood rivers and oceans is constantly colliding with the bottlenecks of the cultivation level, and the way is like a broken bamboo. Although a large amount of true energy and 9-color heaven and earth spiritual power have been consumed, the cultivation base is also rapidly increasing. After skyrocketing to the third level, the 9-color spiritual power in the body finally began to decline. Chu Yan's mind sank, and he immediately drew back all the true energy and 9-color spiritual power into the Sea of Qi, and began to consolidate his cultivation. Time passed slowly. Chu Yan's whole body was full of majestic aura, continuously overflowing his body. After half an hour, the 9-color heaven and earth spiritual power in Chu Yan's body was finally exhausted, and his true Qi cultivation was also fixed at the early stage of the 6th heaven of the Tongtian realm. The entire triple realm was completed in one go, breaking through layers at the speed of a flying meteor. Beyond the 16 inner alchemy, a faint alchemy has begun to appear, lingering around the inner alchemy, as if wrapping the inner alchemy in clouds and mist. These golden Qi Dan Qi other than the inner alchemy will increase with the improvement of Chu Yan's cultivation base, and in the end, it will become an important reliance for Chu Yan to break through the cultivation base of Wu Zuanjing. 16 inner alchemy, triple cultivation realm. If it is an ordinary warrior, with one inner alchemy, I am afraid that at least one realm of heaven and earth must be broken through. However, Chu Yan is already very satisfied, and his cultivation has improved again, which means that his combat power has also increased exponentially. Standing up slowly, Chu Yan's eyes swept across, and a powerful aura kept rushing out from all over his body, making the faces of Zhang Tian and Yu Qing next to him change greatly. 6 heavens of Tongtong Heaven Realm. Yu Qing's face turned pale, and his eyes trembled in horror. You must know that Chu Yan was only at the 3rd level of the heaven-reaching realm just now, and he could completely suppress himself, and fought against hundreds of elites in the heaven-reaching realm. At this time, his cultivation has continuously broken through the triple realm, that is to say, the current Chu Yan may be able to crush himself to death with a single finger. At this moment, Yu Qing's horrified eyes looked at Chu Yan, as if an ant was looking up at a giant, and the coldness kept rising in his heart, making his whole body feel like falling into an ice cellar. Yu Qing, don't you want to kill me? Now, you can do it. Chu Yan glanced over, and found that Hai Lao had disappeared in mid-air, and the black Tianlian token was still floating in the air, as if waiting for something, so Chu Yan looked at Yu Qing, with the corner of his mouth raised, sneered out loud. #C965 The battle begins. For this, Yu Qing, Chu Yan did not intend to keep him at all. You don't need to guess, you know that there is such a big commotion in the Blood Sea in the spiritual domain. At this time, outside the Vault of God Valley, there are probably experts from the Emperor's sect, and they have killed the top 10 in the imperial list, and they have obtained 3 inheritances. Never let yourself go easily. If you want to fight, then fight. Killing Yu Qing first is considered interest, and after leaving the Vault of Heaven, he will let go of his hands and feet and fight a battle. Even if he loses, he has no fear. What are you doing? Hearing Chu Yan's words, Yu Qing's whole body trembled suddenly, his eyes were full of fear, his eyes were bigger than the eyes of a bull monster, his whole body trembled uncontrollably, and his legs moved back involuntarily. What a joke! Just now, on the platform of offering sacrifices, I took the top 10 on the imperial list, 100 elite Tianjiao, and launched a siege, but they were unable to kill this Chu Yan. Now, Chu Yan's cultivation base has skyrocketed, and he has instantly reached a cultivation level that he could not achieve in 10 years. 4. How can this fucker kill him? It's a great luck for me to escape from Chu Yan's hand. How could I still think about doing something to Chu Yan? However, Yu Qing also knew in his heart that since he stepped into the Tiantai, he had shot Chu Yan again and again. Now, Chu Yan's strength has skyrocketed, and it is impossible to spare him so easily. Thinking of this, a streak of consciousness flashed across Yu Qing's sea of consciousness, and the true energy all over his body surged without moving, and poured into his legs frantically. He is going to escape. However, just when Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and he was about to violently kill someone, 10 steps away from him, an extremely powerful aura rushed out in an instant. Rumble. The powerful aura rushed through the void, causing bursts of thunder. Chu Yan was startled, and immediately turned his head to look. I saw Xie, who was sitting cross-legged. At this moment, his whole body was full of true energy, and strong breaths rushed out of his body continuously, surging towards the four tops and all directions. At the same time, Xie cultivation base skyrocketed. The third heaven transformation realm. Seventh heaven transformation realm. Half step to heaven. The second level of heaven-reaching realm. The fifth heaven of the Tongtian realm. The seventh heaven of the Tongtian realm. In less than a blink of an eye, Xie cultivation was directly like a flying flame, directly ascending to the seventh level of the heaven-reaching realm, which was actually one level higher than himself. Okay. Fatty Xie is amazing. Chu Yan's face was stunned, and suddenly there was ecstasy on his face. He didn't expect the inheritance of this mad emperor to be so terrifying. Just after he merged with Xie, his cultivation reached the realm of half a day. Ha ha ha, I am also a strong man in the heaven-reaching realm, let me see who dares to provoke me in the future. Xie stood up, laughing wildly, his whole body was fat and trembled violently, and the aura on his body became more and more violent. But at this moment, Yu Qing, who was just about to turn around and run away, suddenly became stunned. Spirit Pattern Master of the seventh heaven of the Tongtian realm. Depend on. What is this called? Zhongtian continent, oh no, on Haotian continent, when did there appear such a terrifying Spirit Pattern Master? Moreover, Yu Qing is very clear that the inheritance of the furious blood martial emperor fused by Xie has not been fully integrated. Once he completes the fusion of all the inheritance of the furious blood martial emperor, his cultivation base will at least be at the martial emperor realm. 4. Is this still a Spirit Pattern Master? This Nima contestant is all tough. Not only Yu Qing, but at this moment, in the Sky God Valley Square, eyeballs and chins are all over the floor, and all the sect bigwigs, all of them opened their mouths wide and stared at the eyes like bull monsters, and they have been captured by Xie. The Spirit Pattern Master was so shocked that his soul flew away. Spirit Pattern Master of the seventh heaven of the Tongtian realm. From now on, at least someone who is strong in Wu Zuanjing will be able to compete with it. Moreover, if Xie prepares some terrifying high-level jade charms with spiritual patterns on his body, I am afraid that even a low-ranking Wu Zuanjing will not be able to compete with it. If, after he has fully integrated the inheritance of the crazy blood martial emperor, and his cultivation has risen to the martial emperor realm, I am afraid that in the entire Zhongtian continent, Xie will become an invincible martial emperor among the warriors within the martial emperor realm. The presence. Invincible martial emperor. On the Zhongtian continent, how many years has it not appeared? 100 years. 1,000 years. Still 10,000 years. This point, no one knows, but compared to the surprised shock of the D-zone, the emperor's side fell into a deathly silence. Starting to change from red to white, from white to green. Around Chu Yan, within a few years, there will be an invincible martial emperor existence, and at that time, will the emperor zone still exist? No. They must not be allowed out of the vault of heaven. Hong Chiyu's aggrieved mind broke out in an instant, roaring and screaming, his ferocious face and bloody eyes were full of murderous intent. That's right. Neither Xie nor Chu Yan can stay. Kill them. Must kill them. For the emperor's sake, in this battle, even if all the strong present are lost, I will not hesitate. Wait, when the defensive formation in the valley disappears, everyone will take action together. All the powerhouses of the emperor sect roared like a group of wounded monsters, rolling with murderous aura, soaring into the sky. On the other side, in the valley of the Vault of God, Yang felt the violent force on his body, and his face immediately became excited. His eyes swept away, and like Chu Yan, he looked directly at Yu Qing, who had a miserable green face. "What do you guys want?" Yu Qing saw Yang, who was full of excitement and kept clenching his fists, walking towards him step by step, and there was Chu Yan beside him, who agreed to look at him with a playful smile, and stepped out slowly. The fine hairs all over Qing's body exploded suddenly, the scalp all over his body was numb, and piercing chills continuously rose from his back. In his dull eyes, the 7 souls scared the 3 souls away, and the whole body shook like a sieve. God! One Chu Yan, I can't deal with it myself, and now there is another Yang who is comparable to the lower Wu Zuanjing. This is simply no way out. At this time, Yu Qing still has a bit of the proud and domineering look on his face when he first saw Chu Yan. Now he is like a little mouse stared at by 2 extremely strong cats, except that his whole body is trembling with fright, and under the horror, his legs, which were filled with real energy just now, seem to be filled with lead. Can't even move half a step. Swish! Just as Chu Yan and Yang were approaching Yu Qing, a black light suddenly flashed across the sky, and a black lightning bolt shot straight at Chu Yan. Huh! Tianlian token! Chu Yan looked up, and the Tianlian token, which had been suspended in mid-air, shot straight at him. In the end, the Tianlian token still chose Chu Yan, and shot it directly from the center of Chu Yan's eyebrows, and disappeared. The moment the Tianlian token rushed into Chu Yan's body, a huge roar suddenly sounded over the entire valley. Rumble! The vast defensive array, covering nearly 100 miles, began to slowly collapse. By this time, the 3 major inheritance treasures have all belonged to and inheritors. Therefore, the last layer of defense of the Blood Sea secret realm in the spiritual domain has disappeared. Okay. The defensive array disappears, everyone do it. The moment the valley defense formation disappeared, a thunderous roar exploded like a thunder in the distant Sky God Valley Square. #C966 Horror. The sea of blood in the spiritual domain has disappeared, and the defensive array is also collapsing. Chu Yan's face was startled. The damaged land of the Blood Sea in the spiritual domain was originally connected by huge altars on the tops of the surrounding mountains, and an existence similar to the Zoman Great Formation was arranged to prevent the big bosses and strong people outside from entering the valley. Middle. Now, the 3 major inheritance treasures have all been inherited by others, and the elder, Shanghai, has also returned to nothingness, so the big bosses and powerhouses of the major sects outside must peep at the 2 major inheritance treasures on their body. And those big bosses and powerhouses of Huangzhong will definitely take advantage of this time to attack themselves. Creak. Boom. A series of cracks, like huge spider webs, continuously exploded above the sky of the Vault of God Valley, spreading continuously, spreading all over the entire Vault of God Valley. Boom. 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 One after another explosions sounded, and the altars on the peaks around the valley collapsed one after another, blasting into countless fragments, rolling down the mountain like rocks. Get in! The Emperor sect, the Earth sect, hundreds of powerful sects, and countless strong men looked towards the direction of the Vault of Heaven, with sharp rays of light bursting out of their eyes. In an instant, nearly 100,000 warriors, like a swarm of locusts passing through the sky, rushed towards the valley of the sky, covering the sky and the earth, surging away. This is troublesome. Chu Yan saw a large crowd of people in the sky, like a dark cloud covering the top, coming in a whirlwind. His face turned cold, and he murmured, "Zhan Tian, don't resist, I will accept you into the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts. Fatty, hurry up and change your aura and appearance with a secret method. We are in the crowd, find a chance to escape." Chu Yan didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest, and hurriedly transmitted his spiritual consciousness to Zhan Tian and Yang. The next moment, Chu Yan summoned the mountains, rivers, and 10,000 beasts picture to include Zhang Tian in the picture. At the same time, he and Situ Yang used secret techniques to change their aura and appearance. The two of them rushed out of the valley one after the other. Out. Although Chu Yan and Situ Yang's strength has greatly increased, facing the nearly 100,000 sect bosses and strong men rushing like a tide, all of them have red eyes and want to snatch the treasure of inheritance. They have nothing to do but run for their lives. The second way. And among the 100,000 powerhouses, there are quite a few Wu Zuanjing powerhouses. Even if they use the secret method to change their breath and appearance, there is no guarantee that they will be able to escape. The only important thing is that Chu Yan and Situ Yang must rush into the crowd before these Wu Zuanjing powerhouses lock themselves with their spiritual consciousness. Otherwise, once they are locked by them, the secret method of changing the appearance of the breath will completely lose its effect. Two afterimages rushed out of the valley, looked up. Outside the valley, there were a large number of figures. They were the sect disciples of Kangqiangshan Valley, all surrounded the entrance of the valley, watching the situation in the valley all the time. There are at least 50,000 to 60,000 disciples from the Vault of God Valley. When they saw Chu Yan and Situ Yang rushing towards them, they were all stunned. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chu Yan and Situ Yang rushed into the crowd like two sharp arrows and disappeared instantly. At the same time, in the sky, all the bosses and powerhouses had already rushed to the valley, and saw that there was no one else except Yu Qing. Immediately, nearly 100,000 pairs of eyes looked at the Vault of God Valley outside the valley. Disciple. Over there, they ran over there. Lock on Chu Yan. Be sure to catch him, don't let him escape. Chu Yan and Situ Yang, none of them can be let go. The strong men all over the sky turned around one after another, rushed towards the entrance of the valley, and rushed towards the group of disciples of the Sky God Valley. Boom! 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 Without any hesitation at all, Emperor Hongqiu, Venerable Longji, and other major giants descended together, and the coercion of the powerful Wu Zuanjing came out like a wave of raging waves. In front of the strong Wu Zuanjing, the tens of thousands of disciples in the Vault of God Valley, who are as insignificant as ants, all turned pale with fright and trembled all over. It's over, the giant has made a move. All the disciples of the Vault of God Valley, facing the sky full of people and the terrifying coercion like the sky collapsing and the earth cracking, were all shocked. In front of such a strong person, as long as they waved their hands at will, the tens of thousands of disciples in front of them would probably blink their eyes. In a short time, it will be wiped out. You dare! The deputy suzerain master of Dihong Shendang, with a large number of sect experts, uttered a sky-shattering roar. The earth shook and the mountains shook, an endless terrifying aura rushed out, shaking away all the coercive aura of the Huangzong and other powerhouses just now. At the next moment, dozens of strong martial arts masters from the Dizong rushed out in the direction of the Huangzong crowd. You must know that among the 8 ancient sects, in terms of wealth, even the Emperor's sect, which has hundreds of powerful imperial alliances, cannot be compared with it. The wealth of the land sect ranks first among the 8 ancient sections. It is also the most, and under the simultaneous explosion, the momentum is monstrous. Under the leadership of the deputy suzerain Shendang, more than a dozen strong men in Wu Zuanjing directly intercepted all the tens of thousands of strong men. It's just Dizong, you don't need to be afraid of him. Seeing this scene, Hongqiu's expression darkened immediately, and he said loudly, Everyone, let's take action together. Hundreds of our sects joined forces to kill Dizong and these people, and then we took down Chu Yan. The inheritance treasure we got will be shared equally by everyone. Hongqiu's face was full of gloom, with traces of sternness overflowing, and his face was full of determination. The enmity between Chu Yan, Situ Yang and Huangzong has already been formed, and it is impossible to resolve it. At the same time, in order to save his face, Huangzong will never let Chu Yan and Situyang go. Hong Qiyu is very clear about the relationship between Dizong and Chu Yan. If he misses the opportunity today, Chu Yan will have the protection of Dizong in the future. In a few years, he will definitely be a terrifying peerless arrogance. In addition, Hong Qiyu is also very clear that it is impossible for Chu Yan and Situyang to escape in such a short period of time. They must have hid among the tens of thousands of disciples in the vault of God Valley. Now, as long as they find a way to kill Chu Yan, everything else will be fine. Done. Honor Longji, please take action to deal with Chu Yan. I will take other people to block it here. Hong Qiyu pondered for a while, then turned his head and said to Venerable Longji, "Call out." At this moment, among the disciples of the vault of God Valley below, an incomparably bright five-color sword light, like an angry dragon, soared into the sky, roared into the void, and slashed straight towards it with an explosion of air all the way. The person who brought out the sword was Chu Yan. When Chu Yan saw Shindang appearing with a large number of strong men, he immediately settled down, and when he saw the strong men of the emperor's sect, he was filled with anger, and without hesitation at all, he swung his sword and cut out. Although it was impossible for his cultivation to shake Emperor Zong's martial venerable realm powerhouses, it would still be no problem to kill a few heaven-reaching realm powerhouses. Well, Chu Yan, I'm not looking for you, you still dare to jump out by yourself, courting death. Hong Qiyu looked at the group of disciples in the vault of God Valley, and he was furious, surging out, and the true energy in his whole body burst out in an instant. #C967 Dragon Shadow Avatar. After discovering the traces of Chu Yan and Situyang, Hong Qiyu's backlog of anger erupted instantly, and he directly raised his palm and pressed down hard. This palm fell from the sky with boundless power, as if the sky was suppressing it. The surging true energy, like a mountain torrent erupting and the sky pouring down, ruthlessly suppressed the crowd below. The palm print passed, and the void instantly collapsed. The power of a strong person in the martial venerable realm far exceeds that of a strong person in the heaven-reaching realm. With the help of the power of the heavens and the earth, every attack is like the sky falling apart. Boom! The palm prints were taken, and most of the disciples of the vault of God Valley were only at the heaven transformation realm. In their eyes, they were powerless to resist such a powerful attack. In an instant, they were smashed into powder by the mountain-like palm prints. Under this palm, more than 10,000 disciples of the vault of God Valley died. Emperor Zong, you dare to kill my disciples of the vault of God Valley without authorization, we will fight with you. Dali Master Ouyang, with more than a dozen experts from the vault of God Valley, saw a large number of casualties among the disciples of the sect. His eyes turned red immediately, he roared angrily, and rushed directly to the sect's affiliation. Immediately, Guzhu Ouyang and Hong Qiyu fought together. Under the extremely terrifying attack, the void in all directions continued to crack, the sky shook, and the color of the sky changed. Chu Yan, die for me. Venerable Longji, upon seeing this scene, he turned around and rushed directly to the ground, facing the tens of thousands of disciples of the vault of heaven. He did not hold back his hands at all, he threw out both fists, punch after punch. Boom! 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 The mighty fist prints exploded continuously among the disciples of the vault of God Valley. Terrifying air waves swept across the world, countless stumped limbs and broken arms, blood shattered and splattered everywhere. But in the blink of an eye, there were tens of thousands of disciples in the vault of God Valley, who were directly blasted to death. Blood flowed into rivers all over the land, and the screams shook the sky, just like hell on earth. Go all out. Seeing this scene, Shindang's expression darkened immediately, and he shouted loudly. More than a dozen Wu Zuanjing powerhouses rushed to the emperor's camp and strangled them together. Venerable Longji was even besieged by two strong men in the respected realm of the Dizong. For a while, it was hard to tell the winner. Immediately, two groups of people from Dizong and Kangqiangshan Valley. Facing the powerhouse of the Emperor sect, a shocking battle broke out. All the powerhouses of Wu Zuanjing were caught in the battle, while the hundreds of sects all hid aside and waited and watched. Although these great sects are not weak in strength, they cannot be compared with the 8 ancient sections. Seeing that the Dizong and the Huangzong are fighting, they naturally dare not intervene at will, and can only wait and see from a distance, waiting for the opportunity. Hong Qiyu was full of anxiety while he was pregnant with the battle. He had seen Venerable Longji being held back by other Wu Zuanjing powerhouses, unable to withdraw to deal with Chu Yan, and suddenly became angry, and his whole body burst out again. Dragon travels the world. On Hong Qiyu's body, a silver dragon shadow rushed out with a roar, but with a flash of light, it turned into a human figure and rushed to the ground. This dragon shadow incarnation has only half the strength of his real body, just over half a step into the realm of venerables, but he wants to come. It is definitely enough to deal with Chu Yan. Not good. Seeing this, Shendang's expression darkened immediately, and he wanted to block it, but was held back by Hong Qiyu. This move was originally designed to deal with Chu Yan, and Hong Qiyu naturally would not let Shendang destroy his plan. Huh. Chu Yan is there. Hong Qiyu's dragon shadow shot separately, his eyes swept across the audience, and he quickly searched for Chu Yan's figure on the ground. Just now, Hong Qiyu and Venerable Longji shot at the disciples of the Kangwu God Valley, causing heavy casualties. At this time all the disciples of the Kangwu God Valley scattered and fled, and the ground was full of corpses and blood. In addition, Chu Yan and Sitiyang changed the breath again, and for a while, there was no trace of Chu Yan. Everywhere, there are figures flying around, chaos. Dragon Eye Sky Vision. Lang Ying's avatar let out a low shout, and a pair of pupils that captured the heart and soul shot out a large piece of brilliance, shooting out a monstrous divine light, like a big net, peeking down towards the ground. However, no matter whether it is left or right, or front and back, up and down, nearly 100 miles on the ground, after being checked all over, there is no trace of Chu Yan at all. At this moment, Lang Ying Clone's complexion suddenly darkened, and he secretly said badly in his heart. Could it be that Chu Yan and Sitiyang have already escaped within 100 miles? No. This child is definitely still there. He must have used some mysterious secret technique to escape my peeping technique. If this is the case, then everyone here will die. The dragon shadow clone roared, and the sound shook the sky, causing thunder to resound between the sky and the earth. The concealment technique passed down by Sitiyang's family is an ancient secret technique. Of course, it cannot be seen through by his half-step martial venerable clone. Chi-Chi's complexion also changed. Boom! Hong Qiyu's dragon shadow clone, a violent divine light, soared into the sky, and in the center of the beam of light, a round bead the size of a human head radiated dazzling light and an extremely violent aura, sweeping the entire world. The round bead in the light turned out to be a dragon ball. The dragon ball is soaring to the sky, its power is astonishing. Dragon dominates the world. The dragon shadow clone shouted loudly, and the world shook. Rumble. Above the dragon ball, a mighty dragon's power erupted, forming a large vision of dragons soaring into the sky. Countless dragon shadows collided and merged in the air, and gradually evolved into a huge lake. With terrifying power, this lake descended from the sky and ruthlessly suppressed it towards the ground. Crash! The lake water is monstrous, setting off a wave of 10,000 zhang, directly blocking the area of 100 miles around on the ground, and the lake water with a different color turns into a sky full of water vapor, flying in all directions, constantly spreading the hundreds of miles of space. What? Shendang and the others, knowing that with this move, Chu Yan and Sitiyang might not be able to remain invisible again, their expressions changed drastically. On the ground, the disciples of the Vault of God Valley who were still running away saw this scene, their faces turned pale and their bodies went numb with fright. Damn. This move is much more powerful than the detection of spiritual sense. Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao hid behind the hill, watching the water vapor continuously diffused from the sky, like a dense mist, quickly filling the surrounding space, and their expressions suddenly became more dignified. I'll kill them all. The dragon's shadow turned into a body, charged violently, descended from the sky, passed through the blocked lake at high altitude, and landed on the ground. The aura of his whole body surged like a flood tide and river. When he waved his hands, the disciples of the vault of God Valley shrouded in fog covered the sky. They burst open like watermelons. In the blink of an eye, thousands of disciples were all turned into flesh and blood, and none of them survived. Originally, this attack was one of Hong Qiyu's trump card tricks. Before, he used this move to slaughter a big sect with hundreds of millions of disciples in the Zhongtian continent. Although he consumed his true energy and his original energy extremely, but in order to deal with Chu Yan, he has gone completely crazy. Damn it, is this Hong Qiyu insane, and actually committed a massacre? When Xie La Jiao saw the disciples' bodies exploding in the distance, turning into flesh and blood, he immediately cursed. It's a pity that he has just been promoted to the seventh heaven of the Tongtian realm, and the jade talismans with spiritual patterns on his body are all prepared according to his previous cultivation base, so he can't fight at all. If he is given a period of time to prepare, after replacing the jade talismans with spiritual patterns on his body, this incarnation of the half-step Wu Zuanjing is not his opponent at all. It's a bit troublesome now. It seems that I can't hide. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his face darkened, and said softly. #C968 Young Sect Master Shenxingjia. The incarnation of the half-step Wu Zuanjing in front of him is extremely powerful, but if Chu Yan makes a full shot, he can still compete with it for a while. However, what Chu Yan was worried about was that once he made a move, Hong Qiyu would be able to find the right opportunity when fighting the Dragon Shadow incarnation. He only needed a sneak attack, and he had no power to resist. After all, there is a huge gap in cultivation and strength between Wu Zuanjing and Tongtian realm. With Chu Yan's current strength, he cannot be afraid of any Wuzenjing warriors, but there is still a gap against the strong Wu Zuanjing. If Chu Yan's strength can break through to the half-step martial venerable realm, he may be able to compete with some low-ranking martial venerable realm powerhouses, but it's definitely not now. Fight, can't fight. Escape, but can't escape. At this moment, Chu Yan seems to be caught in a dilemma, and time is also very critical. If Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao stay behind this hill, it will take 100 breaths of time, and the large area of richness will come. The traces of the two were naturally exposed. Rumble. At this moment, a thunder-like sound of piercing the sky suddenly sounded from the sky. The Dragon's Breath Lake, which was originally covering the ground, was instantly blasted by a golden streamer to make a big hole, and the sound of the explosion was earth-shattering. The Dragon's Breath Lake in the sky was originally the incarnation of Hong Qiyu's Dragon Shadow, which was used to block the hundreds of miles of the ground of the Sky God Valley. Originally, there were many strong people from the Land sect who wanted to break through the Dragon's Breath Lake to deal with the Dragon Shadow incarnation, but after attacking for a long time, he couldn't break the blockade of Dragon's Breath Lake. However, no one expected that the golden stream of light in the sky would directly blast a large hole in the Dragon's Breath Lake within a range of hundreds of miles, and even the golden dragon ball in the center of the Dragon's Breath Lake would suddenly explode. As soon as the light dimmed, it could be seen that the power of this golden streamer might have far surpassed the power of the dragon ball. The golden streamer broke through the Dragon's Breath Lake, rushed into the blockade area, and was suspended in the sky 10,000 feet high. Waves of terrifying aura continuously diffused from the center of the golden light, like a golden shock wave, sweeping towards all directions. In an instant, all the dragon's breath mist in the area where the golden light diffused quickly dissipated like a thick fog illuminated by sunlight. that is. Chu Yan swept his eyes towards the sky, and when he saw clearly the golden light group suspended in the sky like a golden sun, his eyes froze fiercely, and a hint of ecstasy appeared on his face. The Emperor's Cauldron of Jiuxiao. And the appearance of Jiuxiao Daiwangding. It only represents Xinxingjia, the only person on Haoyan continent. Swish. A golden-robed figure, from the distant sky, flew across the sky like a golden meteor, and appeared near the Jiuxiao Daiwangding. Nima, dare to deal with my brother. Xinxingjia stared fiercely at the incarnation of the dragon's shadow with a pair of golden eyes, and the mighty energy of true energy all over his body, like the mountains and rivers of the earth, was endless, constantly rushing out. The moment the voice fell, Xinxingjia raised his hand and punched out. In an instant, a huge fist mark evolved into a giant peak that lifted the sky, and smashed the dragon's shadow avatar fiercely with the power to shake the sky and shake the earth. This punch is so powerful that it far surpasses Chu Yan's imagination. Its monstrous power brings out the power of thousands of mountains and seas, and the majestic real energy of the earth is pouring out like water breaking a bank. What? Incarnation of Long Ying, seeing the fist imprint that was like a giant mountain pressing down on the top, his expression changed drastically, and he turned around to face the fight, and also punched out. Rumble. The two fists collided, sending out a blast of air, which exploded like a monstrous wave, surging in all directions. Whoosh! The spiritual power body of Long Ying's incarnation flew out like a meteor, and when it flew across the sky, the true energy on his body kept losing. The incarnation outside the body was originally a collection of true energy, but under the blow of a huge force, it couldn't even maintain the true energy, and was bombarded like a missing water bottle, constantly losing the true energy. The power of Xinxingjia's punch is probably far greater than that of a half-step martial artist. Damn it, Brother Shen has become so strong. Situ Yang, who was hiding behind the hill, was stunned when he saw this scene, and exclaimed in surprise. Not bad. I didn't expect Xinxingjia to be so much stronger after seeing him for almost 2 months. Chu Yan nodded, smiling all over his face. After farewell from extreme north continent, Chu Yan, Xinxingjia, and Dangdang separated, and they have not seen each other for almost 2 months. This time, during the trip to the Bloody Sea in the spiritual realm, Chu Yan saw the appearance of the Xianqi Holy Master Shindang, and he already guessed Xinxingjia might come, but he didn't expect that Xinxingjia had improved so much in 2 months. What? You. Long Ying's incarnation flew 7 or 8 miles before he managed to stand still. When he turned his head to look at Xinxingjia, his face was full of horror. Long Ying's thinking of turning into a god is all concentrated by Hong Qiyu's spiritual consciousness. Xinxingjia, who has just become the young lord of the D-Zone, naturally knows him, but he didn't expect that the strength of the young lord of the D-Zone would be so strong. You know, although the Long Ying incarnation has only a few success powers of his own, it is actually a half-step martial arts peak powerhouse. However, with just one punch, Xinxingjia was blown out of the sky by Xinxingjia like a sandbag. This is too scary. The last time Hong Qiyu received news about the young suzerain of the D-Zone, it was said that the D-Zone gathered the strength of the whole sect, and found another Jiuxiao Dihuangding in the extreme south continent, and sent it back to the sect for the fusion of the young suzerain. Xinxingjia has fused 2 Earth Emperor Jiuxiao cauldrons, and his martial souls have become twin martial souls. His strength is far superior to that of martial artists of the same level. After Xinxingjia fused the second 9-continent Emperor cauldron, just after breaking through the barrier, he heard the elders of the sect say that the remains of Chu Yan were found in the Sea of Blood in the spiritual domain. Fly here. Along the way, I sent messages to my father for thousands of miles, knowing that Chu Yan had obtained the 3 major inheritances, and before I could be happy, I heard that Chu Yan was hunted down by the emperor, and the situation was critical. This time, Xinxingjia exploded directly. The earth-moving martial soul is originally the supreme power among the five-element attribute martial souls, and the Jiuxiao Earth Emperor Cauldron is the supreme martial soul of the earth-moving martial soul. Its power is so great that it is not ordinary at all. Warriors can imagine. In a fit of rage, Xinxingjie didn't hold back at all. Under the strength boost of Jiuxiao Daiwangding, he punched Longing Incarnation. This punch had almost reached 80% of Xinxingjie's strength, so Longing Incarnation had no resistance at all. He was sent flying far away by the blast. Dare to touch Chu Yan, court death. Xinxingjie punched down, and his anger didn't drop but increased. Seeing the dragon shadow avatar rushing towards him, his whole body suddenly exploded like a volcano. He raised his hand and punched out again. #C969 one hit together. This punch is 3 points stronger than the first punch. However, Long Ying's avatar was also prepared this time, gathering his whole body's true energy, and relying on his half-step Wu Zuanjing's powerful cultivation, he directly confronted Xinxingjie. Boom! Fist and fist collided, and the violent true energy soared into the sky, sweeping across a radius of 10 miles, and the overwhelming dust fog made the surroundings blurry. Brother Shen, I'll help you. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan couldn't bear it anymore. With a backhand draw, he pulled out the Haoyan sword in his hand, and his figure turned into a black lightning bolt. He stood up from the ground and rushed into the sky. Swish! 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 Situ Yang is also full of blood, but it is a pity that he is just merged with the martial emperor's inheritance, showing that his blood is unstable and unable to fight directly. However, as a spirit pattern master, the most powerful thing is not his combat power, but more than a dozen spirit patterns were thrown out by Situ Yang, and the spirit patterns of various colors continued to explode on Chu Yan and Xinxingjie. The various speed, strength, defense, life, crit and other amplified spirit patterns seemed to be without Yuanjing. Pour out. For Situ Yang, after this time, basically all the spirit patterns on his body will be replaced, so he doesn't feel bad at all. As long as they are useful, throw them all out, and give blessings to Chu Yan and Xinxingjie. In the next moment, Chu Yan and Xinxingjie were full of colors, and the power of various spirit patterns flowed, like two gods of war in the heavens, with a strong sense of power, making them feel that they can punch and sword, and they can be strong. It's like destroying the whole world. Innate Wuji of Wuji swordsmanship. Jiuxiao Dishuan break. The bright sword light, together with the mountain-like fist print, burst out at the same time. The black and white two-color sword light turned into two soaring giant dragons, roaring into the sky, and the golden fist print, as soon as it appeared, turned into nearly 1,000 feet. Gao Shan's mighty punches, booming, crushed the void all the way into powder, and at the same time blasted towards the dragon's shadow incarnation. What? Hong Qiyu's consciousness swept over, and seeing two extremely terrifying attacks, his face changed instantly, and his heart trembled violently. Just now, the Dragon Ball was activated and the seal with a range of hundreds of miles was used, which had already consumed a lot of the true energy of the Dragon's shadow clone, and then received a violent punch from Xinxingjie. Now, Chu Yan and Xinxingjie shot at the same time. This time, the Dragon Shadow clone, it is impossible to stop it. Rumble. Before Hong Qiyu could react, the sword light of the black and white twin dragons, and the fist imprints like the peak of the sky, bombarded the Dragon's Shadow avatar at the same time. Immediately, the Dragon's Shadow avatar was directly blasted into slag, exploded into the air, and quickly dissipated. The Dragon's Shadow incarnation was blasted into nothingness, and the dragon's breath lake above the sky began to melt and collapse at the same time, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. In this way, the Bailey seal on the ground will be lifted, and it will no longer be able to threaten Chu Yan. No, Dizong is really determined to protect this Chu Yan this time. Not only Hong Qiyu, but all the giants and powerhouses of the emperor's sect, while fighting, suddenly sank when they saw this scene. Because they know that the deputy lord of the D-zone, Xindang, and the young lord Xinjia, basically the number 1 and number 2 figures of the D-zone, will be present. All the sect powerhouses will come here, or, these land sect powerhouses are already on their way. If things go on like this, the act of blocking and killing Chu Yan this time may directly evolve into a sect battle between the Emperor sect and the D sect. Rumble. Sure enough, before everyone in the Emperor sect came back to their senses, a majestic aura descended directly from the 9 heavens. This is a middle-aged man, his whole body is strong and burly, his eyes are like thunder, sweeping across, as if wanting to cave into the sky. One of the 3 major priests of the D-zone, a high-ranking Wu Zuanjing strongman, the earth-splitting venerable. What? D-zone even asked earth-splitting venerable to come out of the mountain. The complexions of the major figures in the Emperor's sect changed instantly. Within the D-zone, there are 4 strong men, 3 of them are high-ranking Wu Zuanjing strong men, famous in the Zhongtian continent, and the other only exists in legends, and no one has ever heard of it. However, the Earth Splitter in front of him, who became famous at a young age, was the number 1 genius in the Zhongtian continent 500 years ago. The most important thing is that this person is also surnamed Shen, and he is the enshrined relative of the D-zone. Therefore, with the rise and fall of the D-zone, you will almost always see his figure appearing, and every time you make a move, there will be someone who is strong in Wu Zuanjing. After a long time, the title of Earth-Splitting Venerable shocked all powers, and everyone who heard it was terrified. But now, Venerable Earth-Splitter actually appeared here, so it means that Chu Yan is related to the rise and fall of D-zone. This is too exaggerated. The coercion of the high-ranking martial Venerable realm was like the wrath of the sky, the breath passed by, and the entire battlefield suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked at the figure above the 9 heavens with horror on their faces. The Venerable Earth Splitter appeared, and this time it was the martial Venerable Realm expert again, who would be lost here. Call. When everyone was intimidated by the coercion of the Honorable Earth Splitter, Xinjia smiled lightly, waved his big hand, and a giant golden boat appeared, turned his head to look at Chu Yan, and shouted loudly. Chu Yan, fat man, come up. Chu Yan in midair jumped up without any hesitation and landed in the giant ship, while Situ Yang on the ground flew out and stood firmly on the golden ship. Want to escape? Today, Chu Yan must die. Seeing that Chu Yan and Situ Yang landed on the Lingbao giant ship, Xinjia was turning over his fingerprints, preparing to urge the Lingbao giant ship to leave. Hong Qiyu's face turned ashen, and he uttered a terrifying roar. 6 silver dragon shadows flew up all over his body. It turned out to be the incarnation of the dragon shadow of the 6 paths. The 6 dragon shadow incarnations twisted the dragon's body at the same time and rushed towards the Lingbao giant ship with just a tumbling. Ow! 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 6 silver dragon shadows, the dragon's majesty soaring to the sky, the momentum is shocking, the surrounding clouds are rolling, and the void is trembling, like 6 silver meteors, slamming towards Chu Yan and the 3 of them fiercely. In an instant, the color of the world changed, and the wind blew violently. The 6 dragons moved together in this move, which was extremely powerful and terrifying. Not good. Seeing this scene, Xindang's expression changed drastically. This blow was Hong Qiyu's strongest move, using all the strength of Wu Zuanjing's cultivation base. If he bumped into Chu Yan and the other 3, there would be no need to think about the consequences. Must be able to resist. No one expected that Hong Qiyu would be able to launch such a powerful attack under the coercion of the Earth Splitter. In the blink of an eye, the giants of the land sect had no time to rescue him. Chu Yan, hide quickly. Xindang was full of anger, roared loudly, and hurriedly reminded. 6 silver dragon shadows, full of dragon breath, like a dragon crossing the border, the dragons have formed their momentum, where they pass, even time and space are turned into dust, and they are about to collide with the Lingbao golden boat. #C970 Xuanwu is now. In the blink of an eye, the attack was already in front of him. When Chu Yan suddenly turned his head and saw it, the 6 silver dragons had rushed to the front less than 1,000 steps away. Such a short period of time is not enough even to use martial skills, to gain momentum, to resist. Emperor Xuanwu, come out. In a critical moment, Chu Yan's body, like a water curtain, a black streamer, soared into the sky. Crash! It was as if the water of the Milky Way flowed through the sky, emitting a clear sound of tides, and endless black air waves quickly gathered together, tumbling and turbulent, and turned into an incomparably huge figure. Huge figure. Very huge figure. Rather than saying it is a figure, it is better to say it is a majestic mountain peak that stretches for nearly 10 miles. The moment it appeared, everyone felt a sudden darkness in front of them, as if the entire sky was covered. Roar! The majestic Xuanwu soul, like a mountain, opened its mouth wide and let out a sky-shattering roar as soon as it appeared, and the surrounding space trembled under the roar. Swish! The moment the black tortoise soul appeared, the black water flowing from all directions quickly gathered and formed a layer of black light spiritual power cover on the huge body of the black tortoise soul. It was the Xian water shield martial soul skill. Boom! 6 silver dragon shadows came through the air and slammed into the Xuanwu Wuhun standing in front of the Lingbao golden boat, making 6 deafening sounds. Group after group of silver dragon shadows exploded and turned into water mist, disappearing into nothingness. The mountain-like figure of Xuanwu Wuhun trembled 6 times in a row before stabilizing his figure. The power of the Wuhun on his body was so dim that it almost disappeared completely, turning into a black streamer and rushing back into Chu Yan's body. The Xuanwu soul, wearing the Xian Shui shield martial soul skill, is of course much stronger in defense than Chu Yan. However, in the face of the attack of the strong Wu Zuanjing, the Xuanwu soul, with only 3 stars, is impossible to block. Can live. Fortunately, Hong Qiyu's move 6 Dragons Roaring used his natal martial arts skill. If it was a martial skill, instead of the power of the martial soul, the basalt martial soul would probably be blown away directly. Call. A long breath of relief. Chu Yan's tense body just now loosened suddenly. This trick was finally blocked. Dragon Town Octagon. Seeing that his attack was blocked, Hong Qiyu was stunned at first. He didn't expect that Chu Yan had a 3rd martial soul. However, his face was just stunned, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, evoking a sinister smile. No matter how talented you are and how many life-saving cards you have, this move can definitely kill Chu Yan, because 6 Dragon Roaring is not a single attack, but a back move, and the last move is the real killing move. Okay. Chu Yan, who used the basalt martial soul to block the roaring 6 dragons, only felt the chi and blood in his whole body surging continuously. The attack of the strong man was abruptly blocked. However, the majestic power still poured into Chu Yan's body through the Xuanwu soul, causing his whole body to shake. At this time, he suddenly noticed that in the void around him, the residual energy of the dragon shadows that had already dissipated quickly emerged and condensed into an even bigger dragon shadow, roaring, and rushing towards him. However, the chi and blood in my body are not stable now, and I can no longer stimulate my true chi and martial soul. Roar. The power of the berserk dragon shadow, soaring into the sky and attacking the earth, suddenly swept all directions. At this moment, the pupils of all the bosses and powerhouses who were paying attention here continued to dilate, and their faces were full of shock. Not only Chu Yan didn't expect, even the big bosses and powerhouses in the audience didn't expect that Hong Qiyu had prepared such a trick in order to kill Chu Yan. But it's too late. Even the strongest of the D-Zone, closest to Chu Yan, would not have time to rush over to ask for help. In the blink of an eye, sudden changes occur. A purple figure rushed towards Chu Yan like a lightning bolt on a green wave, and directly turned into a huge tree shadow, abruptly blocking Chu Yan and the three of them in front of him, and roaring with his back the great dragon shadow. Rumble. The huge tree shadow nearly 1,000 feet high, when the dragon shadow collided and exploded into the sky, countless purple petals swayed the sky in the huge canopy that covered the sky, as if there was a purple flower rain. The body of the Optimus tree trembled violently, and a large number of branches were blown up and scattered in all directions, making it a mess. This purple super tree is none other than Venerable Ziwei. When Hong Qiyu used 6 dragons roaring, Venerable Ziwei rushed out of the battlefield, turned into a purple lightning, and flew towards Chu Yan. He went to attack Chu Yan, but unexpectedly, when facing Hong Qiyu's back attack, Venerable Ziwei used his own body to protect Chu Yan. Venerable Zizuai. Chu Yan looked at Ziwei Xingdu, who had reformed into a human body, in front of him. His face was full of astonishment. During the battle between Emperor Zong and Di Zong just now, Chu Yan also saw Venerable Ziwei, thinking that he is an enshrinement of Ziwei Empire and a member of Emperor Zong. It is normal to participate in the battle. It's just that Chu Yan never thought that Venerable Ziwei would save him with his own body when he was in danger. Little friend, this time, it's repaying your favor from last time. Venerable Ziwei's mouth was bloody, he chuckled lightly, his face was extremely pale. Thank you. Chu Yan bowed his hands and thanked him solemnly. Last time, in the Ziwei secret realm, only 3 5 elements qi were exchanged for my own life. This Ziwei Venerable is indeed a person who keeps his promise. Hong Qiyu, wait for me. Chu Yan twisted slowly, looked at Hong Qiyu, whose face was livid in the distance, and said in a deep voice. Walk. Xun Xingjia took the last handprint and pressed it into the Lingbao golden boat under him. Suddenly, the golden hull trembled slightly, and flew out, tearing apart the void, ready to enter the void passage. No. You can't let Chu Yan go. When Hong Qiyu saw the Lingbao golden ship start, his expression changed drastically, and killing intent like ice rolled out from his eyes. He is very clear that if Chu Yan is allowed to escape with such a huge lineup this time, it will be even more difficult to deal with Chu Yan next time. Rumble. Just when all the big bosses of the Emperor's sect were about to explode again and kill Chu Yan, suddenly, a flood-like aura exploded again, sweeping the entire world. Endless aura rushed out, and all the bosses and powerhouses felt their bodies sink and their scalps tingle. In the 9 heavens, Venerable Earth Splitter descended from the sky with a face as frosty as ice. The Venerable Earth Splitter flipped his hand, and a golden spear appeared in his hand. With a flick of the spear tip, hundreds of golden lightning bolts were fired, and under the sweeping sweep, a large area of the void was swept into powder, and endless golden electricity filled half of the sky. Whoever dares to move will die. The sky-shattering anger put Venerable Earth Splitter on the verge of eruption. If he didn't want to cause a war between the sects, he would have wished to stab Hong Qiyu to death with a single shot. #C971 Haotian star. The rage of the earth-shattering Venerable made all the giants and powerhouses in the audience turn pale and tremble in shock. You know, Hong Qiyu is the rotating suzerain of the Emperor's sect, and Venerable Earth Splitter may still have scruples. What about the others? If he really dared to chase after Chu Yan, I am afraid that Venerable Earth Splitter would really explode and kill people, and the golden gun in his hand, surrounded by lightning, was in a state of gaining momentum. If this gun is fired, the lower Wu Zuanjing will die. The prestige of Venerable Earth Splitter did not come from rumors, but from the real murderer. Moreover, the number of Wu Zuanjing who died in his hands cannot be counted with one hand. In a word, everyone in the audience was stunned, and no one dared to move. They could only watch the Lingbao golden boat where Chu Yan was sitting rush into the void passage. Thank you, Venerable Earth Splitter. Thank you, Holy Master Shancher. When Chu Yan turned around and saw this scene, he immediately relaxed and thanked loudly. Haha, not bad. Dang and a group of big bosses of the D-Zone also relaxed, and nodded with a light smile, their faces full of regret. Huangzong, just wait for me, next time, I will definitely commit suicide in Xuanhuan City. A shout was left behind, echoing in the air, and the Lingbao golden ship rushed into the void passage and disappeared without a trace. The next moment, the whole world finally returned to calm. Not good. Chu Yan escaped. I didn't expect that this time. D-Zone almost devoted all his power to Chu Yan. Yes, venerable Earth Splitter, who dares to provoke him? In my opinion, even if venerable Earth Splitter is not launched today, it is unlikely that Emperor Zong wants to keep Chu Yan. You didn't see that just now Hongzong took the initiative to use the martial soul skill of his own destiny, which is the destiny of a strong Wu Zuanjing. Even the martial soul skills were blocked by Chu Yan. It's terrible, this Chu Yan, if he grows up for a while, I don't know how terrifying it will be. 3 great inheritance treasures. He got 2 of them alone. Sigh. The Emperor's bosses, and strong men. One after another, their spiritual senses transmitted voices, discussing with each other, their faces were ashen, and their expressions were gloomy. Up to now, Chu Yan has escaped from the transformation of more than 10 Wu Zuanjing powerhouses from the Emperor's own. No chance at all. At this time, the target of Emperor Zong, Chu Yan, had already left, and it was impossible for Emperor Zong and D-Zong to continue fighting. Otherwise, if one of the two sides really loses a strong Wu Zuanjing, it will really turn into a Zoman war. Hong Qiyu, you will regret what happened today. Dang looked at Hong Qiyu with a livid face, sneered, turned around directly, tore apart the void, escaped into the crack of the void, and disappeared. The other big bosses of the land sect all nodded and sneered when they heard Dang's words, and looked at Hong Qiyu with a teasing look on their faces. Then, they tore apart the void, darted into it, and began to withdraw. Bastard! Damn it! Hong Qiyu was so angry that he exploded like thunder, roaring hoarsely, but he couldn't do anything about it. The anger spouting from his eyes was enough to burn the whole sky. He never thought that the ant he met on the street that could be crushed to death with one finger could now resist his natal martial arts skill without a hair being injured, which filled him with regret. No, venerable cracked earth is suppressing here, even if he is the chairman of the emperor's seat, he would not dare to go beyond the slightest, that would be fatal. We withdraw. Regardless of whether Hong Qiyu had great hatred in his heart or was unwilling, he could only swallow his teeth and order the whole sect to withdraw. The current situation is already extremely unfavorable to their emperor sect. If it continues, their emperor sect will only lose face even more. I believe it won't be long before the entire Zhongtian continent will be stirred up by all the incidents related to the Blood Sea in the spiritual realm. At that time, how will the emperor's face be preserved? Chu Yan must not be let go. When Hong Qiyu stepped into the void passage with all the bosses and powerhouses of the emperor sect, he gritted his teeth and shouted. The emperor zone left, and all the D zone were withdrawn. After half an hour, Sky God Valley finally calmed down completely. Only the owner of the Vault of God Valley, Ouyang, faced the mountain of corpses and bloody seas of sect disciples all over the ground, and looked at the back of Huangzong Yizong's departure. His eyes were blood red. Master Gu, Huangzong is too bullying. In order to deal with Chu Yan, he even slaughtered our disciples of the Vault of God Valley. An elder from the Vault of Gods walked up to the owner of Valley Ouyang with a livid face, and said coldly. Humph. The 8 ancient sects, just wait, as long as there is a chance, I will definitely avenge this revenge. Ouyang Gu said coldly. The Vault of Gods has managed the secret realm of the spiritual Blood Sea for countless years, but this time, the Blood Sea of the spiritual realm disappears, and their Vault of Gods will soon be forgotten by the entire continent. Chu Yan hopes that after you get the 3 major inheritances, don't let me down. Guzhu Ouyang glanced at the sky, looking at the place where Chu Yan just disappeared. Although the void has recovered, there are still faint void fluctuations, which are still shaking. For Guzhu Ouyang, the words of Chu Yan when he left at the end, the big bosses and giant heads of the Emperor Zong and Dizong, might not care at all, but Guzhu Ouyang knows that getting 2 of the 3 major inheritances Chu Yan inherited from the Supreme Treasure, will rise soon. At that time it was not impossible for him to deal with Emperor Zong. Give me the order of Guzhu, all disciples of the sect, go to all parts of the Zhongtian continent to look for the traces of Chu Yan. Guzhu Ouyang turned around, looked at all the sect disciples in front of him, and announced loudly. Yes, Master Gu. Yes, Master Gu. The tens of thousands of surviving disciples and elders of the Sky God Valley gave orders in unison. This Chu Yan may be our only hope in the vault of God Valley. A light flashed in Ouyang Guzhu's eyes, and he waved his hand. Immediately, tens of thousands of disciples and elders of the Sky God Valley set off together, soared into the sky, and flew towards the Zhongtian continent in all directions. At the same time, as the hundreds of sect bosses and powerhouses who came to participate in the spiritual blood sea this time left one after another, the earth-shattering scene that took place in the spiritual blood sea was also spread throughout the entire Zhongtian continent. The whole continent boiled instantly. My God, Chu Yan got 2 treasures from the 3 great inheritances. What? 2 treasures, what are you kidding, how is it possible? Yes, I heard that the most mysterious inheritance of the Golden Box and the most terrifying inheritance of Tianlian Mountain have fallen into his hands. What? Inheritance of Tianlian Mountain, that is the #1 hermit sect in the mainland, my God. Also, Situyang has received the inheritance of the crazy blood martial emperor, you know, he is a spirit pattern master. Damn. Impossible. So, in a few years, there will be a spirit pattern master at the martial emperor realm. Fuck, the spirit pattern master of the martial emperor realm, isn't that trying to dominate the entire Zhongtian continent? Ha ha ha, I feel it, the Zhongtian continent is about to be turned upside down. The warriors in the entire Zhongtian continent were shocked by the rumors of the blood sea in the spiritual domain, and all of them were shocked. In the eyes of many people, they were all in awe of Chu Yan and Situyang, but among them, there were also many people, but full of disdain. Anyway, the 2 names Chu Yan and Situyang, like the 2 shining stars in Zhongtian continent, soared into the sky and went straight to Zhongtian Jiuxiao. Not long after, great changes took place in the major lists of Haotian continent. #C972 Famous Continent. In less than 3 days, all major chambers of commerce in Haotian continent, apart from Emperor Zong's Extreme Treasure Pavilion, began to sell new Haotian rankings one after another. In front of the Chamber of Commerce in every city, it was full of people, all of them came to buy the new Haotian list. Look, how much is that Chu Yan ranked? Oh my God, at the early stage of the 6th level of heaven-reaching realm, he actually ranked 2nd in the Haotian Qianlong list, only inferior to Yifeng from the medicine sect. That's a fart, and in the Haotian Dibang, Chu Yan ranked 198th. It's also after Yifeng. Oh my God, this is completely soaring into the sky. You know, the name Chu Yan has never been seen before on the list. That's right. It is indeed the inheritance of the blood sea in the spiritual domain, it's too powerful. By the way, this Chu Yan, could it be that Chu Yan who left a message in front of Yaozong Mountain to challenge Yifeng? Impossible. I heard that Chu Yan, who challenged Yifeng, was only at the Heaven Transformation realm, so he might have the same name. Yeah, but a major event has happened in the medicine sect recently. Countless fighters were all taken aback after viewing the new Haotian ranking, and then, various discussions quickly resounded in every city and sect in the Zhongtian continent. Haotian Qianlong list, the 2nd place. Heotiandi ranking, 198th place. Along with the ranking on the list, there are also introductions about Chu Yan's various achievements, each of which is dazzling, making all the young people in the whole continent envious and amazed. In a few days, the name of random Chu Yan spread, and Chu Yan gradually became the idol of all young warriors in the Zhongtian continent, second only to Yifeng. The point is that Chu Yan is only at the 6th level of the heavenly realm, and with this level of cultivation, he actually ranks 198th on the Haotian Earth ranking. No warrior with a similar ranking is equal to the 8th level of the heavenly realm. Chu Yan, who is in the 6th level of the heavenly realm, ranks 198 on the Heotiandi ranking. The entire Zhongtian continent, at this moment, seemed to be swept by a violent storm, which could not be calmed down for a long time. It's incredible. The 6th level of the Tongtian realm breaks into the top 200 of the Earth list, which seems to have never happened before in the history of Haotian continent. That's right, and there are two great treasures of inheritance on Chu Yan, especially the inheritance of Lianshan that day, once he merges, then, TSK. It's too exaggerated. I heard that he is less than 20 years old. He is too genius. As the Zhongtian continent was swept by the storm, Chu Yan, Situ Yang, and Zhang Tian had followed Xinjie back to Dizong. Okay, brother Chu, you'll be safe here. Xinjie waved his hand, and when he was high in the sky, he put away the Lingbao golden boat. The three of them descended from the air and landed firmly on a huge square, surrounded by large palaces, with a magnificent momentum. The palace covers an area of nearly 1,000 miles, and no matter how far away, there is a large stretch of mountains. On the top of the mountain, there is a sea of spiritual clouds floating, and the end cannot be seen at a glance. Here is Dizong, which is where the sect of Dixuanzong of Jiuxiao is located, Jiuxiao Mountains. Thanks. Chu Yan withdrew his gaze, looked at Xinjie, and smiled. Haha, thank you for what? Brothers, why do you still need to talk about this? Xinjie laughed loudly, punched Chu Yan in the chest with a displeased face, and then led Chu Yan, Situ Yang, and Zhang Tian towards the distant palace. Soon, several people arrived in a huge golden palace hundreds of feet high. This golden hall is exactly where Xuanzong's discussion hall of Jiuxiao is located, and it is also the place where the suzerain daily presides over the affairs of the sect. Chu Yan, wait here for a while, my father said he will be there soon. Xinjie laughed. Okay. Chu Yan nodded, then raised his finger to Zhang Tian, and said. This is Zhang Tian, a friend I met in Zhongtian continent, one of my own. This is Xinjie, the young suzerain of the Dizong, and one of my own. Zhang Tian and Xinjie were stunned at the same time when they heard Chu Yan's introduction, and they all turned their heads to look at each other, with surprise in their eyes. As for the identities of the two parties, Xinjie and Zhang Tian already knew the identities of both parties, but when they heard Chu Yan say our own people, they both froze for a moment. Xinjie has known Chu Yan for a very long time. Among the close people around Chu Yan, he is second only to little white bear, Dang. Therefore, he knows Chu Yan the deepest. Those who can be called their own by Chu Yan have basically been recognized by Chu Yan, which is very rare. What surprised Zhang Tian was that Chu Yan actually had a person of his own who was the young suzerain master of the local sect, and after the battle, Zhang Tian also discovered that Xinjie and Chu Yan had an extremely iron relationship otherwise, and it is impossible to use the Chuanzong of Dizong, one of the 8 ancient sects, to come forward. How powerful is Chu Yan? Even the terrifying existence in the legend, Venerable Earth Splitter has appeared. Others may not be clear about it, but Zhang Tian, who has a profound background, is very clear about this Venerable Earth Splitter. It's not a major matter related to the rise and fall of the Dizong. The Venerable Earth sect is too lazy to come forward. This time, for the sake of Chu Yan, the Dizong invited the Venerable Earth sect, which almost led to a sect war between the D-Zone and the Emperor Zone. Swish. 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 Not long after the few people were chatting, outside the main hall, several tall figures flew in. It was Shindang and the other big bosses and powerhouses of the land sect. As soon as they entered the palace, their eyes all fell on Chu Yan, with smiles all over their faces. Good job. Well done, Shindang said with a smile. The other bosses and strong men looked at Chu Yan, and at the same time swept towards Situ Yang and Zhang Tian, their faces full of approval. They thought that the three of them felt trembling in the face of the attacks of hundreds of elite geniuses in the sea of blood and the spiritual domain, and that, in such a desperate situation, Chu Yan actually went against the sky and acted in one fell swoop. The person who seized the three major inheritances and left none of them to the emperor. This is simply arrogance against heaven. At the next moment, the strong men of the entire D-Zone surrounded Chu Yan and the other three, and the words of praise surged out like a great river, endlessly. All kinds of laughter filled the whole hall, and the atmosphere was extremely warm. Okay. Okay. Arrange for Chu Yan and the others to rest first. It's hard work after this big battle. Let's talk about other things tomorrow. After a long time, Shindang smiled and said to everyone. Afterwards, Chu Yan followed Xinjia and was arranged to live in a living room with Zhang Tian and Situ Yang, temporarily. Although the three of them lived together, there are 4 buildings in this hall, which are separated in 4 directions. The 3 of them each choose one, and they are not affected at all. Chu Yan returned to his residence building, went straight into the practice room, took out the pill, and began to cultivate the true energy. At the same time, his spiritual consciousness was restrained. He probed into the sea of consciousness, trying to contact the Qilin Wuhun. After all, the item in the inheritance of the golden box is not a unicorn horn at all, so Chu Yan has never understood what it is. #C973 Shangyaozong, looking for Yifeng. In the Sea of Consciousness, the unicorn martial soul is dormant on the martial soul mountain, as if falling into a deep sleep. Chu Yan's consciousness lightly touched the Qilin Wuhun, but there was no reaction at all. In this way, Chu Yan knew that after the Qilin Wuhun devoured the items in the golden box, it might still be fused. Naturally, you can't disturb at will. Withdrawing his consciousness, Chu Yan concentrated on recovering his true energy, practicing the Rakshasa promise art, and consolidating it in the sea of blood in the spiritual realm. The newly improved cultivation base. Although the vision of thunder calamity is extremely terrifying, the benefits it brings to Chu Yan are also huge. Not only has the cultivation base broken through the 3rd level, but at the same time, the strength of the physical body has also improved a lot compared to before. The physical body with double body training, whether it is the Raksha demon body or the Shantian fire body, has improved compared to before. A realm, become more powerful. The 9-colored auspicious cloud reward after the thunder catastrophe, while improving the martial artist's cultivation base, also increases the physical strength of the warrior. Otherwise, some warriors are forcibly raised because their physical bodies cannot bear it, and if they go crazy directly, it will become a joke. Up. After practicing for 3 full hours, the foundation of cultivation base after breaking through has been consolidated by 50%, which is very fast. Slowly recuperating, exhaling a mouthful of gray turbid air, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness penetrated into the sea of consciousness again to observe the condition of the Qilin Wuhun. At this moment, he was stunned with shock. On the top of the Wuhun mountain, the power of the Qilin Wuhun's whole body vibrated, fluctuating from strength to strength, extremely unstable. Moreover, the 4 divine beast spirits of Qinglong, Xuanhuan, Baihu, and Suzaku surrounded the Qilin spirit with its eyes closed, roaring and shaking the entire sea of consciousness world. Fuck. What's going on? Chu Yan's face was full of astonishment, and he was stunned when he saw the huge scene in front of him. It is not unheard of for a riot of divine beast martial souls to happen, but this is the first time Chu Yan has seen 4 divine beast martial souls rioting at the same time. Roar! 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 Under the 4 roars, the 4 beast spirits flying around the unicorn suddenly burst out the power of the spirit at the same time. The white, green, black, and red, the 4 majestic spirits, turned into 4 pieces. The tide is pouring in towards the Qilin Wuhun. In the next breath, Chu Yan only felt that in the sea of qi, the 16 inner alchemy were revolving rapidly, and the true qi was constantly pouring into the 4 martial souls. Turned into the power of Wuhun. In less than 10 breaths, the 16 inner alchemy consumed 30% of the true energy, which made Chu Yan full of astonishment. Not good. It seems that the situation is wrong. Chu Yan's face was dignified, and he didn't hesitate at the moment. He quickly waved his hand, and a large piece of 9 profound golden pill jade bottle covered the entire ground. The things in the gold box will be fine. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes that the unicorn martial soul had been promoted to 2 stars after merging with the golden light, and the soul body had soared, Chu Yan would have doubted whether the orb in the golden box was something poisonous. Otherwise, how could the strange state of the unicorn martial soul attract the 4 divine beast martial souls to supplement it? Crash! Bottles of 9 profound golden pills were poured into the mouth, and the majestic power of the medicine dissipated in the body, quickly replenishing the true energy consumed by the 16 inner pills. Almost every 10 breaths, Chu Yan needs to swallow a bottle of Jiuxiao golden pill, otherwise, the 4 martial spirits burst out at the same time. Even if he has 16 inner pills, it is not enough for them to consume. Time passed quickly, and most of the 100 bottles of 9 profound golden pills on the ground were consumed. In the Sea of Knowledge world, the act of the 4 martial spirits pouring the power of the martial spirit into the unicorn martial spirit at the same time, not only did not end, but became faster and faster. No, it's not the way to go on like this. Chu Yan's face darkened slightly, his consciousness flashed, and he kept thinking. Soon, the divine consciousness swept across the sea of consciousness, and found hundreds of qi of the 5 elements floating on the side of the world of the sea of consciousness. Fight! As soon as he gritted his teeth, Chu Yan did not hesitate at all, directly infusing 10 5 elements of energy into the body of the Qilin Wuhun. In an instant, the majestic power of the earth element martial soul in the Qilin martial soul soared into the sky, shining like a golden sky-burning flame, illuminating the entire sea of consciousness world. The golden flame rushed up to a height of hundreds of feet, as if it was going to burn the sky and the earth. As the golden flames rose, the other 4 divine beasts' martial souls finally trembled, and slowly stopped the infusion of martial soul power, and the rapidly consumed true energy in the sea of Chu Yan's energy finally calmed down. However, the 4 divine beast spirits did not leave. They were still surrounded by the Qilin spirit, carefully watching the state of the Qilin spirit, as if the Qilin spirit was a seriously ill and wounded person, and the 4 of them, always ready to rescue the general. Nourish! 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 Sure enough, in less than 10 breaths, the nearly 100-foot-high golden flame on Qilin Wuhuan's body quickly diminished, falling directly to less than 10 feet in size, and it is still weakening. Roar! 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 Suzaku martial soul and other 4 divine beasts roared immediately. The power of the martial soul surged, and they were ready to strike. Chu Yan, who had been observing all the time, without a trace of hesitation, once again induced 10 qi of the 5 elements into the body of the Qilin Wuhuan. In an instant, the golden flame on Qilin Wuhuan's body once again rushed to a height of hundreds of feet, burning fiercely. For a whole night, Chu Yan and the 4 divine beast spirits, like guarding a seriously injured and stunned wounded person, kept injecting the qi of the 5 elements to maintain the golden flame on the Qilin spirit. When it was almost dawn, the golden flames on the Qilan Wuhun gradually extinguished, and the 4 divine beast spirits also left the Wuhun mountain, no longer guarding the Qilan Wuhun nervously. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan also breathed a sigh of relief, knowing in his heart that there will be no problem with the Qilan Wuhun for the time being. As for other things, I'm afraid we can only wait for the Qilan Wuhun to wake up. It's okay. It's okay. Go back and contact Xuanhuan's soul to see what it knows? Chu Yan swallowed 3 9 profound golden pills, and collected the last 3 bottles of 9 profound golden pills on the ground into the Rakshasa space, shook his head helplessly, and said with a wry smile. In one night, 105 elements qi and 100 bottles of Jiuxiao golden elixir were consumed, which was a huge fortune. Stretching, Chu Yan got up from the ground and was about to open the window to see the time outside when he heard a slight knock on the door. Tom. 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 Chu Yan was stunned, then turned around and opened the door. The person outside the door was Zhang Tian. Chu Yan, there are some things I want to talk to you about. Zhang Tian's face was a little dignified, his expression was extremely solemn. He stared at Chu Yan and said, Okay. Come in. Chu Yan chuckled, let Zhang Tian into the room, and the two sat down separately. Chu Yan, this time the matter of the blood sea in the spiritual realm is over. What are your plans? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Tian asked softly. Intend. Chu Yan's face was stunned, his brows were slightly frowned, and an extremely clear consciousness in the sea of consciousness flashed by. Of course, go to Jiuling Xuantianzong and find Yifeng. Chu Yan replied without hesitation. Hashtag C974 target. 9 Lingxian Tianzong. Looking for Yifeng. Are you serious? Zhang Tian's face sank, as if he had expected it, the corners of his eyes twitched, and he stared straight at Chu Yan. Is there a problem? Chu Yan looked at Zhang Tian and asked suspiciously. In his opinion, if Zhang Tian came to find him early in the morning, he must have something to do. Coupled with his hesitant expression, it is certain that Zhang Tian should know something. Thinking of this, Chu Yan was not in a hurry, and waited patiently. Zhang Tian knew about his challenge to Yifeng. Of course, Zhang Tian knew who Yifeng was. Chu Yan felt that Zhang Tian might be here to persuade himself not to challenge Yifeng this time. However, Yuer was waiting for her. It took less than 2 months for Chu Yan to improve his cultivation crazily recently, from the cultivation level of Huatian realm when he set foot on the Zhongtian continent to the current 6th heavenly heaven realm. The reason why he is so desperately improving his cultivation is that for Chu Yan, challenging Yifeng is the most important reason. Therefore, it is impossible for Chu Yan not to go. Chu Yan, last time I arrived at the spiritual realm of Blood Sea ahead of time, I got some news, and I have been looking for an opportunity to tell you. Zhang Tian pondered for a long time and finally spoke softly. That leaf maple. Looking at Chu Yan, Zhang Tian still hesitated, not because he was hesitant to tell Chu Yan, he was not sure, after telling Chu Yan, could he persuade Chu Yan not to go to Jiuling Xuantianzong to find Yifeng? Because even if Zhang Tian had just seen Chu Yan's feat of killing all directions in the sea of blood in the spiritual domain and making the mainland famous, Zhang Tian still thinks that Chu Yan is now courting death by killing Yifeng in the medicine sect. According to the information I have received, Yifeng has just broken through the 9th level of the Tongtian realm, and has stepped into the half-step martial venerable realm. Zhang Tian said softly. What? Hearing this, Chu Yan stood up abruptly, staring straight at Zhang Tian with his eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief. You know, less than a month ago, I heard the news from the 9 spirits Shantian sect. At that time, Yifeng was only at the 7th level of the Tongtian realm, and he was just about to retreat and break through the 8th level of the Tongtian realm. Even if he succeeds in retreating and breaking through, It should also be the 8th level of the heaven-reaching realm. How could it be possible to break through to the half-step martial venerable realm at once? Now, trouble. For Chu Yan, even if Yi Feng is the peak of the 9th heaven realm, Chu Yan is not afraid of him, and will come to challenge him without hesitation. However, half-step Wu Zuanjing is completely different. You must know that my current cultivation base is only the 6th level of the Tongtian realm. If Yi Feng's cultivation is at the 8th level of the Tongtian realm, Chu Yan may still fight him with as many cards. But now, Yi Feng has rushed to the half-step Wu Zuanjing. Strictly speaking, he has already stepped into the ranks of the strong Wu Zuanjing with half a foot. Between cultivation bases, every time one level of heaven and earth realm is raised, there will be a huge difference. Even if it is the peak of the 9th level of the Tongtian realm and the half-step martial venerable realm, this kind of difference in cultivation base is only one level apart on the surface, but because they have crossed the realm of heaven and earth, the strength gap between the two is like heaven and earth. Half-step martial venerable realm. Chu Yan withdrew his gaze from Zhang Tian's face. His face was full of solemnity. He knew that Zhang Tian would not talk about this kind of news at will. Moreover, there are alchemists in all major sects of the Dan League, so relatively speaking said, the news is extremely well informed. In the sea of consciousness, he kept thinking that with his current strength, he couldn't compete with Yi Feng. Like himself, Yi Feng is also a Tianjia warrior, and has a strong ability to fight at higher levels. However, Chu Yan is not sure now how many levels Yi Feng can fight. I am currently at the 6th level of heaven-reaching realm. If I am an ordinary warrior, I can compete with half-step martial venerable realm. However, if the opponent is a Tianjia warrior, I am afraid that I can only fight against the Tianjia warrior of the 8th level of heaven-reaching realm. And, seeing Chu Yan's serious face, Zhang Tian sighed lightly, and then said, Yi Feng is going to have a big feast on the 3rd of next month. On the one hand, it is to celebrate his promotion to the martial venerable realm, and on the other hand, it is. Okay. Chu Yan was stunned, and looked at Zhang Tian with his brows tightly furrowed, his face full of doubts. In addition, Yi Feng will be engaged to the suzerain's daughter, Gong Ningyue, on the same day. Zhang Tian said. Boom. Chu Yan only felt that in the sea of consciousness, a group of thunder exploded, and the violent force rushed away instantly, shaking Chu Yan's body, trembling violently. His right foot involuntarily took half a step back, his face was pale. Engaged. Yair. As if his heart and soul were separated from his body in an instant, Chu Yan's eyes were dull, he muttered aphasia, his pupils were dilated to the extreme, and there seemed to be no trace of life in his empty eyes. In front of my eyes, all the scenes were instantly blurred, and there was a burst of distressed feeling, like a stream flowing from the bottom of my heart, spreading to the whole body. In less than a breath, it turned into the Yangtze River, making Chu Yan's heart feel like a knife twisted and an axe, generally. It was so painful that I couldn't even breathe. Brother Chu Yan, I will wait for you forever. Yuer's voice echoed in the air, like a light wind. In the sky, the endless crystal teardrops, under the light of the fire, are like rubies all over the sky, and like red peonies blooming like blood, swaying the sky. It's just rubbish, it's just nonsense, it's against the sky, stupid. The tall young man, with a teasing face and disdain in his eyes, soared into the sky and disappeared into the sky. Yuer, wait for me. Chu Yan roared, his voice was hoarse, and his eyes were blurred. In the sky, the cold rain, pattering. It was as if the whole world had turned into a haze. Chu Yan stood stiffly on the spot, his lips trembled slightly, the blur in front of his eyes gradually became clear, and all the scenes disappeared in an instant, as if they had never appeared before, like a dream. Only the pain in my heart keeps reminding myself that this is not a dream. Moon. Chu Yan muttered to himself, took out a brocade pouch from his bosom, took out a strand of black hair from it, and stroked it lightly. Suddenly, the vision that was already clear became blurred again. Time, at this moment, seems to be completely still. The world, at this breath, seems to be completely frozen. In Chu Yan's heart, there is only that beautiful figure that has appeared in dreams countless times. In his eyes, there is only this strand of blue hair that entrusts all his perseverance and hard work. Yuer, wait for me, I'm coming. After a long time, Chu Yan slowly put Qingxi into his arms, pressed it lightly, a smile like winter snow and sunny day appeared on his face, raised his head, and murmured softly. Chu Yan, you. Zhang Tian was full of astonishment, staring at Chu Yan, a feeling of uneasiness rose in his heart. Could it be that Chu Yan really wanted to? Is it the 3rd of next month? There are still 20 days. Chu Yan turned his head slowly, looked at Zhang Tian, with a calm expression on his face, and said with a light smile. Then, let's go in 10 days. On Chu Yan's body, there was a faint breath, like rippling water, rippling layer by layer, spreading throughout the room. At this moment, Chu Yan, in the eyes of Zhang Tian, became extremely tall, as if standing between the sky and the earth. Under the sky, nothing can shake it. Target, 9 Spirits Shantian Sect. #C975 Cultivation to rise again. Zhongtian Continent, Dizong, Zhejian. In the spacious practice room, the spirit-gathering formation slowly rotated, and Chu Yan sat cross-legged in the center of the formation, with his eyes closed, and his whole body was filled with true energy. The aura of heaven and earth from all directions was attracted by the spirit-gathering formation, filling the entire room. This spirit-gathering formation is of great benefit to warriors' cultivation. It is the best spirit-gathering formation in the D zone, and it can increase the training speed by at least 30%. However, Chu Yan didn't care about this, and resumed the Rakshasa Wuji divine art, completely immersed in the sea of consciousness. The unicorn martial soul is still in a deep sleep. The power of the martial soul in the body is extremely majestic and thick, and even the void around the martial soul mountain is constantly trembling slightly. After communicating with Xuanhuan Wuhun for a long time, Chu Yan finally knew the current state of Qilin Wuhun. According to Xuanhuan Wuhun, if the Qilin Wuhun wants to be promoted to 10 stars, it needs 3 crucial things. 2 unicorn horns, plus a unicorn inner alchemy. But this time, in the golden box that Chu Yan got on the platform of offering sacrifices to the sea of blood in the spiritual domain, it was not the second unicorn horn, but the unicorn inner alchemy. The importance of this unicorn inner alchemy far exceeds the unicorn horn. With it, the unicorn martial soul can truly transform into the unicorn beast of the 5 gods and supreme. At that time, the power of the unicorn martial soul will no longer be the power of the earth element martial soul, but the power of the unicorn that combines the 5 elements of the gods and beasts. At that time, the true ability of the unicorn martial soul will be fully activated. In this regard, Chu Yan has no other way but to wait patiently. But now, Chu Yan only has 10 days to find out. Go to Jiuling Zuantianzong and challenge Yi Feng. Therefore, Chu Yan intends to raise his combat power to the peak as much as possible. The first is to improve the cultivation base. Although Chu Yan has just raised the triple cultivation base, but after knowing that Yi Feng's cultivation base has reached the half-step Wu Zuanjing, Chu Yan must upgrade another level of cultivation base to have a chance to contend with. However, the golden core and resources on Chu Yan's body have almost been consumed, and there is only one way to improve his cultivation. That is Yuan Jing. Whether it is spirit stones, primordial stones, or primordial crystals. It is all because it contains the spiritual power of heaven and earth, which can assist warriors in their cultivation, so it has become a common currency among warriors in the world of martial arts. In the past, Chu Yan was poor, so he only tried it, and never used Yuan Jing in large quantities for cultivation. However, in order to quickly improve the cultivation base, at present, there is only Yuan Jing this way. After Xinjie heard that Chu Yan needed a large amount of yuan jing, he transferred a full 10 million yuan jing from Dizong and provided it to Chu Yan. Chu Yan took out half of the treasures that were stored in the Rakshasa space and looted the emperor's sect last time, and handed them to Xinjie as a price for exchanging these crystals. Although Xinjie has repeatedly emphasized that no exchange is needed, Chu Yan knows that Xinjie is the young suzerain of the Dizong, and his status is very different from before, so naturally he doesn't want to make things difficult for him. At present, in front of Chu Yan, who is sitting cross-legged, there is a pile of 1 million yuan crystals. Chirp! The Suzaku martial soul broke out and hovered in the midair of the training room. The scorching heat immediately filled the entire room, as if being in a sea of fire. Call! The radiant Suzaku Emperor fire spurted out, instantly devouring the half-human high pile of yuan jing. In the blink of an eye, the huge pile of primordial crystals swallowed by the fire of the Suzaku Emperor melted rapidly like a snowdrift illuminated by the sun. At the same time, the majestic spiritual power of heaven and earth rose from the sea of flames, turning into a wave of colorful spiritual waves visible to the naked eye, pouring into the body of Suzaku martial soul, and then pouring into Chu Yan's body. Rumble! The blood body and meridians all over the body were instantly flooded with a large wave of turbulent Punbai's aura. The strength of this aura was beyond Chu Yan's expectation. I didn't expect that the aura of heaven and earth transformed by this yuan jing would be so pure. There was a gleam of joy on Chu Yan's face, and then, without hesitation, he began to concentrate on cultivation, and his spiritual consciousness guided the spiritual tide, rushing into the sea of qi. The 16 pieces of inner alchemy are moving like flying, absorbing the flood-like spiritual tide, and the volume is constantly expanding. After the spiritual wave transformed by the yuan jing poured into the 16 inner alchemy, the true energy began to quickly fill the entire sea of energy, turning into a monstrous wave, and slamming into the bottleneck of cultivation. Boom! With a bang, the realm of cultivation that had just broken through not long ago was raised again. The early stage of the 6th heavenly layer of the Tongtian realm. The middle stage of the 6th heavenly layer of the Tongtian realm. The late stage of the 6th heavenly layer of the Tongtian realm. Feeling the continuous improvement of his cultivation level, Chu Yan was overjoyed, but at this moment, the spiritual tide in the sea of qi stagnated suddenly, and his power was greatly reduced. What? 1 million yuan crystals just disappeared. Chu Yan opened his eyes, glanced at the pile of white ashes in front of him, and was speechless immediately. In less than 10 breaths, 1 million yuan crystals. Here and there is cultivation, it is simply burning money. Fuck, come again. Chu Yan gritted his teeth and waved again. This time, he directly threw the remaining 9 million yuan crystals into the Suzaku Emperor's fire. The next moment, the spiritual tide in Chu Yan's body surged wildly again, setting off a huge wave that soared into the sky, and rushed towards the bottleneck of cultivation again. The peak of the 6th heaven of the Tongtian realm. The early stage of the 7th heavenly layer of the Tongtian realm. In the mid-7th heaven stage of Tongtian realm. The late stage of the 7th heavenly layer of the Tongtian realm. The peak of the 7th heaven of the Tongtian realm. In less than 100 breaths, Chu Yan's cultivation directly broke through the bottleneck of the 7th level of the Tongtian realm, and soared to the peak of the 7th level of the Tongtian realm. At the next cultivation bottleneck, he was stuck. No matter how powerful the spiritual tide was, he could no longer shake it up. Call. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, Chu Yan exhaled slowly, and slowly opened his eyes. This time, 10 million yuan crystals helped Chu Yan fully improve his cultivation level by 1.5, and directly promoted to the peak of the 7th heaven of the Tongtian realm. However, yuan jing is a huge waste. If Chu Yan can live for about 10 days and then burn yuan jing to practice, Chu Yan is sure to use the tens of millions of yuan jing to rush directly to the 8th heaven of Tongtian realm. It's a pity that Chu Yan has no time to wait any longer. The peak of the 7th heaven of the Tongtian realm. Not bad. Clenching his fists with both hands, Chu Yan felt the majestic power coming from the inner alchemy in the air sea, and nodded in satisfaction. At this time, besides the 16 inner alchemy in the Sea of Qi, the lingering golden pill mist became more and more dense, almost covering all the 16 inner alchemy. Once these pill mist reached the upper limit, Chu Yan would break through Wuhun, the state of honor. Okay. Next, start refining the Haotian sword. Chu Yan said softly, then waved his hand, took out the Haotian sword, put it in his hand, and inspected it carefully. The current Haotian sword has reached the 5th level. As long as it is promoted to another level, the Haotian sword will fully integrate with the sword spirit, and its power will be at least doubled. The Haotian sword is extremely important. It can increase Chu Yan's combat power by at least 30%, especially after having the sword spirit, the flying sword of thousands of miles, killing people invisible, is definitely a powerful weapon. Let's start. Chu Yan murmured with a flash of light in his eyes. #C976 All equipment upgrades. The Xuanhuan 9 residual furnace appeared. The coffin-shaped furnace body was extremely heavy, and there was a loud noise when it fell to the ground. Swish. Throwing the sword directly into the furnace, urging the emperor fire, the flame in the furnace instantly ignited. Chu Yan has collected all the materials needed for refining in the treasure house of Emperor Zongzong, and there is no shortage at all. A pile of refining materials, plus 30,000 yuan of crystals, were thrown into the furnace immediately, and the flame in the furnace was dimmed immediately. Chu Yan quickly activated his true energy to maintain the strength of the flame in the furnace, and began to refine the Haotian sword. It is very difficult to advance from the 5th level to the 6th level, far exceeding the sum of all the previous promotions. However, after using the Xuanhuan 9 waste furnace to refine a large amount of pills, Chu Yan is now in a relationship with the Xuanhuan 9 remnant furnace. It seems that there is some kind of mysterious connection. Even if you don't need to detect it with your spiritual sense, you can clearly sense the whole refining process. Therefore, Chu Yan can fully use this mysterious induction to ensure that there will be no problems with the upgrade of the Haotian sword. Even if the promotion fails, Chu Yan will interrupt the refining immediately and take back the Haotian sword so that it will not be scrapped directly. With this, Chu Yan dared to refine boldly, without too many scruples. The Haotian sword was constantly trembling in the furnace, and various refining materials were continuously fused into the sword body under the guidance of Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was like a net, tightly wrapping the entire Xuanhuan 9 remnants furnace, watching nervously for any changes in the furnace. Time flies, and the temperature in the room keeps rising. Soon, 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Clang! The resonant sound of sword chant pierced the world, like a thunderbolt above the sky. The Haotian sword rushed out of the furnace, its whole body was snow-colored, exuding thousands of silver lights, like a round of silvery moon. On the body of the sword, exuded a monstrous aura, as if the blue moon was suppressing the heavens. Good. Great sword. Chu Yan raised his hand to call, held the Haotian sword in his hand, waved it casually, a silver sword light spilled out, and a foot-long void crack suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. The incision was smooth, as if a hot knife had cut through butter. In this sword, Chu Yan did not use a trace of true energy, it was completely relying on the sharp sword energy of Haotian sword. With this sword, the world's spiritual soldiers, why fight for the front? Ha ha ha. Holding the Haotian sword in his hand, Chu Yan felt the sharp chill on the blade, causing the surrounding void to tear apart, and he laughed out loud. Although he didn't know what kind of spiritual weapon Yifeng used and what quality it reached, Chu Yan believed that the Haotian sword in his hand would never lose to the opponent. The next step is to lock the sky robe. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan put away the Haoyan sword, picked up the Xuanhuan robe next to him, pondered for a while, and threw it into the Tianwen 9 residual furnace. Compared with the Haoyan sword, Chu Yan has refined it 6 times, and has been using it to fight. It can be said that he is familiar with it and cannot be more familiar with it, so he dares to refine it boldly. As for this locking robe, Chu Yan has been in contact with it for a short time. Although he is amazed at its heaven-defying defensibility, when it comes to refining and upgrading, he still has some doubts in his heart. If he accidentally refines it into a waste product, it will be too late to cry. I hope I can go all the way to the 5th level. Chu Yan looked at the Xuanhuan robe in the furnace. Although he felt a little bit reluctant, he thought that the 5th order Xuanhuan robe might not be able to break through its defense even if it was a half-step martial arts powerhouse. When fighting Yi Feng, this will definitely become the most important hole card. Finally, Chu Yan gritted his teeth fiercely, and waved the Suzaku Emperor fire into the furnace with a wave of his hand. The fire was so powerful. The materials used to refine the Suoxianpao are extremely complicated. In the next 2 hours, Chu Yan invested thousands of pieces of refining materials to raise the Suoxianpao to the 4th level. At this time, the Xuanhuan robe, which was originally all black, suddenly had a dark golden brilliance, and at the same time, the weak power of stars continued to overflow from the Xuanhuan robe. The power of the stars absorbs the essence of the stars in the sky and integrates them into the lock heaven robe, greatly improving its defensive performance. Facing this heaven-locking robe, Chu Yan immediately felt that wanting to break through its defenses was like breaking through the starry sky of the stars and the heavens, and his heart was full of powerlessness. What a heaven-locking robe! But now, do you want to be promoted to the 5th rank? Looking at the Xuanhuan robe full of star power, Chu Yan became more and more reluctant to part with it. You must know that this 4th order lock heaven robe can completely ignore the attacks of any warrior below the Wu Zuanjing, which is almost equivalent to the existence of the invincible spirit treasure of the Tongtian realm. This piece of treasure, in the hands of any sect or strong man, it is too late to cherish. How can it be used for refining? If you are not careful, it will directly turn into a pile of black ashes. Looking at the Xuanhuan robe suspended in front of him, and at the Tianwen 9 residual furnace in front of him, Chu Yan's face was full of struggle. Crash! With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan took out all the refining materials for refining the 6th order Xuanhuan robe. More than 600 kinds of materials covered the entire floor of the room. Immediately, Chu Yan spent half an hour carefully checking and classifying each material to make sure that there was nothing wrong with it. The 6th order lock heaven robe, success or failure, depends on it. Chu Yan took a deep breath. If it wasn't for dealing with Yi Feng, of course there is no need to take risks, but in order to increase the chance of defeating Yi Feng, even if there is a slight possibility, Chu Yan will fight. After pondering for a moment, he swallowed the next 9 profound golden pill, and Chu Yan started the formal refinement. The difficulty of refining the 5th order Xuanhuan robe is far beyond Chu Yan's imagination. It took a whole night to refine and fuse nearly 600 kinds of materials into the Xuanhuan robe. The next morning, when the east was turning white, the refinement was finally over. Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the Tianwen 9 remnants furnace, was drenched in sweat, his entire face was pale, and his breath was extremely weak. He never thought that the refining of the 5th order lock heaven robe would take such a long time. Although the refining difficulty is simpler than that of the Haoyan sword, the materials and time required are really terrifying. The whole 3 bottles of 9 profound golden pills were all exhausted in the second half of the night. Later, Chu Yan completely relied on the true energy of the 16 inner alchemy to support him, and finally completed the 5th order lock heaven robe at dawn. Refining. After a long sigh of relief, Chu Yan quickly got up, went to the next room, and after taking a bath, changed into the 5th order lock heaven robe. In an instant, the majestic power of the stars lingered around his body, giving Chu Yan a faint feeling of blending into the heaven and earth, and his face was immediately beaming with joy. Okay. It's worthy of the Fifth Order Lock Heaven robe, hee. Even if Yifeng's cultivation base reaches the half-step martial venerable realm, I have no fear. After returning to the practice room, Chu Yan flipped his hands over and took out a bottle of Guiyuan pill. With a wry smile on his face, he shook his head, swallowed the Guiyuan pill, and began to recover his true energy. Up to now, all the Jiuxiao golden pills have been consumed, and Chu Yan must recover his true energy and start refining again. A day later, when Chu Yan stepped out of the training room, his whole body was completely new. Yifeng. You wait, Chu Yan, are here. Squinting his eyes slightly, the light in his eyes was like thunder. On Chu Yan's body, the violent fighting spirit rushed straight to Jiuxiao. Immediately, Chu Yan strode towards the main hall of Dizong. #C977, set off. Zhongtian continent, 10 miles away from Dizong, is surrounded by cliffs. Chu Yan was dressed in a black skylocking robe, carrying the Haoyan sword on his back, standing quietly on the cliff. His figure was like a towering mountain peak, standing tall and straight. Cut. Suddenly, Chu Yan put his fingers together and pointed the sword forward. A snow-colored silver light suddenly shot out from the void behind him, like a dawn lightning, flying out. Call out. The Haoyan sword is like a void elf, pulling out a long silver thread, like a bright mark. It flies out nearly 10 miles in an instant. Spin. Chu Yan let out a soft drink, and swept the sword finger with the middle finger. Suddenly, 10 miles away, the sword light reflecting the bright silver light suddenly turned around, cutting a semicircular plane in the void. Nourish! 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 The void that was cut sizzled, and the endless sharpness on the Haoyan sword, in the void that was torn apart, shot up into the sky like a silver lightning bolt, pointing at the point of the sword. All the mountains, winds, and clouds were twisted to pieces. Good sword. Seeing this, Chu Yan's face was filled with joy. Only relying on his spiritual consciousness, and relying entirely on the sharp edge of Haoyan sword's spiritual sword, he had such a terrifying attack power. If he was motivated by true energy, Chu Yan would even feel, can cut down the sky. The Sixth Order Haoyan Spirit Sword, even in the Zhongtian continent, is also a famous and powerful sword. Recalling the 8 god soldiers he had seen in Tianya City back then, Chu Yan felt that the Haoyan sword at this time was not inferior to the 8 god soldiers at all, and he even had the confidence to crush the 8 god soldiers with 1 against 8. With the Sixth Order Haoyan sword, you have the capital to defeat Yifeng. Chu Yan murmured. His whole body was boiling with blood, his heart was full of fighting spirit, and he was even more looking forward to going to Jiuling Xuantianzong. Today, there are still 15 days before the 3rd day of next month. Chu Yan plans to bid farewell to Shindang and Situyang today, and set off early tomorrow morning to go to Jiuling Xuantianzong. Early the next morning, Chu Yan bid farewell to Shindang, Zhangtian, Situyang, and Shenxingjia outside the gate of Dizong Mountain. Everyone, I'm leaving. Chu Yan's face was indifferent. Looking at the people in front of him, he said lightly. This time, he rejected Situyang's, Zhangtian's and Shenxingjia's requests to go with him, and decided to go to Jiuling Xuantianzong. In any case, Chu Yan believes that it is his own business to pick up Yuer, and he does not want to use any external force. Originally, Chu Yan left a message in front of the gate of Jiuling Xuantianzong Mountain, saying that it was a year later, and now it has only been more than 2 months. However, after hearing the news of Zhangtian, Chu Yan couldn't wait at all. In the past few days, not only have I received news from Zhangtian, but the entire Dizong has been rumored about the grand ceremony of the 9 spirits Shintian sect. This time, in order to create momentum for Yifeng, Jiuling Xuantianzong invited almost all the powerful sects in the Zhongtian continent. It was an unprecedented grand occasion and shook the entire Zhongtian continent. On the one hand, it is for the engagement of Yi Feng and Gong Ningyue, and at the same time, it is also to let the heroes of the world know that the world's #1 pride is in Jiuling Xuantianzong. Chu Yan, this time, regardless of whether you win or lose, you must come back alive. There was a lot of worry on Shendang's face. In his opinion, no matter whether Chu Yan could beat Yi Feng or not, in the territory of Jiuling Xuantianzong, it would not end well. If Jiuling wanted to, it is too easy to keep Chu Yan, which is not good for him. Therefore, according to what Shendang and Chu Yan said, there is no need to rush to go now, even if you wait another 8 months, according to the original 1-year agreement, with the cultivation resources of the D-Zone that is absolutely no worse than that of the medicine sect. Chu Yan, the speed of talent, after 8 months, steadily surpassed Yi Feng. At that time, if you go to the medicine sect again, your chances of winning will be much greater. Holy Lord, people live in this world, and there are some things that they are destined to face. If I can't stick to my heart and protect myself and the people around me, what's the use of this martial arts? Hearing Chu Yan's words, Shendang did not insist on persuading Chu Yan, but his eyes flickered, and he nodded slightly. Wait for me to come back and rebuild the Rakshasa Brahma sect. Chu Yan smiled lightly and said softly. Immediately, he stopped talking, and his figure soared into the sky, disappearing into the vast sky like a black sharp arrow. The rebuilding of the Rakshasa Wuji sect was done by Chu Yan and Shendang in detail in the past few days. After all, if a new sect has the support of one of the 8 ancient sects, it will be much easier in all aspects. Seeing Chu Yan's figure disappear into the sky, Shendang, Situ Yang and the others were all dazed, with an indescribable sense of loss in their hearts. Because they knew very well that during this trip, Chu Yan would either soar into the sky and become the #1 pride in Zhongtian continent, or he would never come back. After Chu Yan left Dizong, he flew all the way north, heading for Jiuling Xuantianzong. At this time, there are still 14 days before the 3rd day of the next month. With Chu Yan's current cultivation level, it will take less than 3 days to arrive. Therefore, Chu Yan has enough time to rush on the road, and is not in a hurry at all. At the same time, Chu Yan intends to walk slowly, constantly practicing and adjusting his state along the way, hoping that when he reaches Jiuling Xuantianzong, his combat power will be at its peak. And this is why Chu Yan didn't use the void crack to hurry. Of course, there is another important reason, that is the Qilin Wuhun. According to Xuanhuan Wuhun, the Qilin Wuhun will wake up within 3 days. And this is exactly what Chu Yan has been waiting for. After all, the lack of the unicorn martial soul of the 4 gods and beasts will naturally affect their strength. Flying slowly all the way, Chu Yan's figure continued to rise, shuttling through the clouds and the high-altitude wind, while comprehending the wind, while observing the migration of the sea of clouds. After flying for 2 days, Chu Yan discovered a huge mountain range. This mountain range stretches for thousands of miles, the waves are magnificent, the mountains are continuous, and there is no end in sight at a glance. Seeing this imposing mountain range made Chu Yan think of the little white bear Dangdang, who is still in the Tunshan mountain range. I don't know how she is going without seeing her in the past 2 months. Tianyu and Lei Tianzhua took care of him, so he was safe. Chu Wei was relieved. Whoosh! Chu Yan's figure was like lightning, and after a moment of pondering, he swooped down from the sky and fell towards the mountains below. Roar! As soon as Chu Yan landed on the ground, he released the white tiger martial soul. The majestic might of the king of beasts, like a monstrous torrent, swept across a radius of hundreds of miles, and drove away all the monsters around him. Chu Yan strode in the mountains, looking for a suitable place, and prepared to adjust his breath to recover for a while, and then on his way. However, there is thick fog in the forest in the mountains, and the terrain is extremely complicated. Chu Yan walked for a full hour, but he couldn't find a suitable place at all. Ow! Suddenly, a black demon tiger jumped out from the forest with a huge gust of wind, opened its bloody mouth, and flew towards Chu Yan. Okay. Seeing this Earth-level 6-star demon tiger attacking, Chu Yan couldn't help frowning. If you release the white tiger martial spirit by yourself, even if it is a monster of the sky rank, it will only piss off and dodge hastily. Moreover, this is still a tiger-type monster. In front of the white tiger Wuhun, the pressure that the tiger-type monster receives is the greatest. Something wrong. Chu Yan judged almost subconsciously, there must be something wrong with this mountain range. #C978 Weird Monster. Call out. Chu Yan's index finger and middle finger joined the sword, and a sword pointed out, and the silver true energy shot out, piercing the demon tiger's body in an instant. Roar. The monster's body shook, and there was a bloody hole in its chest, and blood was gushing out. Under the pain, it roared, turned around and went deep into the mountains. Want to leave? When Chu Yan saw the demon tiger running away, he immediately yelled, his figure flashed, and he chased after him. Chu Yan doesn't pay attention to Earth-level monsters at all. If it's normal, Chu Yan won't pay attention to it at all. However, it is different now. This monster tiger is not afraid of the white tiger martial soul. There must be something wrong with it. Chu Yan naturally has to figure it out. Escape there. Swish. The speed of the demon tiger is extremely fast, like a stream of black light, passing through the dense fog. For it, the continuous mountains are like walking on flat ground, and its speed has no effect at all. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness is fully open, and all the scenes within a radius of 10 miles can be seen clearly without eyes. The thick fog can't stop Chu Yan's figure and speed at all. Escape so fast. Chu Yan's face was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that the speed of this monster tiger was far faster than that of monsters of the same level. It would require Chu Yan to use 30% of his true energy to follow it steadily. In less than 100 breaths, the demon tiger fled to the entrance of a huge canyon, and finally slowed down. Roar. The monster tiger stopped, and looked back at Chu Yan, who was chasing after him. A pair of bloody tiger eyes were full of violence. He turned his head to the canyon, and let out a thunderous tiger roar. 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 The next moment, hundreds of black shadows shot out from the canyon and surrounded the monster tiger. Chu Yan raised his eyes, and his face suddenly sank. I saw that there were more than 100 demon tigers that were slightly smaller, all growling in a low voice, and rushed towards Chu Yan. Huh? It turned out to be a king-level monster. Seeing this, Chu Yan. He immediately understood that the demon tiger he was chasing just now was a demon tiger king, and he had a large group of demon tiger brothers under his command. Hundreds of monster tigers, under the leadership of the monster tiger king, quickly surrounded Chu Yan, in all directions, without a single gap. This canyon. Facing the encirclement of these 100 monster tigers, Chu Yan didn't care at all. His eyes narrowed slightly, but instead he looked at the distant canyon. His heart sank. This 1,000-foot-high canyon is extremely steep, with cliffs on both sides and no grass growing, and a big crack in the middle, like a line of sky split by a sword. It is extremely spectacular. The point is that Chu Yan feels so short. In the canyon, the faint blood and evil spirit continue to overflow, and with the thick fog around, slowly dissipate the void. If you don't walk within 1,000 steps, you can't find it at all. Here's the weirdness. Roar. 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 While Chu Yan was observing the canyon, the monster tiger king gave an order, and hundreds of monster tigers roared at the same time, and rushed towards Chu Yan. Hao Yan, go. Chu Yan saw a large group of demon tigers rushing up. His expression didn't change a bit. He raised his hand a little. The Hao Yan sword behind his back made a sound of sword pricking piercing the sky. Suddenly unsheathed, a bright sword shadow was drawn in the void, and shot to all around tigers. Call out. Puff. 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 The sword is like a startled rainbow, a little cold light, across the void all kinds of wonderful sword tracks, passing through the brows of monsters and tigers, bringing out a large cloud of blood mist. Within 2 breaths, hundreds of monsters, tigers, turned into the ground was full of tiger corpses, and no one survived. The demonic blood was everywhere, soaking the ground in front of the canyon, and the void was filled with bloody aura. Immediately afterwards, the tiger carcasses on the ground began to melt. As more and more red light spots rose from the tiger carcasses, all the tiger carcasses disappeared rapidly. In less than 5 breaths, the mouth of the canyon that was originally full of demon tiger corpses was completely clear, and even the blood of demon tigers on the ground turned into red light spots all over the sky, like a large ocean of red stars floating in the wind. Call. A strange force swept over, and the red light spots all over the sky shook at the same time, flying towards the mouth of the canyon, and disappeared in front of Chu Yan in an instant. What's the situation? Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's face was full of solemnity and doubt. Ever since Chu Yan practiced martial arts, he has killed not 100,000 monsters, but also 80,000. When have you ever seen such a situation? Whoosh! In the next moment, without any hesitation, Chu Yan unfolded his figure and flew into the canyon. Once entering the canyon, the bloody and sinister atmosphere immediately became thicker. The canyon passage with 4 carriages running side by side was extremely narrow, and the cliffs beside the canyon were full of dark and large caves, which looked like monsters. Caves where beasts live. The canyon passage is different from the mountains outside, there is no trace of fog, and the end can be seen at a glance, but it is a dark valley. Chu Yan flew towards the valley at the end of the canyon. Roar! At this moment, a tall monster wolf shot out from the cliff cave on the side, and landed heavily in front of Chu Yan, blocking the way, and let out a beast roar. Heaven-ranked 3-star monster. Chu Yan stopped, looked up at the demon wolf, and frowned. Humans, get out! Or die! With a flash of black light on his body, the wolf, who was hundreds of feet tall, turned into a dark-faced middle-aged man in a black robe, uttering words. Heaven-level monsters, who can cultivate to form, usually practice in human cities, and rarely stay in mountains. It's up to you. Chu Yan's face was indifferent, and he didn't talk nonsense with him. He raised his hand a little, and suddenly, a little spiritual light burst out from the void, like a little cold light blooming, bringing out a long movie, which shot directly at the wolf's eyebrows. The Haotian sword cut across the void, and the endless sharpness spread across the sky and the earth, like a flash of lightning. It hit the middle-aged man's face in less than half a blink of an eye. A 3-star monster of the sky rank, but with the strength of the 6th level of the sky, it is impossible to be Chu Yan's opponent. Roar! The middle-aged man in black let out a beast roar, and a cloud of blood burst out between his eyebrows, and his body fell to the ground, turning into a wolf nearly 100 feet tall. Call. Like the demon tiger before, the nearly 100-foot corpse of the demon wolf quickly turned into countless bloody spots and flew towards the end of the canyon. I want to see what's in the valley at the end of this canyon, Chu Yan said in a low voice, and then he unfolded his figure and flew out again. Afterwards, in the nearly 10-mile canyon, there were monsters jumping down from the cliffs, blocking Chu Yan's way, and the level of these monsters was getting higher and higher. When Chu Yan was only 100 steps away from the end of the canyon, he was blocked by an 8-star monster. This monster almost already has the cultivation strength of a human fighter and the 2nd level of Wuzuanjing. Moreover, because the monster's defense is stronger than the human martial soul, the actual combat power of this monster ape may have reached Wuzuanjing triple sky. Haotian, cut. Chu Yan raised his hand and pointed. The Haotian sword traveled through the void, appeared from behind the demon ape, pierced directly into the head, brought out a mass of red and white flesh, and killed it with one blow. If there is no 6th level Haotian sword, it would be a bit troublesome for Chu Yan to kill this 8-star demon ape. But now, in front of the 1,000 miles flying sword, which travels through the void and ignores the defense-oriented 6th-order Haoyan sword, this monster has no power to resist at all. Loss. Whoosh. With a flash, Chu Yan passed through the Yixianshan Canyon and stepped into the dark valley. #C979 Devouring Sha. Roar. 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 When Chu Yan's body just landed on the valley floor, in the dark places in all directions, thousands of monsters, like a wave of beasts, rushed towards Chu Yan crazily. Wuji swordsmanship, Taishu Wuji. Call out. Call out. Call out. The Haoyan sword rushed out into the night, and within a radius of 100 feet, it turned into sword shadows all over the sky. Sword shadows flashed one after another, and the entire void was covered by sword shadows, as if turning into a huge ball of sword light. The ball, with sharp energy, fills the whole world. At the same time, in Chu Yan's hand, a silver snow-colored long sword appeared. It was the most precious treasure obtained in the Raksha Wuji sect, the 10 absolute swords. The 10 absolute sword was also tempered to the 4th level, by Chu Yan. Although the power of the sword is as different as that of the Haoyan sword, it is definitely a magic weapon in the Zhongtian continent. Taishu Wuji swordsmanship unfolds, like waves of swords formed by layers of sword light. With a single swing of the sword, waves of half-moon-shaped sword shadows rush in all directions. When the waves of swords pass by, the void shatters layer by layer, like a flood peak pushing past. The realms you have passed will be exhausted and invincible. Roar. 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 Countless monsters, in front of Chu Yan's Wuji swordsmanship, can only be slaughtered. In addition, Haoyan sword is really terrifying. Every time a sword trajectory flashes, several monsters are pierced through the eyebrows. In less than 10 breaths, nearly 1,000 beasts of varying strengths were all turned into corpses of monsters all over the ground, and none of them survived. Where Chu Yan was standing, within 1,000 steps, there were all stumps and broken arms, blood flowed like a lake, and the bloody breath set off a red mist, heading straight to Jiuxiao. During the battle just now, Chu Yan also tried it, erupting the coercion of the white tiger martial soul, but it still had no effect, as if these monsters were not monsters. One must know that even human fighters would be greatly affected by the coercion of the king of beasts of the white tiger martial soul, let alone monsters. It's so strange. It is impossible for monsters and humans with spirits to ignore the coercion of the white tiger. There must be something wrong here. Chu Yan held the 10 swords in his hand, hid the Haoyan sword into the void, looked at the valley with full vigilance, swept out his consciousness, and began to investigate carefully. It's so bloody and sinister. Chu Yan frowned, and pondered for a while. Towards the depths of the valley, walking. However, before Chu Yan could walk 100 steps, a black shadow shot from the depths of the valley and landed directly in front of Chu Yan. Huh! The man in black. Chu Yan was startled, and he tightened the 10 absolute sword in his hand, staring straight at the opponent. This is a middle-aged man wearing a black robe. His whole body is covered in a one-piece black robe, and only one face can be vaguely seen. And his face was pale, without a trace of blood, exactly the same as the black-robed man from the Black Blood Temple that Chu Yan had seen before, but except for those eyes. The black-robed man from the Black Blood Temple that Chu Yan had seen before, after practicing their secret technique, their eyes would turn a faint red color, but the eyes of the black-robed man in front of him were all gray, without the whites of the eyes, and the pupils are completely gray, like a cloud of gray air flowing in it. This is... Chu Yan's face darkened slightly, and his spiritual consciousness kept sweeping across the opponent's body. Apart from sensing the strong evil spirit in the opponent's body, he couldn't detect anything else. Could it be a puppet? Chu Yan has also heard of the so-called puppet. Some lost warriors can be resurrected by using a special altar spirit array. However, this kind of resurrected Yin puppet does not have any soul, just like the same puppets. This kind of puppet, apart from consciousness and soul, is no different from ordinary people, and can retain 50% of the combat power before death, and even high-level puppet can reach 80% of the combat power. However, this kind of desecration and damage to the body of a warrior is a big taboo in the Haotian continent. After all, no one wants to be refined into a puppet after death, and neither the body nor the soul can rest in peace. Therefore, all sects on the mainland, as long as they find out that there are forces or people refining black puppets, they will be besieged and killed by all the forces on the mainland, and they will never die. Now, Chu Yan finally realized why there is such a strong evil spirit in this valley. It turns out that there are evil puppets here. However, who made this puppet, and who controlled it? Wu. Yin puppet let out a sobbing and roaring sound, as if a monster roared lowly. His figure flashed, and he rushed directly towards Chu Yan. Humph! Chu Yan snorted coldly, swiped the 10 absolute sword in his hand, the sword light flashed, and directly pierced a big hole in Yin puppet's chest. Woo! Roar! However, there was a bull-sized blood hole in his chest, but it didn't have any effect on Yin puppet's actions at all. Under the roar, he still rushed towards Chu Yan. Die! Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his hand and punched out. The 5-colored fist glow lingered, and the shiny silver fist print roared out, directly blasting the puppet in front of him into a ball of minced meat. There must be other people here, otherwise who will control the puppet? Chu Yan was puzzled in his heart. Refining Yin puppets would hurt the peace of the sky. It needs to cover the sky and the sun, a place full of Yin, and cooperate with the large formation of Yin refining to be able to successfully refine. Chu Yan doesn't believe that whoever refines the Yin puppet will put it in this wilderness and leave it alone. Therefore, the person who refines the puppet must be nearby. Swallow! Chu Yan released the phantom of the Rakshasa, devouring the evil spirit that floated out of the shattered flesh of the Yin puppet in front of him, and then continued walking towards the valley. Roar! 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 When Chu Yan rushed to the middle of the valley, a large black shadow came, and it turned out to be a large group, no less than 100 puppets, rushing towards Chu Yan. Sure enough. I'm afraid there are a lot of Yin puppets here. The Yin refining formation is also here. Looking up, facing so many evil puppets, Chu Yan showed no trace of fear. He urged the Rakshasa phantom, holding the 10 absolute sword, and charged forward with bright eyes. Compared with the previous wave of monsters and beasts, no matter how much Chu Yan kills, he will not gain anything at all. However, these Yin puppets are different. They have extremely pure Yin and evil spirits on them, which can improve the phantom of Rakshasa. Great tonic. Call out! Call out! Call out! As Chu Yan rushed into the group of Yin puppets, blood shot out immediately, and stumps flew around, like a bloody road, appearing in the black tide of Yin puppets in an instant. Chu Yan was very happy in his heart. If there are so many shady puppets, if they all swallow their evil spirit, his Rakshasa phantom will definitely solidify a lot. By then, Rakshasa phantom will be able to upgrade again. Boundless killings are staged crazily in the valley. Although these puppets are very powerful, they are all below the 5th level of the heavenly realm, and it is impossible for them to be Chu Yan's opponents. In addition, Chu Yan has just mastered the Wuji swordsmanship, Taishu Wuji. This move is designed to attack the group. With one sword, at least 7 or 18 puppets were cut to pieces. Roar! The Rakshasa spectacle, as tall as a mountain, appeared behind Chu Yan, and the golden fork in his hand shot out thousands of golden lights, continuously increasing Chu Yan's attack power, and at the same time, devouring the evil spirits floating around. After the Rakshasa phantom devoured a large amount of Yin evil energy, it even turned into a part of Rakshasa's true energy, which flowed back into Chu Yan's body, making Chu Yan feel that his cultivation bottleneck had loosened a bit. #C980 Soul Valley. Feeling the loosening of the bottleneck of cultivation in the Sea of Qi, Chu Yan was overjoyed immediately, and even more crazily killed these puppets. As a large amount of yin and evil energy was swallowed by the Rakshasa phantom, more and more Rakshasa true energy poured into Chu Yan's body, and as they continued to gather, a flood of true energy quickly formed. What surprised Chu Yan even more was that in the darkness deep in the valley, more shady puppets kept rushing, as if they were endless and endless. Chu Yan's long sword is flying, and the spirit sword is shuttled, while devouring the evil spirit, and at the same time controlling the Sea of Qi with divine consciousness, impacting the bottleneck of cultivation. Before starting from D-Zone, Chu Yan's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th heaven of the Tongtian realm, and he was only half a step away from the 8th heaven of the Tongtian realm. Now, with so much yin and evil energy, it is really possible to break through the 8th level of the heaven-reaching realm. The boundless evil spirit, like a thick black fog, turned into tornadoes as the Rakshasa phantom swallowed it, and poured into the mouth of the Rakshasa phantom, devouring everything like a long whale sucking water. As the Rakshasa's direct qi in the body gathered more and more, there was a constant booming sound in the sea of Chu Yan's qi. It was the sound of the wave of Rakshasa's true qi starting to hit the bottleneck of cultivation. Roar! Roar! At this moment, in front of Chu Yan's eyes, a dark puppet with fishy green eyes suddenly appeared, and the evil spirit on his body was so strong that the temperature of the surrounding air began to drop rapidly. Second-order yin puppet. Chu Yan was overjoyed when he saw it. Compared with ordinary yin puppets, the strength of this second-order yin puppet is much stronger, especially the physical defense is equivalent to that of monsters of the same level. However, to Chu Yan, it just means that there are more pure and powerful monsters. The majestic evil spirit can be devoured. Give it all to me, destroy. Chu Yan let out a long howl, and his sword and fist came out together. The bright sword light, coupled with the 5-color silver fist seal, killed all directions, and the pure yin and evil spirit kept floating up. Laugh. 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 Within the range, covered by the sword light and the fist light, all the puppets, no matter if they were ordinary puppets or second-order puppets, were all turned into pieces of meat, and the rich and pure evil spirit continued to rise. In Chu Yan's body, the 16 inner alchemy trembled, releasing more Zhenqi and stellar energy, merging into the wave of Rakshas Zhenqi hitting the bottleneck. After reaching the sky. Originally, it was extremely difficult to improve the cultivation base, but Chu Yan has continuously broken through the cultivation base recently, and the foundation of the cultivation base is not solid enough. It is even more difficult to break through again. Unfortunately, there is still a lot of evil spirit. Chu Yan swung his long sword and swept across the audience at the same time. He found that the number of puppets around him was getting smaller and smaller, and he became somewhat worried. Of course, he hopes that he can use these shady puppets to improve his cultivation level. In that case, he will be more confident when he fights against Yifeng. Boom, boom. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. In a dark place deep in the valley, a thick blood-colored fist mark came violently, like a galloping monster, and slammed towards Chu Yan fiercely. This blood-colored fist print is so powerful that the fist light passes by, and the evil spirit around it that has not had time to be swallowed by the Rakshasa phantom is completely involved in this blood-colored fist light, making its power continue to rise. Where the fist light passed, everything was reduced to dust. The Puppet King. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. He knew very well that among the yin puppets, only a few top yin puppets had the ability to use martial arts in their lifetime. This kind of yin puppets were called yin puppet kings. Swish! Chu Yan's figure flashed, and he avoided to the left, and immediately merged into the darkness on the side of the valley. The pupils of the unicorn were shining with colorful streamers. Chu Yan glanced and suddenly found that there was a middle-aged man in black robe standing straight in front of a huge cave on the cliff of the valley where the bloody fist light attacked. This person is dressed in a black robe, but has a blood-patterned robe edge, a pair of eyes, extremely red, and a thin body. It seems that there is only a thin layer of skin, without flesh and blood. Boy, if you dare to break into the Valley of Calling Souls, you will die. The man in black yelled loudly, and the sound wave broke out, like frosty cold air, sweeping all directions. Calling Soul Valley. Chu Yan was stunned, he had never heard of this Calling Soul Valley. However, listening to this name, it must be related to these puppets, absolutely inseparable. Who are you? Why are you refining the Een puppet here? Chu Yan asked suspiciously, his tone was cold. Die to me. The black-robed man ignored Yang Yan at all, and shot towards Chu Yan in a flash. Blood soul sacrificial to heaven. But in the blink of an eye, the black-robed man rushed 1,000 steps in front of Chu Yan, raised his hand, and a large amount of blood-colored true energy, like a huge wave, enveloped Chu Yan, as if to completely engulf Chu Yan. Generally, this move is majestic and powerful, and once it is shot, a wave of blood will cover the sky and cover the sun, completely blocking Chu Yan in all directions, leaving no way out at all. However, does Chu Yan need to escape? It's you who is courting death. Chu Yan sneered, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand a little, and a cold light suddenly shot out from the void, towards the back of the black-robed man's head, and shot away. Call out. Haut Yan has a spirit, the sword light flashed, and stopped 10 steps in front of the black-robed man. The power of the sword exploded, and the sword glow was as high as 100 feet in the sky, and suddenly cut down with a sword. Laugh. There was no accident. The moment the sword light fell, the black-robed man had just turned around, and was cut in half by the Haut Yan sword. His blood was soaring. Hiss. Suddenly, from the corpse that had been cut in half, a cloud of red blood mist floated up as the blood spattered, grabbing away, as if a group of souls floated through the void. Fuck. What is this? Seeing this, Chu Yan couldn't help but shuddered. After a little start, his figure flickered and he chased after the blood mist. According to Chu Yan's guess, this cloud of blood mist should belong to the blood of the Een puppet king, so naturally Chu Yan will not let it go easily. The blood mist rushed into the cave, turned left and right, as if entering an underground maze, and flew away with Chu Yan all the way. Soon, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly opened up, and he came to a huge underground space. This underground space is extremely huge, covering an area of at least 100 miles, surrounded by mountains, and above the mountains, there are densely packed caves. On the other hand, where the ground is open, there are countless altars, and the strong evil spirit diffuses the entire underground space. Boom! The silvery fist print surrounded by 5 colors of light blasted out, and the blood-colored mist let out a scream, and was immediately blasted to pieces, turning into ordinary evil spirits, which were sucked into the body by the Rakshasa phantom. Where is this place? Chu Yan glanced across, looking at the distance and at least thousands of black altars, and suddenly felt a cold breath coming, which made him feel creepy. #C981 Not a small gain. In the entire valley, the evil spirit soared to the sky, the cold air was dense, and the sound of hissing and howling ghosts continued to come from thousands of altars. Roar! 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 The underground space is extremely huge, and there are a large number of puppets scattered here and there. In an instant, countless gray or blood-red eyes looked over, glared at Chu Yan at the same time, and roared. Emperor Suzaku fire, burn it for me. Chu Yan swept his eyes across, not afraid of rejoicing. There are so many shady puppets in front of him. If he can absorb all their Een and evil spirits, the bottleneck of his own cultivation will definitely be broken. Call. Call. The Suzaku martial soul soared into the sky, like a round of golden scorching sun, the dazzling fire light swayed across the sky. Almost at the moment when the Suzaku martial soul appeared, the darkness of the entire underground world was swept away, and the Suzaku Emperor Fire set off monstrous waves of fire, sweeping in all directions like the tide of a sea of fire. However, Chu Yan controlled the range of the Suzaku Emperor Fire within 1,000 steps, and condensed the might of the Emperor Fire to the strongest state possible. Chu Yan is very clear that his burning corpse refining chi of Suzaku Emperor Hua has a relatively strong power only against inanimate ones, and its power will be greatly reduced for living ones. Therefore, Chu Yan has to try it to make sure that Suzaku Dihua's lethality to these shady puppets. The Suzaku martial soul, like the Vulcan in the sky, swept away with a large piece of purple flames, rushing towards Chu Yan's puppet in all directions, and was instantly swallowed by the flames, turning into a fireman, still rushing forward. Call! 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 The effect of the burning of the Emperor Fire was far beyond Chu Yan's imagination. In a moment, all the puppets rushing from all sides were swallowed by the sea of flames, and none of them could rush out of the range of the Emperor Fire intact. Within 5 breaths, all turned into black ash scattered on the ground. At the same time, a large cloud of evil spirit, like a black cloud wave, rushed towards the Rakshasa phantom. A large amount of Rakshas's true energy rushed into Chu Yan's body, and Chu Yan's cultivation was at the bottleneck, trembling violently, and instantly became loose, and soon reached the critical point of breakthrough. The dark puppet here is enough for me to break through and cultivate. Chu Yan looked around, with a hint of joy on his face, and murmured. Around thousands of altars, there are no less than 10,000 ghost puppets, still rushing towards them like a tide. But the Emperor Fire of the Suzaku martial soul unfolded, and the effect was astonishing. There was no need for Chu Yan to fight again. He only needed to swallow a few 9 profound golden pills after a period of time to keep his true energy consumed. Whoosh! Chu Yan's figure was like lightning, and he rushed towards the center of the altar in the distance. Now, under the burning of the Suzaku Emperor's fire, Chu Yan is no longer in any danger. Now he just wants to find out who is behind this Valley of Souls control. Thousands of altars stand on all sides, with no end in sight at a glance. In the center of the dark forest of altars, black evil spirits are rolling, and a palace with a black base and a red roof stands among them. Chu Yan's face was startled, his brows were slightly frowned, and his heart was full of doubts. Both the altars and this palace are obviously man-made. If someone really controls this place, then it must be in this palace. If the guess is correct, this place has something to do with the Black Blood Temple. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and this consciousness flashed in his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was related to the Black Blood Temple. Because, during this period of time, the Black Blood Temple was really too peaceful, even for such a big event as the Blood Sea in the spiritual domain. No one from the Black Blood Temple appeared, which is really weird. Constantly thinking about it, it took a long time before Chu Yan calmed down a little, and strode towards the black-red palace in front of him. Walking up the steps, Chu Yan looked up and found that this palace was different from ordinary palaces. There is no gate in this palace, but there are passages leading directly into the palace. Chu Yan glanced across, randomly selected one of the 10 passages, stepped into it, and walked towards the depths of the palace. Stepping into the passage of the palace, there are rooms on both sides. There may be hundreds of rooms in one passage. Open a room casually, and the scene in the room can be seen at a glance. Except for a black sarcophagus, there is nothing else. A stream of evil spirits escaped from these black sarcophagi, and the temperature in the room was extremely low. On the black sarcophagus, there are complex spirit patterns all over the entire sarcophagus, which should be some kind of complex spirit gathering array. The evil spirit in all directions flowed out of the void like silk threads, and flowed into the black sarcophagus like a trickling stream. Chu Yan was fully alert, walked slowly into the room, and stood in front of the black sarcophagus. Boom! With a wave of his big hand, a burst of true energy was thrown out, and the lid of the black sarcophagus was immediately overturned. Chu Yan looked into the black sarcophagus, and saw a second-order puppet lying in the coffin, with his eyes closed and a sinister expression lingering on his face. Sure enough, as Chu Yan expected, the hundreds of rooms in this palace passage are all places wherein puppets are bred. Boom! Chu Yan punched out, blasting the head of the puppet in front of him into a pile of rotten meat, turned around, and walked out of the room. Walking outside the room, Chu Yan glanced at the end of the passage, and the rooms were neatly arranged, and the number was definitely more than 100. It seems a bit uneconomical to continue killing like this. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, then changed his mind immediately. He was going to put all the puppets into the Rakshasa space, wait for a safe place, and let the Rakshasa ghosts absorb the evil spirit contained in them at the same time. In this way, it will be of great benefit to the improvement of one's cultivation base, and now that one is about to break through the 8th level of the heaven-reaching realm, there are so many second-level puppets in front of him, just to take advantage of them. Thinking of this, Chu Yan's figure flickered immediately, bringing out a black afterimage, continuously entering and leaving the room in this passage, and bringing all the second-order puppets in the black sarcophagus into the Rakshasa space. Going straight along the palace passage actually leads into the belly of a huge mountain, as if there is no end. In nearly 100 breaths of time, Chu Yan collected no less than 1,000 second-order puppets in this passage. Although the refinement of these second-order puppets has not been completed, the evil spirit contained in them is also extremely strong, which makes Chu Yan's face full of joy, and the more he gathers, the more excited he becomes. Tom. In a room, from the opened black sarcophagus, a Yin puppet king suddenly jumped out. Roar! With a low growl, the Yin puppet king swung its claws and grabbed at Chu Yan. However, this kind of Yin puppet king of the same level of cultivation was not Chu Yan's opponent at all. After a few moves, he broke all his limbs and threw him into the Rakshasa space. Harvesting a Yin puppet king made Chu Yan even more excited, and rushed into the passage again, rushing towards the room below. In the room near the mountainside, the number of Yin puppet kings is increasing, and another 100 breaths of time have passed, and the number of Yin puppets harvested by Chu Yan has exceeded 2,000. It's almost there, it's more than enough to break through the 8th heaven of the heaven-reaching realm. Chu Yan stood at the end of the passage, his face was full of joy, and he was in a good mood. He didn't expect to be able to improve his cultivation by another level on the way to Jiuling Xuantianzong. Swish! Swish! At this moment, in the thick black air in the distance, 3 black figures flew over and blocked Chu Yan. Who are you? How dare you enter my valley of souls? There was a loud shout, and the reddish eyes of the 3 men in black were full of murderous intent. It really is a person from the Black Blood Temple. Chu Yan looked at the 3 men in black robes in front of him, his spiritual consciousness swept over their bodies, and he immediately sensed the familiar and no longer familiar aura, sneered suddenly, and said, #C982 meet the old monster again. Chu Yan's divine sense swept over them, and immediately determined that they belonged to the Black Blood Temple. You know, when Chu Yan returned to the Hongya Empire last time, he killed nearly 100,000 disciples of the Black Blood Temple in one breath. He is naturally very familiar with their aura, and it is absolutely impossible to admit his mistake. Boy, since you know this is the Black Blood Temple, you still dare to break in. Who are you? Among the 3 men in black robes, the leader shouted loudly. This person's cultivation has reached the 9th level of the heaven-reaching realm, and the blood and energy in his body are surging, and his momentum is extremely astonishing. But Chu Yan knew very well in his heart that the actual combat strength of these warriors in the Black Blood Temple was far lower than their cultivation base, so there was nothing to fear. Just like the one speaking in front of me, the warrior of the Black Blood Temple who is at the 9th level of the heaven-reaching realm, with actual combat power, it is not bad if he is at the 6th level of the heaven-reaching realm. Who am I? Hee. Chu Yan sneered when he heard the other party's question. His name, Chu Yan, and his belief in the Black Blood Temple were engraved in everyone's heart. Boy, no matter who you are, since you entered the Valley of Calling Souls today, you must die. Seeing that Chu Yan didn't answer, the black-robed man's face immediately sank. He stopped talking nonsense with Chu Yan, and attacked directly. Boom. 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 3 blood-colored fist lights, like 3 groups of blood balls with ferocious skeletons, roared, bringing up a large amount of evil spirit, hissing and screaming all the way, and slammed towards Chu Yan fiercely. Facing the attacks of the 3 black-robed men, Chu Yan was naturally not polite, and when he dodged, he counterattacked. Die to me. With a soft shout, Chu Yan raised his hand and blasted out a 5-color silver glow fist, facing the 3 blood skull fists that smashed towards him. Boom. Boom. Light. The Emong fist print, like a colorful shooting star, descends into the world. Wherever it passes, the bloody skull fist prints are instantly shattered, and even the Emong fist seal cannot be blocked. After collapsing the blood-colored fist, the silver-colored fist directly hit the 3 black-robed men, and immediately burst into a rain of blood and broken flesh. The violent vigor rushed in all directions, and the void within a radius of 10,000 steps trembled loudly. Vibrates the space within the entire mountainside. I don't know, is there an inner alchemy in the body of the warriors of the Black Blood Temple? Chu Yan slowly walked up to the 3 piles of minced meat, waved his true energy, and checked the 3 corpses. After the warrior reaches the 5th level of the heaven-reaching realm, the inner alchemy must be condensed in the body. Although the inner alchemy will disappear quickly after the warrior dies, if the speed is fast, it can still be found. This martial artist's inner alchemy may not be of any use to other martial artists, but for Chu Yan, who has the martial soul skill of burning corpses and refining qi, it is a good thing that can improve his cultivation. Huh. Really? After waving it casually a few times, his true energy was like a knife, and he lifted up a large piece of broken meat, and finally found 3 blood-colored inner alchemy the size of an elixir. The 3 men in black robes harvested 3 inner pills. If there are a large number of warriors in the Valley of Summoning Souls of the Black Blood Temple, then their cultivation might be able to improve some more. As soon as the 3 inner pills were put into the jade bottle, there was a rumbling sound in the distance. The entire mountainside space trembled violently, and countless powerful auras flew from all directions. Chu Yan held a long sword in his hand, and his face was indifferent. It would be best for all these people to rush forward, lest he have to look for them one by one. Swish swish swish. Soon, hundreds of figures, like a large black sharp arrow, surrounded Chu Yan in an instant. Among these people, most of them are warriors of the Black Blood Temple in black robes, and among them are a few puppet kings with extremely sinister aura. The first person has a terrifying aura, full of blood, like a huge wave, swallowing the sky and eating the earth, covering half of the sky, and he is a strong martial artist. Huh. Boy, it's you. The leader of the black-robed man looked at Chu Yan, and suddenly made a sound of surprise. You know me. Chu Yan looked at the other party, but found that he didn't see the other party at all, and said in doubt. This black-robed man has a thin face, slightly rosier than other warriors of the Black Blood Temple, and there is a faint black light in his red eyes. Among the warriors of the Black Blood Temple that Chu Yan has seen, there was never such a person. You are Chu Yan. He, have you forgotten the Battle of the God of War platform? The black-robed man grinned grimly, his voice was cold and evil, and he looked into Chu Yan's eyes, which kept flickering. You are Blood Soul Venerable. Hearing this, Chu Yan was startled for a moment, then immediately shrank his pupils and said in surprise. That's right. It's the old man. Last time I wanted to arrest you, but you escaped. I didn't expect that this time, you would send it to your door yourself, quack quack. Blood Soul Venerable smiled all over his face, looking at Chu Yan, as if seeing a peerless treasure. At the Battle of Tiantai back then, Chu Yan's heaven-defying martial soul and monstrous talent made Venerable Blood Soul want to take Chu Yan away, and use Chu Yan's physical body to make himself the pinnacle of martial arts. At that time, there were two great holy masters, and Chu Yan just triggered Lei Jia. In addition, I had just woken up from my 10,000-year slumber, and my cultivation skills had not been restored at all. Therefore, on the God of War stage, the seizure failed. But now, it's very different. I have found a suitable physical body, and I have recovered 90% of my cultivation base. Although Duisha's current physical body has limited aptitude and talent, and let his cultivation base fall from the middle Wu Zuanjing to the lower Wu Zuanjing. But, it's all right now, Chu Yan delivered it to his door by himself. As long as Chu Yan is taken away, not to mention the foundation of his original middle Wu Zuanjing cultivation base, even if it is Wu Emperor and Wu Emperor, he will have a chance to win. Boy, it's bad luck for you to venture into the Valley of Souls. Kneel down and be bound, obediently let me take your body away, otherwise the old man will make you regret your life in pain. Venerable Blood Soul stared at Chu Yan with red and black eyes. This time he would never let Chu Yan have any more chances. Last time, whether it was Lei Jia or his own cultivation, there were two other holy masters who helped Chu Yan, but now, Chu Yan is alone, and in the territory of the Black Blood Temple, how could he have any chance? Venerable Blood Soul. Unexpectedly, you old monster is still alive, but you want to take me away? Hee hee. Hearing Venerable Blood Soul's words, Chu Yan showed no trace of fear on his face, instead he sneered and said softly. Chu Yan's consciousness swept over Venerable Blood Soul, and his strength and cultivation were clear at a glance. The next level is the pinnacle of Wu Zuanjing. It seems that they are much higher than Chu Yan, but don't forget that no matter how high the cultivation level of the warriors of the Black Blood Temple is, their actual combat power is far below the cultivation level. In other words, the actual combat strength of this Blood Soul Venerable is half a step into the martial state, which is not bad. In addition, in less than 3 months, he didn't know at all that the Chu Yan standing in front of him now was no longer the Chu Yan who was on the God of War platform back then. #C983 Haoyan Divine Soldier. When Chu Yan met the Blood Soul Venerable who had just awakened at the God of War platform, his cultivation was only in the heavenly realm. There is a difference in the cultivation level between the heavenly transformation realm and the martial venerable realm. Even if the Blood Soul Venerable's combat power is low, a multi-day realm is enough to crush it. But now, Chu Yan's cultivation has reached the peak of the 7th heaven of the Tongtian realm, and he is only a few cultivation realms away from the lower martial venerable realm. If he encounters ordinary warriors of the lower martial state, Chu Yan may only have to protect himself and escape, but facing the warriors of the Black Blood Temple, it is quite different. At this moment, Venerable Blood Soul's mind is full of fantasies about how he will be after taking away Chu Yan's identity, so he has a smirk on his face. And Chu Yan, facing Venerable Blood Soul's sneer, also sneered. Since you don't know how to flatter and insist on tasting life as worse than death, don't blame the old man. Venerable Blood Soul's eyes brightened, he waved his hand abruptly, and shouted loudly. Kill him. Be careful not to hurt your body. Roar. 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 After the words of Venerable Blood Soul fell, a large group of disciples of the Black Blood Temple and Yin Puppet behind him roared at the same time and rushed towards Chu Yan. In battle, if you want to kill your opponent without hurting his body, there are only 2 directions. One is to blast away the opponent's sea of qi, and then arouse the riotous true energy in the opponent's body to impact the sea of consciousness. Is equal to the destruction of the consciousness and soul, and there is another direction, which is simpler, to directly attack the opponent's sea of consciousness. However, to achieve these 2 points, one must be timid when fighting, and it is impossible to do everything with all one's strength. Following the silhouettes of hundreds of people, they rushed towards Chu Yan, and immediately set off a large wave of sinister energy, sweeping towards Chu Yan like a black tide. In an instant, countless blood-colored fist lights and palm prints covered the sky, like a blood-colored flood peak, trying to completely submerge Chu Yan. Chu Yan's complexion didn't change at all. With a shake of the long sword in his hand, the 5-color lingering silver light came out of the night. Cut. One word landed, the sword light shot violently, and the sword energy rushed out, strangling everything. Laugh. 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 5-color sword energy. It was fierce, and everything was annihilated wherever it passed. A large number of disciples of the Black Blood Temple and Yin puppets, under Chu Yan's sword light, had no resistance at all, and more than half of them were strangled in an instant. The rest of the survivors were mostly injured by the sword energy, their faces were full of shock, and their breaths were disordered. What? The faces of all the disciples of the Black Blood Temple changed drastically. They never imagined that Chu Yan had such fighting power. Hundreds of strong men from the Black Blood Temple besieged, plus a few powerful Yin puppet kings. They couldn't even block Chu Yan's sword. This is impossible. Venerable Blood Soul's eyes were bulging, and he stared blankly at the corpses all over the ground. His face, which had only a trace of blood, turned pale with fright. These Yin puppet kings are from the Valley of Calling Souls, and they have been refined with great effort. The combat power of each head is equivalent to the 9th level of the heaven-reaching realm, and the defense power of the skin is equivalent to half a step. Martial venerable, but, in front of Chu Yan, it is no different from a rotten watermelon. With a sword, it will all fall apart. Your cultivation level. It was only now that Venerable Blood Soul remembered to check Chu Yan's cultivation, swept over with a divine sense, and suddenly found that Chu Yan's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th heaven of the Tongtian realm. What? It's only been more than 2 months, and you have raised a level of heaven and earth. Venerable Blood Soul only felt his eyes go dark, and his figure kept shaking. Under the horror, he was almost frightened out of his wits, and his mouth was wide enough to swallow a pig monster. 2.5 months. The cultivation base has been raised by a whole realm of heaven and earth. Is this Chu Yan a human or a monster? Even if Venerable Blood Soul has lived for 10,000 years and slept for 100,000 years, he has never heard of it. In the Haotian continent, there is that Tianjiao who can improve his cultivation like Chu Yan. It takes 2.5 months for others. If you want to improve from the initial stage, this small realm is as difficult as reaching the sky. Fortunately for him, in 2.5 months, he has raised the entire world realm, which makes it difficult for people to practice hard. More importantly, Venerable Blood Soul finally understood why he was still smiling when Chu Yan was surrounded just now. Because this Chu Yan now has the strength to fight against him. Monster. Absolute monster. A person with a heaven-defying martial soul, a heaven-defying physique, and a heaven-defying talent, unexpectedly has such a terrifying cultivation potential. Do not. This body must be grabbed. The next moment, Venerable Blood Soul's eyes were instantly blood red, and the bloody true energy in his whole body surged like a tide. He knows very well that today is his last chance. If he doesn't win Chu Yan, after a while, even if he meets Chu Yan again, it's really hard to say who is strong and who is weak at that time. Blood River kills heaven. The roar of anger shook the heavens and the earth, and the billowing evil spirit, like a black cloud sweeping through the sky, swept thousands of steps in a radius, and the mighty palm prints filled the sky and the earth, and their power was overwhelming. Rumble. A large area of void collapsed, and the entire mountainside trembled violently, and the bloody palm prints came towards Chu Yan with the power to crush everything. Although the combat power of the warriors of the Black Blood Temple is lower than that of warriors of the same rank, the Blood Soul Venerable is a strong man who has stepped into the martial Venerable realm after all. Once he makes a move, his might is astounding and shocking. Not bad, the strength is a little bit stronger. Seeing the bloody palm print coming, Chu Yan nodded slightly, his face full of indifference. The powerful palm print struck. Chu Yan raised his hand and slashed with his sword. The sharp sword energy shone across the entire space. The sword light swung out, and the Rakshasa phantom behind him let out an angry roar, and the golden fork danced, shooting out dazzling golden light, pouring into that sword light, and in an instant, the power of the sword surged again. In the blink of an eye, the palm print collided with the sword light, and a huge light cluster of dazzling blood color and golden light burst out. Boom! With a loud sound, the bloody and golden balls of light colliding exploded, and a turbulent air wave swept across the entire space in the middle of the mountain. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chu Yan and Venerable Blood Soul retreated rapidly, avoiding the heart point of the explosive energy. And those disciples of the Black Blood Temple, who had just been killed by Chu Yan, couldn't react at all. At least a dozen people couldn't dodge when the light ball exploded, and were swallowed by Yujin's air waves and turned into dust. More than a dozen evil spirits were swallowed by the Rakshasa phantom behind Chu Yan, turned into Rakshasa true chi, and poured back into Chu Yan's body. Venerable Blood Soul, that's all. Chu Yan stood with a sword in his hand. The air wave hit. He was hunting in a black robe, and his whole body was full of fighting spirit. Clang! A resounding sound of sword lingering sounded, and Chu Yan flicked his right hand, and the Haoyan sword turned into a little bit of cold light, and suddenly flashed, then sank into the void and disappeared. But what appeared in Chu Yan's hand immediately after was a silver long sword, a 4th order 10 absolute sword. Today, let me test the sword with you. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was activated, and in the void, a cold light flashed faintly, like a ray of spiritual light, traveling through the void, and circled behind Venerable Blood Soul. Millet. Hashtag C984 Golden Coffin. High-level sword spirit. How do you have such a high-level sword spirit soldier? Venerable Blood Soul is worthy of being an old monster who lived for 100,000 years. He has extensive knowledge. The moment Haoyan's sword fell into the void, he had already discovered the strength of Haoyan's sword. At this moment, he finally understood why those puppet kings with amazing defenses just now couldn't even block a sword under Chu Yan's hands. Joke. 6th order sword spirit weapon, can ordinary people stop it? Even he, a low-ranking martial arts powerhouse, dare not block him head-on. You know, the sword spirit soldier who has been promoted to the 6th level ignores the existence of defense, who dares to block it head-on. The current Venerable Blood Soul, with his divine sense locked onto the Haoyan divine soldier that shuttled through the void, the more his divine sense sensed, the more his mind trembled. Suddenly, a sense of powerlessness involuntarily rose in his heart. Yan's confidence was slightly shaken. This Chu Yan can really be defeated by himself. Before Venerable Blood Soul could wake up from the horror, Chu Yan attacked again. Die to me! Chu Yan yelled loudly, and the Haoyan sword rushed out from the void, bringing up a fierce sword light, like the sky damaging the stars. The bright sword light cut straight towards the Blood Soul Venerable. Of course, the Haoyan sword, which flies thousands of miles, does not carry as much real energy as it does in Chu Yan's hands. However, the 6th order Haoyan sword has reached the level of a 1st level magic weapon because of its sword spirit. Its sharpness can cut even the void. As the sword light passed, the incomparably sharp aura pierced through the void, and the strength of the sword shocked people's minds. Call out. The Haoyan sword brought out a long sword track, like a shining sharp arrow, pierced the sky, and shot towards Blood Soul Venerable like lightning. Seeing the Haoyan sword attacking, Venerable Blood Soul didn't have time to dodge it. He roared loudly, and the blood in his body rushed to the sky, and suddenly condensed into an incomparably thick blood wall in front of him. Moreover, as the bloody true energy is continuously injected into the blood wall, the thickness of the blood wall continues to increase. The sharpness of the Haoyan divine soldier made Venerable Blood Soul feel a trace of fear in his heart, and he didn't dare to neglect in the slightest. To know. He was lost 100,000 years ago, and he finally came back to life. He cherishes his life very much. Therefore, after seeing Chu Yan's strength, although he still wants to take away Chu Yan's body, he already has the intention to retreat. No matter how important Chu Yan's physical body is to him, but first of all, he must be able to survive, otherwise, what's the point of everything? Therefore, after returning from extreme North Continent to the Black Blood Temple in Zhongtian Continent, Venerable Blood Soul continued to practice various defense and escape secret skills while recovering himself, all in order to increase his chances of survival. The defensive blood wall in front of him is just a defensive secret skill he just obtained from the Black Blood Temple. Even if the Haoyan sword can penetrate this blood wall, Venerable Blood Soul is sure to keep himself alive. However, an idea is still an idea, and it can never represent reality. When the Haoyan sword slashed at the blood wall, the blood-colored thick wall, which was hundreds of feet thick, was not much stronger than a piece of red crystal wall. Electricity, stabbing, directly at Venerable Blood Soul. Pooh! There was a tooth-piercing sound of a sharp weapon piercing into the flesh, and a huge blood hole appeared in the chest of Blood Soul Venerable. The Haoyan sword passed through the body and shot out from the back of Blood Soul Venerable. Chu Yan didn't even move his hands, and only controlled Haoyan's sword with his spiritual sense. Under one sword, the next-level Wu Zuanjing strongman, Blood Soul Venerable, lost. Swish! Almost, at the moment when the Haoyan sword pierced through the chest of Venerable Blood Soul, Venerable Blood Soul's eyes burst out suddenly, and his entire face turned completely miserable green. Without a trace of hesitation, his figure turned into a black lightning bolt, heading towards the distance. The entrance of a huge cave in the mountainside rushed away. Venerable Blood Soul, want to escape. In all directions, the dozen or so warriors of the Black Blood Temple who hadn't died all turned gray with fright, their eyes widened, and they turned around and fled. I was stunned and completely dumbfounded. A martial artist in the sky-reaching realm defeated a strong martial artist in the martial arts realm with one sword. How is this possible? You must know that these dozens of warriors of the Black Blood Temple, although in the hands of Chu Yan, are vulnerable, but they all belong to the strong men of the Black Blood Temple, and they are not weak when they walk out of the Zhongtian continent. But they have never seen such a strange scene before them. Too frightening. Let their sea of consciousness be completely shocked, and they can't react at all. You guys die first. Chu Yan glanced across, looking at a dozen or so Black Blood Temple powerhouses standing 1,000 steps away, with indifference on their faces, and said coldly. As the voice fell, the Haoyan sword brought out a bright sword shadow, which flashed past the heads of more than a dozen warriors like candied gourds. Puff! 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 Under the sound of more than a dozen flying sounds, the more than 10 strong men in the Black Blood Temple did not understand until their death that the scene in front of them was real, or it was just a dream. Whoosh! Chu Yan recalled the Haoyan sword, held the sword in both hands, without a trace of hesitation, dodged out, chased after Blood Soul Venerable, and flew towards the cave in the mountainside far away. Rushing into the cave, the powerhouses of the Black Blood Temple kept appearing, rushing towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, swiped the long sword in his hand, and the bright silver sword light suddenly shone in the huge cave. What? 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 Flesh and blood are flying, corpses are all over the ground. Every time Chu Yan rushes out 10 steps, dozens of corpses fall to the ground, or a few piles of minced meat are scattered in the air, and all kinds of screams are endless. Around the sky, the disciples of the Black Blood Temple had no power to resist in front of Chu Yan and the Sixth Order Haoyan sword. Quick, block him. No, quick, retreat. Let the puppet come on, and the others will withdraw. All the powerhouses of the Black Blood Temple were scared out of their wits by Chu Yan, who was like killing gods, and they were completely in a panic. They fled in all directions and quickly disappeared into the various passages of the huge cave. Chu Yan saw that all the disciples of the Black Blood Temple around him had fled, and he was not in a hurry to chase them down. Instead, he chased after the Blood Soul Venerable. His figure was as fast as lightning. However, when Chu Yan was grazing, he did not forget to collect the inner alchemy of the warriors he met into the Rakshasa space, so that they could be used when breaking through the bottleneck of the 8th level of heaven. Not bad. Another 30 inner pills have been collected. Holding the sword, Chu Yan followed closely behind Venerable Blood Soul. His face was full of joy. However, Venerable Blood Soul, who was chased by Chu Yan, was not so happy. His face turned completely gray, as if his soul had been separated from his body, and he kept mobilizing the bloody true energy in his body. Like electricity, in the void, only a bloody afterimage was left, and it kept fleeing towards the depths of the cave. See where you can escape. Chu Yan was not in a hurry to catch up with Venerable Blood Soul, because, he guessed, Venerable Blood Soul was frightened, and the direction of escape at this time was likely to be the core of this Valley of Souls. Tom. In less than 10 breaths, Venerable Blood Soul rushed out of a stone door, and at the same time, the stone door closed suddenly with a loud noise. Boom! Slashing out with a sword, the 1,000-hectare stone gate was cut into stone chips in an instant, and under the turbulent energy of the explosion, it dispersed the entire passage. Under the sky full of dust and mist, Chu Yan held a long sword, and his black robe was flying, and strode into the stone gate. This is a stone palace, covering an area of tens of thousands of steps, with 9 black altars surrounding a huge golden coffin like stars surrounding the moon. As for Venerable Blood Soul, flipping his handprints, he was opening the golden coffin. #C985, my name is Emotsong. Fall in love with you. Seeing Venerable Blood Soul showing his handprints and preparing to open the golden coffin, Chu Yan's expression darkened immediately, and he was about to slash out with his sword. However, just when Chu Yan lifted the Haoyan sword, there was a crackling sound from the golden coffin. Under Chu Yan's astonished gaze, the lid of the golden coffin moved slowly. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was slightly startled, and immediately mobilized his spiritual consciousness to cover the golden coffin, and at the same time, he was fully on guard. Boom! In less than 3 breaths, the lid of the golden coffin, which seemed to be moving extremely slowly, fell to the ground with a loud noise. What the hell? Chu Yan stared straight at the golden coffin, swept over with his divine sense, but found nothing, as if it was an empty coffin, but, in the golden coffin with the lid opened, there was an extremely strong and evil spirit. Qi has already rushed out suddenly, and in an instant, it swept the entire stone palace. Call. A gust of dark wind suddenly blew through the stone hall, and black evil spirits rose continuously from the golden sarcophagus. The next moment, a tall figure slowly stood up from the golden coffin. This person was dressed in a gold-rimmed black robe, with his back facing Chu Yan, and his whole body was covered in a large robe, so he couldn't see his figure clearly at all, but Chu Yan subconsciously felt that this figure was somewhat familiar. Immediately, under Chu Yan's gaze, the tall figure slowly turned around and looked at Chu Yan. The moment he saw that face, Chu Yan's face suddenly darkened, and his pupils shrank fiercely. Moxie! Chu Yan exclaimed suddenly, staring at the black-robed man in front of him, his face full of disbelief. How could this young lord of the sub-hallmaster of the Black Blood Temple in the extreme North Continent appear here? Moreover, seeing the expression of the venerable blood soul next to him, he was extremely respectful to him. Suddenly, Chu Yan was full of doubts. How could Xie lie in the coffin? As far as Chu Yan knows, between the Black Blood Temple and extreme North Continent and Zhongtian Continent, there are very few contacts, and, with Xie's cultivation and status, it should not be so respectful for venerable blood soul. You are Xie? Chu Yan asked softly. However, when Xie on the opposite side heard Chu Yan's voice and slowly raised his head, Chu Yan suddenly became suspicious of his guess. There is a strong evil spirit on this person, which is completely different from the Xie that Chu Yan knew before. Coupled with those eyes, Chu Yan feels that these are not eyes that a living person can have at all. Empty, full of lifelessness, without a trace of life. Die. Xie opened his mouth and landed a single word, as if frost had landed on the ground. The gloomy air made Chu Yan tremble involuntarily. Swish! Xie's figure flashed, and his whole body turned into a stream of black light, rushing towards Chu Yan at a speed as fast as a thunderbolt. Rumble! A black fist glow, with the momentum of thunder, seemed to be able to blast the whole world into powder, and smashed at Chu Yan with boundless power. The power of the fist was shocking, and the void in all directions was shattered at the same time. In an instant, the evil spirit of the entire stone hall gathered towards the black fist light like 1,000 rivers returning to the sea. So strong! Chu Yan's expression froze for a moment, but he didn't have time to think about it, so he raised his hand and slashed out, facing the fist light. The reason why it is said to be strong is that on the one hand, when Chu Yan and Xie fought last time, the opponent's strength was simply unimpressive, but now, it is completely different from the Xie that Chu Yan met back then. Boom! The sword light and the fist print intersected, and the sky exploded. The black and colorful vigor rushed in all directions, and there was a loud explosion. This attack was like the sun, the moon and the stars colliding, and the remaining energy of the blast blasted the sky, the air exploded, and the entire stone palace trembled violently. Drum, pedal. The air wave rolled away, and Chu Yan's body retreated suddenly. After retreating more than 10 steps in a row, he barely stood still. When he raised his head to look at Xie, his face was extremely solemn. Rumble! The stone hall trembled violently, as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking, and the gravel on the roof of the hall kept falling down in a sputtering manner. This person is definitely not Xie. Chu Yan subconsciously made a judgment. If this person is really Xie, with such strength and talent, he is stronger than himself. People. Whoosh! When Xie saw Chu Yan, he only took a few steps back. Suddenly, a pair of bloody eyes burst into flames, and his murderous aura rushed out of the table. He suddenly raised his hand, and another huge black fist was thrown out fiercely. Rumble! The fist passed, the void collapsed, and the fist print was like a giant peak gathered by the evil spirit, crushing everything, and the vast and incomparable power of the fist, like a mountain rampant, attacked Chu Yan. Who are you? Seeing this punch, Chu Yan's face suddenly changed, and his pupils shrank sharply. The combat power of this punch has far surpassed the cultivation base of a low-ranking martial venerable realm expert. 4. You must know that the valley in front of you is named Spirit Calling Valley by the Black Blood Temple, and it is a place dedicated to refining Yin puppets. However, if the other party is a high-level Yin puppet, it is impossible for venerable blood soul to be so respectful to him. Yin puppet has no soul. It is absolutely impossible to speak. The huge black fist print rushes forward, suppressing the entire void, moving towards where Chu Yan is, and crushing it fiercely. For a moment, the power contained in the fist print seems to be able to shatter the entire world. Call. The raging evil spirit continuously surged out from Xie's body. Moreover, from the moment he was awakened by venerable blood soul, the evil spirit on his body continued to rise slowly. The power in front of him was clearly haven't reached the top yet. Chu Yan was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that there would be such a strong black blood temple powerhouse in the soul-calling valley. Wuji swordsmanship, innate Wuji. With the Haoyan sword in his hand, Chu Yan drew his sword to face each other. With a slash of the sword light directly met Xie's fist mark. The silver sword light lingering in 5 colors, bearing the might of the Haoyan sword as a divine weapon, collided fiercely with the mountain-like black fist imprint in an instant. Boom! When the sword light and the fist seal met, a loud noise erupted, like 2 pieces of extremely hard metal. A deafening sound resounded, echoing in the entire stone hall, causing the entire stone hall to tremble violently. Swish! This time, Chu Yan's body was repelled in an instant, bringing out a black afterimage, and he was blasted back hundreds of steps before he stabilized his figure, while the opponent, standing in front of the golden coffin, did not move at all. "You're not Xie, who the hell are you?" Chu Yan slowly suppressed the tumbling qi and blood in his body, and when he looked at the other party again, he asked softly with a serious expression on his face. "My name is Song." The voice was ice cold. Xie's appearance of Song had just finished speaking, and then another punch came out. Boom! Every time a simple punch is made, there is a roar of evil spirits everywhere, and violent power, like thousands of peaks and seas, blasts towards Chu Yan. The power of the fist print, compared to the previous punch, has once again skyrocketed by 3 points, as if the sky is raging, and the power is unmatched. Song. Chu Yan stared at the figure in front of the golden coffin, his eyes flickering constantly. Just read refreshing novels. #C986, the median Wu Zuanjing. By now, it was already certain that the Song in front of him had really taken away Xie's body. And who this Song is, Chu Yan has no idea at all. Judging from the respectful expression of venerable blood soul towards him, this person's status in the Black Blood Temple is definitely not low. Facing Song's punch, Chu Yan unfolded his movements and dodged directly. Call out! Call out! Call out! After avoiding the front of the fist seal, Chu Yan swung the Haoyan sword in his right hand and the 10 absolute sword in his left hand, and swung the long sword with both hands, slashing repeatedly, and slashed out with bright sword lights. Cut! At this moment, Chu Yan no longer held back his hands, and did his best. His true energy surged crazily, and his sword power was shattered to the extreme. More than a dozen sword beams, with shocking power, smashed through the void and moved towards the fist seal and Song. Cut straight away. Whoosh! More than a dozen sword beams formed a sword net, dazzling and resplendent like flowers, covering Song directly, and the unparalleled sharpness of the sword filled the entire stone hall. Destroy! Seeing that Chu Yan dodged his fist mark and slashed out more than a dozen swords with his backhand to attack him, Song's face was full of lifeless expression, and there was no change in expression, but a golden gleam flashed in his blood-colored eyes. With a fine glow, he raised his hand and punched out, facing the sword net. The power of the fist was overwhelming, and the mighty fist mark came crashing like a majestic mountain peak, and with the force of breaking the sky, it collided fiercely with the sword net. Boom! Rumble! Explosion soared to the sky, and the sword net burst apart immediately without the collision of the fist light like a mountain peak. The two collided and strangled. Crash! The surrounding walls were immediately riddled with holes, stone chips and broken stones flew, and the entire stone palace was on the verge of collapsing under such violent force. Too strong. Chu Yan was slightly startled. This person is more than 5 times stronger than the blood soul venerable who just fought. He definitely has the middle-ranked martial venerable realm combat power, which is not something he can match now. Haotian sword, attack. Wuji sword art, innate Wuji. With a flick of the Haotian sword in his right hand, a cold light flashed suddenly, and instantly escaped into the void, like a shadow, flying towards behind Emote Song. At the same time, the 10 absolute swords in his left hand erupted with bright 5-color sword light, and the innate sword art was condensed to the peak, and he swung the sword without hesitation. The 5th order 10 absolute sword released its might with a bang. For the first time, it erupted with sword light that soared into the sky, like a peerless divine weapon. The 10 absolute swords, from the Wuji sect of Rakshasa, are an incomparably precious spiritual weapon even on the Haotian continent. Strong, as you can imagine. Call out. The sound of sword stinging was startling, one after the other. The Haotian sword and the 10 absolute sword brought out the sword energy and power of the sky, like a sea of sword waves, chopped all the void in the stone palace into pieces, and slammed towards Emote Song. Hey! A strong swordsman! Seeing the two divine weapons attacking, a look of astonishment flashed across Emote Song's eyes full of lifeless anger, and he let out a suspicious voice. At the same time, he slowly raised his hands. The next moment, with Emote Song's body as the center, black gushed out, wrapped his body, and gathered into a gigantic skull. This skull continued to swell, and the sinister aura brought forth a large hissing and ghostly whistling sound. The cold air made people's scalp numb, and their whole body was horrified. When the black skull wrapped Emote Song's body and grew to a height of 30 feet, it was already the size of a small 2-story building. The monster sword energy slashed fiercely at the skull, making 2 loud bangs. In an instant, the sword energy dissipated and was swallowed up by a black skull, the size of a small building. What? Chu Yan was stunned. He didn't expect this Emote Song to have such a powerful defense method. With both swords, he couldn't break through his defense. This person's combat strength has definitely reached the middle Wuzuan realm, and his body is full of evil spirits, like an abyss. Even Chu Yan's powerful spiritual sense cannot detect his specific cultivation base. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a big wave of his hand, Chu Yan called back Haotian sword and Shijue sword, turned around and left without any hesitation. This Emote Song's strength and combat power have surpassed his own too much. Maybe he is the #1 powerhouse in the Black Blood Temple, the Valley of Souls. Fighting with him will not do any good. If there are 1 or 2 such powerhouses appeared, Chu Yan was in danger of losing at any time. Although Chu Yan originally planned to destroy the Valley of Calling Souls, judging from the current situation, I am afraid that it is impossible to do so, so he can only escape temporarily. As the movement unfolded, Chu Yan rushed out of the stone palace like a black film, shuttled through the maze-like passages in the mountainside, and rushed back and forth without stopping. In less than 3 breaths, Chu Yan rushed out of the palace and returned to the original valley. Stabilizing his figure, he turned around and looked, and found that the other party hadn't chased him, which made Chu Yan feel a little relieved. I have harvested a lot of evil puppets, first find a place to break through. Chu Yan muttered to himself, ready to leave here first, and find a place to practice and break through. Just when Chu Yan was about to soar into the sky and leave Soul-Sweeping Valley, suddenly his spiritual sense sensed a gloomy aura around him, sweeping in like a tide, causing Chu Yan's face to darken immediately, and he raised his head to look behind him. I saw that in that stone palace, there were about 15 black figures, staring at Chu Yan with miserable green eyes, like a group of hungry wolves, staring at Chu Yan. Their bodies were as stiff as a stone, and they quickly chased after Chu Yan. The gazes and shapes of these 15 figures reminded Chu Yan of the 10 golden Yang Taoist guards of Jinyang Daozong back then, and a chill rose from his back involuntarily. Jinyang Daowei is a weapon refining object, but its appearance is refined to look like a human being. In fact, its essence is still various refining materials. The 15 figures in front of him are obviously made of human corpses, and they are refined like the living dead Yin Puppet King. These 15 Yin Puppet Kings are all powerful, completely different from what Chu Yan encountered before. The strength of each of them has reached the half-step martial venerable realm. It is very likely that the Emotsong's strongest combat power. It seems that these 15 people are the truly refined Yin Puppet Kings. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, his face was dignified, and he held the hilt of the sword in his hand, tightening it constantly, ready to strike at any time. Call. 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 15 powerful Yin Puppet Kings surrounded Chu Yan in an instant, and 15 black cloud-like evil spirits rose into the sky, like 50 black smoke pillars, straight towards Jiuxiao. Chu Yan's eyes swept across, looking at the 15 Yin Puppet Kings, his consciousness turned sharply, thinking about ways to escape. The battle with Emotsong just now must have alarmed the real guards of the Black Blood Temple in this Valley of Souls, and they immediately dispatched to surround and kill Chu Yan.